Chapter 121 The Seven Prisons, Black Prison. A moment later, everyone in the Wuqian arena had left. As for the big man who was the judge, he went to receive a decree, leaving Bai Donglin alone in the huge arena. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the metal stands, his brows slightly furrowed, and all the experiences so far flashed through his mind. He had never interacted with the people from the Holy Blood sect, and he already had some vague guesses in his mind. He had not offended many people, and each time he did it cleanly and neatly without leaving any traces. First of all, he ruled out the little red-haired Xuanya. This person was killed by him in the ancient world, and the process was secretive, and there was absolutely no possibility of it being leaked. Moreover, he had also learned about Xuanya's background before, and he didn't have that much power to collude with the people of the Divine Blood Holy Sect. Then there are only two possibilities. One is the battle on the Nujiang River, in which he destroyed the arrival of the unknown evil god behind the black hole. However, judging from the situation last time, the arrival of that evil god was so difficult, and it was obvious that there was no hidden force in the Qianyuan realm. There is only one enemy left: the Dark World. He killed hundreds of thousands of them in the ancient world, almost wiping them out. The people behind them must hate him to the core. With such a huge force, it is not impossible that they have a way to deduce his identity. They may know a lot. Otherwise they would not be so eager to activate the secret agents in the Holy Blood sect to deal with him. His ability to control the souls of the dark underworld turning into mist may have been exposed. Deducing various possibilities in his mind, he was 90% sure that all this was the revenge of the underworld. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with coldness. Did he want to get him out of the holy sect and then find an opportunity to kill him? Very good. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. Bai Donglin's mind was churning, and all kinds of cruel methods flashed through his mind one by one. What are you thinking about? You look so absorbed in it. A big man wearing a bronze mask suddenly appeared in front of Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, stood up and saluted. Sir, can we set off now? Yes, that's right. The formalities have been completed. The sect has decided to use the cross-domain teleportation array to send you to the Black Prison. This is also to prevent someone from ambush you along the way. After all, the Holy Blood sect has gone to great lengths to plot against you, so they must have follow-up measures. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Xingzong had thought it through well. There was indeed a high chance that the other party would ambush him on the way. In that case, I'll trouble you. Sir, it's not a problem. To be honest, we in the Wuqian arena are sorry for you. These rigid rules left by our ancestors. The big man muttered softly, and his voice became barely audible at the end. Bai Donglin followed behind him and smiled. It seemed that this judge had relatively young ideas and was not as pedantic as those old monsters. Soon the two of them arrived at a hall. In the huge hall, there was only a huge formation, which was built with countless precious materials that were shining brightly. What was engraved on the formation was not an inscription, but the mysterious laws of space. A strong spatial fluctuation filled the entire hall. This was a cross-domain teleportation formation unique to the Wuqian arena. The two came to the center of the formation. The judge took out a jade token, immersed his mind into it, determined the position coordinates, and activated the formation. Bai Donglin clearly felt that the laws of space around him were violently rolling. A space fluctuation began to condense, and a transparent light shield slowly rose up, wrapping the two of them. Cross-domain teleportation involves extremely long distances, which is very different from ordinary teleportation formations. Without the protection of the formation, low-level cultivators would be torn apart by the violent space fluctuations in an instant, and by the time they are teleported, they would have become a pile of rotten meat. The formation was fully activated, and a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky. Another formation appeared above the dome of the hall, absorbing and rebounding the light pillar. Bai Donglin and the other person instantly disappeared in the light pillar. The Sin Realm, one of the 7 prisons, the Black Prison, a huge city built on a dark and desolate plain. In a hall in the center, a cross-domain teleportation array lit up with a strong white light, and Bai Donglin and the judge appeared in it. Qiyan, long time no see. Outside the formation, there was a man as strong as an iron tower. Bai Donglin estimated that he was about 8 feet tall. He was covered in black armor, with only a pair of tiger eyes showing, flashing with cold light. You're still the same, Quangjin. Qiyan walked forward, and the two of them hugged each other, pounding their fists on each other's backs. Is this the boy? They asked you to come and see him off in person. It seems that the sect values him very much. Yes. Please take good care of him for the next 5 years. Bai Donglin walked out of the formation, raised his hand slightly, and said, Sir, thank you for your help. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, kid. Regardless of the relationship between our sects, Qi Yin and I are close friends who crawled out of the corpse pit on the battlefield together. If he asks, I will naturally take care of you. The three of them then walked and talked as they headed towards the underground core, while introducing the Black Prison to Bai Donglin. There are a total of 7 large prisons in the entire desolate crime zone. All of them are ancient things that have existed since long ago. It is impossible to find out who built them. All we know is that the only purpose of these prisons is to imprison extremely heinous criminals. Unlike Bai Donglin's formality, the monks who are imprisoned usually have no chance of seeing the light of day again in their lifetime. The Black Prison was built deep underground. Its overall structure was an inverted pyramid, with a total of 99 floors. Each floor was a huge space, like a small world. The smaller the space becomes as you go down, the stronger the prisoners are, or the more serious the crimes they have committed. This Black Prison doesn't just hold human monks. It also holds all kinds of creatures, including demons, monsters, and alien creatures. Boy, according to the decree from above, you will be imprisoned in the 29th layer of the Black Prison. Take this. This is my token. Show it when you get into trouble. Those bastards down there will not dare to disrespect me. If it doesn't work, you can use your mind to communicate with the Jade token and call me down. The three of them moved very quickly, and soon reached deep underground. Along the way, Bai Donglin finally saw what tight defense meant. There are 9 huge doors made of precious materials. Countless formations stacked up on top of each other. Guards everywhere, and guards hidden in the dark. Bai Donglin's heart started beating wildly when he glanced at them. Under the leadership of Quangjin, after numerous tests, they finally arrived at the main body of the Black Prison. The various blockade defenses mentioned above are just icing on the cake. What really plays a suppressive role is this huge Black Prison itself. Standing on the pitch-black Black Prison made of unknown material, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed, and the dark entities in this space were all in his sight. This underground space only reveals a part of the Black Prison body, and more parts are still hidden deep in the rocks. On this huge body, there are mysterious patterns engraved. They are not secret patterns, nor inscriptions, nor formations, but something that Bai Donglin has never seen before. Extremely mysterious. Quangjin took out a golden edict, which was exactly what Qi Yin had taken from Xingzong. The contents inside were so golden that Bai Donglin could not see them. He could only see a big word on the back of the edict. Quangjin placed the decree on the body of the Black Prison, and golden characters slowly popped out and merged into the mysterious pattern below. The pattern absorbed the golden characters and seemed to come alive. It began to converge and rotate, gradually forming a dark vortex channel. Quangjin raised his head and looked at Bai Donglin. His huge tiger eyes became solemn, and he said in a serious tone, Boy, the punishments made by the Wuxian arena since ancient times have always been in neutral places, or in places jointly controlled by the entire cultivation world. In order to avoid suspicion, the Black Prison is such a place. The 29th floor where you are imprisoned has the highest level of cultivation, no higher than the Divine Ability realm. In addition, the environment inside the Black Prison is special and very suitable for physical cultivation. You will understand once you enter. With the token I gave you, 5 years will pass quickly. Nothing will happen. Remember, all levels in the Black Prison are interconnected. You can go down but not up. If you don't want to die, don't run to the next level. 5 years later, I will pick you up and personally send you back to the Holy Sect. Disciple Bai Donglin. Thanks the 2 masters. Bai Donglin bowed slightly and said with a grateful look. After that, he jumped into the dark passage and instantly entered the main body of the Black Prison. Come on. It's been a while. Let's have a drink together. Don't worry. I'll be watching over this little guy. Nothing will happen to him. The 2 big men from Qi Yin and Quangjin were arm in arm, talking and laughing. And in the blink of an eye, the 2 figures left the underground. Chapter 122, Absolute Spirit Land. Black Prison. The 29th floor. On the charred and barren land, the rocks and sand showed signs of melting and solidifying. There was no grass or trees, no water, and all life had been burned away by the 4 huge suns in the sky. A slight ripple appeared in a space in the void, becoming more and more intense. And then, Bai Donglin's figure appeared out of thin air. Bai Donglin's figure moved and landed on the charred earth with a frown. His first feeling was that the void was empty. The spiritual energy that was everywhere in the outside world was not even a trace here. This was a place without any spiritual energy. It turns out that this is the special thing that Quangjin mentioned. The land of absolute spirits is indeed more beneficial for their physical cultivation. If a Qi cultivator comes to this kind of ghost place, it will be very uncomfortable. Bai Donglin leaned over and touched the ground that seemed to have melted and then solidified. He looked up at the sky. There were 4 suns, which could have burned the ground into this state. And there might be more. The living environment is extremely harsh, even for monks. However, it did not affect him much. The cultivation resources in his bracelet and the death omen were enough to support him to practice well in this kind of ghost place for a long time. Since the ancient world, he has not actively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a long time. In his opinion, it is an extremely inefficient way of cultivation. This is also one of the advantages that his immortality brings him. Other cultivators, even if they have cultivation resources that they can consume at will, dare not create it like him, because their bodies cannot bear it. Bai Donglin closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He sensed the laws of force, space, soul, pain, light, wind, etc. one by one. There was no difference from the laws of the outside world. So he could rule out the possibility that this was an independent small world. How did this black prison world come about? Is it a space cut off from the outside world? Or is it a parallel mezzanine world that is somehow connected to the outside world? After a moment, he shook his head. His understanding of the laws of space was still too shallow, and he couldn't figure out the tricks of this complex space. But this is still good news for him. His practice requires 4 basic elements: knowledge, aura, nurturing spiritual orifices, damage, brushing enhanced energy, and laws. He can satisfy all these requirements. So there is no difference whether he practices in this ghost place or in the holy sect. The only regret is that he cannot use the various training facilities of the holy sect. However, the contribution points will not expire if they are left there, so he can go back and use them later. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, and after a moment he had set a 5-year plan. He didn't need to worry about cultivation, as it was going on in his body all the time. In these 5 years, he wanted to do something that he had always wanted to do, but never had the chance to do. There is no more doubt about the practice of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon in the realm of supernatural powers. What follows is just a matter of hard work, nurturing the spiritual orifice, and comprehending the engraved laws. However, you must start preparing for the subsequent training in advance. The core of this supreme scripture, conceiving gods and forging demons, will be involved in the next realm. Before that, in addition to infinite spiritual insight and a powerful Trinity soul, there are 2 other prerequisites that must be achieved. That is, a thorough understanding of the mysteries of the human body and soul. The human body here refers to the core spiritual orifice of the physical body and the light of the origin of life. And the soul is the most mysterious true spirit among them. These are all forbidden areas of life. And if one wants to cultivate to the subsequent realms of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon, one must thoroughly master these forbidden areas. So far, no one else has been found to have practiced this supreme scripture. He is unable to absorb the practice experience of his predecessors, and everything depends on himself. To achieve this, it is not enough to deduce based on the knowledge in his mind. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Human experiments. He needs to conduct a large number of human experiments. Although he could use himself for experiments, a single individual sample was meaningless. He needed diverse samples and countless experimental subjects. Isn't this black prison just what I want? These extremely evil criminals are all very good experimental materials, and there is no psychological burden to use them. That's right. Good fortune may come from misfortune, and good fortune may come from misfortune. Bai Donglin nodded in satisfaction. A gleam of light appeared in his eyes, and he used his supernatural powers of seeing and hearing to the fullest, and all the movements within 1,000 miles were recorded in his mind. After a moment, he found the place he wanted, took a step forward. The space slightly distorted, and his figure disappeared instantly. In a huge canyon, a long and narrow city was built along the bottom of the valley. It was crooked, but its scope was not small. This was the largest gathering place of criminals that Bai Donglin had found. The city of extreme evil. Bai Donglin looked up at the 4 bloody red characters on the top of the city wall. It was indeed worthy of the name, but the name would have to be changed in the future. He walked towards the city. The city guard standing outside the city gate board just glanced at him and ignored him. These city guards were not strong and should have come down from the upper level. There are no female creatures in this black prison. Even a fly is male. There are no conditions for the birth of new life. Among the 7 prisons, only one is dedicated to imprisoning women, and the other 6 imprison male creatures. There are many reasons for this phenomenon, the most important of which is related to the ratio of men to women in the cultivation world. As soon as Bai Donglin entered the city, several pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark. His mental temperament was too different from the others. He would be dying if he stayed in the black prison for too long. Those who are as energetic as Bai Donglin are either the top leaders of a few major forces in the black prison, or the newcomers, who have just entered the black prison. They all knew all the prominent figures in the city. But Bai Donglin looked unfamiliar. As expected, he was a newcomer. Such people were also called fat sheep by them. Such people had just entered the black prison, and must have a lot of treasures on them. Bai Donglin had only stood on the street for a moment, when several people surrounded him. And more people were observing him secretly. Boy, you are new here, right? What crime did you commit to get here? In this dark prison. The greater the sins you commit, the more powerful you are. And sins have become some kind of glory. So in facing newcomers, the first question they ask is definitely this. If Bai Donglin said that he was in because he killed someone, he would definitely be mercilessly ridiculed by these old people. In their eyes, this crime must be the lowest level. Seeing Bai Donglin staring at them, and smiling without saying anything, the fat man who had just spoken couldn't hold back his expression anymore, and continued with a gloomy face full of scars. Boy, hand over your storage magic weapon. From now on in the city of extreme evil, I, Brother Long, will follow you. The reason why these criminals in the black prison are so whiny, and don't take direct action is not because they have become kind after being locked up for a long time, but because of this spiritual environment. Their principle is to try not to use hands when things can be solved with words. Every bit of energy is extremely precious. And here spiritual energy is directly linked to lifespan. Bai Donglin had a smile on his face. He knew exactly what they were thinking. He raised his index finger and said to them, I'm going to ask you a question. Whoever answers me first can keep his life and continue to live in the black prison. Tell me, who is the one who rules this city? He has just mastered the supernatural power of seeing and hearing in the sky and on the earth. He cannot currently spy on some areas covered by the prohibitions of the formation. His spiritual thoughts will also be blocked by the prohibitions of the formation. So he needs these people to lead the way for him. Boy, you're too crazy. The faces of the fat man and others changed. It was not the first time they encountered such newcomers, who could not see the situation clearly. Well, the energy consumed in the fight could be made up from this kid. Several figures moved at the same time, and surrounded Bai Donglin. Their abilities were extremely restrained and the attacks they released were compressed to the limit without any leakage. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Good control. It seems that a harsh environment can really bring out people's potential. He raised his right hand slightly, and with a partial multiplication technique, a huge palm shadow flashed by. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge palm print was deeply imprinted on the ground, and the palm print was clearly visible, except for a skinny monk. The fat men were beaten into blood foam and were stuck at the bottom of the pit, unable to be removed even with a button. How's it going? Have you thought about answering my question? Master T. I have thought it through. Please follow me. I will take you there. The skinny monkey was trembling with fear, regretting his actions to death. Damn it. If he had known that this person was a physical cultivator, he would never have dared to come out to rob. Physical cultivators have too great an advantage in the black prison, as all their strength lies in their physical bodies, and their need for spiritual energy is much smaller than theirs. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and followed the skinny monkey towards the city center. After the two left, several figures rushed out from the darkness like mad dogs and jumped into the huge palm print. His eyes were bloodshot, and he knelt on the ground, licking the blood foam on the ground frantically. He swallowed the filthy flesh mixed with dirt into his stomach, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face from time to time. There was a trace of spiritual energy contained in these pieces of flesh and blood, which did not dissipate in a short time. In the black prison, waste is shameful. Chapter 123 Seizing Power. Stop now. The city lord's mansion is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Bai Donglin stood outside the city lord's mansion. The skinny monkey who led the way was scolded by several black armored guards and ran away in shame. But he didn't care. Ignoring the fierce looks of several guards, he hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of violent crushing. He now needed a force to help him deal with some trivial matters. And the city lord's mansion looked very good. He took out a piece of glittering crystal from the bracelet. Crystal liquid was rippling in the crystal, and a rich spiritual energy spread out. The guards at the door suddenly widened their eyes full of greed, their noses twitching rapidly, greedily swallowing the overflowing spiritual energy. Seeing this, Bai Donglin smiled slightly, took back the crystal and said, "I'm here to offer treasures. Why don't you go inform your city lord?" Upon hearing this, the guards suppressed the greed in their eyes. They dared not covet the city lord's things, and could only swallow hard. Then one of them disappeared and went to report, while the others stared at Bai Donglin, afraid that he would suddenly run away with the treasure. After a while, the guard came back and politely led Bai Donglin into the mansion. Bai Donglin had made great contributions in presenting treasures, and would surely be appreciated by the city lord. By then, his status would be higher than theirs, so naturally they would not dare to offend him. The city lord's mansion was built to a large size, magnificent and majestic. All kinds of rare and precious treasures could be seen everywhere. To cultivators, these mundane objects without spiritual energy were like soil and stones, and were only used for decoration. Bai Donglin followed the guards through several courtyards, and came to the reception hall. On the main seat in the hall sat a middle-aged man with ordinary looks. He was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, but he had an extraordinary aura of dignity. "Lord City Lord, the person has been brought here." The black-armored guard bowed and led Bai Donglin into the hall, then stepped out of the door and stood with his head bowed. There were black-armored guards standing in the yard and around the hall, faintly locking onto Bai Donglin with their aura. It seems that this city lord is quite cautious. The middle-aged man on the main seat looked at Bai Donglin with a gentle expression and said with a smile, "Little brother, I heard you want to offer a treasure? I wonder what it is. Can you let this city lord open his eyes? If it is really a treasure, this city lord will not treat you unfairly." Bai Donglin sneered in his heart. A criminal actually thought he was the city lord. He would not be fooled by his gentle appearance. This person's strength is not weak. He is not just an individual cultivator. According to his divine sense observation, his strength has reached the great perfection of the divine power realm. He may break the mirror at any time. However, it is difficult to break the mirror in this black prison. This person's combat power is probably not weaker than that of Chen Chen, Shui Huang and others. However, this is also the reason why Chen Chen and others' cultivation realm is still far from the great perfection. The combat power of the genius disciple of the holy sect is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. If they were both in the great perfection mirror realm of the divine power realm, Chen Chen would only need 3 sword strikes to kill the city lord. Bai Donglin could defeat this man now. But there was no need, as he had a better way. He took out the glittering crystal, and as the rich spiritual energy spread, the soul in Bai Donglin's sea of consciousness began to burn violently. The golden vertical lines between his eyebrows opened, and a thick soul attack spurted out, just as the middle-aged man's eyes were attracted by the crystal. A horrifying soul attack shot directly into his sea of consciousness, under the cover of the fluctuations of spiritual energy. His soul was hit, and his body suddenly stagnated. Bai Donglin was unyielding, and a black shadow instantly stepped out from between his eyebrows. The soul of a physical cultivator was much weaker than his body. But a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm would not be easily killed by a soul attack. The black shadow was naturally the evilest soul that was best at playing with souls. The black shadow entered the middle-aged man's sea of consciousness, and took a step forward to come in front of his still shaking soul. With a low chuckle, the hand surrounded by pitch-black flames penetrated deeply into his soul. Complex black runes began to emerge and spread out, wrapping up the soul in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a black flame penetrated into the depths of the soul. After a moment, the most evil soul withdrew his hand, nodded with satisfaction, stepped out of the Sea of God, and returned to Bai Donglin's Sea of God. At this time, the black-armored guards outside the door also felt that their city lord was in an abnormal condition. Their faces changed drastically, and then they rushed into the house and pounced on Bai Donglin. "Stop! What are you doing? This little brother is the city lord's guest. Get out now!" The middle-aged man flew into a rage and yelled at the black-armored guard frantically, with a faint black light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "City lord, calm down. This subordinate deserves to die." When the black-armored guards saw the middle-aged man getting angry, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, then left the hall. The middle-aged man waved his hand to close the door, activated the isolation formation, then knelt in front of Bai Donglin and said respectfully, "I am Zhang Shanren, your humble servant. Honored to meet you." "My master?" Bai Donglin nodded slightly, walked slowly to the main seat, and sat down. Just now, in a flash, he suddenly attacked his soul, and then made some modifications to his soul, adding some memories and restrictions. Now in Zhang Shanren's heart, Bai Donglin is his heaven, his supreme master, who would not even frown even if he was told to die. In this way, he easily took over the largest force in the city of extreme evil without bloodshed. This is the benefit of his powerful soul. "Zhang Shanren, please tell me about the situation in this black prison." He did not read Zhang Shanren's memory. What he wanted was a subordinate who could assist him, not an idiot. He was currently unable to read the memory without causing any injuries, especially to a cultivator of the same level. However, he could do it if it was a mortal or a low-level cultivator. As for those hooligans he had just killed, they probably didn't know as much as he did. "Yes, master." Afterwards, Zhang Shanren told Bai Donglin everything that happened in the black prison. Of course, he only told Bai Donglin about the situation on the 29th floor. He had been staying on the 29th floor since he entered the black prison and had never moved. There are 29 levels in the black prison, with 60 hours in a day, 37 hours during the day, and 23 hours at night. There are 9 big suns in the sky, which appear randomly in the sky every day. When the 9 suns are across the sky, the earth is a sea of fire. At night, the temperature was extremely low, and even cultivators at the supernatural power level did not dare to wander around the earth at night. This is also the reason why many cities are built in the Grand Canyon. There are countless ferocious beasts underground, so it is not realistic to build underground cities. There are dozens of cities built by human monks on this level, scattered throughout this not too large size 29 level space. In addition to the human monks who like to gather in groups, there are also many demons, monsters, alien creatures, etc. who like to act independently, either occupying the mountains as kings or wandering around the earth. The dangers that human monks have to face here include the underground beasts and these messy monsters. The underground beasts are also their main source of food. Of course, under special circumstances, these evil people don't mind eating their own kind. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, with a lot of information circulating in his mind. After a moment, he nodded slightly. It seemed that his plan was feasible, and this place was indeed suitable for him. "Zhang Shanren, do you think there are any good people in this black prison?" "Master." "Yes." "Oh, who is it?" "Of course it's you." "Master, master, you are the best person in the world. You are light. You are electricity. Damn it. I didn't instill these weird things in him just now. Is this old guy a flatterer?" "Ahem. Alright. Alright. I know all of this very well. There's no need for you to emphasize it here. I'm asking about everyone except me." "Master, that's all. I have been in the black prison for so many years, and all the people I met were extremely evil. Even death cannot atone for their crimes. Does that mean these people should be killed?" "That's right. Even I am guilty of a crime that deserves death. When my master no longer needs my service, I will commit suicide on the spot to report my crime to the world. By the way, is flattery really addictive?" Chapter 124 Black Prison 29th Research Institute. Bai Donglin ignored Zhang Shanren's flattery, and another doubt came to his mind. Since these people were guilty of death, why not just kill them directly? Or at most destroy their souls? There was no need to go through so much trouble to lock up these scum. He didn't think that some high-ranking officials had a sudden good idea. So he asked Zhang Shanren again. "Master, good and evil are constant." Upon hearing these 4 words, Bai Donglin's eyes instantly flashed with enlightenment, and some knowledge that he had not had time to digest from the book Mountain Imprint last time automatically emerged in his mind. The yin and yang of heaven and earth. Light and darkness rotate, the sun and moon. Heaven and earth. Good and evil are constant. This theory states that good and evil coexist constantly between heaven and earth. Evil is something that will always exist and can never be completely eliminated. And the same is true for good. If all the evil people in the 7 prisons were killed, an equal amount of evil would be born again between heaven and earth, and the cycle of life and death would continue without end. So it makes sense to lock these people up and leave them to fend for themselves. To some extent, this is indeed useful. If the theory is correct, it can indeed prevent the rampant spread of evil. This approach reminded him of the Impulse City in a certain pirate world, which impounded but did not kill the ability users in order to curb the disorderly spread of the devil fruit. The two approaches are similar in nature. Bai Donglin shook his head and retracted the random thoughts in his mind. His soul was too strong now, and his divergent thinking was outrageous. Now that we have a good understanding of the situation in the Black Prison, we can start implementing the plan. This is a very time-consuming and energy-consuming task, so the sooner the better. So he said to Zhang Shanren, Zhang Shanren, starting tomorrow, capture 10 people for me every day, and gather all the manpower to search for and collect the demons, ghosts, and other strange creatures wandering around the earth. This matter is very important. We must do our best. If you encounter something that you can't solve, you can tell me, and I will personally help. I obey your command. Zhang Shanren bowed his head and cowed out respectfully, then slowly stood up and left the hall, taking all the black armored guards outside with him. He nodded with satisfaction. This Zhang Shanren was quite useful and a smart man. With his help in capturing the experimental samples, he could devote himself to the experiment. Bai Donglin moved and instantly appeared outside the hall. He took out a 9-story bronze pagoda from the sign of death. This was the best quality palace-type flying magic weapon he had seized in the ancient world. With a little modification, it would be a perfect laboratory. He waved his hand and summoned the pagoda, and the huge amount of blood energy in his body poured into it. The bronze pagoda spun around and instantly became extremely huge. Bai Donglin moved his mind. Boom! With a loud noise, the bronze pagoda instantly crushed the hall into ruins. And then the bronze pagoda stood in its place. Bai Donglin observed for a moment and felt that something was not quite right. Then his mind moved, and a few large characters written in a flamboyant style automatically appeared on the outer wall of the bronze pagoda. Black Prison Number 29 Research Institute. Yeah, not bad. It's quite interesting now. Now that the listing has been successfully completed, there is no need for firecrackers or ribbon-cutting ceremonies. He still needs to prepare some experimental tools and renovate the space inside the tower. He can start work tomorrow when the samples are in place. The figure moved and entered the tower. The space inside the tower was not large, but it was enough as a laboratory. The pagoda was divided into 9 floors, and each floor had thousands of square meters. He plans to use the first floor as the main laboratory, and the tower floors above can be used as observation rooms, sample warehouses, etc. Bai Donglin took a step forward to the 9th floor, and with a wave of his hand, countless materials, spirit stones, and jade flew out. He opened his mouth and spit out a ball of blue flame. This spiritual fire was called Falling Star Flame, which might have been born accidentally inside a falling star. It was the spiritual fire he obtained in the secret realm of the Moon Palace. He had refined it into his spiritual orifice, and it was extremely useful for refining tools and elixirs. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and all kinds of materials in the air flew into the blue flame at the same time. His spiritual thoughts wrapped around the flame and began to carve inscriptions. As time passed, one formation after another was quickly set up. Bai Donglin then took out large chunks of precious minerals and threw them into the spiritual fire to refine, shape, and engrave runes. One after another, sturdy cages were refined and neatly placed into space, interconnected with the surrounding formations and restrictions. Bai Donglin could guarantee that although these things looked simple, once someone was locked in, with the strength of the supernatural realm, there was no possibility of breaking the seal. Bai Donglin did the same thing and arranged the 2nd to 8th parts in the same way. They were basically the same. He had piled up these mineral materials like mountains and didn't feel bad about using them. Bai Donglin was busy until late at night before he finished the top 8 floors. He then returned to the main laboratory on the 1st floor. The next step was to prepare the most important experimental tools. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, frowning and thinking hard. What is the most important instrument in a laboratory? The eyes that can see through everything. His soul eyes combined with powerful divine thoughts, and the clairvoyance that can see through everything as long as the law of light exists. This magical power is not only capable of observing from a distance, but also capable of observing the microscopic world in reverse. A pair of hands that can perform the most subtle operations. His powerful soul can do this. Soul energy is a magical thing that can be infinitely compressed and condensed. His soul can now be materialized and transformed into a variety of microscopic tools. And the most important thing is the supercomputer used for calculations. With its current Trinity Soul, 3 cores, and Crossfire, its deductive ability is incomparably powerful and better than any supercomputer. In this way, He already has the most important instruments in the laboratory. And now, he just needs to prepare some small gadgets. He opened his mouth and spit out the falling star fire, took out pieces of precious materials, and threw them into the blue flames, which quickly merged into liquid, refining the impurities over and over again, shaping them, and engraving runes on them. One piece of exquisite tools after another was refined. These things seemed extremely easy to Bai Donglin. With his current ability, if he was given a design drawing, he could use a hammer to knock out a spaceship for you. The next day, after finishing everything, Bai Donglin sat in the yard, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and savored it carefully. He was waiting for Zhang Shanren to send the experimental samples over. Above the sky, 3 big suns slowly emerged. The strong sunlight cut through the darkness and drove away the cold of last night. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Zhang Shanren pushed open the gate, followed by 5 black armored guards, each holding a sack in each hand. Master, this is what you wanted. Zhang Shanren did not avoid his subordinates. It seemed that he had settled everything. The disobedient person might be in that sack. He must be a smart person. Put your things down and continue to do your work. Master, there is also this thing. Please take a look. Zhang Shanren took out a clay jar from the cloth bag behind him. The jar was engraved with inscriptions and covered with talismans. Bai Donglin could tell at a glance that the inscriptions and talismans had a sealing effect. It is not difficult to guess what is inside. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shanren acted so quickly and gave him a little surprise. Good job. Keep up the good work. I dare not take credit for it. It is all thanks to my master's cultivation. It is only because of my master's great luck that I can obtain this item. Bai Donglin quickly took the clay jar and drove Zhang Shanren out. This flatterer kept flattering him. And although it sounded good, business was more important now. With a wave of his hand, 10 linen bags were put into the bronze pagoda. Holding the clay jar in his hand, he took a step out and entered the main laboratory. He placed the clay jar in his hand into a sealed metal cabinet. The inscriptions on the cabinet were faintly glowing. This kind of experimental sample was hard to come by. And if one was used, it would be one less. So he had better keep it for now, and use it later. Bai Donglin put 9 sacks into the cages on the second floor, and imprisoned them separately. He placed the remaining sack on an operating table made of pure white metal. With one hand, he made a hand gesture, and a white light flashed across the operating table. The linen bag, and the man's clothes inside instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared. A naked man lay on the operating table with his eyes closed. Rune chains slowly emerged from the table, and bound the man tightly. Bai Donglin snapped his fingers, and his black robe instantly turned into a snow-white coat. Then he took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. He walked to the operating table, pointed his sword at the man's forehead, and the unconscious man woke up instantly, opened his eyes. A strong murderous aura filled the air, and his expression was gloomy and terrifying. Who are you? What the hell is this place? Bai Donglin pretended not to hear, took out a small metal sign, and asked in a gentle tone. Name? The man struggled hard, but was firmly fixed to the operating table by rune chains, and could not move. As Bai Donglin asked again, the man's tense body slowly relaxed and his eyes became dull. Yen Feikong. The metal plate in Bai Donglin's hand automatically displayed the following words. Experimental sample number 1. Name. Yen Feikong. Age? 875 years old. Cultivation system and cultivation level? Qi cultivation. The 7th level of the Dharma realm. For what crime were you thrown into the black prison? After a moment, the information was recorded. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and the metal plate engraved with characters in his hand turned into a ring, and was automatically worn on Yen Feikong's ankle. Experiment number A1. Exploring the relationship between the spirit and the body. Method, live dissection. Bai Donglin stretched out his hands, and 2 exquisite scalpels flashing white light appeared in his hands. There was a gleam in his eyes, and his hands moved cleanly and neatly, as if he had practiced it countless times. Many light balls suspended in the air, and the silent laboratory was translucent. Chapter 125. In the white bronze pagoda laboratory, Bai Donglin's expression was focused, and the white light was flowing in both eyes, and the surgery knife on his hand exudes a gray light. After a while, the flesh and bones were separated from each other. Bai Donglin stopped the movement in his hand, and looked at the wicked soul across the operating table. He also drew a mask with evil in a white coat. Ji looked serious for the first time. He slowly stretched out his hands, and his real hands instantly turned into mist. turning into countless invisible threads that were inserted into the experimental subject. The golden vertical lines between his eyebrows opened, and his golden eyes stared at the operating table. Divine consciousness, the eye of the soul, and microscopic vision can fully grasp all changes in the subject's body. After a long time, one by one, the crystal lines that seemed to be there and not there were peeled out. Bai Donglin held his breath and came to this critical step. The previous 200 experiments had all failed here, and all the experimental samples died without exception. At this time, the cultivation in his body stopped temporarily and went all out. The two figures across the sea of God and extended their hands, as if it was evil, turned into countless lines into the experimental body. After a long time, a complete set of meridians were completely peeled out, floating slowly in the air, and the pure white operation desk exudes crystal white light to cover it. It is not easy for these meridian spiritual tips to peel out. These meridian spiritual tricks are not true, and exist in between without existence, as if in another dimension. Bai Donglin controls the soul of the experiment, with his full cooperation in his soberness. He failed many times before finally doing this. Just keep a trace of mind to control Bai Donglin's heart, and move the method with one hand, and the bright laboratory instantly falls into a dark. The meridians floating in the air slowly converge light under his control, and many spiritual tricks began to exude dazzling light. It was incredible that Bai Donglin's eyes showed a shocking color. He seemed to see a piece of Shanghai in the universe. The 3-1 soul thoughts operated crazy, collecting experimental data. The 297 experimental sample is a magical power, in addition to the 365 main spiritual tricks. Even the hidden spiritual tricks have opened a dozen. There are many dazzling spirits suspended in the dark air. The main spirit is as if the core of the super galaxy group in the dark universe is standing. The many hidden spiritual orifices are the galaxy cores that endlessly revolve around the supercluster core. And the trillions of cell particles in the body are the endless stars and planets that cover the hidden spiritual orifices in the galaxy core. The universe is a macrocosm, and the human body is a microcosm. This is the human universe. Bai Donglin was inexplicably shocked, and a look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. No wonder the hidden spiritual orifice was so difficult to open. Unlike the main spiritual orifice, the hidden spiritual orifice was constantly moving, and there was no pattern to follow. Everyone's situation was different, and naturally there was no unified experience in opening it. One could only rely on one's own powerful soul to capture its trace. Thinking in my eyes, I did not expect that the human body was so precise and mysterious. And it was never possible to be born naturally. Nor did it evolve. Who created human beings? There are no legends of son-in-law created people, and God's seventh among them. I am afraid it involves the biggest secret of human beings in this world. The experiments have made preliminary progress. Bai Donglin was greatly encouraged. The next step is to explore all kinds of mystery of spirituality, as well as the light of the origin of life. Experimental sample consumption is too large, especially in the experiment in the back. More experimental samples are needed. Bai Donglin's heart moves, and a message was passed on Zhongshan forbearance outside the Bronze Pagoda. Zhongshan and Ran, starting from tomorrow, sending 100 people every day. Preferred physical practice. The exploration of Lingqiao and the light of the source is naturally the best use of physical repair. But Qi repair also has a certain reference value. Bai Donglin gathered his mind and continued the experiment. Countless extremely fine soul threads began to slowly penetrate into the spiritual orifices. Then, all the spiritual orifices of the experimental samples began to flicker violently as if stimulated, and irreversibly collapsed. Experimental samples of number 297. When there is a foreign object invading the spirit, the balance collapses instantly, and the spirituality is out. Bai Donglin meticulously recorded the experimental data. The experimental samples were scattered, and the sluggish soul looked blankly. Hey, don't waste it. As soon as Bai Dong was moving, a naked man appeared on the empty pure white operating table, and the standard experimental process continued. Name? Bacon. Zhongshan and Ran, who was sitting in the outside world, was standing at the moment when he received the sound of Bai Dong's thoughts. He stood up immediately, and bent slightly to respect his expression. I obey your command. Sensing that Bai Donglin's thoughts were fading, Zhongshan Ran slowly stood up. His gentle and respectful expression disappeared, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. To die for the master's plan is the honor of these beasts. Which force should be targeted next? Zhongshan Ran's eyes flashed with thought. 100 people a day is not a small number. It is okay for a short time. But he still has more than 1,000 people imprisoned in the dungeon. He always prepares for the worst. And these 1,000 people are reserved for the master. But these 1,000 people will not last long. With the consumption rate increasing tenfold in the last month, the inexplicable disappearance of a large number of people would probably cause panic among the people in the city. These evil people have a strong sense of crisis, and will hide and flee at the slightest sign of trouble. It would be troublesome if a large number of people fled the city. You have to think about a wayless way. After a while, Zhang Shan's eyes lighted up and thought of a good idea. Zhang Shanu is indeed a smart person. Not only is he good at shooting, but Donglin did not see the wrong person. Zhang Shanren transmitted the message through his mind. And a moment later a large man in black armor walked in. This was his trusted subordinate. The kind he could trust without reservation. Commander Wang, I have something for you to do. After a while, Commander Wang finished his instructions. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what the city lord meant by this. As a subordinate, he just did what he was told. He clasped his fists and saluted, saying, I obey your orders, and will complete the task. Commander Wang turned around and left the hall. Then called 100 of his trusted subordinates, and rushed out of the city lord's mansion in a hurry. About 100 big men in black armor were running on the street. That's right. These cultivators in the realm of supernatural powers all ran. No matter whether they were flying by transforming into light, or controlling flying magic weapons. These were luxuries in the black prison of the land of absolute spirits. Unless they had to escape for their lives, they would run on foot under other circumstances. Although walking and running are slow, they do not consume precious energy. As for mounts, there are few creatures in the black prison. The only creatures that can be used as mounts are the underground beasts. But they are difficult to tame. Even if you catch them alive, they will be used as food. The actions of the black armored guards of the city lord's mansion attracted the attention of many forces in the city. It was really too boring every day in this black prison. In order to save energy, most people stayed at home. So many black armored people walking around in the streets naturally looked extremely eye-catching. Following Zhang Shanren's instructions, Commander Wang swaggered out of the city, crossed the canyon, and ran towards the dark mountains in the distance. The next day, Commander Wang returned to the city of extreme evil with a dozen of his subordinates. Each of them had tattered black armor, was injured, and looked weak, obviously having experienced a great battle. Everyone carefully concealed their figures, and quietly returned to the city lord's mansion. Then Commander Wang paid an anxious visit to Zhang Shanren. Soon after, there were news that the main government of the city was passed through various hidden methods, and many forces in the city couldn't sit still. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shanren was so lucky that he found a Venus stone mine. Zhang Shanren's force was originally the strongest in the city. If he was allowed to harvest a large amount of disgusting stones, would there be any room for them to survive in this city? The disgusting stone is a companion mineral of underground ferocious beasts. It contains weak energy, and is the only resource in the black prison that can replace spiritual energy. The Yanshur is hidden deep underground, and the presence of a large number of ferocious beasts prevents them from conducting large-scale surveys. So they can only rely on luck to discover the Yanshur veins. The heads of many forces began to ventilate each other. Then they went to the main house of the city to visit Zhang Shan and forbearance. They have made up their minds. Chapter 126 Borrowing a Knife. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Shanren sat on the main throne with a gloomy expression. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the hall. All of them were the leaders of the most powerful forces in the city of extreme evil. And each of them had a mysterious expression. More than a dozen forces united together, and were not afraid of Zhang Shanren. They did not need to hide their intentions anymore, and stated their intentions directly. City Lord Zhang, we also want to lend you a helping hand. We are not here for the abominable stone vein, but to help you eradicate the underground beasts. Yeah, Shan Lord. Where there is a place where the stone or veins exist, are often accompanied by a large number of fierce beasts. If these fierce beasts gather too much, how can it be good to impact our city? That's right. That's right. Once we destroy the beast, we'll split the profits from the nasty stone mine in 20 hours 80 minutes. You take 20, and we take 80. We worked hard to help the city owner. Do you kill the beast? Take some hard work too much? Zhang Shanren's face darkened even more when he heard this. These shameless people were really amazing. They were almost catching up with him. Zhang Shanren's eyes changed, as if he was in a fierce ideological struggle. After a moment, he sighed and said, as if he had compromised, "You two are here together. Do I have the chance to refuse? It's not impossible to share the disgusting stone with you. But you have to agree to one condition of my city lord. Otherwise, I won't give up the disgusting stone, and I won't let you get it for free. Seeing Zhang Shanren give in, everyone was delighted. They did not dare to push him too hard, lest the old man get into trouble. So they asked sincerely, City Lord Zhang, please tell us what conditions you have. As long as they are reasonable, we will agree to them. Zhang Shanren's expression eased slightly. He nodded and said, my request is very simple. Each of your factions must bring out all the elite troops and lead the charge. I'm not afraid of you knowing that the abominable stone vein discovered by the city lord is not small. There are many fierce beasts underground. If there are not enough people, I'm afraid we won't be able to take it. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. With more than a dozen forces united, they were not afraid of Zhang Shanren's mischief. Besides, it was difficult for everyone to survive in this black prison, and Zhang Shanren had no motive to plot against them. Fighting for power and territory? In this black prison, apart from spiritual energy, everything else is meaningless. Zhang Shanren already possesses the greatest power in the city of extreme evil. There is no benefit in plotting against them in a thankless task. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was a variable called by Donglin in the black prison. Due to the information error, Zhang Shanren's plan with many flaws went extremely smoothly. After everyone decided on a departure time, they all left the city lord's mansion with great joy, thinking in their hearts how long this harvest of disgusting stones could extend their lives. Zhang Shanren pondered for a moment and decided to inform Bai Donglin. If this plan succeeds, the master will not be short of manpower for a long time in the future. Bai Donglin, who had just finished an experiment, happened to receive a message from Zhang Shanren. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go there in person, even though it would only take a little time. Zhang Shanren's plan was a good one. If it went well, the millions of criminals in this evil city would be in his pocket, enough for him to push the experiment into the next stage. After replying to Zhang Shanren, Bai Donglin gathered his thoughts, took out another experimental sample, and continued the experiment. He still hadn't found a way to peek into the inner part of the spiritual orifice. He could only risk his life and try again and again, and he would eventually find the right way. As the sun sets and rises, 5 huge suns hang suspended in the sky, scorching the air above the scorched earth until it becomes slightly distorted. The bad weather did not affect the happy mood of the leaders of many forces in the city of evil. They were still fantasizing about the beautiful scene of harvesting a large amount of disgusting stones. As soon as the sky was light, they began to gather their men. The whole city was in chaos, and streams of people began to gather outside the city. Such a big movement woke up the criminals in the city who had nothing to do all day. What happened? The last time there was such a big movement was when the beasts attacked the city hundreds of years ago. Many monks concentrated their minds and sensed the beasts, but did not detect any aura of the beasts. They were even more confused, but they did not dare to ask. The days of living in the black prison had dulled their sharpness. Bai Donglin was wearing black armor and standing behind Zhang Shanren with Commander Wang. Just like an ordinary bodyguard, Zhang Shanren led tens of thousands of black-armored men, which were all his subordinates. However, this time the master was personally out, so these subordinates were just for show and might not be used at all. The city lord's mansion and more than a dozen other forces have gathered on the open space outside the city. The dozen or so forces have a minimum of 2,000 to 3,000 men and a maximum of 4,000 to 5,000 men, totaling more than 40,000 men. Although their overall strength and equipment are slightly weaker than Zhang Shanren's black armor guards, they have the advantage of being more numerous. So it is no wonder that they are fearless. All troops march out. Destination: Dark Mountains. Zhang Shanren raised his arms and shouted, and 8 strong men carried a bronze chariot with big strides and steady steps. The speed was not slow. Bai Donglin, Zhang Shanren and the other 2 sat on the chariot, as did the leaders of other forces. With the monk's terrifying strength, he could lift this small thing as if it were nothing. After crossing the canyon, everyone walked very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a dark mountain range. Zhang Shanren led the large army and circled around the mountains, finally entering a hidden valley and stopping. City Lord Zhang, is the Yincher mine located in this valley? At this time, someone was already asking impatiently. Zhang Shanren jumped off the bronze chariot and led the way into the valley, saying loudly as he walked, "That's right. There is a huge cave deep in the valley that leads to the underground. This is a place that the city lord accidentally discovered yesterday. I asked Commander Wang to explore it, and he found traces of disgusting stones inside. The valley was extremely large, and even with more than 50,000 people entering it, it did not seem crowded. Just as Zhang Shanren had said, they did not walk long before they saw a huge cave entrance deep in the valley. It was dark and deep, and it slanted down to the depths of the earth. That's right. I sensed the breath of the beast, and the smell of disgusting stone. What a wonderful smell. Ha ha ha. City Lord Zhang is right. At this point, the dozen or so leaders finally felt relieved that Zhang Shanren was not playing a trick on them. In that case, please go ahead. Everyone. Zhang Shanren gestured with his hand, and the leaders of a dozen forces didn't care. If these subordinates died, they could recruit new ones. There were many idle people in the city. If they were given a bite to eat, they would run away faster than dogs. In their hearts, they secretly despised Zhang Shanren's feigned mercy towards his subordinates. They were all extremely vicious criminals in the Black Prison, and they didn't know each other. So why were they pretending? At a command, he entered the cave with 40,000 subordinates. Although they felt that they had more people and more power, these people did not dare to be too careless, and they all took out their weapons. At this time, they did not need to worry about saving energy, as they could naturally replenish it with the abominable stone veins. Bai Donglin stood beside Zhang Shanren, watching the large group of troops coming in, and slowly asked, Zhang Shanren, tell me, the most critical step in your plan is how to capture these 40,000 people alive, with his strength and his immortality. If these people refuse to run away, he can kill them all with some time. However, it is impossible to capture them all alive. After all, these are not 40,000 pigs, but monks in the realm of supernatural powers and dharma. Zhang Shanren no longer kept the secret at this time. A cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled twice and said, Hey, Master, it is true that there is a huge vein of abominable stone deep in this cave. But that was hundreds of years ago. A few hundred years ago, I discovered this place by chance. I thought I had made a fortune, but I didn't expect to encounter a terrifying monster deep in the cave. I didn't even see its face, but this monster instantly froze my soul. If I hadn't consumed a life-saving item, I would have died long ago. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and this monster has devoured the energy of the entire abominable stone vein. I'm afraid its strength is. We just need to hide in the back and stay out of the monster's attack range. When their souls are fixed, we can seal them away from the back. Originally, I wasn't sure I could take them all away, but now that the master is here, I will definitely be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Zhang Shan forbearing. This old boy. Really, his mother is a personal talent. However, his mind was not on these people at the moment. The monster inside aroused his curiosity. The strange attack that could freeze people's souls. He wanted to try and see if this monster could hold him down. Chapter 127 White Jade Little Men. Tick tick. Deep in the bottom of the ground, far away from the bakery of the sun above the sky, there is still a bit of water vapor. A drop of water drops along the rock wall, making a crisp sound in the depths of the silence. In the thick rock layer, a huge black mineral vein spreads out in all directions. This is the so-called disgusting stone. It is dark and deep all over, and emits an extremely strong stench. It seems to be a dead body that has been soaked in the dung pit for thousands of years. It is this strange thing because it contains a trace of energy, becoming a tight goods that everyone is rushing. At the core of this huge mineral vein, a 1-foot-tall white jade doll sits cross-legged. It has a chubby body, delicate facial features, and a small mouth that moves slightly, absorbing the energy from the abominable mineral vein, just like a living person. When the aggressive more than 40,000 people stepped into the deep hole, the white jade villain frowned and opened the big eyes. In the eyes of white jade, there were 2 crystal stones like blood diamonds, crystal clear. The little white jade man pouted, stood up angrily, took a step with his bare feet, and merged into the dark abominable stone vein. Sir, do you smell it? Based on this strong smell, I am sure that this piece of or vein is definitely quite large. We are rich. Sir! A lackey twitched his nose wildly, inhaling the strong stench into his abdomen, savoring it carefully with a look of intoxication on his face. A frown, raised his hand, and slapped it on the head of the dog's legs. Can't Lao Tzu know? You are so ignorant. You have absorbed all the smell of the disgusting stone by yourself. What else is there for me to absorb? Stop wasting time. Everyone, divide into 2 teams. One team will be on guard against the underground beasts, and the other team will dig for me. Dig as much as you can. Don't hacking smell it. I will reward you with disgusting stones afterwards. Take them back and smell them slowly. Yes, boss. Just watch out. I can get 6 out of 10 for mining. Boom. More than 20,000 people, each using their own methods. Some used magical weapons to attack. Some smashed the rock wall with their bare hands. Even more powerful were the cultivators, who were good at the law of earth. Such as the cultivator named Chuan Shanjia. He pressed his hands on the rock wall, and large chunks of pitch-black disgusting stone automatically emerged. In less than a moment, the ground passage was filled with disgusting stones. A dozen leaders with storage magic weapons were frantically collecting them from the back, completely forgetting the agreement with Zhang Shanren on a 20 hours 80 minutes split of the profits. Who is Zhang Shanren? We are really not familiar with him. Snort. The little white jade figure slowly emerged from the rocks at the top of the passage, hanging upside down, seeing the human monks below trying to steal its disgusting stones. It pouted its little mouth and snorted coldly. 2 eyes that were as crystal clear as blood diamonds emitted a faint red light. After a moment, as if brewing, 2 dazzling red lights burst out suddenly. A red spherical light shield, with the eyes as the center, instantly spread outward, sweeping 360 degrees without blind spots. In the huge passage, the people who were mining diligently were swept by the red light one by one. They suddenly stood still, with the color lost in their eyes. More than 40,000 people, including a dozen powerful leaders, were all hit and were fixed in place without exception. Bai Donglin, who was outside the cave passage, sensed a strong and strange wave erupting from deep within the cave. His expression changed, and he took a step forward and went deep into the passage. As for Zhang Shanren and others, they were waiting outside. With him out, there was no need for them to go in. Bai Donglin swept his divine sense over them, and found that the souls of these more than 40,000 people were all in a strange state. They had completely lost all sense of the outside world, and could only be slaughtered at will. It's amazing. Even his current soul can't reach this level. If he wants to target more than 40,000 cultivators of the same realm at the same time, and make them lose their ability to resist, it takes more than just a strong soul. It seems that he needs to cultivate a soul power that can attack in a wide range. He has quite a few such secret techniques in his mind, but they are not as powerful as supernatural powers. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand and took out the bronze pagoda. With a thought, the many cultivators whose souls were immobilized in the passage were taken into the pagoda. From the 2nd to the 9th floor, the specially made cages were combined with the prohibitions of the formation. Even if these people got rid of the special state of their souls, they could not break the seal. There were too many people, and not enough cages. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and all the cages inside instantly became larger to the limit. Piles of people were crammed in. Anyway, they were all experimental samples, so there was no need to consider humanitarianism. The cages he made were not just for imprisoning humans, so the ability to grow bigger or smaller was just a basic ability. Bai Donglin held the bronze pagoda in his right hand, and walked slowly into the depths of the cave. All the monks he passed by were absorbed and suppressed. He was multitasking, with most of his thoughts fixed on the little white jade man hanging upside down on the ceiling of the cave. The one who killed more than 40,000 monks in seconds was this little guy. He would not judge a person by his appearance, especially such a weird one. Although this little guy looks delicate and cute, it cannot escape the fact that it is not human. The little white jade figure stared at Bai Donglin with eyes as red crystals. His small brows furrowed, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he allowed Bai Donglin to collect the cultivators in the passage. This little thing's senses were quite sensitive. It must have sensed the powerful soul in his sea of consciousness. It didn't take much effort before more than 40,000 monks were captured and suppressed in the bronze pagoda. Little thing, although your attack is weird and the attack range is outrageous, I think that move of yours is useless to me. Right? Bai Donglin put the bronze pagoda into the sign of death and said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the white jade man. The white jade figure was frightened by Bai Donglin's spatial ability, and immediately fled into the rocks at an extremely fast speed, as if he was born to be able to pass through the rock layers. You can't get away. Bai Donglin had already left a subtle mark of divine consciousness on its body, which was tainted with his aura. Even if it ran to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Sensing that the white jade figure had stopped running, he locked onto its position, took a step forward and came in front of the white jade figure, stretched out his big hand and grabbed it. This was a precious experimental specimen, and it would be a pity to kill it, so he had to capture it alive. Bai Donglin moved extremely quickly, and a stream of energy locked onto the white jade figure. The surrounding space was faintly compressed towards his palm. The white jade figure was suppressed and unable to move. He was about to be captured by Bai Donglin's palm. His red crystal-like eyes burst into red light, and a red beam of light shot into Bai Donglin's sea of consciousness. The red light column was moving at an extremely fast speed, and was about to hit Bai Donglin's soul. The huge black stone tablet under his butt shook slightly, and the red light column turned into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned and slowed down his movements. The white jade man took the opportunity to escape into the rock again and disappeared. Bai Donglin did not care, but immersed all his thoughts into the sea of consciousness and carefully observed the black stone tablet. This was the first time he had been attacked by a soul attack since he had obtained the black stone tablet. He had not expected that this thing, in addition to helping him comprehend the true scriptures, also had the ability to protect his soul. It was truly a great treasure. After observing it carefully for a moment, he could not figure out what it was. He frowned slightly and didn't think about it anymore. It would be beneficial to him anyway. He no longer needed to harm his soul to increase his energy. This stone tablet could protect his memory, which was very important. He continued to sense the position of the white jade man. Wow! This little thing was not slow. It ran so far in just a moment. With one step, the space in front of the white jade man rippled slightly, and the surrounding rocks were squeezed out, and Bai Donglin appeared in the hole. When the destination of the magical power is physical, the space ripples will actively repel the surrounding matter. If the matter is too hard to be repelled, the magical power will fail. This can be considered as a protection for the caster. Otherwise, the caster will be teleported to a place with dense matter and will be crushed into a pile of mud. The little white jade figure ran away wildly with its head down, completely unaware that Bai Donglin was waiting for it in front of it. As soon as it entered the cave where Bai Donglin was, it suddenly felt its body falling down, and then a strong and powerful big hand grabbed its little head tightly. Little guy, don't move. Otherwise, your little head will, boom, explode instantly. Bai Donglin had a smile on his face as he threatened the little thing. This thing was a little bit special, as if it was very timid and not as brutal and bloodthirsty as the things he had met before. Humph! Let me go! You bad guy. I bit you. The little white jade man was held by Bai Donglin's head, and he was waving his arms and legs, punching and kicking. But his short arms and legs couldn't reach him, so he could only bare his teeth at Bai Donglin in a baby voice. Interesting little fellow. He doesn't look weird at all, and there's no smell of blood on him, but a refreshing fragrance. Bai Donglin touched his chin, looked at the little white jade man carefully, then moved closer to sniff it, then pinched some magic formula with one hand, and golden rune chains spread down from his palm, completely sealing the little white jade man. He then took out a bird cage engraved with inscriptions, threw it in, and placed it inside the bronze pagoda. Then he took a step back out of the dark passage. Zhang Shanan was still waiting respectfully there, and when he saw Bai Donglin appear, he quickly saluted. Master, is everything resolved? Well, I dealt with the weirdness inside. I'll leave those stinky stones to you. Thank you, Master. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and returned to the city lord's mansion. He sacrificed the bronze pagoda again. This time it took a little time, so he just took it as a chance to relax. He had to continue with the experiment next. In just 5 years, if you are not diligent, you may not be able to research anything. After changing into white coats and putting on masks, experimental samples were taken out one by one. Experiment number A2. Analysis of the internal structure of the spiritual orifice. Experiment number 1. Exploration of the possibility of transplanting the light of life origin. Chapter 128. Spiritual acupoint and origin of light. 1 year later. Sin City. This city full of sin has changed tremendously in just 1 year. The lazy and idle criminals, who used to be seen everywhere, are no longer seen, and the city has become deserted. Outside the city, numerous black towers stand everywhere, surrounding and blocking the entire city. Teams of black armored guards, with wooden expressions, patrolled from time to time on the streets and walls of the city. Inscriptions appeared faintly in the air and on the ground. The entire city of Sin was completely blocked and turned into a huge cage. In a hidden house in the city, several figures emerged silently. Brother Lin, is the plan going well? Well, I have contacted the commander, and we can start the action tonight. If you don't run now, you won't have a chance. Make a decision. Everyone. Several people had gloomy expressions. They now wanted to work together inside and outside to break through the blockade of the formation and escape from this H.L. However, no matter how careful the plan was, they still did not have confidence in their hearts. The psychological shadow left by the demon was too great. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, the city of Sin had a population of several million. But now there are less than 10,000 of them left. More than 1 million people entered the Bronze Pagoda in the city lord's mansion and never came out again. The Institute of Black Prison 29th has become synonymous with H.L. in their eyes. It is said that it is a terrible place than into a hell. No more hesitation. So sooner or later, you will be caught in. And there is a hint of hope once. I have stayed in the Black Prison for a long time. Do you even have this courage? A dark shadow lowered the sound and roared. Rather than lingering, it would be better to be caught in that place like a mouse. It is better to die. A few other dark shadows were silent for a moment, and the decisive color flashed in his eyes. Nodded fiercely. Then several figures flashed and disappeared, and the hidden house fell into silence again. In the main hall of the city's main palace, Zhang Shan and the old gods are in the tea. These spiritual tea is a good thing for the Lord. After entering the Black Prison, he has never been drinking for thousands of years. King Wang, are those little mice hooked up? Commander Wang raised his hand slightly and said solemnly, City Lord, I think they are gathering their forces now. We have agreed to start the action tonight. Yes, the owner of this city has not played with you in the show, and this time you will play with them. I obey your command. We have no time to accompany them to play the game of hiding cats. Cheng Ling hasn't made progress smoothly. Nowadays, we have not taken down those demons. And then the Lord will be unhappy. How is it possible? The brother of Cheng Gong and his brothers, all of which have been transformed by the adult several times. And the strength is horrible. How can he be dragged by the demon? Who knows? So to solve these mice tonight, you will support Cheng Ling. Zhang Shan forbearance looked inexplicable. He took a sip of Ling Cha and took a sip. Lord, when can you complete your research? And if you go on like this, I'm afraid you will soon go to another city to arrest the experimental sample. Bronze Tower. Bright and transparent main laboratory. In the huge space, there stand transparent crystal pillars, which contain various experimental samples. Pictures of operating meridians and spiritual orifices. Groups of original light of different colors. All kinds of hideous beasts. And strange objects. Bai Donglin focused on his expression, holding the operating knife steadily with both hands, quickly scratched in front of him. And the many soul tentacles spreading the eyebrows put different shapes into the experimental sample. After a while, Bai Donglin took out a crystal clear liquid, which seemed to have a little stars and gorgeous eye-catching. Bai Donglin appreciated for a moment, and he injected him into the light of the life samples. The dazzling light broke out immediately, and the experimental sample opened his eyes. Like the burning sun burning, all the main spiritual tricks all over the body, and 1,000 hidden spiritual tricks flickered. A horrible momentum rose, which has far exceeded the limit of magical power. It's a perfect transformation. But unfortunately the defect is not small. Countless characters flowed in by Donglin's eyes, and all the data of the experimental samples were deduced in the depths of his soul. And the experimental results were obtained in an instant. Experimental sample number 1,270,009. The hidden spiritual orifice was successfully opened. The spiritual orifice was successfully transplanted. The light of the origin of life was strengthened and improved. There was no rejection reaction between the light of the origin and the spiritual orifice. The full coverage and fusion were perfect. The strength was raised from the 7th level of the supernatural power realm to the pseudogod source realm. And the combat power was increased by 47 times. Deficiency: the soul is weak, cannot afford powerful flesh, and cannot perfectly drive the law of transplanting spiritual tricks. Bai Donglin stretched his waist, and the experiment for a year was endless. But he was exhausted. However, the results are also very happy. Spiritual, and the light of the source of life has been thoroughly studied. The human body has no secret in front of him, and has reached the requirements of cultivating the mother's casting magic scriptures. The only thing missing is the true soul, which is something more mysterious than the physical body. However, he is still very confident. His attainments in the soul are not low, and he completed the Trinity of the Soul a long time ago. After a year of experimental research, his cultivation did not stop. Thanks to the research on the spiritual tricks, he also moved dozens of experiments on himself. Therefore, he opened up the hidden spiritual tricks and became more and more handy. In just 1 year, he has opened up to more than 5,000 hidden spiritual tips. The 3 laws of space, soul, and pain have also been initially understood by the inscriptions. These 3 spiritual tricks are also shrouded in the light of the origin of life, and their strength has skyrocketed. Many rules are the greatest pain and soul progress. The pain suffered by more than 1 million experimental samples. He has experienced one by one, and inspires the pain of pain. Not to mention the soul. The body is born to strengthen the energy all the time, and it is absorbed by the soul. The use of the soul during experiments is also improving his perception of the law of the soul. Well, there is no good research in the soul. There are still confidence in this area. The key is true spirit. Bai Donglin frowned and thought. The true spirit was indeed very mysterious. The main reason why he was so unfamiliar with it was that he was not from this world, and he could not sense the existence of the true spirit in his soul. He is clear about his soul, and there is indeed no true spirit inside. The reason why he was on the road of physical cultivation was because his soul came from the blue star, and did not have the spirit of this world. So he could not feel the aura of heaven and earth, and his body is indeed born in this world. It is recognized by heaven and earth. With the light of life, he can smoothly embark on the path of physical cultivation, and he wants to make a magic god. The secret of the body spirit. He already knows. But the flesh is not good. He must give him a soul. The division of the soul is very simple for him. But it is not easy to find the true spirit recognized by the world out of thin air. He doesn't even know what material the true spirit is made of. Even if he wants to fake it, he must first know how it exists. This time he just wanted to do an experiment and not do. He didn't have a true spirit, so he could only ask all the talents in the black prison. But if I play with the true spirit, will the Supreme Mother River remember me? Bai Donglin was still a little worried about this, since the heaven and earth have their own will, and the Mother River is so high above. It doesn't make sense for it to be a dead thing. Since ancient times, Jinling has been under the jurisdiction of the Mother River. Bai Donglin's idea is still based on observation, and he tries not to annihilate the true spirit. He sets an upper limit for himself, and does not annihilate more than 1 million true spirit. As soon as Bai Dong moved his mind, the experimental sample lying on the operating table floated up. A set of black armor automatically emerged on the naked body, standing respectfully in front of Bai Donglin. Bai Dong looked up and down at a glance, and then said, "From now on, your codename is 0-9. This is the soul-devouring gourd. Go and collect all the souls on the battlefield outside for me." He kneeling on a one knee, and respectfully took over the dark gourd that Bai Donglin handed over to him. "As you command, my master." With a movement of 0-9, it disappeared in an instant. Bai Dong saw this, slightly nodded. With the strength of 0-9, it was easy to settle more than 10,000 mice outside, and Zhang Shan Forbearance presided over the overall situation outside. Zhang Shanren, codename 001, is also a perfectly transformed body created by him, and his strength has reached the pseudogod origin realm. There were a total of 9 such perfectly transformed bodies, and the rest were sent out by him. The monster and monsters were arrested on the Jiaohe land. Chapter 129, 10 Realms. Bai Dong was sitting in a bright laboratory, in a cross-legged laboratory, thinking of his eyes closed, and carefully experienced the terrorist power in his body. His positioning of his strength is becoming more and more blurred, but it is not accurate to measure his strength with the realm of ordinary monks. He has now opened up more than 5,000 hidden spiritual orifices, and all of them are of the highest level of infinite spiritual orifice space. The resources consumed to nurture this kind of spiritual orifice are extremely terrifying, but the power it bestows on him is also extremely terrifying. The various realms of chi cultivation and body cultivation, as well as the combat power they represent, flowed through his mind, and Bai Donglin's positioning of his current strength became increasingly clear. The first level of a cultivator, chi cultivation. Drawing in chi to forge the body, body cultivation. Drawing in chi to refine the body. There are 2 realms of cultivators, chi cultivation. The true essence realm, body cultivation. The sea of blood realm. There are 3 realms for cultivators, chi cultivation. The yuan I realm, body cultivation. The Xinqiao and Renqiao realms. There are 4 realms of cultivators, chi cultivation. The Xinqiao realm, body cultivation. The Xinqiao and Diqiu realms. Monk 5 realms, Qixio. Lingtai realm, physical cultivation. Xinqiao Tianjia realm, There are 6 realms of cultivators: Qi cultivation, the Yuanshan realm, body cultivation, the Shenwen realm, the 7th realm of monks, Qi repair, law phase, physical practice, magical power. There are 8 realms of cultivation: Qi cultivation, the Dongxi realm, body cultivation, the Xinyuan realm. There are 9 realms of cultivation: Qi cultivation, the realm of unity, body cultivation, the realm of gods and demons. There are 10 realms of cultivation: Qi cultivation, the realm of creation, body cultivation, the realm of universal primordial chaos. Monk 11th stage. The countless knowledge in Bai Dong's mind only mention the 10 realm of this cultivation. But there is a legend and a realm behind it. But this is not what he can understand now. In his opinion, the first 5 realms of a cultivator are just for laying the foundation. And they cannot even involve the laws of heaven and earth. They can only be regarded as low-level cultivators. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Only from the 6th realm onwards. When one begins to engage in the laws of heaven and earth, can one be considered to have truly stepped into the extraordinary world of cultivation. He has now crossed the 6th realm and reached the 7th realm, the realm of supernatural powers. The 6th and 7th realms can be called high-level cultivators, and each realm is divided into 9 levels and great perfection. He has only now incorporated the main spiritual orifices of the 4 laws of power: soul, space, and pain into the light of the origin of life. If he wants to break through the divine source realm, he must incorporate all 365 main spiritual orifices into the light of the origin of life. That is to say, he needs to at least have a preliminary understanding of 365 laws and engrave them into the spiritual orifices. Every time a main spiritual orifice is absorbed, the most basic physical strength will increase by the power of 1 dragon, which is 100 million jin, or 50,000 tons of strength. Therefore, in the later stages, the cultivation of each realm takes a very long time, and the strength of the same realm is very different. The combat power of the beginners is hundreds or thousands of times different from that of the top ones. This is only the 7th realm. The ones after that are even more terrifying and cannot be measured by numbers. Not to mention the 8th realm. Just the realm of unity between gods and demons can already be called a great power, and is the top combat force in this world. The 10th realm is called the Ancestor, and is the true clan treasure. Although Kaikian and Zhaohua, Hunyuan and Wuji are all unified into the 10th realm. In fact, these are 2 realms. What mysterious and special things are there in them is not something he can understand now. Bai Donglin is special. He possesses an infinite spiritual space and more than 5,000 hidden spiritual spaces. In addition, he consumes a large amount of resources day and night to nourish his spiritual spaces. Although he had just absorbed the 4 main spiritual orifices into the light of the origin of life. According to ordinary cultivators, it was nothing more than the power of 5 dragons. But the actual situation is that when he just broke through the realm of magical powers, he increased the power of 4 dragons. And after a year of cultivation, now each main spiritual orifice that absorbs the light of the origin of life has increased his power of more than 10 dragons. With the addition of more than 5,000 hidden spiritual orifices, he estimated that his physical strength had exceeded 200 dragons. And this power continues to grow stronger as the spiritual acupoints are nurtured. This is the advantage of infinite spiritual acupoints. There is no upper limit. And as long as there are resources for cultivation, it can be infinitely improved. Ordinary cultivators have to consider the spiritual orifice's endurance when nurturing it, and can only improve it slowly. If they use too much force and accidentally damage the spiritual orifice, it will be troublesome. His infinite spiritual space was built with lives, so it is reasonable for him to enjoy this benefit. The basic physical strength of the 200 dragons. If they were to use their magical powers and secret techniques, and then sublimate it to the utmost, their physical strength should have surpassed that of ordinary divine source realm masters. But this does not mean that he can become a war god origin realm cultivator. The combat power of a cultivator is not only measured by physical strength, laws, magical powers, secret techniques, soul, etc. are all important indicators of combat power. Apart from his body and soul, he is still far behind in other aspects. In the later stages of cultivation, it is amazing to be able to reach a smaller realm. It is almost impossible to kill the enemy in a larger realm. It is difficult to do so even with cheats. He really can't do it now, because he has just broken through the 7th level of supernatural powers. If he reaches the later stage, it is not impossible. When the strength reaches a certain level, He can break everything with one force. No matter what fancy things you have, he can break them with one punch. His current state is very similar to that of the pseudo-god origin realm transformed by Ling Lingjio. He is also only strong in physical strength. But the rest of the things are not good enough. Bai Donglin opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. Although he had mastered the method of spiritual orifice transplantation and could mass-produce pseudo-god source realm at a cost, this method was not suitable for him. And his extremely short lifespan was secondary. The transplanted spiritual orifice is simply incompatible with his infinite spiritual orifice. He has tried it before. Once the foreign spiritual orifice enters the body, it will be instantly rejected by the infinite spiritual orifice and dissipated into nothingness. This also made him give up this shortcut, and he could only practice honestly. However, as more and more hidden spiritual orifices were opened up, his cultivation resources might not last for dozens or hundreds of years, as he thought. He estimated that at the current consumption rate, he could only last for 10 years. As he continued to open up hidden spiritual orifices, the speed would increase even faster. Hey, poor. We can't just sit back and enjoy all the savings. Once we get out of the prison, we have to find ways to do some big things. Forget about it in this prison, as we are all poor criminals here. As soon as Bai Dong moved, he got up and got out of the bronze treasure tower. He came to the yard outside and waited for a while. When the two saw Bai Donglin standing in the yard, their expressions instantly became extremely respectful, with a hint of awe in the depths of their eyes. They were not only in awe of Bai Donglin, who had conducted experiments on hundreds of thousands of people in just 1 year, but they were also in awe of his unpredictable methods, which could increase their strength dozens of times. Zhang Shanren and other reformed monks don't know that they only have a few years to live. Bai Donglin thinks there is no need to explain. Anyway, their souls and wills are controlled by him, and they won't even have the thought of betrayal. Master, it's done. All the criminals in the city of Sin have been executed. Zhang Shanren stepped forward and saluted respectfully, then whispered. Ling Lingjio beside him also stepped forward and handed over the soul-swallowing gourd respectfully, saying, Master, Ling Lingjio has captured all their souls according to your instructions. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and took the soul-swallowing gourd casually. This was also his arrangement. The bodies of ordinary cultivators were no longer worth studying. Only their souls were needed. As for rare things like demons and monsters, they could be collected. That's right. Now that the Sin City incident is over, you can go do that as well. Bai Donglin looked indifferent, and his tone was flat when he talked about that matter again, as if he was just talking about what to eat tonight. But Zhang Shanren's face changed, and his eyes seemed to see corpses everywhere and blood flowing. Ling Lingjio, however, looked confused. He had just been transformed and knew nothing about Bai Donglin's arrangements. I understand. Zhang Shanren restrained his expression and answered respectfully. Well, you don't have to worry about 002 and the others. Let them continue to capture monsters and ghosts. And let 009 follow you. Yes, Master. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he took out 9 soul-swallowing gourds and threw them on the ground. These soul-swallowing gourds were obtained by him from those people in the Black Underworld. There were 18 in total, and they were extremely useful for storing souls. Take the 20,000 black armored guards with you. Within 3 months, I want you to wipe out several nearby sinful cities. Remember, be gentle. You must give me at least 2 million souls. The black armor guards are no longer the same black armor guards as before. Everyone in this city has stepped on his operating table once. Those who are lucky enough to survive the experiment have become the black armor guards of today, while those who cannot survive will naturally dedicate themselves to knowledge. I obey your orders. Zhang Shanren and Ling Lingjio looked solemn and bowed respectfully. Then, they took the soul-swallowing gourd from the ground and disappeared without a trace. Bai Donglin looked up at the sky, looking at the dark sky through the huge canyon, his eyes deep and cold. He doesn't bother to care about the constancy of good and evil. If he needs to kill and collect souls, then he kills. It's that simple. There are only about 18 million criminals. Chapter 135 Star Killer. Qian Yuan Realm. Holy Divine Blood Sect. As a top sect in the body cultivation Holy Land, like the Jidao Holy Sect, its sect territory is naturally extraordinary and boundless, with various immortal mountains towering into the clouds, secret forbidden areas running through it, and numerous supreme formations overlapping. Although compared with Jidao, it lacks a bit of the flavor of eternal years, and a bit of the supreme aura that suppresses the ages. It is also extremely extraordinary. After all, The time it was established is far less long than that of Jidao. As the top force in Qianyuan realm, it is worthy of the name, and there is no falsehood at all. Inside the holy sect of divine blood, on top of an ordinary mountain, stands a grand hall, compared with the many immortal mountains and treasures shining brightly in the distance. This mountain seems extremely low-key. At this time, the aging Zijio was slowly climbing up the mountain. After more than a year, he looked even older. He could cross countless small peaks like this with just a beam of light before. But now it took him an hour to climb up, and he was already panting from exhaustion. The resentment in his turbid eyes was as real as substance. He hated it so much. He hated Minkong, hated the Jidao holy sect, hated the monster elder who was the judge of the Wujian arena, and hated by Donglin even more. He hated the holy blood sect for not helping him, for not treating his injuries, and for letting him die of old age. He hated his senior brother because it was he who brought him into contact with the people of the dark world. And he had been trapped deeper and deeper since then. His cultivation, which he had painstakingly cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed just like that. Endless hatred seemed to devour him entirely. No! I still have a chance. As long as I kill by Donglin, the Lord of the Dark World will definitely help me recover my cultivation. Zijio cheered up and walked towards the main hall step by step. He opened the door skillfully and walked in. His cloudy eyes stared at the young monk sitting cross-legged in the hall. The young man was surrounded by fluorescent light. His forehead was covered with golden scales, and he had an extraordinary aura. Seeing this, Zijio felt even more jealous. He had a young and energetic body and powerful cultivation, which he also had. The resentment in his heart was like a poisonous snake biting at his internal organs. Damn it. This bastard. He clearly sensed my coming. But he let me climb up step by step. It's really hateful. Zijio was filled with resentment, but he dared not show it on his face. He could only bow respectfully and then said, "Brother, I want to talk to you." The young man slowly opened his eyes, and the golden light slowly retreated. He looked at Zijio and said gently, "It's Zijio. Is it about that little guy again? Let's go into the secret room and talk." The young man slowly stood up, and a cave entrance slowly emerged in the hall. Bluestone steps extended deep into the ground. The two men walked underground one after the other, and the cave entrance in the hall disappeared. Zijio followed behind in silence. He knew that his senior brother was so easy to talk to only because he was afraid that he had a backup plan and would expose his identity. Otherwise, he would have died quietly. The two of them passed through numerous formations and came to the depths of the ground. The young man used his hands to make some hand gestures, and this small space was completely isolated from the outside world. "Brother, when are you going to start? It's been a year. If we delay any further, I'm afraid the higher-ups will be unhappy." The young man did not say anything, but lay down on the chair lazily. He waited until Zijio was almost losing his patience before he slowly spoke. "Zijio, you are still too anxious. If you were not so eager for quick success, how could you end up like this?" Although Bai Donglin's actions in the ancient world made that master very angry, he was not desperate to fight to the death. Otherwise, we would not be the only ones to be activated. Kill if you can. If you can't kill that lord, you won't pay any more. Zijio was furious when he heard that. "You bastard. That's not what you said when I wanted to take action. You were the one who agreed with it wholeheartedly. And you were the one who came to teach me a lesson after the fact. You deserve to die. Brother. That being said, if we do nothing, I'm afraid the adults will be unhappy. Right? Uh-huh. Junior brother. How do you know that I didn't do anything, while you are still feeling sorry for yourself? I, brother, have already taken action. By now, I think those people are about to enter the black prison." Zijio looked slightly, but he knew that the person in front of him had no need to lie to him, and it was quite in line with his character. It was enough for this old fox to prepare for 1 year. It seems that his brother was still in awe of the adult, or he couldn't ignore the order of the adult. That's good. I hope to hear good news from you next time I come. After Zijio finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. His body touched the edge of the formation, and the next moment, he appeared in the hall. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly. His gentle smile gradually faded, and he murmured, "My good junior brother, there won't be a next time." Siny. Black prison. A huge pitch-black boat cut through space and slowly landed in the huge square of the Black Prison City. This huge city above the underground Black Prison was called Black Prison City. The population of this huge city was extremely sparse, and it was inhabited only by the garrison army and the strongholds of many forces in the Qianyuan realm. The place where the pitch-black giant boat landed was the stronghold of the Holy Blood sect. The pitch-black giant boat landed on the ground, then flashed slightly and disappeared, leaving behind only a monk in dark blue armor and 10 men in black robes. These men in black robes were all weak and powerless. They were bound tightly by rune chains, and all their cultivation was sealed, making them just like ordinary mortals. Brother Yundi, a young man in black armor, who had been waiting for a long time at the edge of the square, raised his hand and waved. The monk named Yundi smiled slightly, and led 10 men in black robes out of the square, and came to the young man. Xiao Mu, how are you? How are you doing here? Hey, Brother Yundi, you know that this black prison city is very boring and dull. It's my bad luck that I got this trial mission. Ha ha ha. Don't be so sad. This is fine. Just treat it as a way to hone your impulsive personality. Your sister often talks about your impetuous character. If you persist for another year, you will be a formal disciple. Black-armored teenagers heard that they had a vertical eyebrow, and were unhappy. Can a genius like him be described by the words such as getting rid of hair? This is outrageous. Even his own sister can't say that. Okay. You go back first. I'll go hand over the criminal first, and come back to you later. Alright. The young man in black armor pursed his lips, agreed, and disappeared. Yundi's expression returned to being cold again. A stream of energy overflowed from his body, enveloping the 10 black-robed criminals behind him. His figure flashed and shot deep into the ground. After going through numerous verification procedures and passing 9 levels, Yundi brought 10 black-robed criminals to the depths of the underground. Above the black prison, the various blockades and checkpoints mentioned above are actually of little significance. They are just preliminary verifications of one's identity. The truly complicated part is the black prison itself. Only the laws issued by specific forces can activate the black prison, and this method is specially dedicated. Each method will consume the soul atmosphere of the offender, and you can enter the black prison. Yundi offered up a decree. Behind the blue decree was a big word blood. It was the decree of the Holy Blood sect. The law was activated, exuding dazzling red light, and a scarlet character jumped out. It slowly integrated into the mysterious pattern on the black prison body. After the pattern absorbed the scarlet font, it began to move slowly. But for a while, a dark hole was formed. Yundi's cold eyes swept over the 10 black-robed criminals, and he slowly said, according to the rules of the black prison, the prisoners in the divine power realm are imprisoned on the 29th to 49th floors. From the top to the bottom, the more powerful they are, the lower they are. If there is no accident, that kid is just sent in and walked through the field. With the strength of his justice, he should be sent to the 29th floor. If you can't find anyone on the 29th floor, you can look down in order among the 29th floor, except for dozens of cities. The owners of dozens of cities are the great achievements of the magical power, and more than 90% of the remaining criminals are the first to enter the realm. You 10 are at the great perfection of divine power. As long as you have a little bit of brains, you can complete this mission. Yundi said nothing more after he finished speaking. He just waved his hand. The 10 black-robed criminals looked grim, nodded slightly, and then jumped into the dark passage without hesitation. The dark passage spun and slowly disappeared. Yundi frowned and thought for a moment. After he found that nothing was missed, he turned and left. In the dark prison, 10 black-robed criminals appeared out of thin air, just as they came to their senses. They were stunned by the deafening shouts and screams, and then they lowered their heads and looked down. I saw a huge city with flames rising to the sky. Countless monks were fighting fiercely in the sky and on the ground. From time to time, some monks were forced into a desperate situation and self-destructed to shatter the origin of the light. Thick pillars of light connected the sky and the earth. Kill! Protect the city lord. Withstand the attack of the black-armored men. The 10 black-robed criminals standing in the void had cold sweat on their foreheads. Was they teleported wrong? What the H? I was this place. This was definitely not the lifeless black prison. The 10 black-robed criminals looked at each other, then nodded at the same time, deciding to leave here first. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat. Looking back slowly, I saw a gentle smile on the face on the ground. A gentle smile on her face, looking at them far away. The huge black gourd behind is extremely eye-catching. Chapter 131. 3 Talents Formation. The flame rolled. The waves were stunned, and the huge city became fragmented. Zhang Shanren, who was still far above the ground a moment ago, took a step forward and came in front of the 10 black-robed criminals, smiling and saying, "Everyone, now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The alert black-robed criminals saw that Zhang Shan's forbearance was like ghosts, and his pupils were all shrinking. The people in front of them were definitely not supernatural. "Isn't it the 20-9 layer here? Why did you pit them thought that everyone was gloomy here? But now it doesn't make sense to think about these. It is the most important thing to relieve the misunderstanding with the strong in front of him." The criminals headed by the black robe should be carefully step forward to say, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. Our 10 brothers have nothing to do with the people below. We just passed by, and we asked my predecessors to let me go away." Zhang Shanren nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. He also felt strange at this moment. He had met all the cultivators who had reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm at this level. There were only about 30 city lords from all sides including him. But these 10 people were very unfamiliar. According to the rules of the Black Prison, unless more than half of their 30 or so city lords have died, no new monks who have reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm will be imprisoned. The purpose of the existence of these city lords is to curb the forces of all parties and prevent the mass death of criminals. These 10 people who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm were indeed suspicious. They had just started to take action, and there was no reason for them to attract the attention of people outside. Zhang Shanren stopped thinking. He estimated that it would not be long before his master would advance to the next level. He did not care what purpose these people had, so he might as well kill them. The master would surely like such a perfect soul. Zhang Shan's smiles converged. His eyes became indifferent. His thoughts moved, and the void behind the void slowly emerged from the vision of the origin. It was instantly covered with a large sky, and the spiritual tricks that were like a big day were floating in the origin of the origin. Although most of the transplanted spiritual orifices were dim, the spiritual orifices cultivated by him were still dazzling. And outside each spiritual orifice, there were strange visions transformed by the laws. In an instant, a terrifying aura rose into the sky, and large patches of clouds were shredded. Zhang Shanren's eyes were shining white, and he stared at the 10 black-robed criminals expressionlessly. A cultivator from the divine origin realm. "Escape!" the leader roared. His eyes filled with fear. They were certain that this haunted place was definitely not the 29th floor. "Yindi! I'll hack your ancestors!" They had no intention of resisting at all. They were nothing but ants in front of the divine source realm. Without any communication, the 10 of them fled in different directions in an instant. A cruel sneer in the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. A spirit behind the back of the spirit. A strong light burst into an instant. Roar! 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 A terrifying roar resounded through heaven and earth. Thick sound waves swept across the sky, breaking through the limits of sound propagation. Ripples appeared in space, and the sound waves instantly swept through the 10 black-robed criminals who were fleeing at full speed. Snap! 10 black-robed criminals were swept by the sound waves. Their figures solidified in the void, with looks of despair on their faces. The next moment, a crackling sound was heard, and their bodies broke into pieces, and then turned into powder and disappeared. Zhang Shanren closed his mouth and made a spell with one hand. The huge soul-swallowing gourd behind him trembled slightly. A strange wave flashed, and the souls of the 10 black-robed criminals who had just emerged were absorbed into it. He nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he was lucky today to have such an unexpected gain. The original vision behind Zhang Shanren slowly disappeared. He lowered his head to look at the ground. The fierce battle below had ended. 009 was finishing up. He took a step back to the ground. At this time, the black armor guards had already gathered. After a great battle, there were only dozens of casualties. The strength of these black armor guards, who had been transformed by Donglin, had undergone a tremendous change. A team of 100 people was enough to surround and kill a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm. 09. How about it? Ling Lingjio carried the soul-devouring gourd on his back and slowly walked out of the city that had turned into ruins and was engulfed in flames. When he heard Zhang Shanren's question, he shook his head and said, "Not very optimistic. Many people have escaped. And you know, although these criminals have lost a lot of their temper in the prison, they are still ruthless in their bones when they are in a desperate situation. More than half of them choose to burn their souls." There were 19 pauses, and the huge gourd behind the paddock continued. "After raising this city, we only collected more than 400,000 souls in total." Zhang Shanren frowned slightly. With their strength, it would not be difficult to wipe out the more than 30 cities in this black prison, let alone the 2 million souls required by the Lord. However, based on their calculations, and the Lord's deductions, and tests on the black prison, the ideal situation would be to destroy 5 cities in the safest scenario. If there are more than 5 cities, it would probably trigger the special mechanism of the black prison, and the people above would come down to check, which would be very disadvantageous to them, including the city of sin. We can only destroy 3 more cities. The next method should be gentler. Otherwise, if the number of souls is not enough, you and I both know the consequences. Ling Lingzhou's eyes condensed, and he nodded carefully. His inner awe by Donglin was as deep as the sea. Whenever he came back to his senses at midnight, he could still feel the cold operating table, the pair of deep eyes that were both rational and fanatical, and the delicate feeling of having his flesh, blood, meridians, and spiritual orifices peeled off by the cold blade. Thinking of this, even Ling Lingzhou, who was already at the pseudo-god origin realm, couldn't help but shudder. Ahem, City Lord Zhang. Let's get going quickly. We can't let the Lord wait anxiously. Okay. Zhang Shanren waved his hand, and many black armored guards, with wooden expressions, followed the two of them, transforming into a large piece of pitch-black light, and flying towards the next city. Today, they have no shortage of aura energy to raise war. Those corpses that have not destroyed their exhaustiveness are all into the belly of black armor. In the city of Sin, inside the city lord's mansion. Now, Bai Donglin is the only living person left in this huge city. Bai Donglin is lying on a recliner in the courtyard with a lazy look on his face. He has already put the bronze pagoda into the death omen, so he won't be using this laboratory for the time being. He decided to conduct the research on the true spirit of the soul in his sea of consciousness. Compared with the external environment, the sea of consciousness is naturally better, and he is not afraid of accidents caused by too many souls in the sea of consciousness. The infinite spiritual space, coupled with the black stone tablet suppressing it in the center, will not cause any trouble. At this time, in the sea of gods, on the wide black stone tablet, Bai Donglin's 3 souls sat cross-legged, each occupying one side, faintly forming a formation that seemed simple yet extremely mysterious. The Taoist who symbolizes the great way of inaction occupies the position of heaven. The most evil occupies the position of earth, and the most good occupies the position of man. The 3 elements formation of heaven, earth and man connects the 3 souls in a mysterious way, and a huge soul-devouring gourd stands in the middle of the formation. This soul-swallowing gourd is a rare treasure. Bai Donglin has mastered the method of refining it, and has already refined all 18 soul-swallowing gourds. Now they can be collected into his sea of consciousness. With the help of these gourds, he saved the effort of suppressing the souls. It would be difficult for him to suppress millions of souls. It is easier to eliminate them than to suppress them. He needs to resist the erosion of these souls by heaven and earth at all times. Bai Donglin moved his mind, and a transparent soul slowly floated out from the soul-swallowing gourd. The confused soul was fixed by the 3 talents formation before it could figure out the situation. The 3 souls had solemn expressions. The golden vertical lines on their foreheads opened at the same time, and the 3 golden eyeballs were fixed intently on the soul in the middle. Extremely fine soul threads slowly floated out and slowly entered the soul, carefully feeling the fluctuations within. Every soul is extremely complex, and a tiny true spirit is hidden within it, so it is not easy to find it. If the soul dissipates, the true spirit will be exposed, and then there will be only 2 choices. One is to let it enter the mother river, and the other is to destroy it instantly. He has not yet mastered how to preserve the other party's true spirit after his soul dissipates. There must be such a method, but he just doesn't know it. For example, those gray-robed men in the ancient world, who summoned the sword of annihilation, obviously mastered this method. Now he had only this stupid method, capturing the true spirit in his soul, and observing and studying his true spirit while the soul did not dissipate. After a moment, the immobilized soul could no longer withstand his exploration and sweep, and began to slowly dissipate. A bit of true spirit emerged after the soul completely dissipated. Bai Donglin only had time to take a glance at it before the true spirit flickered slightly, disappeared out of thin air, and returned to the mother river. Shiwu pursed his lips, raised his hand, and waved a ball of transparent memories at the spot, eliminated the useless memories, and swallowed it in one gulp. Bai Donglin's mind withdrew from the sea of consciousness. The exploration of the true spirit was destined to not be completed overnight, and he had prepared himself mentally. But it's okay to just leave this matter to the soul. He can't just sit there doing nothing. He has to find something to do. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. It was time to go out and have some fun. Chapter 132. I'm going to start wandering. Brother. Save me. By Xiao Xiao. Bully me. By Donglin frowned. His happy thoughts were interrupted by Xiao Zi's tragic scream. Xiao Zi was grabbed by the two small hands of the white jade man, floated to a big tree, and tied both ends of Xiao Zi to the tree trunk to make a swing. The white jade man sat on Xiao Zi's body, and 4 flower spirits flew in the air and pushed the swing. The yard was suddenly filled with the white jade man's clear laughter and Xiao Zi's screams. Bai Donglin glanced at them and ignored their fight. A bad guy needs another bad guy to deal with him. The naughty Xiao Zi had met his match when he met the little white jade man. After his research, the white jade figure discovered that the other party was not a monster, nor was it a criminal imprisoned, but a special life born in this black prison. He has not figured out where it came from and how it was born. But this little guy is gifted and has some value. So he persuaded him to recognize him as his master, because its whole body was like white jade and it was small. He gave it a name. Bai Xiao Xiao. Bai Donglin was quite satisfied with his naming skills. Whether it was Xiao Zi, Si Xiao Ji, or Bai Xiao Xiao, the names were all very fitting. These little guys are very naughty and active. They are locked up in the death garden every day. Bai Donglin is afraid that they can't stand the loneliness and destroy his precious medicine garden. So he lets them out from time to time to get some fresh air. Time flies. 7 days later. Zhang Shanren, Ling Lingjiu, and Ling Linger, who went out to capture monsters and demons, all completed their missions one after another and returned to the city of Sin. Master, I have already cleaned out the 4 nearby cities according to your instructions and collected a total of 2.2 million souls. Zhang Shanu stood in the yard with respectfully, and the 2 huge swallowed gourds stood in front of him. The dark surface of the gourd was faintly surrounded by dark fog, which was almost the upper limit of the capacity. Bai Donglin, who was lying on the recliner with a calm look on his face, nodded slightly, with a thought. The soul-swallowing gourd on the ground instantly shrank and was stored in his sea of consciousness. These 2 million souls are enough for him to use for a long time. If they are all used up without any result, it will not be too late to collect more. The thing that is most lacking in this black prison is people who deserve to die. You guys did a great job. Zhang Shanan and 09 heard their words, and after respecting the ritual, they retreated to the side. See the owner. See the owner. Ling Ling Air and the other 7 people saluted respectfully, then waved their hands. The black armored guards waiting outside the yard came in carrying metal cages covered with runes. Bang! The metal cages were placed on the ground, making a dull sound and creating a hole. Master, subordinates and others have searched the entire Jiao Black Wastel and captured 40-2 monsters and devils. Please see it. Bai Donglin got up and came to the metal cage, looked at the monsters that were detained one by one, and nodded with satisfaction. These demons and monsters all have their own characteristics, which are extremely different from the bodies of human monks and have high research value. Bai Donglin stretched out his palm. The bronze treasure tower slowly emerged, and the dripping turned. All the cages were included in it and were suppressed by a heavy formation. In this case, there is no value in staying on the 29th floor of the black prison any longer. Everything that needs to be done has been done. Bai Donglin raised his eyes and glanced at the 9 people standing in the yard. Everyone lowered their heads when they were swept by his gaze, not daring to look him in the face. These 9 transformation people are his perfect works, and their strength has reached the source of pseudo-gods. Although they are not much time, they still have some value. Bai Donglin slowly said, this is the need for the 29th floor of the black prison. You have to summon your own black armor to go to the 59th floor of the black prison. Zhang Shanren and others were slightly stunned, then respectfully accepted the order, and disappeared in an instant, heading towards the black armor guards camp. They knew that the Lord would not stay on this layer all the time, and sooner or later they would go down. But they did not expect to jump so much, and went directly to the 50-9 layers. You have to know that there are real divine source realm cultivators on the 59th floor. Although they have just entered the divine source, they are still incomparable to these imposters. This is also the purpose of Bai Donglin. He now has the soul in the Sea of Shanghai to study the true spirit, and the physical body naturally cannot be idle. If it is in the past, he may choose to retreat. But now that many hidden spiritual orifices have been opened up, he has realized that living off the resources is not a solution. He needs to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. On the one hand, He can plunder resources from high-level monks. On the other hand, you can also fight with it. In addition to brushing energy, he can also temper his fighting skills, condense the mind, and countless knowledge in your mind. In the fighting of life and death, he can also digest and integrate faster. As for the 9 people of Zhongshan and 30,000 black armor, Bai Donglin took only one purpose. That is, to help him collect the monsters and monsters. Those monsters are difficult to find. It is a pity that he is too lazy to find him. Bai Dong's eyes passed through. And when he saw that Zhongshan and others had gathered together, they waved their hands. They would still have a good income of Shuzi, who were still making trouble, and came to the city outside. At a glance at everyone, Bai Donglin sacrificed a dark ship-shaped magic weapon. The quality of this flying magic weapon is not low. The main thing is that the space is large enough. If you want to pretend to be better, you will income more than 30,000 people. With a dark boat in his hand, Bai Donglin showed his horizon and across the world. He stepped out of 100,000 footsteps. He quickly walked to the center of the 29th floor of the Black Prison, where the passage leading to the next floor was there. Black Prison space can't count as huge, especially Bai Donglin, who is good at space supernatural powers. But it has reached the core of the central government for a moment. There is no trace of living creatures here. A huge black light cylinder connects the 2 slightly rotating dark channels in the sky. The criminals living in the Black Prison will not come to this place unless they have lived enough. Or they have offended some powerful figures in this level, and are being hunted down to the point of having nowhere to go. The more you go down, the more the high-level monks, the greater the possibility of violence. Although it is difficult to survive in the Black Prison, it is not the reason to take the initiative to find death. Bai Dong did not hesitate, and stepped out of the light in one step. The moment of entering had a feeling. It was difficult to move upwards, and it was easy to go down the light. The figure flew down as soon as it moved, as if passing through a thin film, and instantly appeared on the next level. Bai Donglin looked around and continued to move down. 2 levels, 3 levels, the 59th level of the Black Prison. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light, and there was no difference between the surrounding environment and other levels. Raising his hand and throwing out the magic weapon of Feizhou, his thoughts were rumored, and Bai Donglin's huge voice sounded through the space of Feizhou. Your task is to collect capture of monsters and monsters. This flying magic weapon is temporarily used by Zhongshan forbearance. All of you listen to Zhongshan forbearance's command. When the time arrives, I will come to find you. Yes, Master. The flying boat magic weapon was instantly turned into a black mane, and it was shot into the thick clouds of the sky, and went far. Zhang Shanxiang's performance over the past year. He was all in his eyes. He was a smart and cunning guy. He handed the troops to his command. At least there would be no danger of the whole army. After doing all this, Bai Donglin displayed his magical power of seeing and hearing everything, and he exerted all his strength and scrupulously, with white light lingering in his eyes. He didn't care about alerting the enemy now. He came here just to fight. The waves are over. The picture flashed in the eyes. With a crazy extension of the vision, a huge city appeared in his eyes, focusing on the huge buildings in the center of the city. He has figured out the rules of this Black Prison, that the strongest people are these human monks. The strongest on each floor are the masters of the city. Shinto forcibly broke through a thin layer prohibition, and instantly woke up the big man sitting in the courtyard. Dahan opened his tiger eyes, and the fierce momentum was filled with the eyes of Bai Donglin, and then roared, "Fine to die! Which bastard dares to peek at the city owner?" The roar of the big man was introduced into Bai Donglin's ears through Shunfeng ear, showing a lot of smiles in his eyes. "Dare to scold me, saying that he must not die with you." Crossing out a few steps, the void that appeared in the city instantly, looking down at the head down, and the war in the eyes rose. Chapter 133 Full Fire. Bai Donglin's eyes overflowed with his eyes, and the roaring man stopped his movement instantly, looking up at Bai Donglin, who was in the void. At the speed, he just felt more than 1,000 kilometers away. But the person came to his eyes between breathing, and he should be a monk who realized the law of space. This big man looked rough on the outside, but was very delicate on the inside. He appeared in front of Bai Donglin in a flash, and there was not much caution in his eyes. He had already sensed that the cultivator, who was spying on him, was only at the supernatural power realm. "Boy, are you impatient? A magical power monk actually dares to provoke the monk of God's source. The owner of this city is curious. What do you think in your mind?" Bai Donglin didn't care about the other party's ridicule. Anyone would have the same idea. His behavior was indeed courting death. He was silent for a moment and said, "My name is Bai Donglin. Leaving your name, you will be the first god of God in my hand." The rough man was slightly froze, and then laughed out. And the more he laughed and loud, even his tears laughed. Ha ha ha. Funny. It's really funny. After a long time, Dahan stopped laughing, wiped the overflowing tears, and his expression gradually returned to indifference. "Remember, kid, my name is Wei Cheeking." Before he finished speaking, a tall figure instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin, and slapped down with a large palm like a palm leaf fan. The space shook violently wherever it passed. With just an ordinary slap, the space was on the verge of breaking. Huh? Bai Dong spit out a slight breath, and the thunderbolt beads in the body had stopped cast attack. Facing Wei Cheeking's terrifying attack, Bai Donglin did not dodge or evade. He stomped his feet hard, and the void seemed to be solid. The space rippled wherever he stepped. A huge force rose from his feet, flowing through his thighs, waist, and spine. The dragon of his spine bulged slightly. All the strength of his body was poured into his right fist. He punched out, and the space was stirred. It is not between the light and firestone, and the palm of the 15 is intersecting. The space is rippling into the distance like waves, and there is even fine cracks in the shock. You should know that the space in the Black Prison is as tough as the space in the Qinyuan realm, which is far from comparable to a small world like the ancient realm. Then a terrifying shock wave spread out. The clouds above the sky collapsed bit by bit, and the huge city under the void was swept by the shock wave. Countless houses collapsed instantly, and monks jumped out from the ruins with confused faces. Dang! At this time, there was a shocking loud noise that slowly sounded the void. Unlike the sound wave attack of Zhang Shan forbearance, which was just an ordinary loud noise, Bai Donglin's body retreated, and every step stepped on a footprint in the void. After 10 steps, he stopped his body. A trace of blood slowly flowed out of the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Wei Qiyuan stopped. Wei Qiyuan just tentatively strikes, and has not exerted his full effort. He has brought out all the strength of his body, the power of 220 dragons. Wei Cheeking is a cultivator of the first level of the Divine Source Realm. The prerequisite for a cultivator of the Divine Power Realm to break through to the Divine Source Realm is to absorb the 365 main spiritual orifices into the light of the origin of life, coupled with a huge improvement in his physical body at the time of the breakthrough. His physical strength is at least 400 dragon powers. Wei Cheeking frowned slightly. He thought that Bai Donglin had at least reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm. But the probing attack just now was obviously a little short of that. Bai Donglin's skin was covered with secret pattern formations, and his aura was concealed. Even though Wei Cheeking was one realm higher than him, he found it difficult to detect his true strength. The most he could sense was that his life source light had not been sublimated, and he was not yet a cultivator at the Divine Source Realm. Shaking his head slightly, Wei Cheeking felt very bored. He didn't expect that he was really a lunatic who dared to provoke him with such strength. At this time, one cultivator after another flew into the void, and surrounded Bai Donglin in the middle. These were Wei Cheeking's subordinates, all of whom had reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm. Boy, you don't need to take this kind of strength. Wei Cheeking stood in the void, and waved his hand gently. Dozens of cultivators around him fell silent. Then his figure moved and rushed towards Bai Donglin, etc. It's just the beginning. After saying that, he took a step forward fiercely, causing the void to shake violently. Shinto Fa Tianxiang. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and his secret magical power was immediately used. His body instantly turned into a giant 50 feet tall, with a set of scarlet armor covering his entire body. The terrifying aura broke through the sky, and the thick bloody aura filled the entire void. Many cultivators, who had just wanted to rush up, were frightened in place, and dared not act rashly. Boom! Bai Donglin stepped forward again, and the skyrocketing force stepped on the void, and countless dense space cracks emerged. The ultimate sublimation. Powerful chains of laws were entangled on the exposed skin, and the blood, flesh, bones, and many spiritual orifices in the body were all burning. Golden flames enveloped the entire body, transforming into golden dragons that moved around the huge body, and golden flames were boiling in the huge eyes. Boiling, hot, violent. The terrifying aura forced the surrounding cultivators to retreat again and again. Wei Cheeking stopped, turned his head, and stared at Bai Donglin. His tiger eyes gradually became solemn. He actually felt a hint of danger from Bai Donglin. Unbelievable. This is completely beyond his imagination. It is strange how a magical monk can do this extent. Bai Dongling clenched his fists, and the space in his palm was directly crushed. Sensing the surging power of the physical cultivator, even he was a little shocked for a moment. This was the first time he had used all his strength after his strength improved greatly. The physical strength directly skyrocketed, close to the power of 900 dragons. You guys should back off. He is not someone you can handle. After hearing the order of Wei Qi, many monks were relieved, and when they moved, they fled to the distance. In the next war, they were not qualified to watch. At this time, the people in the city below also saw the terrifying giant in the void, and they all fled out of the city for fear of being affected by the aftermath. This is what smart people do. This is basic common sense in the cultivation world. Don't be too curious. If it's a fight between cultivators of different levels, don't just stand by and watch. Otherwise a slight aftermath can cost you your life. Good boy. I underestimated you. Although I don't know how you did it. I have to admit that you are worthy of my full strength. Drink. Wei Qi was angry, and the red origin vision in the void behind the void quickly emerged quickly. Instantly, a large void was covered. In the light of the red origin, various rules vision rolled fiercely, and Wei Qi's momentum was rising under the blessing of the origin. Although the body's body strength was not as horrible as Bai Donglin, many strange and powerful laws were not available in Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin's attack method is far less than Wei Qi, but he doesn't care. It doesn't matter if he can't fight, as long as he can temper his combat skills. Enhance the will of the mind. There is the most important brushing energy. That's enough. War. Bai Donglin had a stern look on his face. He took a step forward, and a dense mass of huge figures filled the entire void. He had used the mirror image south close yet so far away to perfection. Hundreds of figures surrounded Wei Qi and punched out at the same time with a terrifying force that was like the sky falling. The spaces is substantial. Crazy compression to the center, compressing to the limit, and crushing the fine cracks. Wei Qi was compressed in the center, nowhere to avoid. Even if the space magical power could not be used in this case. But Wei Qi was not panicked. His look was still calm, and he hummed coldly. Huh? Gold. Among the vision of the redness, a golden light of the golden light emerged, and the dazzling golden light erupted, and the norm of gold was fierce. In the next moment, Wei Qi turned into a golden man, and countless dense laws were wrapped around the body. They would not avoid it. They raised the golden double boxing that shone like a small sun, and blasted madly with Bai Donglin. Ding ding ding. The space was churning violently, and the clouds above the sky all turned into nothingness and disappeared. Huge fist prints and palm prints fell on the earth, and suddenly the mountains collapsed. The city walls collapsed, and smoke and dust rose up. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. This old boy. So terrible defense. But you don't believe you can resist this trick. Bai Donglin's huge palm raised the palm knife, and a strong crushing knife converged crazy and compressed. Step out of one step. The huge body narrowed instantly, returned to normal size, and the strength was reduced by 50 dragons. However, the impact is not great, and the laws of the law of force are still wrapped around the weak, and the improvement of him is still very great. This is the benefit of the integration of supernatural powers into the origin and transformed into the destiny. The magical power can improve his strength and improve physical quality, but it still maintains the speed of speed. This is indeed a very powerful magic. But there is still a disadvantage. That is, the cohesion of power is too low. In short, the area of force is too large to deal with those huge monsters. The use of Fa Tianxiang does not affect it, but it is easy to use to deal with ordinary monks, especially evenly matched opponents. Therefore, when Bai Donglin used the crushing of the handle that needs to be condensed, he deliberately relieved the Fa Tianxiang and restored the normal body size. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Wei Qi. A thick bloody mist condensed on his palm knife, and a breath of destruction spread. The expression was indifferent, and the palm was cut off, and a trace of condensed red thread instantly cut through the space. Chapter 134 Secret Killing Move. Sizzle. The hard metal cut sound. Wei Qi's expression changed, and a fierce palm was shot. Bai Donglin made his effort to use it, and he could only saw the palm. Bai Donglin stepped on the emptiness, stopped the figure, and turned over the river. A strand of enhanced energy was guided into the Sea of God, showing a satisfactory smile, and looked at Wei Qi, who looked ugly, said, "How about this blow?" Wei Chiking frowned and looked down at his chest. There was a huge wound running from his chest to his lower abdomen. The wound was turned outward, and was squirming frantically trying to heal, but was stopped by a scarlet destructive sword in tint. A trickle of golden blood overflowed from the wound. Hemorification is golden, and it is as heavy as Shinshui. It weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds by a drop, which contains huge energy. This is also one of the external performances after entering the source of the gods. Wei Qi was shining with green light on his hands, and slowly wiped it from the wound. The red knife attached to the wound was peeled out. Then the wound creeped and fell, and healed as soon as he healed. He glanced at the scarlet blood light wrapped in green light in his hand, and with one finger, he shot out a mountain right below. The moment the dark mountain hundreds of feet high was hit by the light, countless huge sword lights burst out, and were instantly cut into a pile of rubble. Good boy. It is really a bit real. It can hurt the source of the gods, with the cultivation of the god of God. This kind of person has only heard of it in the outside world. The monsters on the Qianlong Phoenix list did not expect to be in this black prison. As well as you. Oh! What about the genius of evil? After all, it has not grown up. But don't look down on the horror of the monk Xinyuan. Wei Qi's eyes were cold, and there were a few souls in the origin of the origin behind. For chains of laws of different colors were tightly wrapped around Wei Qiking's tall body, slowly merging into his flesh. And the terrifying momentum became more and more intense. Sizzle. Bear. Purple thunder. The golden flame wrapped around Wei Qi, beating fiercely. The law was cheering. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly condensed, and his strong induction allowed him to clearly perceive the fluctuations of the rules surrounding Wei Qi wind. Fire. Earth. Thunder. Gold. It is like a wind, plundering like fire, not moving like a mountain, moving like Leijin. Arrogant boy. Feel it for yourself. Before he finished speaking, Wei Qiking instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin, and hit Bai Donglin's chest hard with his iron fist wrapped in the laws of thunder and fire. Boom! With a loud bang, Bai Donglin was instantly knocked down into the void. Above the charred earth, smoke and dust rose up. A huge hole was smashed out by Bai Donglin, which was dozens of feet deep. Dense cracks spread to thousands of feet away, and the hard ground became fragmented. Puff! Bai Donglin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and his chest sunken deeply. What a fast speed! What a powerful force! Bai Dong's induction of the power of the law in the body. The face changes, temporarily closed the extremely sublimation. The recovery power and the power of the law disappeared, and a strong reinforcement energy continued to emerge. The divine source realm was really strong, even stronger than he had imagined, and almost killed him instantly. It was also because his defense was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Otherwise that punch just now would have taken his life. As soon as Bai Dong moved his mind, his hands moved with both hands, and a layer of secret lines began to emerge in the body. Bone, flesh, and skin were covered by dozens of defensive secrets. He came to brush energy, but he was not looking for death. Since the opponent's attack exceeded expectations, it would be done to add some defense to himself. This kind of thing was not the first time. The secrets he had in his mind was endless, and the defense secrets were naturally a lot. Sensing that most of the power of laws in his body had been dissipated, Bai Donglin once again performed extreme sublimation, took a step back into the void, and looked at Wei Qiking calmly. Wei Qi looked at him for a long time. His own attack was clear. Just now, even if Bai Donglin was not dead, he would not be able to stand up again. This little monster is so scary. Not only does he possess extremely fast spatial abilities, his attack power is also terrifying. And now even his defensive and life-saving abilities are so abnormal. If the two of them were at the same level, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single attack from this monster. Unfortunately, this genius is going to die today, and Wei Qiyu's heart can't help but get hot, raising a distorted pleasure to destroy beautiful things. Kill! Wei Qiking's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank sharply. Having suffered a loss once, he now had full senses, using his divine consciousness, the eye of the soul, and his vision and hearing of heaven and earth to the fullest. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he caught sight of Wei Qiking's figure in a faint trace of the law of wind. So that's why he was so fast. He actually integrated the law of wind into his body. Stars fall fist. Bai Donglin's eyes were shiny like stars, and the double fists were as fast as a meteor. The dense boxing shadows instantly covered the entire void. The horrible power compressed the void into a vacuum state. Wei Qingrong and the Law of Wind's bodies were forced out. But they did not retreat. Instead, they started to fight against Bai Donglin's violent fist shadow. Boom! Yu Bo was stunned. Where the two people passed. From the sky to the ground. A meal. All the grounds of the square turned into powder. Until the depths of the ground. And then rushed to the sky after a while. Bai Donglin used all kinds of attack secret techniques. And his fighting power soared again. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Wei Qingong. In the past, the opponents Bai Donglin met were either high-level cultivators, who were far superior to him, or low-level cultivators, who were easily crushed by him. So that many of the secret techniques in his mind were useless. But this does not mean that he has not practiced these things. And some secret techniques are also very powerful, even as no less than supernatural powers. And naturally there is no reason to abandon. Sky-splitting palm. The two of them once again fought. The space of the attack was broken. The power of counterattack broke out. And then separated from far away. Both panting slightly. Bai Donglin's hands trembled slightly. And his thoughts maintained the delicate balance in the body. The bones that were shocked into powder healed rapidly. He was dancing on the steel wire. He had to maintain the most of the transformation efficiency of the damage reversing. He must accurately estimate the damage for each attack. He felt slightly moving. And he felt that this battle was almost over. Wei Qiyu's patience was about to be exhausted. The next attack would be used to use the killing tricks. He could not carry it now. In that case, let's try that trick. Since entering cultivation, he has been absorbing endless knowledge. While learning, he has also been creating the mysterious killing tricks that suits him in combination with his own situation. Accommodate all ways and nurture your own way. Now that he has made some initial progress, Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the two spiritual orifices of space and pain in his body stopped disappearing and instantly recovered as before. He used the soul blade to carefully cut and peel them out, and they slowly floated out of the body under the wrapping of the soul. The spiritual orifice in his body was cut and peeled off, then instantly restored, and then peeled off from the body again. This was repeated 10 times. This was the limit of what his soul could bear now. Bai Donglin looked solemn. Under the subtle control of his soul, 10 identical spatial spiritual orifices of the same origin began to merge with each other like water droplets. And the same was true for the painful spiritual orifice. The strange fluctuations would double with each fusion. And after a while, only 2 spiritual orifices with chaotic colors and obscure auras were left. As soon as the idea was moved, the material in the body burned fiercely, and the endless energy began to instill these 2 spiritual tricks. The 2 spirit panes began to shrink sharply with the energy of energy. By the time all the energy in Bai Donglin's body was infused, the 2 spiritual orifices had turned into 2 small dots. One gray and one red. The aura was obscure and seemed to be there and not there. Only Bai Donglin knew how terrifying these 2 little things were. It's a long story, but Bai Donglin's series of operations only took a few breaths. And Wei Qingong, who was also preparing for his ultimate move, was also ready. The huge original phenomenon behind Wei Qingong began to shrink suddenly, and instantly wrapped around his tall body. Spiritual orifices, like shining stars, covered his body. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and the overflowing energy tore through the surrounding space. 2 tiger eyes shining like the sun stared at Bai Donglin coldly, with murderous intent in their hearts. Bai Donglin looked at him from a distance, grinned, and his eyes were equally cold. Chapter 135 Painful Annihilation. Wei Qingong frowned slightly, looking at Bai Donglin, who was smiling. Wei Qihwan, who was about to end the battle, did not know why he jumped, and a strong sense of crisis instantly shrouded him, as if every cell particle in the body growls loudly, shouting, "Escape! How can it be?" Wei Qingong's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Donglin with a smile on his face. His expression filled with doubt and uncertainty. For a moment, he stopped moving. He didn't know where the crisis came from, and he lost his composure. A huge divine sense swept out. But he didn't think that this sense of crisis came from Bai Donglin. After a while, his divine sense found nothing. There were only the 2 of them in this place. The criminals in the city had already fled far away, and there was no monk among them who could threaten him. Bai Dong lifted his palm slowly, and there were 2 gray-red dots that were 10 times smaller than pixels. When he completed this move, Wei Qingong no longer had a chance to escape because of the characteristics of the spatial spiritual aperture. As long as the opponent was within his field of vision, there was no possibility for him to escape. At this time, Wei Qizhen couldn't control so much, and he didn't have the mind to continue to be Bai Donglin. The sense of horrible crisis made him a lot of spirits began to wailing, and turned his head to run, and the limit speed broke out. Unfortunately, no matter where he ran, no matter how many times he changed direction, the suffocating sense of crisis still did not diminish in the slightest. It lingered in his mind like a maggot on the heel, and slowly despair began to appear on Wei Qiking's face. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with white light, and the figure of Wei Qiking fleeing in a panic appeared in his eyes. A force of energy locked onto him. With a thought, under the control of his soul, the gray space spiritual orifice slowly devoured the red painful spiritual orifice, and an inexplicable wave emanated. Ah! I won't give up! Wei Qiking stopped his body, stood in the void, and roared to the sky. He could not escape, so he could only fight hard. At this moment, his body was instantly boiling, and the light of the origin of life burned fiercely, like a big sun emerging behind him. Explode for me! The tiger's eyes widened. Golden blood flowed down his cheeks. The horrible sense of crisis was about to drive him crazy. He could not care about so much at this time. All the defensive and restorative lost spiritual orifices in his body collapsed instantly. The exploding original light was poured into these spiritual orifices. The colorful and terrifying light turned into a huge beam of light shooting up into the sky. The laws of gold, earth, wood, water, and control are skyrocketing. Countless thick chains of laws tightly wrapped Wei Qiking layer by layer, turning him into a huge sphere of laws, floating up and down in the colorful light column. Bai Donglin saw all of Wei Qiking's actions, but his expression remained calm. He looked at the two spiritual orifices that had merged into one. With a thought, the gray-red dot disappeared in an instant, and appeared out of thin air above Wei Qiking's law sphere in a strange way. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Originally, the pain is annihilated. Elephant invisible." Big sound. Silently, a small gray-red dot rose up, and the space disappeared inch by inch. The dark hole expanded rapidly. Hundreds of feet. 1,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Until it stopped its mad expansion to 10,000 feet. At the edge of the huge dark void, dense and thick space cracks spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Endless energy burst out and blasted out, and the shock wave that was repelled and compressed to the limit, like a solid iron, began to sweep and spread wildly. Boom! The earth collapsed. Countless tall mountains turned into dust and disappeared in an instant. Red magma gushed out, and the clouds above the void were expelled, forming a hole with a radius of thousands of kilometers. The tattered space began to heal, and the huge dark and empty cave gradually shrinks. A mushroom cloud that is wrapped in the countless rocks wrapped in red magma slowly rises, occupying the entire void. Bai Donglin, more than 1,000 kilometers away, settled his body before the shockwave came, and he had returned to the perfect state. He could naturally ignore the surplus wave at the end of the strong crossbow. Snap! Looking down, he saw the cracked ground just spreading to his feet. His brows jumped. It seemed that he had gone a bit too far. The power of this move was completely beyond his expectations. There are 20 of the two kinds of spiritual orifices, each of which is an infinite spiritual orifice space. The fusion between them seems to have produced indescribable changes, and the power is more than 10 times what he expected. Looking at the huge red mushroom cloud in the void, he murmured in his heart, "Will Wei Qiyuan be killed by him?" With a move of his figure, Bai Donglin took a few steps and came under the mushroom cloud. The place was still filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. The torn and shattered laws were floating in the void, and a crack appeared in the unstable space from time to time. The huge potholes are bottomless. The red and red magma that has been sprayed out slowly filled with a magma lake. The hot high temperature forms a strong air convection. Countless lightning is born in the convection, and the magma pool below is split. This situation is like purgatory. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as his huge divine consciousness swept over. After a moment, his expression changed, and he stepped onto the magma at the bottom of the pit. A golden skeleton floating on the magma with a row of laws floats on the magma, and the hard bones are covered with fine cracks. Dull, and some of them are lined on the golden bones as thin as the coke. Why? As if sensing Bai Donglin's breath, Wei Qiking slightly opened his skull mouth, leaving only a charred half-tongue, and his words were unclear. Why did he ask him why he killed him? Presumably the latter. At the last moment, Wei Qizhen should feel his breath in the attack. How could these evil criminals have no such awareness and killing? And why? Bai Donglin remained silent, and did not answer. In his perception, Wei Chiking was already dead. His soul dissipated, and his true spirit disappeared without a trace. He did not know whether it was annihilated. What was asking questions now was just a trace of obsession left in the wreckage. As soon as the idea moved, a bronze ring on the golden bone fingers automatically fell off and slowly floated to his palm. A monk's hardest thing, except for weapon armor, is a magic weapon. Gurgle gurgle. The golden bone slowly sank into the magma, and the monk Wei Qi, the monk of Shen Yuanjing, died. He really did it. With the first cultivation of the God of God, he killed a monk who was new to Xinyuan. It spans an entire realm. If this news gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. To achieve this level, it is completely beyond Bai Donglin's imagination. His own auspicious killing tricks did not expect so scary. But only he could use this trick. Undead, unlimited special spiritual space, powerful soul super control capabilities, the strange explosion method in the Mother God Casting Magic Sutra, which is a pioneering trick developed by all his own advantages, and others cannot be used at all. The death omen that cannot be fully activated, the demon disintegration technique, and the ultimate sublimation. These trump cards are far from comparable to the original mystery. It seems that it is better not to use them unless there are special circumstances in the future. This move is completely out of his control after it is released. It does not distinguish between friend or foe and can easily harm innocent people. It is really against the harmony of nature. Fortunately, it is the desolate black prison. If it was in the outside world, who knows how many lives would be destroyed? There are still many areas that can be improved in this killing move. For example, if it can break through the target's cellular life force field and soul barrier, eliminate the influence of the spiritual meridian network on space, and move the origin into the target's body, the damage caused will definitely increase exponentially. The body surface explosion and the internal explosion are completely two concepts. Bai Donglin stopped thinking, took a few steps and left the place. With such a big commotion, the other city lords on the 59th floor of the Black Prison must be coming here soon. At this time, he didn't want to look at them. It was only an accident to kill Wei Qiyu. His purpose was to open source and thrift, strengthen energy to strengthen energy, and explode the cultivation resources. Murder was not his purpose. He will visit these city lords one by one, and it will be difficult to take action now that they are gathered together. Shortly after Bai Donglin left, the 6 figures came here. All observed around. The 4 gods are repaired, and the 2 holes are in vitality. They are all first entered into a heavenly sky. In the desperate place such as Black Prison, it is good to maintain immortality. It is impossible to break through the realm. At least 1 or 2,000 years in them. They are still in place. But just now, when they were all doing nothing in their respective cities as usual, they suddenly sensed a terrifying energy explosion. This powerful energy fluctuation had already exceeded the scope of the first level. Because of this, they were cautious and gathered together to check together. If there was an accident, they could take care of each other. Old Ghost, your dog's nose is the most sensitive. Can you sense anything? The old man named the Old Ghost was as thin as firewood, and his messy white hair was scattered at will, and a pair of beast ears on his head was extremely eye-catching. This person turned out to be a physical practice. Of course, this person is not necessarily the monk of the Xingzong of God. As the pioneer of this Tao, if you want to improve his position in physical cultivation, he must naturally preach their cultivation concepts. The world covered by the forces and the power of blood vessels is endless. The Old Ghost frowned when he heard this. This guy's mouth still stinks, as if he had swallowed feces. However, this is not the time to worry about these things. The Old Ghost's nose lingered and moved slightly. After a moment, he said solemnly, I perceive the breath of Brother Wei. He is dead. Upon hearing this, the other 5 people's pupils shrank sharply. The energy in their bodies surged instantly, and their vigilance towards their surroundings reached the limit. Chapter 136, Black Jade Qilin. Bai Donglin stepped out of the battlefield for a few steps, found a huge mountain peak, bombarded a large hole in one shot, and sat into the cave and sat on his knees. He needed to retreat for a few days to digest the sparks of inspiration that emerged during the battle. And he also had ideas for improving many of the secret techniques. Bai Donglin suddenly frowned, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. The 3 souls studied the true spirit day and night. Just now, the evil swallowed some interesting memories. The thought penetrated deep into the soul-swallowing gourd and swept rapidly through the ocean of souls. 9 souls, with great perfection of magical powers were detained and instantly suppressed by the three talents formation. As of the evil hand that stretched out the black inflammation, grabbed the transparent soul of Jodo, and rubbed it into a ball to swallow into the abdomen. A series of similar memories flashed through his mind. But he did not obtain much useful information. He only knew that these 10 people were sent by a monk named Yundi to hunt him down. These people don't know much about Yundi. They only know that he is the people of the Shenzong of God. A picture flashed in his mind. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. These people were really not dead. He was locked in the black prison and had to find a way to kill him. In the black world, the sacred sect of the blood. He will come to the door sooner or later. No matter what force. He dares to do it. Don't think about it. He can't die anyway. Only let the other party die. This mysterious force in the underworld is really meticulous. It's just that they killed hundreds of thousands of your subordinates. It seems that they were killed too few. As long as they are beaten and scared, they will naturally not dare to provoke him again. Bai Donglin's thoughts are gradually clear. Now that there are clues, you can naturally push out the people behind. And you don't have to be too eager. These are the matter of time sooner or later. His lifespan is endless. And he does not believe who can consume him in the world. Take out Wei Qi's bronze ring and explore it. After a while, he retreated. It seems that he still thinks too much. Before entering the black prison, these people had been hollowed out. But unlike him, he didn't even mention it. And Quangjin didn't even mention it. And the high-level monk's cultivation consumed greater. And he was naturally poor. Holding his head and closing his eyes, the thunderbolt beads in the body were stimulated. And daily cultivation began. The soul of the Trinity also distributed some of his energy to start deducting various inspiration ideas. Outside world. Black prison city. In a huge house of the sacred sect. Among the huge house, Yundi, who was immersed in the cultivation, frowned slightly, then stopped cultivation, and opened his eyes to show his doubts. What happened? Why was it suddenly uneasy? As if the disaster was coming. And thought for a moment. And the recent things that happened were first class. Could it be that things in the black prison are not going well? Yundi, feeling irritated, had no intention of continuing to practice. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. As long as 10 cultivators, who had reached the great perfection of the supernatural power realm, did not provoke siege by the city lord of the 29th floor, it should not be a problem for them to deal with a cultivator who had just entered the supernatural power realm. Yundi shook his head and thought to himself that he was overthinking. Even if those people didn't do the job well, how could that kid threaten him? Roar! The roar from the school field in the distance interrupted Yundi's thoughts. And his expression moved. And the figure disappeared out of the huge school farm instantly. Looking inside, I saw a huge Mou and Qilin standing in the void, haunting the dark flames, yelling at the sky. And the momentum was extraordinary. In front of Mou Kirin is a few young monks. And she was cautiously staring at Mou Kirin, who was showing off on the void. And one of the young people looked unconvinced and said, Mu Xiao, what's the point of relying on the bloodline incarnation? If you have the ability, don't use this trick. If you are a man, let's fight fist to fist. Mou and Kirin in the void hit a nose, spit out, and said disdain. Linzi, you idiot. Bloodline is the foundation of our bloodline body cultivation. What's wrong with me using bloodline incarnation? You can use it if you have the ability. It's a pity that you don't have it. Who told you that you don't have a good ancestor? Ha ha ha. After Mu Xiao said, he spit out the dark flames of the large group in the huge mouth. The following monks below were burned and screamed. And they fled. Yundi outside the field looked at Mou and Kirin in the void, looking inexplicably, and the greedy color flashed deep in her eyes. Hearing what Mu Xiao said, Yundi secretly clenched his fists. He was the kind of person who had no blood inheritance, as Mu Xiao said. The quality of the monster blood transplanted in his body was not high, which doomed his future prospects to be limited. The divine source realm was his limit, and there was no hope for him to reach the god and demon realm for the rest of his life. The advantages of blood veins are obvious, and the defects are not small. After a bloodline transplant, not only can one comprehend the various magical powers in the bloodline, but the early stages of cultivation will also see rapid progress, and the combat effectiveness will be even more impressive. Especially the bloodline incarnation, which transforms into the original body of the transplanted monster, with high attack and thick blood, which is not comparable to the human body. There is also a fatal defect for transplanting blood veins. That is, The achievement of the monk's achievement will be limited by the quality of the blood veins. At the upper limit of the blood. Unless it can break the blood of the blood. Why is it easy to break? Throughout the ages, this kind of person is all shocking and gorgeous. And there are fewer people in the world. The origin of Mushiu is extremely huge. Long ago, his ancestor was a Hunyuan ancestor who not only integrated the most top-notch Qilin bloodline, but also broke the shackles of bloodline, achieved the Hunyuan realm, and turned into a colorful Qilin. This Mushiu can break through the God of God at a young age. That is, awakening the Kirin blood and Kirin inherited by his ancestor. And his sister. Awaken the purple blood unicorn. It is a goddess in the sacred sect of the blood. It is really enviable. Yundi was extremely jealous. But he didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. As soon as he walked in here, two auras locked onto him. Both of them were stronger than him. At least at the third level of the divine source realm. And were the ones who were secretly protecting Mushiu. Yundi took a deep breath and suppressed his restless heart. He was unwilling to be ordinary. And all the calculations in his mind needed to be implemented slowly, and not too hastily. He believed that one day, he would get rid of this garbage blood. And this Qilin blood would flow in his body sooner or later. Brother Yun. At this time, Mushiu, who had transformed into the Black Jade Qilin, had already defeated those fellow monks. He turned around and saw Yundi outside the field. He put away his bloodline incarnation and returned to the appearance of a black armored boy. He moved in front of Yundi and said enthusiastically, "Brother Yun, why are you here? Don't tell me." "Brother Yun, what's the matter with me?" Yundi suppressed the greed deep in his eyes. A gentle smile appeared on his face. The aura that enveloped him in the dark became stronger. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, but said gently, "Xiao Mu, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I will return to Zomen later, and come to tell you," Yundi secretly said, "if you don't leave, you will shake in front of me every day in front of me." He is really afraid that he can't hold the greed in his heart, and he will plunder the bloodline. "Ah, Brother Yun, can't you wait for a while? I still have a lot of words to tell you." Mushiu's tone was lost. This breaking place was boring and not fun at all. He now doubts whether his older sister is engaged in ghosts, and deliberately made him hear. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Mu, come to Japan. You can complete the trial for a long time, and then return to the Zongmen Yun, Brother Zongyun, and accompany you well. Okay, I'll find you when I get back. Well, it's a deal." Yundi nodded. His eyes swept the two voids vaguely, raised his hand to sacrifice the dark flying boat, and flickered into it. The flying boat turned into a black line, and it instantly shot into the sandwiches of the space, disappearing. Chapter 137, The Rotation of Reality and Illusion. The 50-9 floors of the Black Prison. The upper void above the Qimao City. One of the 7 cities. The space suddenly twisted slightly, and the black robe by Donglin came out. Concentrating his mind, he sensed a powerful aura that was no weaker than Wei Qiking's lingering in the center of the city. Bai Donglin didn't waste any more words. He had gained a lot from 10 days of seclusion. His skin was a little itchy, and he urgently needed a battle to relax his muscles. The strong white light condensed deep in the eyes of the eyes. The laws of light around the body fiercely surged, and countless lights seemed to be attracted by the black holes. Bai Donglin's large void light was suddenly dark. His eyes shone like a big sun, and the two were condensed to the extreme. Buzz! Wherever the beam of light passed, the space was twisted and rolled by the terrifying high temperature. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the huge green demon city below was cut into two by the beam of light in an instant. Boom! Countless houses collapsed, and even the ground was cut into a bottomless crack. The cut was melted into red glass by the high temperature, and many unlucky criminals were cut in half without knowing it. Ah! The monk's strong vitality prevented them from dying instantly even when they were cut in half. They rolled on the ground in pain, dragging their bodies. Countless screams broke the silence of Green Demon City. Bai Donglin's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care about the criminals who had a heavy injury below. His attention was always placed in the main palace of the city. The owner of the Qingmo city is an old man who has white hair. He sat in the bedroom cross-knee, and if he did not hear the light column that came from, he allowed the hot and condensed light column to pass his body. Bai Donglin looked a little surprised. He certainly did not expect that the attacking power of clairvoyance could hurt the old man. He only saw that the old man's body seemed to be nothingness, and the beam of light seemed to be a phantom passing through the air, without causing any harm to the old man. The old man opened his eyes, and in an instant he appeared 100 feet in front of Bai Donglin, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was gentle, but his eyes were extremely vicious. He stared at Bai Donglin and slowly said, "I am Dugu, and I wonder how I have offended you, little brother, that you would resort to such a vicious attack on my green demon city?" Sensing that Bai Donglin was just a physical cultivator in the supernatural power realm, Dugu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly released the magic formula with his hands behind his back. 10 days ago, Wei Chiking was killed by an unknown strongman, which made the remaining city lords a little nervous. They had no choice but to form an offensive and defensive alliance. If they encountered that unknown strongman, they could send a message to gather everyone to meet the enemy together. And Bai Donglin is just a magical state, obviously not the unknown strong. Dugu naturally has no plans to summon the other 5. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's how it was. After sensing the old man's breath at close range, he also understood how Dugu had avoided the attack of the light column just now. This Dugu is not a physical cultivator, but a chi cultivator in the Dongxi realm. The greatest characteristic of the Dongxi realm is that he has a thorough understanding of the cycle of reality and illusion. The physical body of the entity can be turned into nothingness, and it is originally the nothingness of nothingness to turn into entities. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin frowned slightly. Compared with the physical cultivator Wei Chiking, he felt that Dugu was more of a headache for him. Without using his full strength, he could still fight with Wei Chiking. As for Dugu, a cultivator of the void realm with special life-saving abilities, he can be said to be invincible when facing low-level cultivators. As long as he can become void, he cannot hurt the opponent if they are not in the same realm. The only ones who want to harm a chi cultivator in the cave void realm are those who have also comprehended the rotation of reality and illusion, or those who have sublimated the light of the origin of life into a physical cultivator in the divine origin realm. Is he going to use his ultimate killer move again? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. As he said before, his purpose was not to kill people. He just wanted to find some tools to increase his energy and improve himself at the same time. Seeing Bai Donglin staring at him without saying anything, Dugu frowned. He didn't care that Bai Donglin destroyed the Green Demon City, nor did he care that he killed his subordinates. If he didn't feel sorry for his energy, he wouldn't mind killing some criminals every day to pass the time. You know, this land of absolute spiritual power has a very strong restraint on them. The chi cultivators. He doesn't want to take action unless he has no choice. He still wants to survive for a few more years. Bai Donglin's mind was turning, and all the characteristics of the Dongxi cultivators emerged in his mind one by one. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he looked at the impatient Dugu and said, "Old man, my name is Bai Donglin. Please don't misunderstand me. I am not targeting your Green Demon City. I am here for only one purpose. I just want to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you." After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he grinned, the substances in his body burning madly, and at the moment of extreme sublimation, he took a step forward, and the void was suddenly filled with dense figures, surrounding Dugu in the middle. Stars falling fist, 1,000. After performing the mirror image, 1,000 Bai Donglin launched a fierce attack at the same time. Countless fist shadows instantly covered the space where Dugu was, leaving no blind spot. The space shook and twisted violently, then shattered, with countless fine spatial cracks spreading throughout the void. Dugu stood there with his hands behind his back, neither dodging nor evading. The fist shadows and space cracks covered his entire body, and his gentle expression became extremely gloomy. Where did this guy come from? Hasn't he heard of the cultivators in the cave void realm? Dugu simply ignored the countless fist shadows and space cracks. No matter how strong the attack was, the two were not in the same dimension at all, and could not hurt him at all. Dugu took a step forward, and his illusory body instantly passed through countless attacks and appeared in the void in the distance. "Boy, I don't know what forbidden technique you used to allow you, who is in the divine ability realm, to launch such a powerful attack. But you are too ignorant and don't even know the characteristics of the void realm. Well, since you are so determined to die, I will waste some energy to help you." After Dugu finished speaking, he pinched the magic formula with one hand, and countless laws in the void began to fluctuate violently. The characteristic of the Dongxi realm of transforming the real into the virtual is not only to save lives, but at the same time it is equivalent to merging with the heaven and earth. The ability to sense and control the laws of heaven and earth will be greatly enhanced. The attacks of chi cultivators require the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as well as various laws. The fusion of the two can release terrifying attacks. However, In this black prison, a place without any spiritual energy, the restraint on chi cultivators is too strong. They could only use the limited energy in their bodies and integrate it with the laws of heaven and earth to attack. Not only was the power much weaker, it also consumed a lot of their energy. So Dugu really didn't want to take action. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin was too arrogant, which made him unhappy. The Dharma image in Dugu's body flickered with 2 colors of law light. He mobilized a little energy in his body very sparingly and shouted coldly, "Wind and fire tornado." A sea of red fire instantly enveloped Bai Donglin. And then a green hurricane blew up between heaven and earth. The wind fanned the fire, and the color of the sea of fire became even more scarlet. A moment later, a huge fire tornado that stretched from the sky to the ground enveloped Bai Donglin. The tornado was blue and red, with chains of laws faintly emerging from it. And its power became even more terrifying. Bai Donglin was trapped in the center of the tornado by the terrifying suction force. The surrounding space was surging violently and cracks were everywhere. He could no longer use the south close so far technique, and all the mirror images that filled the void disappeared. Countless thick green wind blades continuously chopped at Bai Donglin, and his extremely hard body was also cut with wounds. The scorching blood-red flames burned him madly, and the blood was burned into nothingness as soon as it overflowed, and his flesh and blood gradually turned into charcoal. Bai Donglin was slightly delighted. He did not resist and allowed the tornado to attack him, silently absorbing the enhanced energy that appeared out of nowhere in his body. However, this chi cultivator in the cave void realm is really powerful. If he were in the outside world, he would be even more terrifying. He is simply a mobile turret in an invincible state. Moreover, even the Dharmakaya has not been used yet. In terms of group killing capability, chi cultivators are indeed stronger than body cultivators. It is just the simplest application of the laws of wind and fire, but it can exert such terrifying power in the land of absolute spiritual power. It is really amazing and perfect for brushing energy. After a long time, the energy of the wind and fire was exhausted, and the energy began to dissipate slowly. The ground was destroyed into a ruins. Countless cracks were cut out by the wind blade, and the rock soil was burned into red glazed. Dugu's expression relaxed slightly. From what he could sense, Bai Donglin's breath had disappeared. He was just a cultivator in the supernatural power realm. There was no way he could survive. "Where are you looking at, old man?" Bai Donglin's voice suddenly came from behind Dugu, and an extremely condensed red line, filled with destructive sword intent, passed through Dugu's body. The red line passed through Dugu in an instant, as if it was cutting through the air, leaving behind a dark crack in space, and fiercely slashed the earth. Silently, a bottomless dark crack appeared in the earth. TSK. What a cautious and disgusting old man. Bai Donglin stood in the void, his black robe rustling in the wind. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he spoke with a pursed mouth. As a sneak attack master, he is obviously unhappy about the failure of the sneak attack. Chapter 138: The Secret of Dharma. Boy, even if it is physical practice, your defense is too outrageous? Dugu looked at Bai Donglin, who was unharmed, and frowned. This kid was a little weird. He took his attack as if nothing happened. Even in the land of absolute spirits, his attack would not be so weak that he could not defeat even those in the realm of magical powers. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. He didn't know whether the defense was strong or not, but the recovery ability was definitely unique in the world. Bai Donglin, who wanted to see the true ability of the void realm, said to Dugu, "Haha, old man, don't blame me for not reminding you. Use your Dharma image. Otherwise, if you lose later, I'm afraid you won't be willing to accept it." Humph! Arrogant! Dugu ignored Bai Donglin's words. The Dharma image that could be condensed into a physical entity was indeed powerful, but the consumption was also more terrifying. In this ghost's place, every time he used it, it was equivalent to burning his life. With both hands simultaneously performing magic spells, the laws in the void began to boil again. Bai Donglin shook his head, standing still without dodging, ready to take on the next wave of attacks. He finally figured it out. As long as Dugu didn't use his Dharma image, he couldn't kill him instantly. All he had to do was use continuous attacks, which were useful for replenishing energy. The explosive power of Chi cultivator Dugu is far inferior to that of body cultivator Wei Chiking. There are two main reasons for this. One is because of the absolute spirit in the black prison, and the other is that body cultivators focus more on single attack, while Chi cultivators focus more on group attack. Of course, this is just a rough statement. In fact, the difference between the two is very vague. For example, The sword cultivators among the chi cultivators are very strong in single attack and group attack. As for the body cultivators, for example, the 300,000-foot-tall giants of the Jidao Holy Sect, if they are stepped on by 1 foot, the sky will collapse and the earth will crack. Therefore, the difference between the two is only obvious in the early stage of cultivation. In the later stage of cultivation, they have a bit of the same goal. A wave of the hand can destroy the world. And there is no distinction between group attack and single attack. While Bai Donglin was thinking, Devu's attack was already ready. An endless sea of purple thunder covered the sky. Extremely condensed purple rays shot towards Bai Donglin at an extremely fast speed. Like the speed of light. Unless he dodged in advance, he would not be able to avoid it. Purple light beams as thick as fingers instantly penetrated Bai Donglin's body. After entering his body, the purple light beams exploded. Sharp, hot, paralyzing and madly destroying Bai Donglin's body. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and sensed the power of thunder. Light and gold in this purple light column. No wonder it was so fast, and so sharp, that it could easily pierce his body. Coupled with the paralyzing effect of the thunder. Once hit, you will be fixed in place, having to withstand the endless beams of light from behind. It's a good move. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up slightly, and he used his magical powers to transform his body into a giant hundreds of feet tall. He opened his arms, and caught all the purple light beams. The attack range is too wide. With his original body size, many attacks will miss. He doesn't want to waste them. These are all enhanced energies. Devu was stunned and confused by Bai Donglin. Of course he was familiar with the magical power of Fatian Xiangdi, which was one of the signature magical powers of physical cultivation. But what kind of a trick was it to use his body to receive his attack? Devu's expression gradually became gloomy. He felt that Bai Donglin was mocking and insulting him. With a thought, a physical image slowly emerged from behind him. It turned out to be a huge bronze medicine furnace. The fully materialized bronze medicine furnace is engraved with intricate patterns, various rare animals, and magical herbs and medicines. Countless patterns of laws were engraved on the inner wall of the bronze medicine furnace. Shining brightly, a ball of transparent flame was burning in the furnace with terrifying temperature. As it flickered slightly, the space was directly torn apart. Bai Donglin watched Du Gu finally summon his Dharma image, and his heart moved slightly. He didn't expect that this old guy was also an alchemist. Only those alchemists of noble status could use the medicine furnace to make Dharma images. What type of chi repair condensation depends on what the tires that are cultivated at the beginning of cultivation. So it is said that the Yuan fetus is the foundation of the avenue of chi repair, which is the real core. And it is always the core of the gas cultivation. The types of Yuan Tai are endless. Whether they are humans, monsters, the sun, the moon, the stars, mountains, rivers, plants, birds and beasts, or various swords, sticks, tripods, furnaces, bells, towers and other objects. Everything in nature can be condensed into a primordial embryo. Even some concepts, gods and demons, rules, etc. But all of this has a prerequisite. Is the primordial embryo that is nurtured suitable for oneself? Are you qualified to bear it? If you think that the glorious sun is very awesome and majestic, and you insist on condensing it regardless of everything, I am afraid that as soon as the primordial fetus is condensed, you will be burned into nothingness in the next moment. Therefore, the tires are not randomly cultivated. There are many of them. Of course, if you don't care about the high and low in the future, you can cultivate some weak tires with small garbage. There is no worry about life. But the achievements are limited. When cultivating chi, you cannot act recklessly when nurturing the Yuan Tai. You need to sense the true spirit in your soul. The true spirit will tell you which Yuan Tai is suitable for you. You just need to let nature take its course and nurture it. This is why chi cultivators place so much importance on true spirits. Not only does it require a true spirit of orange or above to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is also very important for nourishing the foundation of the great Tao. The condensation of the Yuan fetus requires the cultivation of Qi Hai Zhenyuan. And Qi Xiu Zhenyuan is a true spirit to communicate the aura of heaven and earth, which combines the energy of their own true spirit. Everyone's true Yuan is different. Therefore, the condensation of the Yuan fetus is closely related to the true spirit. And the French phase is the further sublimation of the Yuan fetus. It is said that the true spirit has reincarnated countless times in the Mother River. It is possible that in one of your lives you were a great sun that gave birth to spiritual intelligence. And then you have a chance of condensing the great sun fetus. This Yuantai Dharma image also involves the secret of the reincarnation of the true spirit. As for this Dugu who condensed the image of a bronze medicine furnace, there are two possibilities. One is that he was a spirit of an immortal weapon in one of his reincarnations. The other is that he was a powerful alchemist in one of his reincarnations. Bai Donglin estimated that it should be the latter. How rare are immortal weapons that give birth to weapon spirits? If this Dugu was really the reincarnation of an immortal weapon spirit, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. You must know that only immortal artifacts have the chance to give birth to real life with true spirit. A middle-grade Taoist artifact like the Death Omen only possesses spiritual intelligence and spirituality, which cannot be considered a real life. 99% of these cultivators, who are able to condense artifacts into Dharma images, were experts in this field in a certain life, which is why they leave an indelible mark in their true spirits. Of course, most people's true spirits do not have marks. As long as you do not condense those things that go against the will of heaven, you can condense anything you like. It's just a matter of whether it is suitable or not. Although there is no need to worry about your life, your cultivation may be ineffective. When Bai Donglin was thinking about it, Dugu had already sacrificed the bronze furnace method. As soon as he thought, the bronze medicine furnace appeared over Bai Donglin. The furnace lid opened automatically, and a strange suction force instantly enveloped Bai Donglin. His huge body shrank rapidly, and he was sucked in without any power to resist. Dugula's eyes were indifferent. Bai Donglin forced him to use the French phase, and the energy he consumed made him live for a few years. He was naturally not happy with a move, a furnace cover, and refining coldly. The transparent flames that contained countless laws in the bronze medicine furnace instantly burned fiercely. Bai Donglin's expression changed. Such a terrifying flame might turn him into nothingness in a breath. He was not as resistant to burning as Sun Wukong. With a thought, he shouted, "The great method of disintegrating the heavenly demon." Boom! There was a horror loud. Endless turbulent energy instantly burst, and the bronze pills were stunned by 10 times. With a bang, the furnace cover was lifted to the sky, and a large light cylinder was sprayed out of the bronze pill. Phew! Dugu's face was pale instantly, and a large mouthful of blood spit out, and his breath was suddenly. Bai Donglin's move exploded instantly, causing considerable damage to the bronze medicine furnace. Naturally, he was also implicated. This was not a damage that could be avoided by simply turning into a virtual entity. Damn it! Dugu looked extremely unhappy. This time he had suffered a huge loss. He might even lose 100 years of his life. Where on earth did this inexplicable madman come from? He is a madman. A real madman. He makes me so angry. Dugu roared in his heart. At this moment, Dugu's face suddenly changed. He looked up and around, and saw 3 figures with the same face, but different temperaments appearing around him. One person was wearing a white robe with both hands. The skin was golden, and his expression was soft and soft. One person was wearing a black robe, lingering with dark flames. His eyes were dark and deep, and his face was cruel. One person was wearing a black and white robe, holding the dust with his hands, his eyes indifferent, and the black and white chi surrounded by dancing. An indifferent temperament was eye-catching. The 3 people who suddenly appeared stood in each position, and a terrifying and mysterious formation enveloped Dugu. Dugu's eyes showed fear. He found that he could not move, even though he was in a virtual state. Bai Dong, who stood in the void, hugged his chest with his arms and thought silently. The 3 elements of heaven, earth and man. Chapter 139. Everyone eat and drink well. How strong is Bai Donglin's soul now? Even he himself couldn't figure it out clearly. After all, he had never competed with a true master in terms of soul. Moreover, his soul was extremely special, in the form of a trinity, which made it even more difficult for him to grasp. However, for a few years, it will definitely not be weak to strengthen the soul, but it is far from returning to the level. Bai Donglin probably estimates that it should be above the 6th heaven of Xinyuan, and Xinyuan is successful. It cannot be underestimated by the 6 days of this Xinyuan. The gap between every heaven in Xinyuan is very different. Otherwise it will not take the name of the 9 heavens. It is a real step, and Bai Donglin's current cultivation is the first to enter the realm of magical power. It is unlimited to have the high-level soul of Xinyuan realm. If one practices step by step, it would be impossible to achieve it without thousands or tens of thousands of years. The improvement of the soul is very difficult, but the benefits it brings are naturally needless to say. Like Dugu, who is in the sky, Bai Donglin just dispatched only 1 soul, and he should be able to take him. But just like Bai Donglin himself, He likes to hide a bunch of cards, seeing that others will think that the other party will have a whole card. Therefore, he has always liked to make full efforts. If he does not shot, he will be fatal when he shots. Naturally, he will not give Dugu a chance to drill empty. Therefore, even the 3 talents will be used. Hey, don't be afraid. I will be gentle. With a hideous grin of evil taste, he stretched out a huge hand surrounded by pitch-black flames, and instantly penetrated into Dugu's sea of consciousness amidst his horrified expression. He found Dugu's soul with ease, erased and modified his memory, and placed restrictions. The inscribed restrictions formed by black flames wrapped around his entire soul. As long as Bai Donglin had a thought, Dugu's soul and true spirit would be annihilated in an instant. After doing all of this, the 3 souls stepped out, returned to the Sea of Shen, sat on the black monument, and continued to study the true spirit of the soul. Dugu was stunned for a moment. His eyes gradually cleared up, and he saw Bai Donglin's eyes lit up in front of him. He hurried over, knelt in the air and said respectfully, "Dugu, see the master? How is your injury? If you don't consume, you can recover as early as the second half of the month." "Very good. When you recover from your injuries, come with me to capture the other city lords." "Yes, master." Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and then fell in the city with Dugu. Dugu went to restore his injuries. Bai Donglin also retracted the practice. Half a month later, Bai Donglin and Dugu came to another city together, an old ghost's blood body repair. Under Dugu's unexpected sneak attack, the usage was imprisoned, and Bai Donglin was conquered with the soul. The next step is even simpler. 3 people attacked one, and then the 4 people attacked. The snowballs were average. However, in a day of work, Bai Donglin conquered the remaining city owners. At this point, the 59th level of the Black Prison was completely under his control. Bai Donglin thought for a moment and decided to stay here and wait for the 5-year term to expire. Whether these 6 cities have brushed him to strengthen energy or fight with him, they are enough to use it. He finally understood that the criminals here were extremely poor, and it was impossible to make money from them. Their only value was to serve as tools for him. And 6 tools were enough for him. A huge mountain rises up above a barren and charred land. Bai Donglin cut off the top of the dark mountain, leaving behind a huge square. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the square, nodded to Dugu who was waiting beside him, and said, "Let's start." "Yes, master." Dugu nodded with a solemn look, and then sacrificed the bronze medicine furnace method. He put Bai Donglin's income, and the idea moved. The transparent flames enveloped Bai Donglin instantly, and Dugu slowly improved the temperature. Bai Donglin's induction was triggered by the reversal of damage, and a strand of strengthening energy appeared out of thin air, showing a satisfactory smile. "The flame is bigger." "Yes." After several adjustments, it was finally reached the critical point, and the efficiency of the damage reversal was maximized. Dugu controlled the flames and controlled the temperature of the flame. 10 days later. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." Dugu's face was pale, and the transparent flames of the bronze medicine furnace swayed, and it was about to go out. For 10 consecutive days, the energy of the constant urging method day and night. The energy in his body has been exhausted. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and he jumped out of the bronze pills as soon as he moved. His face was refreshing, so that the energy was too refreshing, and he didn't need to consume a trace of cultivation resources. Looking at the pale-faced Dugu, Bai Donglin was very satisfied with his tool, although he was not durable enough. He also let him experience the experience of the Monkey King. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. The energy in his right hand gathered into the destructive sword intent and condensed into a scarlet bloodline. Without hesitation, he slashed across his left shoulder and both thighs. Under his deliberate control, 1 arm and 2 legs were chopped off in an instant, and within a breath, the arm and legs were restored to their original state. Bai Donglin threw his arms and legs in front of Dugu and said, "Dugu, you do well. Go down and restore your energy. I am waiting for your next service to murmur. Thank you for the reward." "Master." Dugu knelt down and kowed out respectfully, then slowly retreated while holding Bai Donglin's arms. "Next." Bai Donglin roared, and another Dongshu cultivator appeared in front of Bai Donglin in an instant and saluted respectfully. "Let's start." "Yes, master." Then he sacrificed the French phase, shrouded Bai Dong, and a stream of strengthening energy continued to brush up. Bai Donglin is also helpless. This is the place where he is a spiritual place. After consuming his poor inventory, these people have gone to Bai Donglin's tools. and it is difficult to survive. But Bai Donglin couldn't use his cultivation resources to them. Therefore, he had no choice but to focus on himself. His immortality ignored all these messy rules. No matter where in the soulless land, he could recover as before after being injured. As a physical cultivator, his flesh and blood contain powerful energy. These Dongshu divine source cultivators naturally have plenty of ways to extract the energy. No matter what they do, Bai Donglin is refining, or eating raw, frying and cooking. As long as he can restore energy to give him a tool person, he won't care about these. Isn't it just some hands and feet? He is so much. In this way, Bai Donglin was caught in a pleasant retreat practice. 2 Qi repair special rotation was rotated to brush him with energy. The 2 body repair rotations replaced him to accompany him. There were also 2 physical repairs sent to Zhang Shanbei to help catch the demon and monsters. You must know that in addition to these 7 city lords, there are also several monsters and demons who have the strength to enter the divine source realm in these 59 floors. Zhang Shanren's group of people, 9 pseudogod sources, and tens of thousands of cannon fodder black armor guards. Even if they only encounter one monster and demon who has just entered the divine source realm, they will be wiped out. In this way, everyone was arranged by Bai Donglin, and everything went smoothly. The soul is constantly strengthened by the enhanced energy, and the cultivation resources in the body continuously nourish the many spiritual orifices. The Trinity soul has 3 hearts and end uses. Studying the true spirit of the soul, comprehending the engraved laws, comprehending the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon, digesting and integrating a lot of knowledge, and reciting Buddhist scriptures and reading Taoist scriptures. Bai Donglin is very busy, very fulfilled. Every day, every moment my strength is improving. I feel so good. I'm about to take off. Practice in seclusion. Have no worries, and let time fly. In the blink of an eye, the 5-year period is coming to an end. Chapter 140 Taboo Unknown. In a chaotic unknown void, the burning day of the 9 rounds of the big sun surrounded a strange world of an inverted pyramid. The inverted pyramid is divided into 99 layers from top to bottom, with each layer representing a world. The layers become smaller as one goes down, and the aura it exudes becomes darker and deeper. 9 huge suns surround the inverted pyramid world, rising and falling with no pattern to be found. They rotate endlessly, unchanged from eternity, as if they will not change until the end of time. At this time, this unchanged scene has changed. At this time, a round of normal operations seemed to be fiddled with an invisible big hand, and it instantly broke away from the normal trajectory, which was screwed with the inverted pyramid world at a faster and faster speed. On the square of the dark mountain, Bai Donglin opened his eyes in the bronze medicine furnace with excitement. He was not excited because he could leave the black prison today, but because he had been here for so long that he had become accustomed to practicing day after day. The excitement was because the true spirit research in Shanghai finally made breakthrough progress. In the Sea of God, the 3 souls were sitting cross-legged. All of them were solemn, stopped all cultivation, and were fully immersed in a soul in front of them. A little bit of true spirit in the soul was enlarged countless times in the eyes of Bai Donglin. Under the slightly precise manipulation of the 3 gods, a strange material outside the true spirit was slowly peeled. In 4 years, the original 2 million souls had long been consumed. Zhang Shanren and his team captured millions of souls and tried various methods. Today, they can finally unveil the mystery of the true spirit. The research that has put in countless efforts has paid off. How can Bai Donglin not be excited and ecstatic? Owner! The outside world shouted in horror that interrupted Bai Donglin's movements. Bai Donglin frowned, and his expression of thoughts was unpleasant. What's wrong with this Dugu? He has been behaving well for the past 4 years. Why is he so unruly today? Bai Donglin, whose mind was out of his body, was stunned, and saw that long green hair began to grow all over his body for some reason. The turmoil of this green hair is strange, and its growth rate is getting faster and faster, and it has begun to spread outwards. Even on the phase of Duga's bronze medicine furnace method, the green hair slowly grows. Bai Donglin's expression changed wildly. What the hell is this thing? He jumped out of the medicine furnace, and the ground where his feet were standing began to grow green hair. The green hair spread rapidly, and even on Duga's body 10 feet away, it began to grow wildly. Bai Donglin's expression was condensed and perceived, but he still didn't find where the green hair came from, and no abnormalities were found in the body. This green hair was not known. This green hair grows so crazy, but it does not cause a trace of damage to him because the damage reversal has not triggered. With a thought, his body and soul instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. In a breath, Bai Donglin was resurrected on the spot. His naked body had returned to its original state, but after only a moment, it began to grow green hair crazily again. Even with his full concentration, he still couldn't figure out where the green hair came from. Bai Donglin's face became extremely ugly. I hit you. I don't want to play anymore. I'm growing green hair. Bai Donglin's thoughts raced, and he was instantly certain that this strange phenomenon must be related to his research in the sea of consciousness. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that such a strange change occurred just when he was about to touch the core of the true spirit. Taboo. Unknown. Sure enough, is the study of true spirit or angered the Supreme Mother River? Du Gulu, who was full of green hair, collapsed to the ground, looked at the sky in horror, stretching out his fingers trembling and pointing on the sky. Bai Donglin's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis that seemed to be tangible enveloped him. Looking up, he saw 3 familiar suns hanging in the sky. One of the suns suddenly grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it grew dozens of times from the size of a disc. Sensing the temperature around the surrounding speed, the air began to twist and rose. Bai Dong was sitting on his knees, and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Dog Day? Is it so ruthless? Is it okay that I was wrong? Bai Donglin has given up his plan to avoid where to hide. With a thought, the omen of death and the extreme Tao bracelet floated out of his body. He put the extreme Tao bracelet and the 18 soul-swallowing gourds in the divine sea into the omen of death. Then he threw it with force, and the omen of death shot towards the deep underground. Although the quality of the Taoist weapon should be able to withstand it, Bai Donglin still didn't want to take the risk. Taking a look at Dugu, who was slumped on the ground, Bai Donglin whispered silently in his heart, "Thank you all for your hard work." The one-handed movement method was decided, and 9 transformations such as Dugu, Zhang Shan and Ren, and other 9 transformations, as well as tens of thousands of black armor guards at the same time. And the true spirit was annihilated and died. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent. These criminals had a long time with him, and knew a lot about his secrets. Although he didn't do it, these people would die later. But it would not be necessary if the true spirit would be annihilated. As long as there was a hint of the possibility of a secret, he would not let it go. Looking up at the hot sun above the sky, his eyes narrowed, as if he could see the golden fire burning on his bears. After a while, Bai Donglin began to turn into ashes by a black robe, but the strange green hair on his naked body was still safe. Subsequently, a black long hair also began to ignite, and the surrounding rocks had melted into red magma. Bai Donglin looked at it, and there was a magma sea on the earth. The sun has not yet set, but this small world has become like purgatory, except for the criminals from the black prison, who are still fleeing frantically underground. There is no living creature on the earth except Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin's mind moved slightly, and the 3 souls sitting cross-legged in the sea of soul opened their eyes at the same time, shining with brilliance, and shouted loudly, "Kill!" A soul blade solidified into substance appeared out of thin air above each of their heads, and slashed down in an instant. With the cooperation of their spirits, the information related to their true spirits, the results of 4 years of hard research, and all related memories were slashed into nothingness. The next moment, immortality was triggered, and the memories that had been cut off were restored again. Bai Donglin showed a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Being too powerful can also be a bad thing. Secret technique, Eternal Seal. The 3 souls were burning with blazing soul flames. They pinched their hands to make incantations, and a group of memories in the souls were tightly wrapped by countless mysterious runes. The 3 colors of gold, white and black lingered, and the memories related to the taboos of the true spirit were completely sealed in the deepest part of the soul. Even if Bai Donglin wanted to open this seal now, he would have to use his immortality. As his soul becomes stronger, the seal will be infinitely strengthened. After doing all this, Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the green hair that was no longer growing all over his body, he knew that he had made the right bet. At this moment, the big sun in the sky has squeezed into this small world, and the surging golden divine fire fills the entire sky. Blazing, burning. Bai Donglin's eyes, staring directly at the sun, first turned into charcoal, and his skin, flesh, and bones gradually turned into nothingness. Finally, the sun descended, and the golden divine fire madly burned everything in sight. The void space was annihilated inch by inch, and the earth first turned into red-hot liquid. and then burned into nothingness. Ah! The criminals fled frantically deep underground with insane looks on their faces, as the surrounding rocks and soil turned into nothingness. Raging. It's gone. The entire 59th floor of the black prison was completely annihilated, and even the dark pillar of light in the center was covered by the golden divine fire. The golden divine fire wanted to spread to the upper and lower worlds through the channel, but it was blocked by a mysterious energy and could not advance an inch. The moment Bai Donglin was resurrected, he felt that everything he saw was golden divine fire, and then he was burned into nothingness by the madly surging golden flames. After thousands of cycles of life and death, the golden sea of fire gradually began to subside, and the space around the sky far away from the sea of fire began to heal. After Bai Donglin was resurrected, he could hold on for a little longer. Bai Donglin took advantage of this brief moment and moved desperately towards the sky. After dozens of times, he finally came to a stable space. He took a step forward, and with the use of the A World Away technique, he instantly appeared at the highest point in the sky, away from the golden sea of fire. Hoo-hoo! Bai Donglin panted slightly. His body, like charcoal, recovered quickly and healed in a breath. Death sign! Bai Donglin shouted loudly, and a sound of a knife rang out from the golden sea of fire. Swoosh! The scarlet death sign shot out from the golden sea of fire, and Bai Donglin stretched out his right hand to catch the death sign. Sizzle! His right hand was burned into charcoal by the death omen. After a while, the death omen cooled down and returned to its pitch-black color. He set his mind out and found that the death omen was safe and sound. He couldn't help but feel relieved, looking at the world that has turned into a golden sea of fire. The power of this sun has exceeded his imagination. Everything on this level has turned into nothingness, and the space close to the sea of fire is still in a state of annihilation and cannot be healed for a long time. Fortunately, he was at the edge of the sea of fire. If he was in its depths, even if he was immortal, he would be in trouble this time. Bai Donglin felt a lingering fear. It was too wasteful. I almost got into trouble this time. Chapter 141. I will only love you from now on. Mother River. True Spirit. After Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, he decided to give up, and completely gave up the idea of nurturing the god and demon of the chi cultivation root. In fact, this was also an obsession that he had when his second brother detected that he did not have the talent for chi cultivation. An obsession of why I can't become a chi cultivator. Now I have decided to let go of this obsession. Not only because there is no way to explore the forbidden secrets of the true spirit, but also because of the violent reaction of the Mother River, and this series of strange changes. He didn't want to continue to have in-depth contact with the true spirit. He felt that there were unknown hidden dangers in it, and he didn't like the appearance of something beyond his control. As expected, what my second brother said was right. I am suited to the path of physical cultivation, and I can only follow the path of physical cultivation. I, Bai Donglin, can only stick to the path of physical cultivation in this life. After Bai Donglin figured it out, all the accumulated thoughts in his heart were shattered into nothingness, and he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of relief. Be willing to give up. Sometimes giving up and letting go is also a kind of gain. After letting go of his obsession and realizing his true nature, Bai Donglin suddenly felt his mind clear. His powerful soul inexplicably grew stronger. His heart of Tao became more crystal clear. His thoughts pure, and his will became stronger. The light of the origin of life deep inside the body shines with golden light, and countless spiritual orifices seem to emit sounds of calling and joy. And the perception of the laws of heaven and earth becomes clearer. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. Does the way of physical cultivation still know how to be jealous? Don't worry. I will only spoil you from now on. With a thought, the Jidao bracelet flew out of the original world, and was automatically worn on the wrist. 2 soul-devouring gourds filled with souls also floated in the void. With one hand, he pinched the magic formula, and the remaining 2 million souls gushed out. Then, many souls dissipated between heaven and earth, like true spirits dotted like stars returning to the Mother River. After doing all this, Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly towards the sky and said silently in his heart, Mother River, I apologize to you. Please don't mess with me again in the future. You are really awesome. Old man, you use the sun to hit me when we have a disagreement. I, Bai Donglin, am really impressed. At this time, dense and mysterious patterns began to emerge in the void around Bai Donglin, which were exactly the same patterns as the ones on the black prison body. Bai Donglin's mind moved. The time had come, and he quickly retracted the death-omen soul-swallowing gourd into his body. An inexplicable wave suddenly descended, scanning Bai Donglin inside and out, including the bracelet space. And the Death Origin world could not escape the scan. In the world of the origin of death, the bronze pagoda was also swept by the wave. There were no living things in it now, except for various experimental samples piled up in the mountain. Most of them were monsters and demons captured by Zhang Shanren. They had all been dissected one by one for experiments, leaving only some useful materials. Bai Xiao, who was chasing and playing with Xiao Zi in the medicine garden, was focused on by the mysterious wave. It scanned back and forth more than 10 times before the wave slowly withdrew from the world of the origin of death. Fortunately, Bai Donglin released the souls of more than 2 million criminals. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to pass the mysterious wave scanning. After the mysterious fluctuation subsided, the next moment, countless mysterious and complex strange patterns wrapped Bai Donglin, and the black light flashed slightly and then disappeared. In the outside world, above the main body of Black Prison, looking at Bai Donglin who appeared out of nowhere, Quangjin breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a major incident occurred in the Black Prison. Although it currently only affected the 59th floor, it was not certain whether it would continue to affect other places. He had promised his good brother Qi Yan to take care of Bai Donglin. If something unexpected happened at the last minute, he would be embarrassed. However, Bai Donglin has been very honest in the past 5 years, and has never attacked him once. It seems that he is a person who can endure loneliness, and does not have the impetuousness of a young person. Bai Donglin looked around, and saw Quangjin standing outside the cave space. He moved and appeared in front of Quangjin, raised his hand slightly and said, "Thank you for waiting here, sir." "Ha ha ha. You're pretty good, kid. I was right about you. You've been able to endure for 5 years without getting into any trouble. You're much calmer than the average young man." Bai Donglin. Quangjin patted Bai Donglin on the shoulder with an expression of admiration. Although there were dozens of city lords and a small number of leaders of various forces on the 29th floor of the Black Prison, the rest 99% were cultivators who had just entered the realm of supernatural powers. But all the prisoners there are extremely vicious criminals. Even if Bai Donglin is careful and does not take the initiative to cause trouble, trouble may still come to him. And Bai Donglin never looked for him during these 5 years. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. He was also a proud and arrogant person. He would rather endure it than lower himself to seek his help. Quangjin felt that he had seen through everything. "Thank you for the token of gratitude, which has saved me from a lot of trouble." Bai Donglin took out a jade token from his bracelet and handed it to Quangjin. Although he didn't use this thing, it was a token of Quangjin's kindness. And he, Bai Donglin, was grateful for it. "Boy, let's leave here first. Something big has happened in the Black Prison. Many important people will come to deal with this matter. In order to avoid any trouble, it is better to leave as soon as possible." Quangjin casually took the jade token and left quickly with Bai Donglin. After passing numerous checkpoints, they returned to the Jidao Xingzong stronghold in Black Prison City. "Do you want to go back to the Holy Sect directly, or stay here for a few more days?" Bai Donglin's heart moved, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Pictures flashed before his eyes. He deliberately avoided the powerful guards and focused on the stronghold of the Holy Blood Sect, with his spiritual realm. As long as he is careful, he does not have to worry about anyone discovering that he is using his magical powers to spy on him, except for the powerful gods and demons. Sure enough, Yundi and that boy surnamed Mu have already left. Bai Donglin had no choice but to put his thoughts aside for the time being after searching in vain. He just wanted to try his luck and didn't take it too seriously. He then bowed to Quangjin and said, "Sir, I have had enough of this place. I want to return to the Holy Sect to practice as soon as possible. Thank you for your help." "Ha ha ha. That's true. This damn place is deserted, and there's really nothing fun to do there. So I'll send you back to the sect." He could understand Bai Donglin's thoughts. He was locked up in the Black Prison of Absolute Soul at the most important time. He must be eager to practice now to make up for the lost time of practice. After Quangjin finished speaking, he took Bai Donglin into the cross-domain teleportation array. The teleportation array that could directly lead to the Holy Sect was extremely rare. Bai Donglin remembered that there was no teleportation array that directly led to the Holy Sect from the main city of Taishang. It is said that the Holy Sect suffered a great loss in this regard a long time ago, so it set many restrictions on the teleportation array. In addition to reducing the number of teleportation arrays, only the Holy Sect disciples wearing the Jidao bracelet can activate and use the teleportation array that goes directly to the holy sect. The bracelet on Bai Donglin's wrist flashed red lights slightly. Under Quang Zhen's urging, the cross-domain teleportation array slowly started up. The laws of space permeated, and white beams of light gushed out. Goodbye, kid. Thank you, sir. Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly to express his gratitude. And then, he was enveloped by a strange energy, and instantly disappeared in the beam of light. Bai Donglin regained his vision and looked around, and found that he was not in the teleportation hall of the Wuxian Arena, but in another larger teleportation array. Bai Donglin moved and walked out of the teleportation array. He looked at the array that lit up from time to time, and people walked out of the teleportation array from time to time. He thought this must be a teleportation hub of the sect. He shook his head without thinking too much, and with a slight movement of his mind, the communication bracelet drew a light gate leading to Suzuju. Looking at the familiar light gate, Bai Donglin had an inexplicable look in his eyes. It had been a long time since we last saw it. Then, he took a step forward and returned to his familiar home. The bamboo forest outside the courtyard was still the same as before, and the courtyard was still spotless. He lay leisurely on the purple bamboo lounge chair in the yard, squinting his eyes comfortably. Light flashed through his eyes, and various scenes of Taishan Valley emerged. Taishan Valley, which was originally sparsely populated, is now even more deserted. All in all, this group of new disciples has been in school for nearly 8 years. The first 5-year assessment has passed, and the outstanding disciples have been admitted to the major main peaks. It seems that the pass rate is still quite high. Most of the disciples in Taishan Valley have left, including Su Qi, Sheng Qing and others. Bai Donglin's expression suddenly changed. He looked outside the yard and saw a series of light gates appearing out of thin air, followed by several familiar figures stepping out of them. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai. Long time no see. A slight smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. These guys were quite well informed. Chapter 142. How could it be Ozhen? Bai Donglin stood up and welcomed everyone into the courtyard. The deserted Zishu residence suddenly became lively. Bai Donglin smiled and said, "You guys are really well informed. You came to my door right after I arrived." As Bai Donglin spoke, he waved his hand and released a few chairs, and everyone sat down one by one. Sheng Qing smiled and said, "It's not that we are well informed. It was senior sister Chiu who got the news and told us." Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he looked at one of the beautiful women. This woman was the only one he didn't recognize, and he thought she was a friend of Sheng Qing and the others. He looked at the woman with an uncertain tone and asked, "Who is this senior sister Chiu?" The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled and said, "Ha, Brother Bai. It's me. I've changed my name to Chiu Zhenjin." Bai Donglin's hand trembled as he took out the teapot, and he almost dropped it and broke it. His heart was in turmoil. Chiu Zhenjin Chiu. 6. I was wrong. I thought you were just looking for the yin yang rotation grass for one of your partners. I never thought you would take it yourself. I was still too young and naive. Brother Bai. Long time no see. I'm Jior. Do you recognize me?" Sitting next to Su Qi was a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. I haven't seen her for 7 or 8 years, and now she is even prettier than her sister. Su Shijio's words helped Bai Donglin get rid of the weird and awkward atmosphere. He quickly changed the subject and said with a laugh, "Ha! I haven't seen you for a few years. Shujio has grown up. Not bad. Not bad. Your cultivation has also broken through the realm of magical powers. You have also successfully become a disciple of the main peak. Right? This is the advantage of awakening the power of blood. The spiritual orifice is naturally endowed with the law of the origin of supernatural powers. For other cultivators, the most difficult law to be engraved is actually the easiest. As long as Su Shujio has a solid foundation before the divine pattern realm, and has the resources to cultivate and melt the original laws of the divine power within his spiritual orifice, it will be easy for him to break through the divine power realm. Under Bai Donglin's powerful spiritual perception, the cultivation level of everyone present was clearly visible. The strongest is Chiu Zhenjin, whose cultivation has reached the limit of the 3rd level of supernatural powers. 121 main spiritual orifices have been absorbed into the light of the origin, and she is only 1 step away from the 4th level. The next is the cold and icy Shenwuk. His 5th main spiritual orifice is about to absorb the light of origin. Su Qi has absorbed 3. Sheng Qing is almost there, and is about the same as Su Shujio. The law of his 2nd main spiritual orifice has not yet been fully engraved. Then everyone exchanged greetings. The atmosphere became much more lively, and the strangeness that had not seen each other for many years was completely gone. Bai Donglin was a little touched that several people came to visit him. So he took out one of his research results in the black prison to entertain everyone. A bottle of crystal clear, flashed with a little star light, poured a cup of one. Brother Bai. What is this? Su Qi's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Her family was very powerful, and she had seen a lot since she was a child. However, she had never seen what Bai Donglin took out. Yes, Brother Bai. This thing is so beautiful. Su Shujiu held her little face in her hands and exclaimed with shining eyes. She had no power to resist such shiny things. Bai Donglin said mysteriously, "This is a good thing. You will know after you try it." Upon hearing this, everyone picked up the jade cup and drank it all. After a moment, they were shocked and quickly closed their eyes to concentrate, carefully digesting the spiritual liquid they had just drunk. After a long time, everyone opened their eyes. Their auras had become much more solid and refined. Sheng Qing asked in disbelief, "Brother Bai, what exactly is this thing? Why? Why would it enhance your original light?" He could understand why everyone was so surprised. You know, the original light of the human body is a very mysterious thing. If you want to improve it, you can only incorporate the spiritual orifice engraved with complete laws into it. And Bai Donglin's cup of mysterious liquid could actually achieve this effect, which really broke their common sense. Bai Donglin shook his head and did not explain in detail. This is one of his many research results with special means to refine the condensed essence. Naturally, it is difficult to say. Since Bai Donglin didn't say anything, everyone naturally didn't want to ask too much. Everyone has their own secret adventures, and they had already gained benefits. So it was not right to think too much about it. Brother Bai, I wonder what your plan will be. Yes, Brother Bai. You have wasted the most important 5 years. And now you have missed the 5-year assessment. You have not been admitted to the main peak. And you do not have the authority to use many magical training places. If you continue like this, you will be slow at every step. Shen Wuke looked regretful. And Sheng Qing's tone was even more intense. The next 5-year assessment would have to wait another 2 or 3 years. In their eyes, Bai Donglin was the best disciple of this session. And he suffered this hardship to help the new disciples and the sect. So he should not have ended up like this. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip, his expression indifferent. In their eyes, he had made no progress in the past 5 years. But he was the only one who knew how much he had gained in the black prison. Power, soul, space, pain, light, wind, and the 3 magical origins that have been raised in the past 4 years. Gold, fire, water, and finally there is the rules he comprehended from the shattering knife. He has now accommodated 10 main spiritual orifices into the light of origin. Compared to them, who have worshipped at the main peak, received various instructions, and used many magical training places, his cultivation progress has been even faster, and these can only be regarded as the smallest progress. The biggest progress is that the soul has continuously absorbed enhanced energy for 5 years. The second is that the hidden spiritual orifices have been opened up to 7,000, and countless cultivation resources have been used to nourish many spiritual orifices. The digestion and integration of countless knowledge, the results of many experimental research, and the final understanding of the original understanding. His progress is great, and ordinary people are unimaginable. So Bai Donglin was not in a hurry at all. In the eyes of others, the past 5 years in the black prison were wasted. But he never stopped moving forward. As for whether to join the main peak in the future, Bai Donglin already has a vague idea in his mind. But he is not 100% sure yet. So he plans to calm down for a while. Seeing that Bai Donglin avoids it, everyone does not say much. It is a pity that they can only converge. They are afraid of hurting Bai Donglin. In their opinion, the genius of evil is proud, and they can't help others. Until the sky was dark, the people rose to resign. After Bai Donglin sent everyone away, he lay lazily on the purple bamboo rocking chair, shaking slightly, and his eyes squinted at the sunset on the sky. Shen Wuke was admitted to Jido Peak, which was a well-deserved title. Apart from him, Shen Wuke was the strongest among the group. Sister Su Chi, the 2 sisters of the 9, got the goddess peak. It is said that this peak only collects female disciples. It was a bit difficult for Sheng Qing to enter Tianwei Peak with his strength. I'm afraid it was Qiuzhen. Qiuzhenjin who helped him. So having some connections is still useful. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin had already determined what he was going to do next. His current cultivation required two indispensable things. The first is cultivation resources. Whether it is to nurture a large number of spiritual orifices, or to trigger damage reversal to brush up on enhanced energy, the demand for cultivation resources will never exceed the upper limit. There is no upper limit to the nourishment of the infinite spiritual orifice space. Every little bit of enhancement will increase his physical strength. And when the spiritual orifice absorbs the light of the origin, the improvement will be greater. An ordinary cultivator will probably increase the power of 1 or 2 dragons by absorbing a spiritual orifice. A better cultivator like Shinwat will increase the power of 5 dragons or more. And now that he has absorbed a spiritual orifice, he can increase his dragon power by more than 20 times. This is the benefit of a powerful spiritual orifice. In addition, it is also easier to engrave the laws and sense the laws. The second indispensable thing is the engraving and understanding of the laws. He has opened up so many spiritual orifices, and the pressure is still very great. If he wants to rely on his own understanding, he doesn't know how long it will take before all the spiritual orifices can be incorporated into the light of the origin. Relying on one's own understanding is like how he understood the law of destruction from the destructive sword intent. If one takes a certain path to a certain limit, he will naturally understand the law therein. But this method is too time-consuming. So he had no choice but to take a shortcut. The best way, of course, was to directly absorb the original laws of magical powers. Unfortunately, precious treasures like Xiaozi were hard to come by. Now Xiaozi could only provide him with 2 more original laws of magical powers. The next option is to go to the Monument Realm to inherit magical powers. Although the number is endless, it requires contribution points. He only has 200,000 points now, so he can only learn a few of the cheapest ones. In addition to this, there is something second only to the law of the origin of supernatural powers. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. That is to use the Law Seed. Chapter 143 Unlimited Energy Plan. The next morning, Bai Donglin, who had slept all night on a recliner, slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and communicated with the bracelet through his mind. He has no idea about the Law Seed yet, but he has an idea about the cultivation resources. He remembered a magical power he had seen in the Monument Realm, which should be able to greatly alleviate his need for energy. He raised his hand and drew a door of light, then took a step forward and arrived at the mysterious Monument World. A powerful light of origin rose up and instantly locked onto that magical power. His figure flashed, and with his current speed, it only took him a cup of tea to arrive in front of a stone tablet of inheritance. The stone tablet was completely black, like a deep black hole. The space around it was slightly distorted, and all the nearby light was absorbed and swallowed by the stone tablet, making the place appear pitch black. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the bracelet emitted a faint red light. He stretched out his hand to break through a layer of strange force field and touched the inheritance stone tablet. Bai Donglin felt a little distressed as 100,000 contribution points were deducted. It turned out to be the top-level inheritance, and the price was capped. Sitting cross-legged and concentrating, one after another dark and deep characters jumped, penetrated into the soul, and imprinted on the soul. Supernatural powers swallow the sky and devour the earth. This is a top-level magical power that integrates the laws of space and devouring, and has the powerful ability to devour everything and turn it into energy to nourish the body. Such a powerful magical power can be used as a plug-in for the protagonist in some small worlds. But in this Monument World, it only requires 100,000 points, and everyone can learn it. It can be said to be great value for money. After a long time, the inheritance was completed. Bai Donglin continued to keep his palm on the stone tablet, deducted points, and began to use the assistance of the inheritance stone tablet to carry out his first practice. His comprehension is now extremely powerful, and coupled with the fact that the evil spirit has a high affinity for this magical power, he is able to practice it like a fish in water. 3 days later, Bai Donglin had already mastered the basics of cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, which were like 2 deep black holes that swallowed up all the light around him. Sensing the greatly enhanced laws of space, and a seed of the law of devouring appearing in his spiritual orifice, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Good. Buy one get one free, which is equivalent to getting a law seed for free. The spiritual orifice of the devouring law is located in the stomach. Bai Donglin can clearly sense that his stomach has turned into a small black hole, rotating slightly, as if it can devour everything. What if you don't have any resources for cultivation? Eat. What if you don't have any energy? Eat again. Eat a Tongtian Avenue. Bai Donglin looked solemn. Let him make the name of Chinese foodies resound throughout the world. Suppressing the passion in his heart, Bai Donglin hurriedly withdrew from the monument world. He still had an important experiment to do, and he didn't have many points to waste. He had to rely on himself for subsequent practice and save up points to buy other magical powers. Back at Suzuju, Bai Donglin looked a little nervous. If that idea worked, he would never lack energy again. Raising his hands to condense the energy, the scarlet dangling knife flashed, and the left arm was cleaned. As soon as the idea was opened, the mouth opened like a black hole. The arms on the ground quickly narrowed and were swallowed into the black hole in his stomach. His experiment is that I eat myself. If it succeeds, then I will have infinite energy. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the changes in the black hole in his stomach. The arm he swallowed was digested in the blink of an eye. His brows were furrowed. The energy that should have appeared did not appear. The black hole in his stomach was shaking slightly, and there were even signs of collapse. How could this happen? Bai Donglin took out a spiritual stone from his bracelet and threw it into his mouth. The black hole swallowed the spiritual stone and instantly gushed out a stream of pure energy. There is no problem. The problem is not with the magical power. Bai Donglin cut off the grown arm again and continued to swallow it into his stomach. Sensing it carefully, the black hole vibrated, but still no energy was ejected. It continued to cut off arms and thighs and swallowed them into its stomach. This time, there was finally a change. The black hole began to vibrate violently, and then it collapsed along with the spiritual orifice. After a moment, the immortality was triggered, and the spiritual orifice and the black hole returned to normal. Failed. Bai Donglin's face turned ugly. The unlimited energy plan, also known as the plan of eating and waiting to die, failed. After thinking for a moment, he figured out why this happened. Eating oneself. I'm afraid even the creator of this magical power has never had such an idea. And this strange situation is naturally not mentioned in the tradition. The spiritual orifice where the black hole is swallowed and his own arms and thighs were all born from the same original light, have the same root and origin, and contain the same original light of life. If it is swallowed, the spiritual orifice will be impacted by the same original light, and not only will it be unable to digest it, but there is also the danger of the spiritual orifice collapsing. Bai Dong's eyes flashed in his eyes. He was too greedy, and he couldn't blame him. It was too much energy he needed. Another idea flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head to reject it. He thought about capturing a few tools and asking them to practice the art of swallowing the sky and the earth, devour his flesh and blood, and then feed the energy back to him. Unfortunately, it was difficult to implement. This magical power also has a limitation. The energy gushing out from the devouring spiritual orifice will be contaminated with one's own original aura. This energy can only be used to enhance one's own spiritual orifice of the same origin and is useless to others. In this way, Bai Donglin also extinguished the idea of drilling vulnerabilities. But the position of this magical power in his heart is still very high. Although he can't do unlimited energy, it can also greatly alleviate his needs for cultivation resources. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring machine started to operate automatically. Streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth were sucked into the black hole and then transformed into pure energy, nourishing his spiritual orifice. This was the first time in all these years that he had actively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The effect of the black hole swallowing was much better than the effect of his meditation and practice. And he doesn't have to worry about it. The black hole in his stomach will operate on its own to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it continues day and night, the accumulated energy will be considerable. Bai Donglin's heart was moved, and many materials containing aura energy in the bracelets were taken out. These garbage kept useless. Most of them were some monsters in flesh, and the materials shaved from the demon and ghost gods and so on. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the ingredients until the black hole in his stomach reached its upper limit. I felt that a pure energy was sprayed, and the hungry spirit swallowed a lot. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. In this way, there would be no waste. Squeeze the surplus value of the opponent, and then swallow his body, which is perfect. However, if you think about it, it is a bit disgusting. Unlike the aliens-like monsters, it is better to refine it before eating. It is not necessary to be regarded as a pervert. Bai Dong nodded seriously. He still pays attention to his image. He is different from the demon. After sweeping the bracelet space, I thought that the cultivation resources that could be used for decades were now only a half left. There are too many hidden spiritual tips. And the potential is naturally strong. But the consumption of resources is even more horrible. Looking at the more than 1 million magical weapons floating in the space. These spoils from the ancient world were mostly magical instruments. A small part were low-level spiritual instruments. Except for a few top-grade spiritual instruments that were useful to him. The remaining magic weapons are completely useless to him and are piled up in the bracelet space like garbage. If these things are sold at a low price, they can be exchanged for some cultivation resources. The mind communication bracelet drew a light gate, and Bai Donglin stepped through it and arrived at the huge public area of the holy sect. Only those new disciples who can see these low-level magic weapons are the new disciples. But how much new disciples in Xingzong have a total of time? So that he didn't know how much he could sell on the street. It was a waste of time. Therefore, Bai Donglin directly came to the largest refining pavilion in the trading center and was ready to deal with all the low prices. Chapter 144 Miss Duobeifeng 9. Xingzong Trading Center. Lianbao Pavilion. Bai Donglin stepped into the store. And a shopping guide came forward and said respectfully, "What do you need?" "Sir? We at Lianbao Pavilion purchase our goods from Duobao Peak. All the magic weapons we sell are top quality. I'm sure you will be satisfied." Bai Donglin sensed it slightly, and indeed sensed a lot of good things. Including many top-grade spiritual tools, and even some low-level holy tools. However, he was not here to buy anything. So he said to the shopping guide, "Go to call your shopkeeper. I want to sell a large number of magic weapons. But I don't know if you can't eat it. Please rest assured. Sir, we have Duobao Peak behind our refining treasure pavilion. We can handle as many magic treasures as you want." The shopping guide looked proud. He did not dare to neglect the disciples of the holy sect. After he finished speaking, he called the shopkeeper out through telepathy. A moment later, an old man with white hair and beard came down from upstairs quickly, led Bai Donglin into a side room, and a maid served him spiritual tea, then said politely, "Old is the shopkeeper of this shop. I don't know what level of magic weapons to sell. How much is the number?" Bai Donglin took out a bronze ring, and more than 1 million magic weapons had been transferred to him, handed it to the shopkeeper and said, "Everything is here. Please look at the shopkeeper. You see what the price can give." The shopkeeper's one-handed stroke, with a smile on his face, took the bronze ring with a smile on his face. And the idea was into it. He suddenly changed his face, and his hands were shaking and accidentally pulled down a few snow-white beards. He has been a shopkeeper for thousands of years in this shop. What scenes have never been seen? But like Bai Donglin, I have never seen it with more than 1 million magic weapons. The shopkeeper came back to his senses and smiled at Bai Donglin, hiding the embarrassment on his face. He took out a magic weapon from the bronze ring and examined it carefully for a moment. Then injected energy into it to activate it. He then put the magic weapon down and took out a few more to examine them carefully one by one. Then said to Bai Donglin, "Sir, I have carefully examined the magic weapons and found that based on the materials and refining techniques, a small part of them came from the Qianyuan realm. And most of them are not from our world. I wonder if what I said is correct. Yes, most of them are from the ancient realm of Mingyu. These are not easy to conceal. In other places, you may need to cover up and hide your identity. You don't have to care about these in the holy sect. These magic weapons seem to be a lot. The value of added up is probably better than a slightly better Chinese sacred instrument." The shop's eyes were exposed. This rough and inferior refiner was not the first time he saw it. But for the first time, he saw so much. "Young master, to be honest, except for a few magic weapons from the Qianyuan realm and some spiritual tools, the rest of your magic weapons are of little value. Most of them can only be recycled to refine the materials inside, which greatly reduces their value." Bai Donglin nodded slightly, agreeing deeply with the shopkeeper's words. The magic weapons produced in small worlds, like the ancient world, were made with very poor refining techniques. And the inscriptions engraved in the magic weapons were also very ordinary. Any cultivator with a little knowledge in the Qianyuan world would simply not look down on them. So the only way out was to send them back to the furnace. Only the spiritual tools, because the materials used are precious, are valuable. The shopkeeper, "I don't bargain with you anymore. You can give it. Use points, spirit stone, and elixir." The shopkeeper's contemplative for a moment, got up and said to Bai Donglin Weiwei, "Son, the number of transactions is too big. The old cannot be the master. Please wait a while. To be old to ask for the adults above." Bai Dong nodded in consent, and left the shopkeeper's departure, with the name of Duobeifeng's wealth. He would not pit himself, and lifted the old god of tea. Sir, according to the instructions of the superiors, our refining treasure pavilion has given a price. We are willing to use 500,000 contribution points and 1 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase this batch of magic weapons. I wonder if you are satisfied with this price. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly unexpected. But the price was not cheap, but instead got about 30% of his budget, so that they couldn't make money at all. He didn't think that there was a good thing to fall off the pie in heaven. He said to the shopkeeper in his heart, I don't know what your adults have something to bring you to me. In this tea time, the other parties of their own information must be found out. Most of the more than 1 million magic weapons are from the ancient realm of Mingyu. When the shopkeeper's eyes were bright, he bowed slightly and said, The adult I just met was Miss Jiu. Duo Beifing. Miss Jiu asked the old to bring a word for your son. She said that she admired your son's strength and want to make friends with your son. I think he doesn't admire my strength but values my potential. Bai Donglin knows this very well. The fact that he could get so many magic weapons under such circumstances in the ancient world has already proved his extraordinariness. Bai Donglin groaned for a while, and still reached out to pick up the bronze ring. The magic weapon inside had been replaced with 1 million top-grade spirit stones. There is a cheap and not occupying the 8 eggs. Not just making a friend. Not a boyfriend friend. Thank Miss Nine for me. After the shopkeeper's bracelet was transferred to 500,000 to contribute, Bai Donglin rose to quit. Sir, take care. With a batch of useless garbage in exchange for 500,000 contribution points. Bai Donglin is still very satisfactory. There is nothing 1 million. The key is that this point is precious. But it is not measured by Lingshire. 500,000 points can be replaced with 5 doors against the sky. For some small worlds, they can achieve 5 protagonists who are against the gods. At the beginning, it was really wrong to enter the polar Taoxing zone. Bai Donglin, I didn't expect to meet you here by chance. When did you get out of the black prison? Bai Donglin's footsteps. This annoying tone looked back. Looking back, it was a domineering Tuya. And a pair of tigers looked at him full of war. Oh, no. This Tuya will not swell enough to think that I can defeat me. Bai Donglin's expression was inexplicable. He seemed to be flattened. And he thought he had not murmured in the past 5 years. When this Tuya saw himself, he was dissatisfied. And he didn't dare to say a word. Now he dares to stop him on the street. He also looked at him with this look, raised his brows, and said with a tone, Tuya, I don't seem to be familiar with you. Right? Oh, I have long wanted to play with you. And see your stinky expression. I really look at it. The more uncomfortable. Tanchianta walks. Dare or dare. Tuya's voice was extremely strong. And his tone was extremely domineering. The eyes of the entire street were attracted. Isn't that Tuya? Who is the opposite one? The abominable. So handsome and handsome. I have made me a bit ashamed of the Xingzong Mei Men list. I am just going to the beautiful men's list? Suddenly. It's so unknown. Don't even know Bai Donglin? Bai Donglin? Is the one who was detained in the black prison? Didn't I go to the end of the way? It was not surprising that I didn't know it. Bai Donglin and Tuya were still empty. And no one was gathered. But the thoughts of the crowd had been shrouded in, and observed the movement of the two. This is the difference between the monks and the mortal. Bai Donglin's ears moved slightly. And everyone's conversation was all in his ears. He didn't plan to ignore the cliff. And a finger could press the ants that he could die. Fighting with him was a waste of time. However, when some words were passed into his ear. What gambling? Opening. Who won the market? Bai Donglin's heart moved slightly. And immediately made up his mind and said to Tuya. Tontian Tower? I thought you were asking me to go to the Koji fighting farm. And so? You don't have the courage to come. Xingzong disciples are generally carried out in the Tontian Tower. Only a few of them have a reconcilable hatred. Those who want to fight for life and death can apply for an endless battle in the informed corner fighting field. However, as the right path, Xingzong still does not advocate that the disciples of Zongmen are killed with each other. So the application is very troublesome. And if you win, you will be expelled immediately. Since ancient times, there are very few people who have entered the endless fighting field. It is really necessary. It is better to get out of the hands of Zongmen. Bai Donglin's ridicule is still effective. Tuya double fists. In the past 5 years, he did not forget the shame that he had lost in Bicycle in the past 5 years. However, Bicycle has died in Bai Donglin's hand. He wanted to get rid of the shadow on the end of the infernal anti-corner fighting farm 5 years ago. And he only defeated Bai Donglin. Humph. I'll be waiting for you at the Tower of Babel tomorrow at noon. Tuya snorted coldly, and didn't care about Bai Donglin's ridicule. He just wanted to fight now. Only fists were the truth. No matter how much nonsense he talked, it was meaningless. Bai Donglin admired in his heart that Tuya, this rough guy, was quite considerate. He gave a day of buffer time. Presumably, the news of the duel between the two would spread. The more people who came, the more money he would earn. Bai Donglin thought happily in his heart, and walked out of the light gate and returned to Zizuju. Chapter 145. Making money is not shabby. Have you heard? Bai Donglin, who defeated the Holy Blood sect 5 years ago, is back? Is that the one who killed Bai Donglin in the Divine Ability realm with one punch? TSK. You are out of date. It is said that the one called Bijian committed suicide on purpose under someone's orders. I heard that Tuya is going to duel with Bai Donglin in the Tower of Babel. Let's go and take a look. Go together. Go! Bai Donglin and Tuya are both influential figures among this batch of new disciples. One of them once topped the Rising Star list, but was framed and wasted 5 years in the Black Prison. One of them is currently ranked second on the Rising Star list, and has maintained this position for 5 years. Second only to the top of the list, Shen Wuk. One is a top talent who seems to have fallen into obscurity, and the other is a rising star. The conflict between the two is still very attractive. In addition, with Bai Donglin's request to Saint Lord to intentionally promote it, the news of the duel between the two spread throughout the small circle of new disciples in just half a day. Except for a small number of disciples who were training outside to complete sect missions. Most people flocked to the Tower of Babel and waited by the side a day in advance. The next day, Bai Donglin calculated the time, calmly walked out of the light gate, and stepped out into the huge 0-floor hall of the Tower of Babel. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the hall. 90% of the new disciples were waiting here. The space of the Tower of Babel was too huge. Otherwise it could be described as overcrowded. As soon as Bai Donglin appeared, his outstanding temperament attracted everyone's attention, and the hall suddenly became noisy. Here he comes! Here he comes! Look! It's Bai Donglin! Wow! So handsome! Humph! You nympho! I still think my brother Tuya is more domineering. Look at his bulging muscles. I really want to touch them. There are always infatuated men and resentful women everywhere, even in the holy sect. It is the time when young people's hearts are stirred, and they will naturally be attracted to handsome men, beautiful women and strong people. This has nothing to do with strength. There is no such thing as cutting off all emotions and desires in physical cultivation. One only needs to follow one's heart, follow one's own will, and face one's inner emotions directly. This will actually help with cultivation. Tuya obviously took this duel very seriously and arrived early. He stood there with his body as tall as an iron tower, his strong arms folded across his chest, his muscles bulging like granite. He silently adjusted his state and brewed the desire to fight. Sensing Tuya's surging fighting spirit, Bai Donglin smiled and said, "Am I not late?" "Just right." Tuya's eyes were burning, and his domineering fighting spirit seemed to be real. While the two men were staring at each other, many people in the crowd in the distance were already opening the market and making moves. Come on! Come on! Don't miss it if you pass by. Buy it and keep it. If you want to be rich, that big, take a chance. And the magic weapon will become a spiritual weapon, fight in reverse. And the Immortal Palace will be by the sea. The seductive shouts made Bai Donglin feel a little itchy. And he even suspected that these guys were using some kind of secret technique to hypnotize their shouts. The gamblers around were instantly affected. Most of them came here just to gamble and try to make a fortune. They were not as concerned about the duel between Bai Donglin and the other man as one might imagine. I bet 1,000 points on Tuya. I'm going to put pressure on Bai Donglin. Wait a minute. Brother. You are confused. No matter how you look at it, Tuya has a higher chance of winning. Don't you know what the H.L. Black Prison is? Bai Donglin has made no progress in the past 5 years. His strength may even have declined in that kind of ghost place. On the contrary, Tuya has joined the main peak and is enjoying various high-level cultivation secrets. With this combination of advance and retreat, Tuya will definitely win. The big man whose hand was held looked hesitant. He was impressed by Bai Donglin's momentum of instantly killing Baiken with one punch in the stands of the Wuxian arena. But now, after listening to what this old man said, it seemed that what he said made sense. His points did not come from luck. He helped do about peak forged materials in the scorching center of the earth every day. It was hard work and even if he was lucky, he could only earn more than 20 points a day. Are you still going to bed or not? If not, get out of the way. There are a group of people waiting behind us. The big man looked sincerely into the eyes of the old man, who was holding his hand, nodded vigorously and said, "Brother, I believe you. I bet on Tuya to win. 2,000 points. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." More than a dozen betting points were flooded with people. And there were countless people placing bets. These people were very cautious, because the points were hard-earned, and every bit was the result of blood and sweat. Therefore, most people still bet on Tuya to win. Although Bai Donglin was very outstanding 5 years ago, things are different now. Bai Donglin's odds have soared to 2-1. Among the crowd, Shang Qing moved around stealthily, exchanged a subtle glance with Bai Donglin from a distance, nodded slightly, and began to walk towards the next spot. I bet on Bai Donglin to win. 10,000 points and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wow! The crowd around was in an uproar. Where did this rich man come from? They were jealous. How many irons could be cast with 10,000 points? Shang Qing looked calm, but he was secretly happy. He felt great using other people's money to show off his power. Look! Those female disciples were all looking at him. So beautiful. Shang Qing did not stop moving, and his figure moved to the next betting point. With the same 10,000 points and 100,000 top-grade items, more than a dozen betting points were all visited within a short period of time. Shang Qing managed to raise Bai Donglin's odds to 1.5 by his own efforts. At this moment, everyone's expressions were stunned. All of them were shocked by the generosity of Shang Qing. You know, although there are many ways for disciples of the holy sect to obtain points, they are all extremely difficult. In addition, the usual cultivation consumes a lot of energy. Anyone who has 5,000 points is a big shot. The expressions of the dozen or so disciples who had opened the game changed. They felt something was wrong. Would that bastard Tu Yi fake the game? Tu Yi, with his arms crossed over his chest, frowned. His feet were numb from standing so long. He couldn't help but speak out, wondering what Bai Donglin meant. Bai Donglin, can we start? Bai Donglin's expression slightly changed. He silently watched Shang Qing place his bet, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Tuya, "Brother Tuya, look how happy everyone is having. Why don't we have some fun too?" Bai Donglin looked happy. How could he not be happy when a large amount of free spiritual stones were about to be deposited into his account? He even changed the way he addressed Tuya, the instigator. Tuya's face turned ugly. He had no control over what other disciples did, but he attached great importance to this duel. In his opinion, what Bai Donglin said about licking the prize was an insult to the sacred duel. What do you want? 10,000 points. Start the fight now. Good. Tuya's eyes were burning with anger. He had occupied the second place on the list for 5 consecutive years, and had accumulated quite a lot of points. Even though 10,000 points were a lot, he could afford it. He just wanted to have a good fight now. Bai Donglin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the price of Tuya was so fat. It seemed that he had bid too low. However, he decided to stop while he was ahead. This was already very good. The two looked at each other, and their minds communicated with the Jidao bracelet at the same time. A red light flashed, and a wave descended from the Tower of Babel, covering the two and disappearing instantly. Several huge light screens appeared all around, and the picture flashed. In a desert world with rolling yellow sand, Bai Donglin and Tuya stood in the void, looking at each other from a distance, with a fighting spirit in the air. Start. The duel started. Close the plate. The noise in the hall gradually died down, and many disciples looked up at the light curtain with serious expressions. The disciples who had placed heavy bets in particular were rubbing their hands nervously. In the small world of Tower of Babel, Bai Donglin was a little conflicted. Should he kill Hao Nen instantly, or put on a show? If I reveal my strength too strongly, these disciples will be scared. Then no one will dare to challenge me in the future. Tuya's strength is not as good as Shen Wu's. He is just okay. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can be crushed to death with just one finger. Forget it. I might as well give it a try. Maybe someone more silly will come to challenge me in the future, and I can make some extra money then. With his mind racing, Tuya managed to escape being killed in seconds. Chapter 146, Heavenly Tyrant Blood Battle Body. Tuya's strength is second only to Shen Wu. His fifth spiritual orifice is almost absorbed into the origin of life. Combined with his already strong physique, his strength is nearly 30 dragon powers. A wave of his arm can produce 1.5 million tons of force. Bai Donglin's strength has improved greatly compared to 4 years ago. The incorporation of the original spiritual orifices is secondary. The 6 spiritual orifices only increase his dragon power by 150. The main reason is that the more than 7,000 powerful spiritual orifices have been nurtured, and the power added to him is the majority. On the basis of the previous 200 dragon bodies, the power of about 300 dragons has been increased. Therefore, Bai Donglin's current strength has reached 650 dragons. A single arm. 32.5 million tons. If he adds all kinds of explosive secret techniques, well, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. I am afraid that even the first level of the Divine Source Realm will not be able to withstand a single punch from him. Bai Donglin could sense Tu Ya's strength clearly in his spiritual perception. With a thought, the terrifying energy and blood power in his body shrank into his spiritual orifice, suppressing his strength to be comparable to Tu Ya's. Since he was going to act, he had to act more realistically. Bai Donglin, I have finally waited for this day. Today, let this belated battle bear witness to my will. Fight! 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 Tu Ya roared angrily, unable to suppress the fighting spirit in his heart any longer. An extremely domineering and brutal aura rose up. Yellow sand whistled, and a huge sandstorm connected the sky and the earth, enveloping Tu Ya's body. Bai Donglin smiled slightly. With a good fighting spirit. With a thought. The blood essence in his body, that had not been used for a long time, began to boil slightly. His body was too strong now, and the blessing of the blood essence on him was no longer very obvious. However, the role of blood essence is still very large. The most important thing is to open up spiritual orifices, perform secret techniques, arrange formations, etc. With the stimulation of blood essence, dark mysterious patterns began to cover Bai Donglin's skin. The complex patterns were entwined around his eyebrows, forming a mysterious rune. This is a secret technique that almost all physical cultivators practice. He first saw it during the Saint Sect assessment, in the battle with Su Qi. It can comprehensively improve the caster's physical qualities. Clang! Tu Ya appeared in front of Bai Donglin in an instant as if teleporting, and smashed down with his iron fist wearing a red boxing glove. Bai Donglin did not dodge, but took the challenge with his fist. The loud sound of metal collision was deafening. A violent shock wave erupted from the point of collision. The sand sea below was pressed down by the terrifying air pressure, and the clouds above the sky were shattered. The two men were evenly matched, neither giving an inch. Their fists clashed wildly, leaving afterimages connected into one. Bai Donglin looked relaxed. Even though he had suppressed most of his strength, his terrifying perception ability was still able to grasp every attack of Tu Ya. Heavenly Tyrant Body. Seeing that he could not defeat the enemy after a long time of attack, Tu Ya frowned, roared, and fought with all his strength. His eyes turned into a rich purple, and streams of purple energy and blood lingered around his body. His domineering aura soared again. A punch was thrown, and the surrounding air exploded, instantly becoming a vacuum state. Bai Donglin's expression moved slightly, and he crossed his arms to block the punch. Bang! 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 With a muffled sound, Bai Donglin's body was smashed into the void with a series of sonic booms, creating a huge deep pit in the sand sea below. Bai Donglin patted the sand off his body and walked out of the deep pit unscathed. Although he suppressed his strength, his physical defense was not reduced much. He could stand there and let Tu Ya hit him without any harm. Bai Donglin looked a little curious. He didn't expect that Tu Ya was practicing this technique. Song Tian Ba Shui Zhan Ti. He had seen this inheritance when he first entered the Monument Realm. This move was not used in the battle between Tu Ya and Bai Jian 5 years ago. It seems that one can only awaken a special combat body after breaking through to the realm of supernatural powers. Very good. Very good. No wonder Tu Ya is so domineering. It turns out that it is partly due to the practice of a martial art. This martial art is highly compatible with Tu Ya. Bullying the world. Tu Ya's strong thighs stepped forward, and the void rippled. His tall body, which seemed to be made of steel, suddenly rose to 3 feet high, and rich purple patterns spread all over his body. Cool! The tall body was still moving at a swift speed. In a flash, Bai Donglin appeared above his head and smashed down with a huge fist, compressing the air suddenly into substance. Bai Donglin's mind moved slightly, and his magical powers were exerted, transforming him into a 3-meter-tall giant. The chains of the laws of power tightly wrapped around his body, and his strength soared. He was once again evenly matched with Tu Ya. The two fists collided. Thunder exploded, and the vast amount of yellow sand around rolled up like waves. The terrifying shock force shook the yellow sand hundreds of feet above the ground. The fight between the two became more and more intense, with each punch hitting the flesh, showing the wildness of physical cultivators' combat. Wherever they passed, the aftermath was turbulent, and suddenly yellow sand rolled, and a huge sandstorm was swept up by the two. Tuya's expression was crazy, and his mouth and nose overflowing purple blood. He fought for thousands of rounds with Bai Donglin, and his body had been damaged by the anti-shock force. On the other hand, Bai Donglin's face was still calm, and he was unharmed. Every one of his attacks was caught by him. He knew that he had underestimated Bai Donglin. He was still the #1 genius he was 5 years ago. Genius never dies. No! I can't lose! Tuya's expression was ferocious. The purple light in his eyes was like substance. The origin light surrounded by purple air began to boil, and the 4 floating spiritual orifices in it shone with dazzling light, and the power of law surged. Hegemony, thunder and fire. A sea of thunder and fire surged out, and then suddenly shrank, turning into a set of purple-red thunder and fire armor that covered Tuya's entire body. The armor was like a substance, with 2 thunder and fire dragons transformed by the laws tightly wrapped around it. Tuya, whose momentum surged again, did not stop after doing all this. He punched out and forced Bai Donglin back. He roared again, his blood vessels bulging all over his body, wriggling slightly like countless little snakes. And his voice was hoarse. Blue sky tyrant blood go dark. As soon as the words fell, a dark ripple slowly spread out from under Tuya's feet and extended to the end of his sight in the blink of an eye. A thick black fluid instantly covered the surrounding desert. Bai Donglin stepped on the dark ground with his feet, feeling weak and powerless. A sucking and pulling force bound him tightly. His 5 senses and will began to become confused. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and his spirit shook, and he instantly recovered. The law of darkness. Is there also the law of illusion? While Bai Donglin was deep in thought, Tuya's figure flashed and attacked again. Bai Donglin was about to take a step back, but he found that countless tough black chains spread out from the dark ground and bound his legs and arms tightly. At the same time, extremely sharp black blades shot out. Sizzle! Bang! The sharp blade and Tuya's fist wrapped in lightning and fire hit Bai Donglin at the same time. Sparks flew everywhere. Bai Donglin didn't move at all. Tuya's purple pupil suddenly shrank. How is it possible? Bai Donglin's defense was completely beyond his imagination. Now that he is doing his best, he still cannot break Bai Donglin's defense. For a moment, he burst into fierce light again in his eyes. The thunderous fire double dragon turned into the laws of the law, and tens of thousands of punch instantly, covered by the laws of the body's surface and ignoring Tuya's crazy attack. Bai Donglin scanned the surroundings and found that Tuya's going dark had blocked out the outside world sight. And except for the fact that Tuya's spiritual orifice had not yet collapsed, he had already reached his limit. So, let's end this performance. With a slight movement of his mind, a scarlet sword intent of destruction emerged, which contained the terrifying law of destruction. The red line wrapped around the surface of his body, and all the black chains were cut into nothingness. Bai Donglin raised his right hand and slashed with his palm knife at a high speed. Tuya's huge body paused, and his legs and arms were cut off at the same time, and large streams of purple blood gushed out. Tuya, who was already extremely exhausted, lost a large amount of blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and he fell to the ground with a weak breath. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and prepared to use the communication bracelet to end the duel. No one could be killed here, and after he knew the martial arts that Tuya practiced, he no longer had any intention of killing him. After all, he was a hero who helped him make a fortune. Kiki. Wait. Wait. The opening of the weak voice of Tuya stopped Bai Donglin's movements. The tiger's eyes looked at Bai Donglin unwillingly, and continued, Why? Why are you so strong? Chapter 147 Feel My Pain. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. Why did he always like to ask this question? He didn't want to pay attention to Tuya, but seeing the unwilling look on his face, Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, walked in front of Tuya, lowered his head and said, Do you really want to know? Think. Tuya nodded vigorously. He had worked so hard and had 5 more years of training time than Bai Donglin. He really couldn't understand why the gap between them was so big. As you wish. He slowly extended his index finger, and a tiny red dot appeared on the fingertip. It then grew bigger and bigger, and in an instant turned into a scarlet sphere the size of an eyeball. which rotated slightly, and was surrounded by tiny chains of laws. Bai Donglin squatted in front of Tuya, opened his mouth, threw the scarlet ball into his mouth, and said softly, "Feel my pain. 1%. As soon as the scarlet ball condensed by the pain of pain entered the body of Tuya, he instantly expanded to his whole body. Tuya was still thinking about what it means to say what Bai Donglin's words. Tuya's pupils were shrinking to disappear. There was only a piece of eyes left in the eyes. And the eyes were raised outward, as if it was going to burst out. The mouth was large to the limit. The cheeks were torn directly to the ears. But they were still holding their mouths. Saliva was dripping from his mouth. His body was twitching. His spirit was wailing. The light of his origin was dimming. And his soul's will was on the verge of destruction. A slight smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. And with a thought, the law of pain in Tuya's body was removed. "It's not that I want to mess with you. You asked for it." Bai Donglin's surrounding space was slightly distorted. And it was sent out by the Tontian Tower. After a long time, the Tuya lying on the ground slowed down. And the consciousness gradually recovered. The empty eyes were looking at the sky. And the tearing of two halves of mouth opened slightly, muttering the vague words. 100. 1%. Monster. It's out. It's out. The battle is over. Let's see who won. Damn it. What kind of crappy trick did that bastard Tuya use? It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything at the critical moment. As Bai Donglin appeared in the lobby on the 0th floor, the huge light curtain suspended in the air flickered slightly, and two lines of large characters appeared. The battle is over. The winner is Bai Donglin. The hall suddenly fell silent. This was the result given by the Tower of Babel. Naturally, they would not doubt whether it was wrong. Then a huge noise was heard. "No! Tuya! How could this happen? Where's my money? It was there just now. Tuya! You son of a bitch! It's happened twice. Last time it was Shinwuk. This time it was Bai Donglin. If I still hold you hostage next time, I'll cut off my own 5 limbs. Brother! Brother! Please say something. Didn't you say that Tuya will win?" Gamblers were wailing. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. And the losses were heavy. Except for a few people who bet on Bai Donglin and made a small profit with the odds of 1.5. The biggest winner was of course Bai Donglin, who directly earned more than 200,000 points and more than 2 million spirit stones. He was also afraid that if he bet too much, he would scare away the dealer. Otherwise Bai Donglin could make more money. At this time, Shang Qing had already collected the points and spirit stones. And in the envious eyes of everyone, he drew a light gate and left quickly. Far away in the crowd, there was a graceful woman who was watching all this silently. She had a snow-white veil on her face. There was a faint glow floating on the veil, which turned out to be a spiritual weapon of high quality. The exposed eyes were as gentle as water, full of ripples. Just by looking at these eyes, you could tell that it was a stunningly beautiful woman. "Miss Nine, is this the person you're looking for?" Behind the peerless woman stood a woman in a blue dress, holding a magic sword in both hands. She had a cold and fierce aura, and it was obvious that she had a remarkable cultivation level. Yes, this person is very extraordinary. His strength and talent are probably not as good as that of a perfect god. If I can use him, he will be a great help in the endless battlefield in the future. Miss Nine nodded slightly. Her words were gentle and sweet, but her voice was strictly confined to a 3-foot radius, without a single word leaking out. "Let's go! This kind of evil genius needs to grow up before he can be useful." Before he finished speaking, golden light appeared around the two figures, and they disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin's face was pale, as if he had been extremely exhausted and had barely won. He stood there for a moment, and when the crowd began to gather around him, he smiled, waved his hand slightly, drew a gate of light around him, and disappeared. When they returned to Zizuju, Shang Qing had been waiting for a long time. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. It was really comfortable to earn so many points so easily. Shang Qing handed over the points and spirit stones to Bai Donglin, and then immediately said, "Brother Bai, there's no need to be polite, and you don't need to thank me with points and spirit stones. I didn't do anything. To be honest, I took the opportunity to stake my entire fortune and made a fortune. Ha ha ha. And you didn't see how many sisters and junior sisters looked at me in admiration when I used your points and spirit stones to place the bet. I received dozens of bracelet friend requests just now. I'm going to go date a girl." After Shang Qing's words, he did not give Bai Donglin's opportunity. When he drawn out of the light door, He disappeared step by step. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and didn't care. The saint was right. There was no need to be so polite between them. If he could help him in the future, he would just give him a hand. Lying on the purple bamboo lounge chair, Bai Donglin pondered for a moment. Now that he had more than 800,000 points, it became a problem as to how to spend them. Good steel should be used on the blade. He would not squander it just because he has some wealth. Selling magic tools or engaging in gambling are methods that cannot be replicated for a second time in a period of time. At least for a long time no one will come to challenge him to a duel. And those gamblers and dealers are not idiots. It will not be as easy as today. Therefore, before finding a stable source of points, it is better to use these points as little as possible. Points should be used to exchange for law seeds. But it is not good to learn some useless magical powers just for the sake of law seeds. The price of the magical power inheritance with the law seeds must be higher than the simple law seeds. He is not short of magical powers now. His soul's supernatural power includes the Eye of the Soul. His physical defense includes the iron bones given to him by Shao Zi. His physical attack includes laws of heaven and earth. His escape method includes the world is within a feet. His perception method includes seeing from the sky and hearing from the earth. His energy replenishment method includes swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. And he can also control fire and water. He has no shortage of means. And there is still a lot of room for improvement in these supernatural powers. Hey, I didn't expect that I would be troubled because of being too rich. At this time, he was a little envious of the privileges of formal disciples. There were too few places where he could spend money. There was only one steel world and one mountain of books. Like the rules of the origin, the hall of the Zhou dynasty, the broken world, Wu Daoya, etc. are all good places. Unfortunately, the rules of the holy sect are strict. 1 or 2 is 2. And it is impossible to open the back door for some people. The structure of the Jidao holy sect is very different from that of other sections. There is no so-called sect leader, elders, or supreme elders. The Jidao holy sect is more like an alliance community. The extreme council is composed of many peak masters, lords of various secret realms, controllers of various immortal weapons, and other powerful beings above the realm of gods and demons. Whenever a major event occurs, these gods and demons will open the extreme temple to discuss and vote together. Under normal circumstances, there is a set of strict rules supporting the operation of the holy sect. There is no distinction between the superiors and the inferiors among the departments, and their status is equal, unless there is an irreconcilable situation beyond the rules. The Jidao temple will be opened and the Jidao parliament will be activated. If even the Jidao council cannot resolve the problem, it will be reported to a higher level and discussed again by the Tian ancestors. These ancestors are the heads of their respective departments, and they will be automatically promoted after breaking through to the Hunyuan Wuji realm. That's why the Wujian arena acted so domineering and decisively in the beginning. It was because of this that the power of each department was relatively independent. In the Wujian arena, the Wujian judge among the 12 gods and demons is the boss. As long as things are done according to the rules, no one can interfere. In a word, rules are supreme in the Jidao holy sect. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and all the information he had read in the book Mountain flashed through his mind. The power system of the holy sect was quite advanced, and even from his perspective, he could not find any problems. The huge network of rules covers the entire holy sect. Each department checks and balances each other. The ancestors of the Jidao parliament and Tian this system perfectly avoids the corruption of power. There was a thoughtful look in Bai Donglin's eyes. Chapter 148 Endless Knowledge. To break through from the divine power realm to the divine source realm, one needs to absorb the 365 main spiritual orifices into the original light. And it is extremely difficult to comprehend and engrave 365 different laws. Even with the help of magical powers, the laws of origin, law seeds, and other shortcuts. Therefore, for monks with different talents and those with poor cultivation conditions, there is also a simple path to choose. That is, the same law is engraved in different spiritual tricks. The simplest and lowest level is that the same law is engraved in the 365 spiritual tricks. This can also break through the source of the gods. However, no one will choose this most garbage. The same spiritual orifice of the law. The added cultivation and lifespan to the cultivator is less than 1/10 of that of the spiritual orifice of different laws. And there is no possibility of further improvement. If an ordinary cultivator absorbs a spiritual orifice, he can at least increase his lifespan by 1 dragon and 100 years. if he continues to absorb spiritual orifices of different laws. Theoretically, the minimum lifespan, when he reaches the perfection of the supernatural power realm, is 35,600 years. Therefore, as long as cultivators still have aspirations and want to make further progress, they will do their best to comprehend the power of different laws. The ever-increasing lifespan is enough for them to slowly comprehend and practice. Unless they really can't make any further progress and have reached their limits, they will choose to replicate the laws and spiritual orifices. As Bai Donglin knows, all the gods and magic realms are currently known. At least 200 different laws are engraved during the magical realm, which is less than 200, and there is no possibility of breaking through the realm of gods. The type of power of the law has no requirements for breaking through the source of the gods. You only need to incorporate all the main spiritual tricks into the light of the source to break through. But the type of law is very large, and the gap between the strength is very large. It is very important to engrave different laws and spiritual orifices. It is not only related to the cultivator's cultivation and lifespan, but most importantly, the possibility of breaking through to the next level. Bai Donglin has also made his own plans, not to mention the more than 10,000 hidden spiritual orifices. The 365 kinds of law spiritual orifices are his minimum requirement for himself. However, it is unrealistic to think about engraving different laws on more than 10,000 hidden spiritual orifices. It is not certain whether there are so many kinds of laws. It is inevitable that the hidden spiritual orifices will replicate the laws. Let's complete a small goal first, and engrave different laws on the main spiritual orifices. Some rare rules may not be easy to find, but some common ones are still fine. And you should be solved with money. Bai Donglin converged his thoughts, and decided to go to Shushan to find clues first. At least he must put up some simple rules first. For example, he still has a bad soil, and the laws of the 5 elements are made. What are the thunder, rain, electricity, etc.? These common rules should be easy to find. Bai Donglin is a person who can't sit still. He does it as soon as he thinks of it. By the way, he goes to the mountain of books to recharge himself. The more than 10 million volumes he printed last time have been digested. Learning knowledge is endless. He walked out of the light gate and stepped out into the mountain of books. He first spent some time collecting information related to the law seed. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and then he shook his head. It seemed that he still needed the authority of a formal disciple. It was a coincidence. Under normal circumstances, as long as one breaks through the realm of magical powers, he will definitely be admitted to the main peak. For example, the little guy Su Shujio broke through to the realm of magical powers by relying on the laws of the origin of magical powers, and entered the goddess peak easily. Disciples who have not broken through the realm of supernatural powers naturally do not need to come into contact with training facilities related to the laws. This is also the basis of the rules of the Holy Sect, which limits the access to training facilities suitable for the realm of supernatural powers to those who need to join the main peak. Bai Donglin is an accident, and it can be regarded as a small loophole. But Xingzong cannot change the rules for him for this little thing. After all, it is just 2 or 3 years. In the eyes of those gods and magic, it will be the next time. You will die when you wait for the next assessment, unable to think of a better way for the time being, and not wanting to spend a lot of money to go to the monument world to learn magical powers. Bai Donglin had no choice but to read books and absorb knowledge. At the same time, the twin beads of thunder and fire in his body devoured a large amount of spirit stones, launching attacks non-stop to replenish his energy. As he became stronger, even under intentional control, the increasingly tough cell particles made the twin beads of thunder and fire less and less effective. This was the result of his several upgrades and modifications. The essence of the thunder and fire beads was not high. Now that they consumed more and more energy, the damage they caused to him was getting lower and lower. They were already on the verge of elimination. The enhanced energy that is brushed out is still all supplied to the soul. Currently, the improvement of physical cultivation only requires nourishing the spiritual orifice and engraving the laws. And there is no need to waste precious enhanced energy. After breaking through the divine source realm, he discovered through his research in the black prison that after the original light was absorbed into all the main spiritual orifices, it would sublimate and change its essential form. At that time, he could use enhanced energy to strengthen the original light. Compared with other cultivators, this was another major advantage of his. Bai Donglin studied hard and time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Beep beep beep. The Jidao bracelet flashed red. Bai Donglin's expression moved, and his mind received a message. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am the owner of the Refining Treasure Pavilion. Under the instruction of Miss 9 of Duobao Peak, I would like to invite you to participate in the trade fair held at Duobao Peak tomorrow. This trade fair is hosted by Duobao Peak and has a wide variety of cultivation resources. I believe there will be something that Mr. Bai needs among them. Together with this news, there is also an invitation letter full of complicated patterns, which have two small words. Duobao. Bai Donglin withdrew the idea. And the color of the 9 ladies. What does the 9 ladies mean? Such frequent contact with him must not just look at him with handsomeness. Do you see my potential? Do you want to bribe me? A slight smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. The only reason these old disciples noticed him was because of the little bit of his talent in cultivation that he had revealed. This 9th miss is very confident. But Bai Donglin doesn't care about it. He is quite interested in this trade fair. If nothing unexpected happens, those who participate in this kind of high-level trade fair will all be powerful disciples. At least at the level of supernatural powers. These people must have some common law seeds that are of no use. So he could buy some. He has a lot of points now. But he lacks the channels to trade. By the way, you can also see if there is any substitute for the thunder and fire beats. Once his body becomes stronger, he will no longer be able to maintain the maximum efficiency of damage reversal. After making the decision to participate in the trade fair, Bai Donglin immediately sent a message to the shopkeeper of Lianbao Pavilion. The shopkeeper had added him as his bracelet friend on the pretext that he could contact him directly next time he came to sell magic tools. Presumably, it was also for Miss 9. It seemed that Miss 9's status was very special. His thoughts communicated with the core of the mountain of books through the bracelet. In the boundless white world, there was already a large area of green dots. These green dots represented the knowledge that he had already copied. It took 2 months this time and printed 60 million volumes of all kinds of knowledge. But these green spots are still worthless than the endless white world. Bai Donglin's heart moved. And he was a little curious about how much knowledge was contained in this mountain of books. He communicated with the core of the mountain with his mind, searching for knowledge, words, and books. Buzz! The bracelet trembled and red light flashed. The white world that Bai Donglin's mind entered instantly turned into a blood-red world. Bai Donglin knew that every red dot in this blood-red world was a volume of knowledge. Bai Donglin was stunned to see that the number given by the book mountain core was actually infinite. How could it be endless? His brows were furrowed. Finite and infinite are two completely different concepts. Does that mean that at this moment, the knowledge in this mountain of books is still increasing? Otherwise, it is impossible that there is no specific number. It seems that this mountain of books is not as simple as imagined. A top-grade Taoist weapon is simply not qualified to carry the 4 words infinite. I'm afraid that this mountain of top-grade Taoist artifacts is just a superficial appearance. And the core hidden in it is extraordinary. He shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. This mountain of books was as mysterious as the world of steels. It was not something he could explore right now. But this is a good thing for him. At least, he doesn't have to worry about running out of knowledge to learn in the future. With his speed, as long as there is a specific amount of knowledge in the mountain of books, it is only a matter of time for him to learn it all. Endless knowledge is great. Bai Donglin's mouth rose. The reason why his cultivation was so smooth was that without master's guidance, the extremely difficult pregnant god-casting magic sutra was successfully cultivated successfully. These knowledge is his capital. Chapter 149, The Poisonous Pearl. The next day, Bai Donglin opened the light door through the map in the bracelet and came to Duobao Peak. Looking up, there was a huge mountain surrounded by precious light. The mountain was thousands of feet deep in the clouds. And there was a powerful formation and restriction covering the entire mountain. Even Bai Donglin's magical powers could not see its full picture. Before arriving at the mountain gate, Bai Donglin raised his left arm. The bracelet flashed red, and a golden invitation letter automatically floated out. The formation restriction of Duobao Peak was triggered, and a wave descended and enveloped Bai Donglin. The surrounding space distorted slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When Bai Donglin regained his sight, he had arrived at a huge hall. He concentrated and found that the hall was full of special restrictions. He could not use his divine sense, vision and hearing, etc. This must be to protect everyone's privacy. Bai Donglin followed suit and could only use his eyes to look around. The entrance to the hall was pitch black, according to the explanation in the invitation letter. Except for the disciples belonging to Duobao Peak. Everyone else could only stay in this hall to conduct transactions, and were not allowed to walk out of the hall and enter Duobao Peak to wander around. He didn't care about it. He came here to attend the trade fair, and had no interest in other places in Duobao Peak. At this time, quite a few people had come to the hall, and it was roughly estimated that there were no less than 1,000 people. After careful sensing, each of them was strong. Most of them were in the second or third level of the supernatural power realm, and there were also quite a few in the fourth or fifth level. On the surface strength, he should be the lowest strength here. The 9 ladies seemed to know his situation very well. He specially invited him to come, and he wanted to come to buy the opportunity to buy rule seeds. So, he hasn't even met the other person yet. But he already owes 2 people a favor? But it is impossible to use this shall we to impress his iron stone. With his mind, Bai Donglin began to hang out in this huge hall. Around the main hall, there are centers, all of which are built with rows of neat stalls. The stalls are not big and exquisite. The disciples who come to participate in the transaction can be used arbitrarily, which is much better than just setting up a stall on the ground. As more and more people began to enter the hall, more and more disciples took out various treasures to set up stalls. Waves of law fluctuations rose from some stalls, and were clearly sensed by Bai Donglin. They were the law seeds. With a move of his figure, Bai Donglin appeared in front of a stall. He ignored some strange things on the stall, and fixed his eyes on a crystal-clear crystal ball. This crystal ball is made of a crystal called nothingness, and is specially used to make a container for carrying the seed of law. There is a strong green spot in the empty crystal ball, exuding the breath of the rules of wood. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. As he expected, laws like the 5 elements law were very common, so it was normal for them to be sold. He glanced at the stall owner, a beautiful female disciple, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Bai Donglin asked, "Hello, sister. How do you sell this wooden law?" "I only accept point transactions. 10,000 points." The woman carefully looked at Bai Donglin. Although this person called her sister, she could not feel the depth of her cultivation. "I thought there was any special habit." In order to conceal his ongoing practice, Bai Donglin had various secret patterns and prohibitions engraved on his body. All auras were blocked, so the female disciple in the supernatural power realm naturally couldn't see anything. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment. Although the 5 elements law was the most common law, one could only obtain the seeds of the law in some special places. 10,000 was not expensive. Transaction. "I want this law of this wood." Seeing that Bai Donglin was so happy, the woman was also happy. The disciples who participated in the trading conference were not low. This ordinary rule was carved into the spirit. But I did not expect to sell it so easily. I wanted to come to this monster for my brother and sister. The 2 men clinked their bracelets lightly, and the money and goods were settled. Bai Donglin carefully put away the empty crystal ball and moved to the next stall. "Brother, how much do you sell this law of earth?" 10,000 points. No bargaining. Make a deal. It was so easy. He spent 20,000 points to collect all the 5 elements. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Other slightly rarer laws were not so common, and their prices were not so attractive. The trade fair had just begun. As long as he could come across them, and the price was not too excessive, he would still buy them. The laws of heaven and earth are interwoven with Tao and reason. Everything in heaven and earth has its own reason for existence, and contains the power of laws. It is the essence of all things in heaven and earth. To comprehend and engrave the laws is to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The law seed is just like its name. It is a seed, planted in the spiritual orifice. Then you can easily sense and engrave the corresponding power of the law. Water the seed with the power of the law day and night, and one day in the future it will grow into a towering tree. Planting trees is planting the Tao, and what you are planting is the great law of heaven and earth. Use the great Tao of heaven and earth to nourish your own Tao and achieve your own Tao fruit. In this way, you can step into the realm of Hunyuan Wuji. By noon, the trade fair in the main hall had reached its busiest time, and many stalls were almost full. Bai Donglin was in a good mood, walking among the crowd and buying quite a few interesting things. On a stall, a dark bead attracted Bai Donglin's attention, and it exudes a strange atmosphere of poisoning, and corroded the surrounding air. "Old man, what kind of treasure is this bead?" It's not that Bai Donglin was talking nonsense. The stall owner was indeed an old man with white hair and beard. The lifespan of a cultivator is long, and its appearance is difficult to define. But most people will maintain their most perfect, youngest and most peak physical appearance. Of course, there are special cases. Some people enter the world of cultivation relatively late. Perhaps an octogenarian enters the world of cultivation by chance, but has become accustomed to his appearance, and is too lazy to reshape his body. Some look like a little child. But they might be old monsters that have lived for millions of years. So it's hard to say. Bai Donglin doesn't bother with these things. He just judges people by their appearance. Haha. Little brother. You have a good eye. This is the 10,000 Evils Poison Pearl. It is made from the inner elixir of a 10,000 poisons dragon, and was made by a master refiner who is proficient in the laws of poison, supplemented by various precious materials. It is a rare and top-grade spiritual weapon. Bai Donglin's heart moved. This would be a good thing to replace the twin beads of thunder and fire. If he kept using the same attributes to brush energy, his body would slowly develop resistance, and the effect would become worse and worse. Therefore, it would be best to find some treasures with different attack attributes as replacements. Can I touch the old man? Please! Bai Donglin obtained consent, picked up the wanty poison pearl with his bare hands, closed his eyes and concentrated carefully to sense it, and even absorb a trace of its overflowing breath into his body. After a moment, Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. This poison bead was better than he thought. He was mainly afraid that its toxicity was too single, and his body would easily develop resistance to it. I didn't expect that this tiny poison bead actually has 10,000 different kinds of toxicity, and 2 of them can produce different toxicities when combined. It is a good treasure. These 10,000 kinds of toxicity should be the characteristics of the inner elixir of the 10,000 poison dragon. Old man, I really like your treasure. How would you like to sell it? Unexpectedly, the old man with white hair and beard shook his head slightly, with a hint of desire in his eyes, and said in a firm tone, "The old man does not sell this thing. The old man must use it." Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. This rule did exist in the trade fair. Barter was allowed, and the transaction method was entirely up to the seller. I wonder if there is anything you need. Old man? Bai Donglin really liked this poison bead, but if there was no way to satisfy the old man, he would have to give up. He couldn't do something like robbing the old man openly, mainly because the old man had no grudge against him, and he was embarrassed to do it. I need a treasure that can increase my lifespan. At least 200 years. Bai Donglin hesitated slightly when he heard this. The old man, who was stroking his beard, paused for a moment. There was a plan. Then he waved his hand to put away the many things on the stall, suppressed his inner excitement, and whispered to Bai Donglin, "Little brother, please follow me." Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and followed the old man to a bronze wall on one side. The old man pinched a spell with one hand, and the wall shook slightly. Then a door opened, revealing a small room. This is a secret room prepared by Dubao Peak for disciples, who need to conduct some private transactions. Anyone who needs it can use it at will. There is a forbidden formation inside to prevent prying eyes. The 2 men walked into the secret room one after the other. The bronze door slammed shut. The old man rubbed his hands together and asked excitedly, "Little brother, I saw that you looked hesitant just now. I wonder if you have a treasure that can increase your lifespan. Or do you have relevant information? Only if you can pay a treasure or information of equal value. This one poison pearl will be yours." How precious and rare treasures that increase their lifespan. The old man dare not determine that Bai Donglin really has this kind of thing. But as long as he hopes, he wants to grasp it, even if it is just related information. What a coincidence. Bai Donglin really has it. Chapter 150. Looking at the expression of the old man's excitement, Bai Donglin moved his mind, and the eyes of the soul exerted it, and all the situation in his body looked at it. The light of origin was dim, like a candle swaying in the wind, which could go out at any time. All 198 main spiritual orifices absorbed the light of origin. It turned out that Bai Donglin flashed in his eyes. The old life of life is about to be exhausted, but he is reluctant to give up the opportunity to break through the realm of gods and magic. There are only 2 options for the old man now. One is to directly start the law of the law, increase the birthday, and then break through the god of the gods and obtain a longer life yuan. However, once the process of replicating the laws and spiritual orifices begins, new laws can no longer be engraved, thus completely losing the possibility of breaking through the realm of gods and demons. This old man is only short of 2 new laws, so naturally he is unwilling to give up. The second method is to find a way to increase your birthday, and after you have enough time, you can realize the new rules and spiritual tricks. Old man, don't know what to call. Why did you fall to the dying situation of Shouyuan? According to Bai Donglin's observation with his soul eye, the old man's original light was covered with fine cracks, and he was able to incorporate 198 kinds of laws, which clearly showed that he was a man of extraordinary talent. It seemed that he had fallen into this state due to someone's evil deeds. Looking at Bai Donglin's avoidance, the old man had to suppress the anxiety in his heart, increasing the precious treasure of Shouyuan. And naturally, he could not easily show people. He could also understand Bai Donglin's concerns. He then sat on the chair and sighed and said, "Hey, you do know if you are a little friend. The old man is Zhang Hai. He was also the leader of the disciples of Shenzong that year. The scenery was infinite. He hated that he was sold by friends during a secret exploration. It is only for decades to work for decades. For decades. The old man has not been sure to grasp the new law of inscriptions. It is too difficult. The more it comes to the back, the more difficult it is to find the new rule seeds. Those rare laws are more difficult. Unfortunately, I just gave up the old husband and not reconciled. Go Yin. Only 2 steps. Only 2 steps. I need time. I need Shouyuan." Bai Donglin nodded slightly. And it was as expected as he expected. Of course, the light of this person's origin was severely damaged. Of course, he would not directly believe Zhang Hai's word. He just didn't want to take out his experimental results too easily. He didn't care about Zhang Hai's past at all. He just wanted to master the rhythm of the transaction and make more profits while keeping his own secrets. So he said to Zhang Hai hesitantly, "Mr. Zhang, you also know that the treasure that increases lifespan is very important. I'm afraid, little friends, you don't need to say. The old man knows what to do." Zhang Hai was excited. He didn't expect that just trying his luck would actually give him a glimmer of hope. Then his expression was solemn, and his soul stepped out of the sea of consciousness and floated in the void. The soul shocks the true spirit, and the soul wraps the true spirit. I, Zhang Hai, swear by my true spirit that the content of the transaction between me and you today will never be leaked, and I will never be your enemy. If you break this oath, your true spirit will fall forever and will not be able to enter the reincarnation cycle. The mother river is above, and the heaven and earth will bear witness to it. As Zhang Hai's oath came to an end, a strange wave swept through, and the oath came true. The oaths in this world are not just spoken casually. They are truly effective. Generally, oaths are sworn by one's true spirit, or by one's own path. If violated, there will be misfortune. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and with a thought, for crystal bottles appeared on the table in front of him. They were filled with crystal clear spiritual liquid, and the spiritual liquid was dotted with stars. Like a dream. Mr. Zhang, this divine liquid is a treasure that my ancestors obtained from an ancient secret realm. It is extremely rare and precious. Now it is 1 bottle less. Every bottle of divine liquid you take can add 60 years to your lifespan. Of course, Bai Donglin was talking nonsense. This so-called divine liquid was given to Sheng Qing and others to drink. The original light of Sheng Qing and others was like the morning sun, full of vitality. After taking this divine liquid, they would only feel that their original light had been enhanced a lot. And naturally they would not know that it had the function of increasing their lifespan. He called this thing original spirit liquid, and it was one of the many experimental results in the Black Prison. Because the manufacture of this thing involved mysterious enhanced energy. Only he could produce it. And it was his exclusive product. Transplant the spiritual orifice into the light of origin to meet the conditions for breaking the mirror. When the light of origin sublimate, use special means to cut out the sublimating origin. At this time, the origin has no effect and will automatically dissipate over time. The most critical step is to absorb the cut origin into his own body and fuse it with the mysterious strengthening energy to create the original spirit liquid that can strengthen the original light. The reason why the lifespan of physical cultivators is so long is mainly because of the power of the original light. The original spiritual liquid can enhance the original light, which is naturally equivalent to increasing the lifespan of the cultivator. Excitement emerged on Zhang Hai's face, and he picked up a bottle of original spiritual liquid with trembling hands, looking at the dreamy liquid inside with intoxicated eyes. He thought Bai Donglin only had information about a treasure that could increase longevity. But he didn't expect that he would actually take out a treasure that could increase longevity. Mr. Zhang, take a bottle first to see the effect, and we can discuss the follow-up transaction later. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. He knew that Zhang Hai would never completely believe him unless he tried it himself. This was human nature. Old people are wise, and not so easy to fool. Zhang Hai regained his composure, nodded to Bai Donglin, opened a bottle of spiritual liquid and drank it all. Bai Donglin's eyes sparkled slightly. As soon as the spiritual liquid entered Zhang Hai's body, it instantly merged into his dim original light. After a moment, his original light shone, and the fine cracks on it healed a lot. and his vitality suddenly became much stronger. Zhang Hai opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in him, and he looked down at his hands, which had become much redder, and even his wrinkled skin had become smoother. It was true. He could clearly sense that this divine liquid had really increased his lifespan by 60 years. Thank you, my friend. Zhang Hai stood up and bowed to Bai Donglin with a solemn expression. Although it was a deal, Bai Donglin did save him and gave him hope when he was about to despair. This was not something a Wani poison pearl could compare to. My friend, this is the Wani poison pearl. We agreed that it would last for 200 years. But the effect of this divine liquid has exceeded 200 years. I wonder if my friend needs anything else. I will do my best to compensate you. Bai Donglin's heart moved. He did this on purpose. Although he still had a lot of original spiritual liquid. If he only took out 3 bottles, he believed that Zhang Hai would still sell the Wani poison pearl to him. The reason why he took out 4 bottles was not because he was kind-hearted. This sea has lived for so long. For the sake of the rules, I do know how many mysteries have been explored. Will there be fewer seeds on the body? Mr. Zhang, I have a young descendant who has just broken through to the divine ability realm. He needs a lot of law seeds. Do you have any? Ha ha ha. No problem. No problem. What I lack the most is seeds of laws. Please have a look. My friend. Zhang Hai waved his hand, and the table in front of him was filled with empty crystal balls, most of which were the 5 elements law, which were directly ignored by Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin reached out and picked out 4 crystal balls, namely thunder, lightning, rain, and a relatively rare one of the law of ice. Even though Zhang Hai took out a large number of them, most of them were repeated, and there were only 4 rules that he didn't have. This trade fair not only brought together the 5 elements, but also gathered wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and the harvest was quite fruitful. Mr. Zhang, I'll just take these 4 rules. Now that we've settled our payment, I'll take my leave. Bai Donglin stood up and raised his hand slightly, then triggered the restriction. The bronze door slowly opened, and he walked directly out of the bronze secret room. Although Zhang Hai was quite powerful, and had managed to get to this point with his crippled body, and his will and heart were very impressive, but there was still a little bit of difficulty in getting him to take the initiative to make friends. From beginning to end, he didn't even tell the other party his name. Zhang Hai was slightly stunned, looking at Bai Donglin's back as he left in a leisurely manner. He felt that this man was full of mystery. But even so, he had no intention of inquiring about Bai Donglin's identity, not only because of the oath, but also because he, Zhang Hai, was not the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity. Bai Donglin not only saved his life, but also saved his path, giving him hope of revenge. He will definitely repay this great favor if he has the chance in the future. Zhang Hai solemnly put away the original spiritual liquid, and left Duobao Peak in a flash. Chapter 151 The Eternal and Only Real World. Bai Donglin did not leave Duobao Peak immediately. Although there are no other law seeds in this trade fair, he is not in a hurry now. The 6 law seeds he obtained today are enough for him to practice and comprehend for a long time. It is easy to plant the seeds, but it is not easy to water them with the power of laws. Although he has a great advantage in cultivation, the top spiritual awareness and powerful soul allow him to comprehend and engrave the laws dozens of times faster than others. But it will take at least a few years to incorporate these 6 kinds of spiritual awareness into the light of origin. The reason why he didn't leave immediately was that he wanted to meet the mysterious Miss Nine of Duobao Peak. Until nightfall, Bai Donglin bought a few more spiritual weapons that could be used to brush up on energy. Although there was no bloody bargain, he was already very satisfied with so many gains. Miss Nine is here. Seeing the stall owners around him packing up their goods instantly and looking towards the exit of the hall, Bai Donglin's heart moved. Here it comes. What's coming next is probably the highlight of the day. This so-called trade fair is just a cover. Bai Donglin realized early on that this transaction was not that simple, and there must be something fishy about it. This was the second reason why he refused to leave. Like everyone else, Bai Donglin stared at the gate shrouded in darkness. Then a graceful woman stepped out of the darkness, wearing a white skirt, wearing white gauze, a pair of beautiful eyes, tenderness like water. The woman behind the woman, with a blue skirt, with a soul sword, is also extraordinary. Bai Donglin's first reaction when he saw the woman in the white dress was, she is so damn rich. She was wearing a white dress, a white jade belt, spirit beast leather shoes, a veil, earrings, a hairpin, and an emerald jade pendant, all of which were spiritual weapons. There is no need to think about it. This woman must be the 9th Miss of Duobao Peak. She is worthy of being the master of the holy sex weapon refining lineage. She is really rich. Thank you all for coming to the trade fair hosted by Duobeifeng. I hope everyone has gained what they want. The 9th Miss spoke in a melodious and sweet voice that lingered in the ears for 3 days. Everyone in the hall smiled and responded politely. A wealthy woman like Miss Jiu, whose status in Duobao Peak is not low, is a good relationship for her. If you can establish a good relationship with her, you won't have to worry about not being able to buy high-quality magic weapons in the future. After a few pleasantries, everyone gradually quieted down, waiting for Miss 9 to get down to business. None of them were fools, and everyone knew that this trade fair was just a cover. Sure enough, Miss 9 looked solemn and said, I'm inviting you all here this time to tell you 2 things. Not long ago, the One True World captured a huge group of broken worlds. Many forces fought fiercely, and our Jidao holy sect successfully seized a broken world. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, and they were obviously shocked by the news. It was not that they had not captured a broken world before, but usually there was only one world, and it was occupied by many forces. This time it was actually a world group, and the holy sect occupied one broken world alone. This was not only because the holy sect was powerful, but the more important reason was probably that there were quite a few broken worlds in this world group. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The full name of the only true realm is the Eternal Only True Realm, which refers to the world where the Qianyuan realm is located. It is a vast universe that is boundless and limitless. According to the records in the Mountain of Books, the only true world is the only huge world that stands still in the infinite dimensional space. The so-called capture of the broken world is because the mass and volume of the only true world are too large, suppressing the infinite dimensional space. The other worlds inside do not have this ability, and can only drift endlessly in the infinite dimensional space. When they pass by the only true world, they will be attracted and captured. For example, the ancient world of Mingyu was like this. The ancient world of Mingyu was a complete world with the will of heaven and earth. If it tried its best, it could still break free from the attraction and entanglement of the real world. But the broken world is not so lucky. Without a complete heaven and earth, and without the will of heaven and earth, as long as it enters the capture range of the real world, the only outcome is being swallowed up. After everyone in the hall digested this news, they gradually quieted down and stared at Miss 9, waiting for her to say the second thing. This broken world has been taken back to the holy sect by the ancestor and stored in the Sea of Boundaries. According to the holy sect's rules, I believe everyone understands the holy sect's next arrangements. This will be a great opportunity for our disciples in the divine power realm. Let me tell you another piece of news. There are a lot of 9 heaven star sand and precious black meteorite gold in this broken world. If you can enter the broken world, your first goal is of course the rare seeds of law. But if you happen to find these 2 materials, please consider selling them to me first. I believe I can give you a price that satisfies you. At this point, Miss 9 exudes a strong sense of self-confidence, and the many spiritual weapons on her body are shining. This is the smell of getting rich overnight. Bai Donglin pouted slightly, and the abominable money was bad. It turned out that the 9 ladies were for these 2 precious materials. He knew these 2 things, especially the black meteorite gold, which could be used to create a rare material for creators. One of the main materials of the Black Knife Death Omen is this thing. It is a very rare thing, and has a high price. Miss 9 is casting a wide net. No matter whether these people can get this thing, or whether they will trade it. As long as they have this idea. After the precautions Miss 9 gave them today, they will more or less consider her. In this way, her goal will be achieved. Everyone in the hall had a look of realization in their eyes, and they already knew the purpose of Miss 9 inviting them here. As expected of Duobao Peak, they were good at refining magic weapons. Miss 9 was now preparing to create the vessel of origin. The origin instrument is something that will only be involved after breaking through to the divine source realm. They don't have this idea yet, but are just concentrating on comprehending and engraving the laws. Look at others. Wow. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with them. Bai Donglin looked thoughtful, as the holy sect's rules flashed through his mind one by one. Although exploring broken worlds was not a common occurrence, it had happened many times in history. It was not that there were too many broken worlds, and they were too easy to be captured. It's rather that the Jidao holy sect has existed for too long, and over endless years. The number of broken worlds accumulated can naturally be called many. Many. After all, the place where the broken worlds are stored is called Boundary Sea, and there must be quite a few broken worlds in it. The Sea of Boundaries is a place that only disciples of the main peak have the authority to enter. Of course, they need to pay points to enter. It is a good place for disciples in the supernatural realm to obtain lost seeds and various cultivation resources. And every time the new crushing world is captured, it is a feast. One party has never been developed. How many treasures can be imagined? Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly glowing. According to the arrangement of the Xingzong in the past, he didn't seem to have no chance to enter the broken world. There are many monks and less porridge. Even if one party breaks the world, the resources are not endless. Naturally, you must first reward them to the best disciples. At the beginning, the words of Yu Daoli seemed to be in your ears. The rare resources of Xingzong were limited, and he had to fight. According to the previous arrangements of the holy sect, it seems that a sect competition will be held soon, and all disciples in the supernatural realm who have not replicated the laws and spiritual orifices can participate. This restriction has a basis. A cultivator who begins to replicate the spiritual orifices of the laws can no longer engrave new laws. So there is no need for law seeds. Generally, there are two types of these people. One is the disciple who has engraved less than 200 laws. Such people have given up on advancing to the realm of gods and demons. The second type is the disciple who has engraved more than 200 laws. Such people are generally in seclusion preparing to break through to the realm of divine origin. Both types are not qualified to enter the broken world. There is more than one way to compete, including martial arts, weapon refining, alchemy, formation, comprehension of magical skills, comprehension of laws, etc. As long as you have outstanding talent, even if your cultivation is lower, you have the possibility of obtaining the qualification to enter the broken world. After all, the crushing world is not just the rules, seeds, and various precious materials. Some of the remaining magic cheats may be engraved between the heavens and the earth, and a talented disciple will get its inheritance. Therefore, this feast has no restrictions on the identity authority of his disciples. After all, except Bai Donglin, many people who have not yet entered the main peak have also broke through the realm of magical power in the past 2 or 3 years. If it was just an ordinary training facility, it would be fine. Only 2 or 3 years. No one would care and could afford to waste it. But in this new broken world, there might only be one chance like this in a lifetime. If you miss it, it is obviously unreasonable. And the rules of Xingzong still take into account this. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin smiled slightly. He is now struggling with which method to obtain qualifications. After all, he is all round, and he will be 100 million yuan. He must enter this broken world, as rare seeds of laws are hard to come by. Think of Zhang Hai's end. His goal is more than 200 spiritual tricks. So he should seize all opportunities. Chapter 152, Heroes Fight for Supremacy. As Miss 9 of Duobao Peak finished her words, the many disciples in the hall began to slowly retreat. After all, knowing such important news, I naturally have to go back quickly to prepare, and find a way to get a spot no matter what. This is a rare opportunity. Bai Donglin did not stay long. He glanced at Miss 9, then turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he was enveloped by the restrictions of the formation and was instantly teleported out of Duobao Peak. He walked through the light gate and returned to Zuzuju, sat cross-legged on the bed, took out 6 empty crystal balls, and probed his soul into them. A law seed flashing with green light was guided out. It was taken into the body, and the spiritual orifice with the highest compatibility with the law of wood faintly shone with light, instantly sucking the seed of the law into it, and slowly planting it in the center of the infinitely large spiritual orifice. The next moment, Bai Donglin's induction of the laws of the wood between heaven and earth increased by dozens of times. And it was not the first time that this situation was experienced. Bai Donglin's expression was indifferent, and he took out the second empty crystal ball. Not long after, the seeds of 6 different laws were all absorbed into his body. These 6 new laws were enough for him to comprehend and engrave for a long time. His powerful soul also devoted some of its energy to practicing these new laws. Although it would take several years to incorporate it into the original light, he would not give up looking for new seeds of laws. He would practice while searching without delaying either. The 6 intact crystal and empty crystal balls are carefully collected carefully. This crystal ball that specializes in carrier rules is also very precious, and he can use it in the future. After planting the rules of the law, Bai Donglin split his chest with a vertical palm, and pulled one of the 2 red and 1 purple spiritual beads out of the body. These 2 things have no effects, especially the thunder beads, since the 7 pieces of purple thunderstorms inside have been consumed. The power has been greatly reduced, and it should have been eliminated. It is also a good spiritual weapon to take out the dark beads of Wani, as well as a green spiritual bead. He placed the 2 beads in his chest, close to his beating heart, with a thought. The spirit bead and the poison bead were instantly activated. In just a few breaths, Bai Donglin felt a horrible poison spreading throughout his body, and sharp wind blades cut everything in his body. The damage reversal is triggered by the maximum efficiency, and a stream of strengthening energy appears out of thin air, and it is devoured by the soul. Bai Donglin slightly manipulated 2 beads and fixed the damage. Yes, it is indeed a new baby. Enough. While practicing, he was also considering which competition to participate in. He remembered the Wani poison pearl he bought this time, and what he learned in the mountain of books. He immediately decided to take part in the alchemy competition. With his powerful soul and ability to control fire, alchemy would be a piece of cake for him. He could also make a batch of poison pills at the same time. Taking poison pills to trigger damage reversal saves more resources than using spiritual weapons. Although the Wani poison pearl is so easy to use, the daily consumption of spiritual stones is not a small number. It is because his physical body is too strong now, and his defense is abnormal, and ordinary attacks have no effect. Bai Donglin did not hear the window of the window, and he was in the bedroom to practice. Until 7 days, the bracelet made a beep sound. A red mang flickered, and a message was transmitted into the mind. Explore the unknown broken world qualification competition. Time, 1 month. Location, the martial arts fight will take place in the Wujian Arena, and the other competitions will take place in a specific location in the Jiasiju secret realm. Eligibility, all the magical disciples of all the unrefined laws. Competition method, fighting. Refining weapons. Refining pills. Formations. Physical strength. Spiritual realm. Ability to perceive laws. Ability to comprehend magical skills. Qualification acquisition, 1000 in the front of martial arts. And the rest of the trial 100. Can obtain qualifications to enter the unknown crushing world. Sign up for the competition / give up the competition. The Holy Sect. Bai Donglin took a quick look and found that the information was similar to what he had learned in the Book Mountain. It seemed that the situation was the same as before, and nothing had changed. With a thought, he clicked register for the competition and chose the alchemy competition. The operation was completed instantly, and Bai Donglin's information was transmitted to the terminal. It was quite convenient. There are the most places for martial arts competition. A full 1000. The places for the rest combined are not as many as those for martial arts competition. It turns out that strength is what counts. He didn't care. He was 100% sure of qualifying for every competition. He was just going there for fun. What's the point of fighting and killing every day? He might as well change his taste. Alchemy is not bad. A noble alchemist is good at making poison pills. Are you afraid? Bai Donglin cut off all distracting thoughts. He still had a month left, so he continued to practice. His mind and spirit became one, and he was instantly immersed in practice. 1 month later, Bai Donglin woke up from his practice on time. As soon as he opened his eyes, the Jidao bracelet activated automatically, and a door of light opened in front of him. He exhaled slightly, stood up, stepped through the light gate, and in the next moment, he entered a secret realm called Jiasiju. Looking around, this is a huge square with invisible boundaries. The sky and the boundaries of the square are all foggy and cannot be seen clearly. At this time, light gates opened in the void, densely packed together. There were tens of thousands of them. It seemed that even in a niche alchemy competition, the competition was fierce. There are simply too many disciples in the Holy Sect. And this time only the supernatural realm of unreplicated laws and spiritual orifices are restricted. The time required to cultivate to the supernatural realm is long, and the leap is huge. I don't know how many generations of disciples have participated in this selection. There are many main peaks, including Jido Peak, Yin Peak and Yang Peak. 4 peaks of earth, wind, water and fire. 108 peaks of Tiangang and Disha. 5 elements peak, Goddess Peak, Duobao Peak, Danding Peak and so on. The Infinite Arena, the Earth's Core Furnace, the 10,000 Secret Realms Rotation Department, the Prayer Hall, the 1,000 Blade Cliff, the Tomb of the Innocents, the 18 Law Enforcement Departments, the 10,000 Mountains Realm, the Universe Teleportation Department, and so on. The tribes belonging to the wielders of immortal weapons such as the Jidao Bell, Yu Tower, Zhou Palace, the World-Destroying Mill, the God-Slaying and Demon-Exterminating Wheel, the Time and Space Wheel, and the sky's myriad worlds pearl. This is just a small part. According to Bai Donglin, most of the disciples of Xingzong are not within the gate. The only true realm is too big. The most distant base of Xingzong is $1 million light years from the Qianyuan world. Even with the assistance of the Universe Teleportation Department, it would be impossible for the disciples guarding the border to get back in just 1 month. It is more likely that the task was too heavy, and Xingzong did not inform the disciples who were guarding outside at all. Speaking of it, Bai Donglin and other disciples who stayed in the sect had picked up a big bargain. Those disciples guarding the edge of the universe were not simple characters. I am Shang Zong, the left steward of Danding Peak. I will be in charge of hosting this alchemy competition. The competition rules have already been distributed to everyone through the bracelet. Please be sure to abide by the rules. If you violate them, you will automatically lose your qualification for the competition. The quality of the pills you make will be evaluated by me and the 9 alchemy masters of the Alchemy Palace. If you have no questions, please follow the instructions on the bracelet and find your seat. Deacon Shan Zhongzhua was an old man with a kind face and gentle tone. He did not have the authority of a superior, but tens of thousands of disciples did not dare to ignore his words. They all remained silent and obediently came to their respective seats. There is a huge blue stone table at each person's position, engraved with formation runes. Bai Donglin knew at a glance that this was a simple teleportation formation. At this time, the formation on the bluestone table began to flicker slightly, and one after another spiritual herbs and precious medicines were teleported out, as well as various strange minerals, tree branches and trunks, monster flesh and blood, etc. The various materials were strange and varied. Being an alchemist is a very complicated profession. Just remembering the medicinal properties of countless materials, their interactions, how to extract them, etc., is enough to make most people feel daunted. You need a strong spirit to ensure your memory, control, and observation skills. You need to be familiar with various refining methods, including fire refining, water refining, thunder and fire refining, etc. It requires strong capital. How can you support an alchemist without money? He also needs rich knowledge and various alchemy recipes. There are so many conditions that an excellent alchemist needs to meet. So every alchemy master is worthy of respect, not only because of the values they represent, but also because each of them is a knowledgeable scholar. Bai Donglin looked calm as he glanced at the materials on the bluestone table. Various information automatically emerged in his mind, including the name, medicinal properties, age, origin, how to extract, and application. In less than a moment, the deduction in his mind was completed, and a large number of various materials had been combined into various kinds of pills. In the first round of competition, use the alchemy materials provided by the competition venue to refine 3 kinds of elixirs at will. The 5,000 with the highest combined scores of the 3 kinds of elixirs will advance to the next round of competition. The time limit is 3 hours. The competition begins. Not every alchemy contest can be performed perfectly. There will always be some people who perform poorly. So the alchemy competition will not end in just 1 round. Instead, they will conduct several rounds to eliminate as many exceptional and poor performances as possible and select the truly outstanding disciples. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a raging flame burning faintly in the depths of his eyes. Raging. A huge ball of blue flame gushed out from the palm of his hand, fell to the ground and spun for a while, and instantly turned into a solid and exquisite medicine cauldron. The falling star cauldron is azure blue in color and surrounded by flames. Chapter 153, Using Pills to Nourish Pills. Condense the fire into a cauldron. Bai Donglin's fancy move caused quite a stir around him, and many disciples looked at him in surprise. Of course, alchemy requires a medicine cauldron. There are many kinds of medicine cauldrons, and different people have different choices. The most common one is the magic medicine cauldron. The advantage of the magic weapon is its stability, which can reduce the alchemist's spiritual burden and energy consumption. A high-quality medicine cauldron also has other more magical auxiliary bonuses. Some of the rare ones are the cauldron using the Dharma image, the spiritual fire, the flesh and blood human body, the furnace of heaven and earth, and so on. And there are many kinds. Senior Sister Lu. Is this a disciple from your Danding Peak? He has quite a lot of skills. Not far from Bai Donglin. 2 disciples who were taking part in the competition looked at Bai Donglin with a relaxed expression. One of the young men with a long face said to the round-faced girl next to him, "Haha, junior brother Ma. You guessed wrong. There is no such person in Danding Peak. I thought he was from your damn palace just now. Oh. It seems that there are indeed hidden talents in the sect. Then I won't hide it anymore. Thunder turns into a cauldron. The horse-faced young man narrowed his eyes, and countless green thunders gushed out from his eyes, circling and condensing in the void. In just a moment, it turned into a green medicine cauldron, floating in the air, with lightning flashing. And there was even a faint medicinal fragrance coming from it. Senior Sister Lou next door smiled slightly upon seeing this, and stretched out her slender jade hand. A transparent water dragon sprang out from her palm. The water dragon circled in the air, and instantly turned into a crystal-clear transparent medicine cauldron with a water dragon coiled on it. Under the illumination of the square lights, the cauldron was sparkling and colorful. In the final analysis, alchemy is the decomposition, refining, and integration, no matter what means to use, as long as it is suitable for you, and can complete the most fundamental alchemy steps. Fire, thunder, water, etc. are feasible. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Following the order given by Deacon Shang Shengzhua, tens of thousands of disciples of the holy sect displayed their magical powers, and displayed their unique skills. For a moment, the huge square was dazzling with colorful lights. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm, and he ignored the movements around him. Alchemy was a meticulous matter, and concentration and focus were just the most basic requirements. With a thought, the blue starfall cauldron on the ground slowly floated in the air. This was a kind of spiritual fire. Under his control of fire ability, the blue flame was unusually docile, coupled with his powerful soul. There was no need for any magic medicine cauldron. A spiritual fire was enough. Many alchemy recipes flashed through his mind. With a wave of his hand, the falling star cauldron instantly expanded, and hundreds of materials from Qingqitai Mountain were sucked into it at the same time. Bai Donglin is preparing a furnace to make pills. In one medicine cauldron, he is refining several different kinds of pills at the same time. A large number of materials need to be refined at the same time, and the different medicinal properties are entangled with each other. The difficulty of this process suddenly increases. The quality of these alchemy materials is not high. No matter how powerful Bai Donglin is, he cannot break the limitation of the materials. So he can only refine some mid-quality elixirs. This kind of elixir was not difficult for Bai Donglin. It was natural for him to refine different elixirs in one furnace at the same time. He did this not to show off his skills, but to nourish elixirs with elixirs. Since the quality of the alchemy materials is not high, then he has to find a way to improve the quality of the pills. Bai Donglin estimates that this method can increase the efficacy by about 2 levels. Tens of thousands of disciples are using the same materials, but the efficacy of his pills is stronger, so he can naturally advance easily. He then sat cross-legged and used a small portion of his soul and mind to operate the medicine cauldron, while most of the rest of his energy was still spent on cultivation. It's not that he is arrogant, but his soul is really too powerful. Even if he only separates a little bit of it, he can sweep the whole place. He doesn't need to put all his energy into refining this mid-grade elixir. Pills are divided into 9-turn golden elixir and 9-grade elixir. The 9-turn golden elixir is the highest quality elixir, and the 9-grade elixir is the lowest grade elixir. Bai Donglin estimated that with the quality of alchemy materials provided by the competition venue, he could only make a 5th-grade elixir at best, so there was no need to take it too seriously. It was just a 5th-grade elixir. He could make it with his feet. Hundreds of materials are put into the star meteorite at the same time. With the manipulation of Bai Donglin's thoughts, each material is divided into division, and each is wrapped in a blue flame. The temperature of the flame began to rise slowly. The temperature requirements for the flame were different for refining different materials. If someone could see through Bai Donglin's medicine cauldron and observe inside, they would find that hundreds of materials were wrapped in flames of different temperatures. The hundreds of temperature differences were subtle, but they did exist. Various materials began to melt, and useless impurities were burned into nothingness by the soaring temperature. Before long, only hundreds of clusters of pure material essence remained in the medicine cauldron. The essences of these materials began to separate and aggregate according to the alchemy recipe that Bai Donglin had deduced long ago. In the end, only 5 balls of colorful liquid remained in the medicine cauldron. The next step is to exude a long time. The flames of the 5-group temperature are slowly tempered. At the same time, a thick and composite drug is scattered from the 5-ball medicinal solution. A strange wave emerged, and the quality of the medicine liquid actually improved slightly. This is using pills to nourish pills, and it has slightly broken the upper limit of low-level alchemy materials. On the stands, The 10 judges who were using their minds to see the overall situation through the huge formation clearly caught this strange fluctuation. They looked at each other in surprise. And an alchemy master said through his mind, Deacon Shanzwa, I wonder who this disciple is from. He is so young. Yet he has mastered such advanced skills. If I am not mistaken, this should be a secret technique from an alchemy family in the Dan domain in ancient times. Using alchemy to nourish alchemy. To be able to use this secret technique proficiently. It seems that this disciple's spirit is very strong. Several alchemy masters all had expressions of admiration on their faces. Shang Zhong's eyes moved slightly. And he used his mind to communicate with the bracelet. Using the permissions temporarily open for this competition to start looking up Bai Donglin's information. Bai Donglin. From Nanyang State in Bianjiu Sanyu. Age 22. In the first level of the Divine Power Realm. Has been imprisoned in the Black Prison for 5 years. And has not yet been accepted. In an instant, all the information about Bai Donglin flashed through Shang Zhong's mind. No wonder these old guys seemed to know nothing. They probably thought that Bai Donglin was his disciple from Danding Peak. Shang Zhong decided to conceal this news. Perhaps he could get in touch with 1 or 2 of them in the future. Such talents must of course be recruited into their Danding Peak, so as not to bury their alchemy talents. Shang Zhong looked at Bai Donglin with gentle eyes and nodded slightly, as if he was pleased with his disciple. Seeing this, the other 9 alchemy masters became more certain that Bai Donglin was from Danding Peak. There is also fierce competition within the holy sect, especially between Danding Peak and Dan Palace. Both of them focus on elixirs, and they always compete with each other in every aspect. Cultivating outstanding disciples can not only measure their teaching level, but also demonstrate the future potential of their own forces and obtain more resources from the holy sect. Shang Zhong's mind was in turmoil. He was already thinking about how to convince Bai Donglin to join their Danding Peak. Through the information he had retrieved, he knew that this boy not only had a strong talent in alchemy, but also had terrifying combat power. After being imprisoned in the Black Prison of the Absolute Spirit Land for 5 years, he easily defeated Tuya, who was ranked 2nd on the Rising Star list. As soon as he came out, it is likely that his talent for cultivation is not weaker than his talent for alchemy. Would such a person really be willing to join Danding Peak and devote himself to making pills? Shang Zhong looked a little worried, and was not very sure in his heart. After all, the Jida Holy Sect was not like those alchemy sects in Danyu where elixir was the most important thing. Their holy sect still respected the strong. Moreover, the body-cultivating alchemist is still a little weaker than the chi-cultivating alchemist. The advantage of the Dharma Image Medicine Furnace alone is enough to crush the body-cultivating alchemist. Well, if it doesn't work, then that's fine. The Dan Domain will hold an alchemy conference soon. Even if this boy doesn't want to join our Danding Peak, I must persuade him to participate in the alchemy conference. Maybe it can wipe out the decline of the holy sect in previous years. Shang Zhong calmed down, his eyes sparkling when he thought of this. As a holy sect of supreme physical cultivators, they were always defeated in every alchemy conference. Although a big part of the reason was that physical cultivators had disadvantages in alchemy, they still felt very embarrassed. Especially the people from Danding Peak and Dan Palace. They would be scolded every time. The Peak Master and the Palace Master could not hold their heads up in the Jida Council every time. As subordinates, they are under a lot of pressure too. The sudden appearance of the talented Bai Donglin gave Shang Zhong some hope. Chapter 154 Cross-Border Core. Soon an hour passed. The 5 balls of medicinal liquid in the Blazing Star Meteor Cauldron have been refined to be crystal clear, emitting a bright light and exuding waves of enticing fragrance. Bai Donglin opened his eyes and gently pinched the magic formula with his hands. The flame in the cauldron went out, and the 5 balls of thick medicinal liquid were divided into 10 equal small balls. After a while, they solidified into pills. Circles of spiritual light surrounded the elixir. 5 in total. It was a 5th grade elixir. He took out 5 jade bottles, and the real falling star cauldron opened a small hole. 5 pills flew out and fell into the jade bottles respectively. There were 10 elixirs in each bottle. He placed 5 bottles of pills on the bluestone table. A ray of light flashed, and the jade bottles disappeared. Bai Donglin knew that the 10 judges had begun to score, and the pills would be returned to him after the scoring was completed. The rules of the competition had already stated that the materials for alchemy were provided by the holy sect, and the pills refined belonged to the disciples. This can be considered as a small benefit for the disciples. The holy sect is a large and powerful family, and can afford the low-level materials. This is also why Bai Donglin used up all the materials and refined 5 kinds of pills. It was not for showing off his skills, but because he was used to being thrifty. On the stands, batches of elixirs were teleported over. The 10 judges scanned the elixirs with their minds. With their experience, they could instantly see through everything about the elixirs and give them scores. After removing the highest and lowest scores, the average of the remaining scores was the disciple's score. When Bai Donglin's 5 bottles of pills were sent over, the 10 alchemy masters slowed down. Each picked up a pill and began to observe carefully. They had seen the performance of tens of thousands of disciples, and were willing to devote more energy to some outstanding disciples. Well, these 5 kinds of elixirs are all 5th grade elixirs, and they are of the highest quality. That's right. Its medicinal properties are 2 or 3 levels higher than those of ordinary 5th grade elixirs. It can be said to be a pseudo 4th grade elixir. To be able to achieve this level with those low-level materials, even if we do it ourselves, it will not be more than this. This disciple has a talent for alchemy. I think this disciple should get full marks in this alchemy competition. What do you think? Seconded. All 10 judges nodded slightly, their faces full of appreciation. They were very picky, and it was indeed not easy for Bai Donglin to receive unanimous evaluation. But speaking of which, why are the 5 kinds of elixirs refined by this disciple all highly toxic? A master alchemist asked with a puzzled look, and the others looked at Shang Zhong curiously. Although the competition rules did not restrict the types and effects of alchemy, it was still a bit strange that all of these disciples made poison pills. Ahem. You don't understand this, right? There are hundreds of materials with different medicinal properties, most of which are positive medicinal materials. This disciple can reverse the medicinal properties through the mutual restraint of the medicinal materials. Isn't this a kind of confidence? He is showing off his rich knowledge of pharmacology. Shang Zhong looked a little unnatural. He coughed twice and forced an explanation. Everyone was suddenly enlightened when they heard his words. He was indeed still a young man. It is reasonable for young people to be competitive and want to show off their skills. After all, they were young and energetic once. Shang Zhong didn't dare to say more, for fear of exposing his true identity. He put Bai Donglin's pill back into the jade bottle and manipulated the formation to return the pill to the bluestone table. Bai Donglin put the pills on the bluestone table into his bracelet. If it wasn't inconvenient here, he would have wanted to try the effect of the poison pills, in order to make them easier to swallow. He specially refined the poison pills to have a strong fragrance. If it were some cultivators who didn't understand this, they would definitely not be able to tell that they were poison pills. Soon the first round of the medicine competition ended. The top 5,000 disciples automatically advanced. Light gates automatically appeared in front of the many eliminated disciples. As they were not as skilled as others, they could only lead dejectedly. The huge square suddenly became much emptier, and the remaining 5,000 disciples were all beaming with joy and full of confidence. Although they had only advanced to the first round of competition, wasn't this one step closer to a spot? Bai Donglin looked calmly at the medicinal herbs that were constantly being transported over to the bluestone table in front of him. This time, the alchemy materials were much more advanced. After a moment, more than 200 kinds of medicinal herbs were transported. In the second round of the alchemy competition, you are required to refine at least 2 kinds of elixirs. The first 500 disciples will advance to the final round of competition. The rest of the rules remain unchanged. The time limit is 3 hours. The competition begins. Bai Donglin did the same thing as before. He swept away all the herbs in front of him and put them all into the meteorite cauldron, stewing them all. An hour later, 3 4th grade elixirs were produced and also received unanimous praise from the 10 judges, advancing with full marks. The remaining 500 disciples continued to compete for 100 places. The endless arena. Tens of thousands of bronze arenas were superimposed in different time and space, and extremely brutal fights were staged continuously. In the void outside the bronze arena, there stood thousands of judges, all wearing bronze masks. Countless images flashed in the depths of their eyes, allowing them to take in all the battles on the arena. Master Minkong, the fighting has reached the 7th round. There are 3 more rounds, and the result will be known. Minkong sat upright on the stands, his eyes calmly gazing down. After listening to the reports of the 2 judges behind him, he nodded slightly, then retracted his gaze and said, "The 12 judges of the Wujian sect have just finished participating in the Extreme Council. The Broken World captured this time is very special, so this batch of disciples entering is very important. We need to strictly control the fighting and make sure to select the best disciples. The Lord Judge has already cast his eyes on this matter. There must not be any mistakes." The 2 people standing behind were immediately shocked upon hearing this. and their expressions became more respectful and solemn. They seemed to be able to feel a pair of indifferent eyes above the infinite void watching the entire Wuxian arena. They bowed deeply, and said in a concentrated voice, "I obey your command." In the Geosig's secret realm. In another huge square. This is the venue for the competition of comprehension ability. Unlike the alchemy venue whereby Donglin was. A huge black stone tablet stood in this square. There are no words on the stone tablet. Only messy lines. These messy lines are extremely complicated, strange and mysterious. In addition to the lines, there are some broken traces. Knife marks, sword marks, fist and palm prints, etc. These traces are full of inexplicable artistic conception, which makes people unable to help but indulge their consciousness in them. The pitch-black stone tablet continuously emitted waves, and these strange waves filled the entire square. Tens of thousands of disciples were sitting cross-legged in the square, all with their eyes closed, using their minds to sense the various fluctuations on the black stone tablet. Shinwuk, whose hair was half black and half white, was also in the square. For disciples like them who had just broken through to the realm of supernatural powers, if they participated in the martial arts competition, they would definitely be giving points to others. If they wanted to get a place, they had to find another way. Shinwuk was still very confident in his own understanding. Countless mysterious characters were spinning endlessly in the sea of consciousness, and Shinwuk's soul was sitting cross-legged in the center of the character tornado. From time to time, a shining character would break away from the tornado and merge into Shinwuk's soul, and a sense of enlightenment began to emerge in his heart. Competitions were being carried out intensely in many competition venues in the Geosig's secret realm. Disciples were constantly being eliminated, and dark horses emerged and advanced from time to time, in order to fight for the precious spot. Except for a certain disciple named Bai who was just doing nothing. Everyone else tried their best. There was no need to hide anything now. The opportunity was right in front of them. If they didn't fight for it now, when would they? In the deepest part of the endless dimension of the Jidao Holy Sect, a huge metal sphere as big as a star is floating up and down in the dimensional space. The metal sphere is covered with fluff and looks like a ball of hair from a distance. This gigantic ball of metal hair is the universe transmission department of the Jidao Holy Sect. The hairs covering the metal ball are all metal cylinders with a radius of tens of thousands of feet and an unknown length. They are covered with mysterious inscriptions, like signal receivers, deeply inserted into the dimensional space. Deep in the core of the metal star, in the vast space, a large number of people are running endlessly. Countless formations, ancient machines, and spiritual magic weapons are operating automatically, creating an orderly and busy scene. A middle-aged man walked into the control center of the Universal Transmission Department with a solemn expression, saluted respectfully to the white-haired young man sitting on the command platform, and then took out a golden decree and said, "Greetings, Mr. Deputy Director. The Holy Sect has issued a decree, ordering our company to fully activate the cross-border core and bring the above disciples back. The two immortal artifacts, Yuta and Sankyo Wanjizu, will fully cooperate with our company to complete this mission." The white-haired young man on the command platform had a slight expression on his face. He raised his hand to take the decree into his hand, and his eyes quickly scanned the numerous names and the coordinates of the areas they belonged to. At the end of the decree, there was also the imprint of the will of the Extreme Council and his chief. Huh? Such a big move? My dear director, where the I have you been? You throw all these crap at me. Fine. I'll resign after I finish this job. The middle-aged man below lowered his head and stared at the ground, as if he heard nothing. After the white-haired young man finished speaking, he slammed the edict hard on the podium under his butt. The edict instantly turned into specks of golden light and merged into the bronze podium covered with inscriptions. The mysterious patterns on it shone with light and slowly moved, all coming to life. At the same time, the white-haired young man sent a thought through the command platform to the entire cross-border corps. Little guys, get moving. Take those little brats home. Chapter 155. So humble and polite. The white-haired young man sat in the control core. With a command, terrifying creatures as huge as stars instantly came to life. Starting from the core, countless inscriptions were activated and shining. The inscriptions of laws solidified by the chains of laws spread rapidly from the inside to the outside, to the core, mantle, crust, and to the surface of the metal star. The hair ball floating in the dimensional space suddenly shone, and it was the countless law inscriptions flashing on its surface. Countless thick metal pillars standing on the surface of the metal star began to emit huge light pillars that were as real as reality. The dense light pillars instantly penetrated the dimensional space to the deepest part of the unknown. And waves of strange waves began to spread. The white-haired young man, who was sitting on the bronze command platform at the control center, also looked solemn. He stood up and raised his hand slightly towards the void and said, "The cross-border core has been activated. Please lend me the magic weapon." Two masters. Just as he finished speaking, a 9-story white jade tower and a bead of chaotic color spun around and instantly crossed the dimension and space and landed here. There is a huge tower base in the center of this core star formation. The 9-story white jade tower falls on the base with ease and fits perfectly. It is obvious that it was specially prepared for it. The bead with chaotic and constantly changing colors flashed and instantly appeared on the top of the white jade tower. It slowly rotated, and a gray breath continued to spread. The U tower and the sky all world's pearl, the two most advanced space-related magic weapons, were now combined into one. As their aura leaked, countless space laws as thick as substances automatically manifested, spreading and expanding along the core of the formation until they reached the surface. Like vines, they coiled around countless thick light pillars until they reached the deepest part. The strange fluctuations instantly became thousands of times stronger. The space changes, folds, compresses and stretches. The worlds collapse, and the illusion of the boundless universe appears. The endless superworld galaxy clusters are condensed into a tiny point of light. Countless points of light cover the universe tower and the sky's 10,000 worlds pearl, like the arrival of a sea of stars. Seeing that the two great magic weapons were already in place, the white-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged, and poured out his huge thoughts. The many disciples below also sat cross-legged in an orderly manner, infusing their thoughts into the various sophisticated operating instruments. The cross-border core has completely recovered. The adjustment has been completed, and it is operating normally. Start locking. Capturing the coordinates of the GDL bracelet. Locked successfully. Coordinates: endless abyss. Distance: 140 trillion light-years. Number: 237 disciples. Locked. Coordinates: battlefield of the gods. Distance: 104 trillion light-years. Number: 479 disciples. Locked. Coordinates: sinful purgatory. Distance: 122 trillion light-years. Number: 97 disciples. Locked. Coordinates: endless battlefield at the edge of the universe. Distance: 299 trillion light-years. Number: 846 disciples. Anchoring spacetime. Erasing traces of spacetime fluctuations. And starting to capture. Capture successful. Transboundary teleportation begins. Buzz. As a huge buzzing sound rang out, a terrifying wave swept across the dimensional space. On the surface of the huge metal star, dozens of huge formations flashed violently. At the core of each formation, a dark and deep passage slowly opened. Boom! 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 Roar! Kill! The sound of huge war drums and tragic war cries came from many passages. Disciples with crazy looks and dark murderous intent shrouded in substance descended from the passages. Boom! A giant who was 100 feet tall stepped out of the passage and landed on the formation diagram. His naked upper body was covered with scars, and the scarlet murderous intent in his eyes was as real as substance. In each of his hands, he tightly grasped the remains of a hexagonal demon, stuffing them into his big mouth and chewing them fiercely. This was the disciple who was teleported from the battlefield of the infinite abyss. A handsome man stepped out of the passage with cold eyes. He had a spear slung over his shoulder and an angel with 8 wings on his back. He was a disciple from the battlefield of the gods. More and more disciples arrived, all with powerful auras and murderous intent. There were also many disciples who were experiencing this exaggerated method of transmission for the first time. They were unable to adapt for a while, and bent over to vomit. Ugh! Damn it! Can't the guys from the Universal Teleportation Department be a little gentler? They crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of light years in an instant, and almost cost me my life. Ha ha ha. Looking at your ugly appearance, the holy sect must have something important to summon us. Otherwise they would not use this method. When we went to the battlefield, it took us more than half a year to teleport there. This time, we were teleported back in an instant. The Universal Teleportation Department must have used all its strength. At this time, the fiercely flashing formation diagram had slowly calmed down. The dark passages were closed one by one, and many disciples who were teleported back also came back to their senses from the fierce fighting on the battlefield just now, and the murderous intent in their eyes began to subside. There were a total of 3,000 selected disciples of the holy sect. All of their Jidao bracelets began to flash red light, and light gates were automatically opened. The expressions of these disciples became solemn, and they stepped through the light gates and left the place. Alchemy comparison. The third round is over. The disciples who have obtained the quota to explore the unknown broken world are as follows: Bai Donglin, Lu Yu, Ma Liui, Shang Zong. The left deacon of Danding Peak stood on the stands and announced loudly with a solemn expression. With each name called, the bracelet on the wrist of the disciple whose name was called would shine with golden light. Then the golden light gathered into a small Chinese character and was imprinted on the surface of the bracelet. This was the certificate for entering the broken world. Compared to the excitement of other disciples, Bai Donglin is much more calm. The other 90-9 disciples can say that alchemy's strength is comparable, and he can still have a chance to exist in the end. This is also unavoidable. This is the alchemy. 9 points are doomed by strength. Bai Donglin is different. He belongs to the small group of people who are powerful and have a firm grasp on God's share. It's just for fighting some elixirs, which is a piece of cake. With Bai Donglin's current strength, perhaps only a higher level of elixir would make him feel a little challenging. After a while, Shang Zhong finished reading, and with an approving smile on his face, he said to the 100 disciples below with a gentle look, "Our alchemy competition ended relatively early, so we need to wait until the competitions in other venues are over before heading to the Sea of Boundaries. Everyone please wait here first. When the time comes, the Jidao bracelet will naturally open the light gate." After Shang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Bai Donglin again, and then walked towards the hall in the distance. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned when he received Shang Zhong's telepathic message. Although he didn't understand what the old man wanted to talk to him about, he still moved and followed him into the hall. The other 9 alchemy masters from the Dan Palace on the stands were looking at Shang Zhong's back with envy, thinking that Danding Peak was so lucky to have recruited such an outstanding disciple. Alas, think about their Dan Palace. It seems that they are already in a period of transition. As soon as Bai Donglin entered the hall, he saw Shang Zhong sitting on a chair beside him. He looked at him with a smile and nodded, with doubt in his eyes. He walked forward, bowed slightly and said, "Junior greets Deacon Zhua. May I know why you are looking for me?" "Ha! Come on. Come on, little brother. You're welcome. Please take a seat." Shang Zhong liked Bai Donglin even more when he saw how humble and polite he was. Without the arrogance of a young man, he quickly and warmly invited Bai Donglin to sit down, and even took out a pot of precious spiritual tea and poured it for Bai Donglin. Seeing Shang Zhong's eyes full of admiration, and not feeling any ill will from the other party, Bai Donglin probably understood what the other party wanted to do. He did not delay, and sat down calmly. "Little brother, I am tens of thousands of years older than you, so how about I call you Donglin?" Bai Donglin moved his finger slightly and said, "You are older, and you have the final say. How can I refuse? The steward is a senior, so there is nothing wrong with that." "Ha! Okay, Donglin. As far as I know, you haven't yet joined the main peak because of the Black Prison incident, right?" "Yes. I did miss the first assessment." Bai Donglin nodded slightly, already thinking about how to reject this old man. "Donglin, through this alchemy competition, I have finally seen what an alchemy genius is. I can say that you are the most talented disciple in alchemy that I have ever seen in such a long time. The so-called genius disciples of Danding Peak and Dan Palace are totally incomparable to you. I can see that you haven't tried your best in this competition. Right? You have such talent. You can't bury it. Donglin, how about joining my Danding Peak? I promise that I will definitely give you the best treatment. In the future, you may even have the possibility to take charge of Danding Peak." Bai Donglin took a sip of the spiritual tea. It tastes good. He didn't care about Shang Zhong's big plan, whether it was alchemy, weapon refining, or formation. He was just playing around with these. These were some additional products in the process of integrating his endless knowledge. His center of gravity has always been a strong body, which is the goal that he will not change in the past, present, and the future. Gently putting down the teacup, he calmly looked into Shang Zhong's eager eyes and said firmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Steward. Unfortunately, I am not interested in this path. Master, you may not know that my talent in cultivation is 1,000 times stronger than that in alchemy. Hey, where's the courtesy you promised me?" Chapter 156 Military Heritage. "Oh, what a pity. What a pity." Shang Zhong's expression was gloomy, and the eagerness in his eyes disappeared completely. He had no intention of persuading him any further. How could he not feel Bai Donglin's extremely firm will? It is impossible for others to change the decision made by such a person. Even if they were torn to pieces and their souls were destroyed, their decisions cannot be reversed. This kind of evil genius is not interested in alchemy, which is a great loss to the alchemy world. Xiangzhong converged his disappointment in his heart, stood up, and continued, East, since you have a decisive heart, the old man will not persuade it. But the old man still hopes that you are practicing. And don't waste the Dan road. After all, the elixir can help you cultivate. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This was quite true. The poison pills he refined would be of great help to him in enhancing his energy, compared to using resources to activate various spiritual weapons. The poison pills were obviously much more cost-effective. What the deacon said is absolutely right. I will keep it in mind. Xiangzhong nodded with satisfaction. As long as Bai Donglin did not completely give up alchemy, he would make contributions to the alchemy world one day. Then he thought of the business and said seriously, Donglin, have you heard of the alchemy conference held in Alchemy Domain? I don't know. The knowledge obtained by Bai Donglin in Shushan, except for a small part of the intention to understand and the detected knowledge. The remaining knowledge is randomly imprinted. Therefore, without specific goals, what he learns is very mixed. And what knowledge will be branded is completely lucky. Naturally, it is impossible to do a lot of things. For example, this Dan Dao conference, unless one day he imprinted the whole Shushan into his mind, is not much worse at that time. It is not much worse. Xiangzhong was not surprised to see that Bai Donglin did not know about the Dan Dao conference. He knew that Bai Donglin came from a remote border area, so it was normal for him not to understand many things. He took a sip of spiritual tea to moisten his throat and continued. This Dan Dao conference has a long history. Since the existence of Danyu, it has never stopped. It can be said that it is Danyu, even a feast in the entire alchemy world. By then, everyone from alchemy apprentices to alchemy saints will participate in this grand event and compete with opponents of the same level to exchange alchemy techniques. Donglin, are you willing to represent our Jidao holy sect to attend this Dan Dao conference? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He always had his own goal. He was the lord who did not see rabbits and eagle. If this Dan Dao conference was not good for him, he would just pretend to show the sanctuary. Master Steward, my strength is low, and I dare not take on this important task. Moreover, I wasted a lot of time in the black prison. Now I just want to practice hard and improve my strength. Don't be busy refusing first. You go to the conference and just face the alchemist in the same realm. I believe that in the realm of magical power, the strength of alchemy is the best. So there is no need to consider the problem of strength. As for your cultivation, the most difficult thing in the divine ability realm is to comprehend the engraved laws, especially those rare laws. The reward of the Dan Dao conference. There are many rare rule seeds. Bai Donglin's expression slightly changed. I'm not sleepy anymore when you say this. Why didn't you say it earlier? There was a flash of thought in his eyes. It was impossible for him to join Danding Peak. He would not join any other main peak. Was there anyone in the entire holy sect who could guide him in the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon? No. He could only rely on himself. In this case, joining the main peak just to gain access does not seem to be worth the benefits gained compared to the obligations and restrictions that need to be assumed. He already had his own plan in mind. But now was not the time to implement it. So he didn't need to consider joining the main peak for the time being. As for participating in this alchemy conference, he was really tempted. It wouldn't take much time to participate in a competition, and it wouldn't interfere with his practice anyway. If he could obtain 1 or 2 rare law seeds, it would still be a good deal. He wants to fight as much as possible for every rare rule. Although he is different from Zhang Hai, he is immortal. Without the restrictions of Shouyuan, he can spend a lot of time consumption. But if there is a shortcut, there is no reason to not go. Thinking of Bai Donglin's intention here, he said to Xiangzhong, Deacon, please consider the matter of the Dan Dao conference. If you can get off at that time, it is not impossible to participate. Ha. Okay. I believe that as long as you participate, you will be able to win back face for the holy sect. Seeing that Bai Donglin was persuaded by him, Xiangzhong's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily. Then the two of them discussed in detail the relevant matters of the Dan Dao conference. Xiangzhong also established a connection with Bai Donglin's bracelet to facilitate future contact. After a long time, the two had withdrawn from the hall and returned to the square. Bai Donglin estimated that the test of other venues should be over. He sat cross-legged in the square and waited for more than half an hour. The bracelet on his left wrist began to flash red. He was moved slightly and thought to himself, "It's finally here." Light gates opened automatically in front of the 100 disciples. Everyone stood up, looked at each other, and stepped into the light gates with excitement. Above the sea boundary, a black jade continent suspended in the air. The huge floating continent is a whole piece of crystal clear black jade, engraved with complicated inscriptions and various patterns. Gorgeous and mysterious, light gates appeared out of thin air above the black jade continent. Bai Donglin stepped out of the light gate, his eyes flickering as he took in the surrounding environment. There are a total of 2,000 light gates in the void. They are the disciples who have won places through various competitions this time. Among them, 1,000 disciples who won places through martial arts stand together, and their aura is much stronger than that of the other 1,000 disciples. There is still a strong fighting spirit in them. These disciples who are confident in participating in the martial arts competition are all strong. The disciples who have been selected through numerous competitions are the elite among the elites. The 2,000 disciples have arrived, but there is still no movement on the Black Jade continent, as if waiting for something. Although these disciples are anxious, they dare not reveal it. This is one of the core places of Jiezong. It is not a place they can want to wait. After another cup of tea, light gates began to appear in the void in front of the crowd, one after another, and there were a total of 3,000 of them. Bai Donglin and many of his disciples were all stunned. What was going on? Aren't there only 2,000 places? Before they could think about it, figures crossed the light gate and landed on the Black Jade continent. Everyone, including Bai Donglin, changed their expressions. An extremely terrifying murderous aura rushed towards them. Except for a few disciples, the rest of them retreated one after another with pale faces. Who are these people? Bai Donglin's eyes opened, and in the void in front of him, countless killings gathered, and entangled with each other into a murderer of up to thousands of feet. Such a strong murderous intent. Such a pure will to fight. Bai Donglin's heart moved. Could it be that the holy sect has summoned those people back? In such a short time. It must have cost a lot to recall the disciples, who were spread across the many battlefields in the one true world. Since this was done, it seemed that this broken world was very unusual. At least different from the previous ones. The 3,000 terrifying disciples glanced at Bai Donglin and the others, and paid no attention to them. They had tried their best to restrain their murderous intent. But the murderous intent that slightly overflowed still condensed into a murderous scene, which intimidated others, and it was not intentional. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Countless lives were taken on the hands of these people. Unlike extremely evil criminals in the Black Prison, although those of the innocent lives contaminated by the criminals are not less than 1 million. Almost all of them are the garbage of mortals. These disciples in front of him, the life of the killing, are strong and weak. These are completely two concepts. Bai Donglin can clearly feel from the murderous war and war. The two people and horses did not disturb each other, and they waited for a while in this weird atmosphere. The colorful clouds above the Black Jade continent began to roll, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge face, occupying the sky. The giant face of the cloud stared at the 5,000 Saint Sect disciples below with a pair of exaggeratedly large eyes. His voice was like thunder as he slowly spoke. I am the Lord of the Sea Realm. Listen carefully. The crushing world captured this time is extremely special. When the ancestors deprived of the core of the law of its origin, they observed the traces of the legendary soldier's existence. Among them, the inheritance of the Bingjia is left between the crushed world. The broken world has limited capacity, and only poorer and other magical disciples can explore. The giant face paused for a moment. Its huge eyes moved slightly, staring at the 3,000 disciples with powerful auras, and continued. The Bingjia inheritance and the battle of the battlefield are the most phased, which is why the Xingzong general and other recalls from many battlefields. The importance of the Bingjia to the battlefield of our people must not say more. Go. Bring back the inheritance of the Bingjia. The voice of the Lord of the Sea Realm rolled in like thunder. A shocking disciple's scalp. Chapter 157, Coming to the Military World. Disciple obeys your command? The 5,000 holy disciples bowed to lead. Yunkai face glanced at everyone, and then slowly dissipated. At the same time, a drop of crystal clear seawater rises in the sea under the sea below the Black Jade continent, becoming more and more, until it hangs on the sky. It has occupied all the sights in front of everyone. This is a broken world of one side, and it is covered with countless huge cracks. And the dimension is endless. Ha ha ha. I thought it was just a fight and killing this time. I didn't expect it to be involved in these major events. I am here to inherit the military battle formation. 3,000 disciples recalled from the battlefield. Some looked heroic. Some looked indifferent. And some had cold eyes. They all moved and instantly crossed the long distance and leaped towards the broken world. With a flash of golden light, they disappeared in an instant. The 2,000 disciples on the Black Jade continent looked at each other and looked complicated. I did not expect that the change happened so suddenly. They were originally the protagonist, but now they seemed to be reduced to supporting actors. Bai Donglin didn't care about this. His goal was just a rule seed. What soldiers and battle array had nothing to do with him. This kind of thing, when he heard it, knew that it was used for the battlefield to fight, and did not work much on him. Not wanting to think too much, Bai Donglin used his magical power to show that he was within reach of the broken world. He took a step and arrived outside the broken world. The small word soldier on the bracelet instantly turned into golden light, wrapped around his body, shot into the broken world and disappeared. The crushing world was named after the ancestor of the Xingzong, the military world. From this we can see that the Holy Sect attaches great importance to the inheritance of military strategies and battle formations, and is determined to obtain it. The scenes changed, and when Bai Donglin regained his sight, he was already standing in the void of the universe. Vacuum, low temperature, various high-energy rays and radiation would kill an ordinary mortal instantly. But Bai Donglin seemed to be unaware of this harsh environment, without feeling anything, and even the reversal of the damage in his body was not triggered. Any cultivator who breaks through to the divine pattern realm, spirit realm, can travel through the void of the universe without harm. What's more, with his current strength, even the environment in the Black Prison is much worse than the void of the universe. Of course, if you are unlucky and encounter some terrifying celestial bodies or huge cosmic disasters, you may be in danger of death, unless you reach the powerful realm where gods and demons become one, and the void of the universe will no longer be an obstacle. The most terrifying thing in the universe is actually distance. If you get lost in the sea of stars, facing the terrifying distance measured in trillions of light years, even a powerful person will feel despair. If a powerful person encounters this situation, he can solve it with a very simple and helpless method. That is suicide. The powerful people all have a very obvious characteristic of particle rebirth. As long as there is a cell particle that is not annihilated, the cause can be perfectly resurrected. There are countless capable cell particles. It is not easy to find a horn gada to hide hundreds of thousands 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 of thousands. If you want to kill the power completely, you need higher specifications, such as causality, destiny, time and space, and so on. And in the universe void of this small world, there is no need to worry about the loss of the headache that can even have a headache, because the universe of the small world cannot be called a real universe. Like the ancient world of Mingyu, these small worlds are all in the shape of a round sky and a square earth, with a huge continent as the core. The sun, moon, stars, and other celestial bodies are rotating around the mainland. The void of this small world's universe is extremely limited. It may be used to touch the emptiness of the nothingness by flying out for a light years. The unlimited and unlimited world, like the real world, can be called the universe. Only this real universe can make Denung lose. It is forced to commit suicide honestly. This situation does not happen. There are many records in Shushan. Bai Dong was sitting in the void. His thoughts were scattered, and Bai Guangli was flowing in his eyes. His luck was very good. The core continent of the military world was not far in front of him. He could see his thick clouds with naked eyes. He is thinking about how to find the seeds, especially the rare rule seeds. The seeds are a very magical thing. It is extremely difficult to be born in a normal and complete world. Only in this broken world can it be easily born. A world began to collapse and break, and the laws of them will be annihilated, and the rules will be condensed into many seeds after the annihilation. You can imagine the law as a plant, and the seeds of the law are the spores that continue its life after its death. This metaphor is very vivid. The place where these law seeds exist the most is naturally the core of the original law of a world. This is also the most valuable place in a broken world. Pity! Bai Donglin sighed slightly. According to the rules of the Holy Sect, the first thing to do for all the broken worlds captured is to deprive them of their core of the original law. Otherwise, how did the Sea of Origin laws, one of the holy places for cultivation of the Holy Sect, come from? All of them are made up of the cores of the origin laws plundered from many broken worlds. While the holy sect eats meat, their disciples can still drink some soup in the back. Although the core of the original law has been dug out, there are still quite a few seeds of the law that have overflowed. Whether they can find them depends on luck. In addition, a large number of precious materials in the broken world are still intact, and the disciples are free to obtain them. In addition to these tangible objects, there are also some intangible objects that are very precious. For example, this time's inheritance of military formations. This kind of inheritance must no longer exist in the physical object that carries it. Otherwise, with the ancestor's magical powers, it would be impossible for him to not find it. Some inheritances that contain great truths will leave traces once they are used in this world. It is not impossible for the ancestor to capture such subtle traces in this broken world, but it requires a little force. There is a great possibility that this world will be shattered, and then everything will be in vain, unless it is absolutely necessary, let alone the ancestors. Even some top powers do not want to take action in a small world, especially a world on the verge of collapse. The slightest movement will mean the fall of the world. Therefore, the Holy Sect placed its hopes on the 3,000 disciples recalled from the battlefield, hoping to use the strong battlefield atmosphere on them to attract the military heritage to manifest between heaven and earth. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin glanced at the big sun in the void of the universe. The fluctuations of this big sun were extremely violent. He has reached the brink of extinction. Perhaps above him, there is the law of the sun among the sun, moon and stars. But thinking about what happened in the black prison, he shook his head. His strength is not enough, and he cannot withstand the sun. Then he fixed his gaze on the continent in front of him. This continent was the core of this world. The core of the origin law that was dug out must have existed in the core of this continent before. If we were to ask where in this world there are the most seeds of laws, it would definitely be on this continent. After determining his target, Bai Donglin immediately stood up, used his magical powers to make the world seem so close, and ran towards the mainland step by step at an extremely fast speed. As for how to find the seeds of the law, he already had a vague plan in his mind. Chapter 158 9 Apertures. Outside the core continent of the military world, Bai Donglin stood in the void of the universe, with golden light shining in his eyes, and the scene below was in full view. This world is truly in ruins. The sky is shattered, and there is little left of the lightning layer, the gale layer, and the virtual world barrier. The space cracks throughout the sky have lost their ability to heal automatically. Now even the A world away cannot be used anymore. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and finally understood what a broken world meant. If the Mingyu ancient world had not had a backup plan left by Emperor Mingyu, the same fate would have probably occurred. These space cracks could not hurt him, so there was no need to avoid them. Bai Donglin moved, passed through the virtual barrier, and fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed with his head down. Wherever it passed, dense space cracks, violent seas of thunder, and strong windstorms were all smashed to pieces. The falling speed became faster and faster, and the friction of the atmosphere formed a fire dragon, spreading for hundreds of miles behind it. Boom! The terrifying potential energy poured heavily onto the earth, shattering all the charred land within a radius of thousands of feet. Crack! Bai Donglin pulled out his legs that were deeply embedded in the rock and slowly walked out of the huge pit. Dust rose up behind him, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. Supernatural powers, seeing and hearing everything. A huge beam of light shot out from Bai Donglin's eyes, reaching up to the sky and down to the center of the earth. Everything within tens of thousands of miles. All kinds of scenes flashed by rapidly. After a moment, the light in his eyes dissipated. This was the first time that this magical power was fully exerted after being incorporated into the origin, and its power was greatly enhanced. The situation on this continent is terrible. Everywhere you look, it is dead, desolate, silent and dilapidated. There was no sign of life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. All that could be seen was scorched earth, exposed rock formations, and red magma. This was a world that was completely dead. I don't know whether all the living beings in this world have been annihilated or have evacuated this world. It is unknown how many years the broken world has been wandering in the dimensional space, and it is impossible to determine when it was destroyed. If it had not been captured by the only real world, it would have wandered forever until it completely turned into nothingness. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. It was useless to think too much. The important thing was to find ways to get more benefits. As soon as the idea moved, the little purple and white, who was lying in the world of death, was released. Brother! Wow! Oh! Oh! Big brother Xiaozi misses you so much. Don't lock Xiaozi in the death omen anymore. Looking at the little purple entangled on his thigh, Bai Donglin's expression was slightly embarrassing. This little thing was released in the black prison for a few years. That's enough. Why are you howling? Didn't I just let you out? It makes you feel like I'm a child abuser. I put so many treasures in the death omen. And you two little things must have eaten a lot. Right? Humph. You really don't know how lucky you are. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the charred ground. Bai Xiaoxiao also sat obediently in front of him. Xiaozi, who was wrapped around him, stopped crying. This time I let you go out and give you something to do. If you do well, you will consider letting you stay outside in the future. Hearing Bai Donglin's words, the two little guys were suddenly alert. Although they ate well and slept well in the death omen, it was really too boring. Except for the tiny area of the medicine garden. The rest of the death omen is all red desert. It is really unbearable for them with their childish minds. Xiao Xiao, you've been lazy again recently. With your great talent and my unlimited supply of resources, you still haven't broken through to the Dharma realm. Bai Shishu's delicate, white face wrinkled up. Her mouth pursed and her eyes wandered around, making her look very guilty. This is not to say that Bai Donglin is overly harsh on it. He has already figured out the origins of Bai Xiaoxiao. Its essence is the crystallization of the essence of the soul-devouring jade. It is unknown what good fortune it has obtained, but it was born with a 9-orifice exquisite heart, and was endowed with a real soul by heaven and earth. It is an alien life form, which can be called 9-aperture exquisite soul-devouring jade. It is extremely proficient in the way of soul. When in the black prison, Bai Xiaoxiao had not undergone any systematic training, but he could sweep across the world with his natural magical powers. Bai Xiaoxiao was born with a jade body, without many spiritual orifices like human bodies, but only a sea of spirit, a dantian qi sea, and a 9-orifice exquisite jade heart. Since he was not suitable for physical cultivation, Bai Donglin taught him the method of qi cultivation. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaoxiao was too lazy, and with such good talent, he is still only at the great perfection of the soul realm. Bai Donglin touched his chin with his hand, looked Bai Xiaoxiao up and down and said, "The essence of the Soul Eater is crystalline. I remember that the Soul Eater bead used by the people in the Black Division was made from the refining of the soul-loving jade mine? Bai Xiaoxiao, you are more precious than those black soul-eating jade mine full of impurities. It must be worth it." Bai Xiaoxiao shook his little body and said with a bitter face, "Brother, don't. I know that I am wrong. I will work hard in the future." "Well, it's good to know you're wrong. I called you out this time because I have something to do, and I need you to help me find and collect the seeds of laws. Xiaozi, this matter depends on you. Among the three of them, the one with the strongest sensitivity to the seed of law is not Bai Donglin, nor Bai Xiaoxiao, but Xiaozi, as a precious treasure that can use its body to breed the original divine power laws. Its ability to comprehend the laws is directly maximized. Bai Donglin had already understood this when he brought Xiaozi into the sea of origin laws. Xiaozi was like a law detector. When there were traces of law seeds around it, its body would emit purple light. And with some of Bai Donglin's methods, it would also make a beep-beep reminder sound, which was extremely useful. Understand? Brother, let's give it to us. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. I wouldn't feel at ease if I really left it to you. Without me watching over you, you would instantly turn into two wild horses that have broken free from their reins. He raised his sword finger, tapped his brows lightly, and the soul in the black and white Taoist robe took a step out from the sea of consciousness. I will follow you with my Wu-Wei spirit, and he will come forward to resolve any danger. The soul nodded slightly, took a step forward and entered Bai Shishia's sea of consciousness, sat cross-legged in the center, and pushed Bai Shishiu's soul away with his butt, with the Wushuan soul staying in the sea of Shen. Bai Shishiu's smooth and white forehead appeared, and a small Taiji Yin and Yang map emerged, rotating slightly, and mysterious. Death sign. Bai Donglin shouted softly, and the omen of death in the sea of blood made a soft sound, and instantly flew out, circled in a circle, shrank rapidly, and stuck tightly to Bai Shishia's back. Ever since Bai Xiaoxiao followed Bai Donglin, she has changed her naked image and put on a tight black robe made of low-grade spiritual weapon, which makes her white jade skin look even more crystal white, with the yin-yang tai chi diagram on his forehead and a black knife of death on his back. Bai Donglin couldn't help but show admiration when he saw it. He casually took out a piece of black crystal, and a ball of blue flame emerged from his hand. The black crystal melted, And in just a moment, it was refined into a pair of exquisite small sunglasses. He threw it lightly, and put it firmly on by Xiaoxi's face. Neither too big nor too small. Just the right size. Not bad. Not bad. It's pretty cool. Xiaozi, who was watching eagerly from the side, couldn't bear it anymore. She rolled on the ground with envy, her mind shaking the void, and she shouted loudly. Big brother. Big brother. Xiaozi wants it too. Xiaozi wants it too. What the I do you want? Wait until you grow eyes. Finally, unable to bear Xiaozi's persistence, Bai Donglin took out a brass bell, strung the bell with a silk thread made of 1,000-year-old silkworm silk, and tied it to Xiaozi. Okay, let's go. You don't know how to find the lost seeds at the beginning, so you can follow those Saint Sect disciples and wait for an opportunity to learn some experience. Bai Donglin's eyes were meaningful, and he asked again, do you understand what it means to wait for an opportunity to act? Hey, brother, we understand. After saying that, Bai Xiaoxiao grabbed Xiaozi and dived into the ground and disappeared in an instant. They had a very high affinity for the earth and were very skilled in earth escape. Now it's time to get down to business. Bai Donglin whispered and looked down. His deep eyes seemed to see into the depths of the earth. There are limited treasures in the broken world, including the core of the original law, the seeds of the law, various rare materials, and the inheritance that may exist in the ruins. Some of these things he could not touch, or he had to rely on luck to find them. But there were also treasures right in front of him, such as the Earth Vein Flame Spirit deep in the Earth's core of the Bingjie continent. The Earth Vein Fire Spirit is an energy aggregate that is widely present in the center of the Earth. Magma and geothermal heat are all produced by it. The strength of the Earth Vein Fire Spirits varies in continents of different sizes. The Earth Vein Fire Spirits of the Bingjie continent should be the weakest. In addition, this world is on the verge of collapse, and the Earth Vein Fire Spirits in the center of the Earth have become very weak. It is precisely because of this that Bai Donglin dared to covet this thing. If it were when it was stronger, with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to even get close to it. But now, you can still give it a try. Chapter 159, Earth Vein Flame Spirit. Bai Donglin stood up, locked his eyes on the center of the earth, and took a step forward into the underground. The military realm is about the same size as the ancient realm, and the thickness of its earth is also extremely exaggerated. Bai Donglin took a few steps before reaching the center of the earth. The moment he appeared, he was surrounded by platinum-colored hot magma. The temperature was extremely high, and the terrifying high pressure also acted on him, causing his bones to creak slightly. The black robe on his body, which was transformed by the secret technique of blood armor and comparable to a top-grade magic weapon, was instantly burned into nothingness, and the exposed skin began to carbonize and then shatter. With a thought, he stopped the operation of the Wani Poison Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl in his body. The platinum-colored magma was enough to help it operate at the maximum efficiency to reverse the damage, so he no longer had to waste resources to activate the spiritual weapons. Bai Donglin's skin and flesh were constantly carbonizing and recovering. He now looked like a fluorescent skeleton, with some tough muscles and veins still remaining on his bones. Looking around, he found that this was the core of the earth. The two crystal-clear eyeballs on the skull were slowly turning, surprisingly intact. Since he practiced the law of light, his two eyeballs had become one of the most heat-resistant parts of his body, second only to the mouth and throat that had been strengthened by the fire control ability. With a slight movement of his fingers, pieces of fire-attributed materials were taken out of the bracelet, and the platinum flames condensed around them began to refine the engraved runes. He needed to set up a trap formation to capture the earth fire spirit. Logically speaking, when dealing with things with fire attributes, it would be best to use water-attributed materials that are mutually restrained with fire to set up the formation. However, this trick would not work against the Earth Vein Fire Spirit. The Earth Vein Fire Spirit is a spiritual treasure, especially in the center of the earth. It is extremely sensitive and will escape instantly if it senses any abnormality. It will be difficult to lure it back after scaring it away once. So you absolutely cannot use materials with water attributes in the center of the earth filled with the law of fire. No matter how well the water attributes are hidden, they will be sensed by the Earth's fire spirit. Bai Donglin moved extremely quickly. Pieces of fire attribute materials engraved with shining inscriptions were shot into the center of the formation with the snap of his fingers. Before long, a huge formation was set up. The formation was activated, and a faint light flashed before merging into the platinum magma and disappearing, completely hidden. If Bai Donglin was not the controller of the formation, he would not have been able to find his trace. I guess no matter how cunning this earth vein fire core is, it can't be discovered. He nodded with satisfaction, then took out a huge piece of crimson ore and threw it into the formation. This was the red fire blood crystal, a mineral unique to the center of the earth and one of the favorite foods of the earth flame spirit. Now it was perfect to use it as bait. After doing all this, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, floating up and down in the thick platinum magma. The patterns of the law of fire slowly appeared on his body's surface, and his figure gradually merged into the magma and disappeared. Fishing for the earth fire spirit is a job that requires patience. He has decided to stay here and use the terrifying platinum magma and the high pressure at the earth's core to refresh his energy. With his current physical strength, if the spiritual tool in his body stops working for a day, he can save thousands of spirit stones, even though he triggers damage reversal all the time. It is fun, but it is all a waste of money. If you catch the big fish, the earth vein flame spirit, it would be great whether you use it to gain energy or to nourish your spiritual orifices after transforming it through swallowing heaven and devouring earth. Deep underground, among the rock strata, Bai Shishia's figure passed by quickly, and the rock and soil seemed like nothing. Boss Bai, where are we going to play now? Hee hee. This time we must take the opportunity to have a good time. Xiao Zi's body shrank in size and turned into a purple jade necklace that was worn around Bai Shishia's neck. As it shook, the brass bells on its body made a deep sound. Now, after being tortured by Bai Xiaoxiao, the naughty ghost Xiao Zi has become obedient to Bai Xiaoxiao and has privately acknowledged Bai Xiaoxiao as his boss. Shoo! Bai Xiaoxiao cutely frowned, stretched out her little hand to flick the little purple hanging around her neck, then pointed at her head and whispered, Xiao Zi, you are such an idiot. Big Brother's Wu-Wei spirit is in my sea of consciousness. How can you say what's in your heart? If we want to play, we have to do it secretly. Don't make it public. If Big Brother catches us, we'll be locked up in Death Omen again. Xiao Zi shrank back in fear when she heard this and whispered, Boss Bai, aren't you very good at the way of the soul? Why don't you try to block Big Brother's spiritual perception? And my eldest brother also said that Wu-Wei Shenhun only protects us at critical moments. Given Wu-Wei Shenhun's character, he shouldn't interfere with us too much. Bai Xiaoxiao was moved when he heard that. He had followed Bai Donglin for so long, and especially had been studied by the three divine souls. So he was familiar with the personalities of these three divine souls. Wu-Wei's soul really doesn't seem like the type that would meddle in other people's business. It looks indifferent all day long. Even if you block the sea of consciousness, Wu-Wei should not pay any attention to it. Right? Okay. Then I'll give it a try? But we've got it made clear. No matter how much fun we have, we still have to go find the seeds of the law. Otherwise, if Big Brother gets angry, we'll be dead. Don't worry. Big Brother loves me the most. If anything goes wrong, Xiao Zi will take the blame. Bai Xiaoxiao felt relieved after hearing that. A red light flashed in her eyes, like red crystals. A red mist rose from the edge of the Sea of Gods, instantly isolating the Sea of Gods from the outside world. These are its innate talents and abilities, which have nothing to do with its cultivation. They are easy to use, and the effects are very good. The Wu-Wei soul sitting cross-legged in the center of the Sea of Consciousness slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the soul sitting next to him, pretending to meditate with his eyes closed, shook his head slightly, and then closed his eyes again to continue to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. Done! Wu-Wei's spirit really ignored us. Bai Xiaoxiao cheered excitedly, but she was still a child at heart. She pretended to be mature in front of Xiao Zi just to establish her authority as the boss. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Xiao Zi did not respond to its cheers. Her body couldn't help emitting purple light, and her thoughts involuntarily shook the void, making a beep 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 sound. The sound stopped after a long time. Damn it! Stinky brother. Bad brother. So abominable. He actually cast a spell of words on me. Xiao Zi doesn't want to do. Quiet. With a light shout, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped, and red light shot out of his eyes, sweeping in all directions. As an alien life form born of heaven and earth, and possessing a nine-orifice exquisite heart, Bai Shishia's sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth, although not as exaggerated as Xiao Zi's, is not much different. Just one step late than Xiao Zi. Bai Xiaoxiao also sensed the violent fluctuations of the laws. In this situation, either there were cultivators fighting each other, or the seeds of the laws were born. Up there. Bai Xiaoxiao looked excited and did not dare to ignore Bai Donglin's instructions. If she could get some law seeds, she wouldn't have to be so nervous when playing in the future. Bai Xiaoxiao was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he rushed from deep underground to a mountain on the surface. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was cautious by nature, did not show up rashly. Instead, it was lurking in a huge rock, secretly observing the situation outside. Its powerful soul could clearly sense that there were a lot of soul fluctuations outside. This is a huge col with charred soil and rocks, surrounded by dozens of huge mountains. Encircling the col in the middle, in the center of the valley, there is a huge space crack. A gray-green light spot is faintly visible in the crack, as if it will fall out at any time. Xiaozi, can you recognize what law this is? At this time, Xiaozi didn't dare to continue playing around, knowing that this thing was related to whether they could play happily in the future, or whether they would be beaten up by their big brother's iron fist. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Xiaozi said seriously, "This stinking smell, if I'm not mistaken, should be the law of plague. This is a rare law, depending on the difficulty and rarity of obtaining the laws. The cultivation world divides them into 5 levels from top to bottom: unparalleled, peerless, rare, and ordinary. The plague law is at a rare level, and is already very rare. What did Boss Bai say? Do you want to take action?" Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the figure standing in the void on all sides, and said in a low voice, "Idiot! Have you forgotten what your elder brother said? Wait for the right opportunity. Do you understand? Isn't it just waiting for an opportunity? Got it." Chapter 160. The wind is strong, and the wind is strong. Everyone, although this law seed is quite rare, we shouldn't ruin our fellow disciples' friendship over it. In the void, a man in a dark green robe spoke. His deep voice made the entire valley buzz. As his mouth opened and closed, wisps of black smoke overflowed, corroding the surrounding space. "Ha ha ha. Senior brother Chi-Du. Even though that's true, we can't return empty-handed." A mighty man wearing dark yellow heavy armor laughed loudly. This man was nearly 10 feet tall, with muscles all over his body. The power of the earth, within a radius of hundreds of miles, under his feet continuously flowed into his body. As his muscles trembled, the surrounding space rippled slightly. Junior brother Chongyan is right. Anyone who sees the treasures of heaven and earth shall have a share. Chi-Du, I know that this plague law is very suitable for your path, and you are determined to get it. So don't waste time. Just tell me the price you can pay. Chi-Du frowned slightly, and swept his green eyes over the crowd. Each of these guys was as strong as him, so it was almost impossible for them to seize the treasure by force. The law of this plague is extremely consistent with the path he is taking, so it is impossible for him to just give it up. Thinking of this, Chi-Du's heart twitched slightly. It seems that he will not be able to do it without heavy bleeding this time. 40,000 points. I'll give each of you 40,000 contribution points. I owe you a favor. Besides him, there are 4 other people here, with a total of 160,000 points. Chi-Du clenched his fists, and felt like his heart was bleeding. Not enough. A cold female voice came from the void. Chi-Du's mouth twitched when he heard it. Bitch. These are all the points I have. Chi-Du, there's no need for favors. I don't think you can get many points. Each of you can add another 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Okay. Deal. Chi-Du's expression relaxed slightly, and he agreed readily. Compared to points, he had no shortage of spirit stones. His family owned several ancient stars, and mined a lot of spirit stones every year. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Chi-Du waved his hand, and threw out 4 storage rings. At the same time, he used his mind to make the bracelet shoot out 4 red lines, transferring the points over. After the disciples of the Holy Sect join the main peak, the bracelet opens up more permissions, and trading points no longer requires touching each other. The other 4 disciples took the storage rings, and nodded with satisfaction. Their desire for the plague law was not as strong as Chi-Du's. Even if they wanted to fight for it, they would pay the same price as Chi-Du, which was not cost-effective. Moreover, Chi-Du takes this rule very seriously, and will not give up easily. Looking at the 4 disciples who were going away in an instant, Chi-Du's face suddenly turned gloomy. He snorted coldly, and moved to the front of the space crack, waiting silently. Only by looking at the seed of the plague law could his heartache be slightly relieved. 160,000 points. You can use the advanced training venues as many times as you want. At the very least, you can go to the Monument Realm to learn 2 good magical skills. There are countless magical powers in the Monument world, And it can be said that except for a few unparalleled laws, magical powers related to almost all laws can be found. However, Chi-Du would rather spend 160,000 points plus 2 million high-quality spirit stones to obtain the Plague Law Seed than spend 80,000 points to learn a magical power that contains the Plague Law. This involves the differences in several ways of comprehending the laws. The best is of course the law of the origin of supernatural powers. This kind of thing is usually passed down through blood, or is born from a rare treasure like Xiaozi. It is extremely precious and rare, and does not require any comprehending. Just use energy to nourish and integrate it. The second is the Law Seed. By planting the Law Seed in the spiritual orifice, the corresponding law affinity and perception ability will increase dozens or hundreds of times. The next is to cultivate the corresponding supernatural powers of the laws. The essence of supernatural powers is the advanced skills of applying certain laws. It only improves the ability to comprehend the laws. It is only equivalent to a primer for comprehending the laws, and can only make you qualified to comprehend the corresponding laws. The affinity of the laws is only increased several times, which requires extremely high comprehension of the cultivator. The rarer the laws and magical powers, the more difficult it is to comprehend them. It would be fine if you just practiced a few. But if you rely on this method for all laws, how much energy would it take? Then you don't have to do anything. Meditating and practicing supernatural powers every day will drain all your energy. I'm afraid you won't achieve much until your life ends. The worst way is to forcibly comprehend the law. For example, Bai Donglin comprehended the law of destruction from the sword intent of destruction. This method can only be used by people with extraordinary comprehension. After the exploration of countless cultivators, it is found that planting the seeds of laws in the spiritual orifice is the most cost-effective and most likely to be implemented. Chi-Du stared eagerly at the space crack, from which the gray green plague law seeds were slowly falling out. He took out an empty crystal, ready to collect it at any time. On the top of a distant mountain, there stands a huge rock. Bai Xiaoxiao relies on her innate talent to hide perfectly inside it, concealing it from the detection of Chi-Du and others. Xiaozi said nervously, "Boss, why don't you take action? The law seeds are about to be taken away. Don't be impatient. Wait a little longer. The time has not come yet." Bai Xiaoxiao also became nervous, with a slight red glow in his eyes. This was the first time he did such a thing, and he felt nervous, but more excited. The law of plague finally broke away from the space crack, and its horrible corrosiveness instantly melted 3 feet of the ground. Chi-Du ignored it, and instead had a look of enjoyment on his face. He carefully pulled the seed of the law and slowly dropped it into the empty crystal ball. "Xiaozi, do it." Bai Xiaoxiao opened his eyes angrily and took off his sunglasses. 2 scarlet beams of light that were as condensed as real shot out. Soul attacks have always been known for their extreme speed. Chi-Du was hit in the soul before he could even react, and his figure suddenly froze. The next moment, Xiaozi's attack also arrived. Xiaozi's purple jade vine suddenly became extremely long, and there was a faint aura of the magical power law of heaven and earth on them. They wrapped around the empty crystal ball in Chi-Du's hand and shrank back. "Death sign!" As Bai Xiaoxiao shouted. A red light of death flashed, and the empty crystal ball that Xiaozi brought back was taken in. Everything happened in a flash. In just a few moments. "Oh yeah. It's a success." Xiaozi was so excited that she kept twisting the vines. Bai Xiaoxiao was also extremely excited, with red light surging in her little eyes. After a moment, her little face suddenly changed, and she turned around to look at Chi-Du. At this time, Chi-Du had regained control of his body, and his sinister eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaoxiao's hiding place. "Oh no! The wind is blowing!" He underestimated this poison. It actually broke his innate magical power so quickly. Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed and instantly dived deep into the ground and escaped quickly. "Boss, it's just one divine ability realm. Why are you so scared? Didn't you say that you beat tens of thousands of divine ability realm people in the Black Prison? You're not bragging. Are you? No way. Could it be that what I said was right?" Bai Xiaoxiao was so angry at Xiaozi's weird behavior that she rolled her eyes and ran away while cursing. "Stupid Xiaozi. You are so ignorant that you don't even have this little common sense. How can those criminals in the Black Prison be compared with the elite disciples of the Jidao Saint sect? Those rubbish supernatural powers in the Black Prison have only comprehended and engraved a dozen kinds of laws, and they are the most common laws. Their other spiritual orifices are also replicas of the laws. So what if they are at the great perfection, under my innate supernatural powers? They are like ants, and this poison has been engraved with more than 100 laws. Just now, I used all my power to display my magical powers. But I could only freeze him for a few moments. His strength is so terrifying that he could overturn the 29th floor of the Black Prison with one hand. After saying that, Bai Xiaoxiao no longer paid any attention to Xiao Zi and continued to run wildly. Qi Du glanced at his empty hand. The gloom on his face suddenly disappeared. He laughed out of anger and said with a light chuckle, "Haha. Interesting. Do any cat or dog dare to mess with me? Two interesting little guys. No matter who you are. I have been killed." Before he finished speaking, Qi Du's entire body began to melt, instantly transforming into a pool of sticky dark green liquid with green flames burning on it. Hold head high. A deafening dragon roar sounded, and the huge peaks around the valley were all shattered. A huge poisonous dragon with a dark green body jumped out from the liquid on the ground. Sticky liquid was rolling on the poisonous dragon's body, and the space around it was corroded, twisted and shattered. Drops of dark green liquid slid down, and big pits were corroded on the ground, which were bottomless. The poison is extremely toxic, and the smell of corruption is sickening. Chapter 161. Yin and Yang rotate the black and white world. Before Bai Xiaoxiao showed up, Qi Du and the others were careless, and could not find any trace of her. But now she has been exposed and her aura has been grasped by Qi Du. Even if he fled in a short period of time, he could not escape Qi Du's perception range at all. Qi Du's terrifying aura had already locked onto Bai Xiaoxiao, who was fleeing. The liquid poison dragon twisted and shot out in an instant at an extremely fast speed. The space was shattered wherever it passed, and the rock and soil were corroded into nothingness as if they were nothing. Only wisps of foul-smelling green smoke were left in its place. Although Bai Xiaoxiao's natural earth escape technique was exquisite, his own cultivation was still too low, and his speed was completely crushed by Qi Du. Although he had escaped very far, he was still being approached rapidly. When Qi Du was flying, the space around him surged violently. The space in front collapsed, and the space behind condensed. The space was like a wave, pushing Qi Du forward faster and faster. If Bai Donglin sees the scene, he will definitely exaggerate the poisoning as a talent. And even the curvature driver has been done, although it is not as exaggerated as the speed of light. There is also a little bit. Boss, think of a solution. This guy seems a little scary. Sensing that the terrifying aura from behind was getting closer, Xiao Zi began to feel a little nervous. He didn't expect that he would start off badly and meet a tough guy the first time he took action. In other words, among the elite disciples of Jidao Xingzong, there is not a single soft persimmon. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn, and the red light in his eyes condensed to the limit. He stopped and looked back, and a terrifying scarlet beam of light shot out. The soul attack ignored the soil and rock layers, and shot straight at Qi Du behind him without any loss. Snort! Qi Du snorted coldly. It was bad enough that he was hit by a sneak attack, but if the same attack wanted to cause him harm, it would be underestimating him. The liquid poison dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of colorful light spurted out, instantly turning into a shining light shield that just blocked the scarlet light column that was shooting towards it. Sizzle! The light shield released by Qi Du seemed to be highly corrosive. The moment Bai Xiaoxiao's soul attack touched the light shield, it began to soften and then melted into nothingness. Bai Xiaoxiao's face changed. This was already its most powerful attack, but it was so powerless when the opponent was prepared. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. It had only just achieved the great perfection of its soul, while the other party was probably already at the 4th level of the realm of supernatural powers. The most solid and top-notch one, with more than 100 kinds of laws engraved on it, including some rare laws. He glanced at Xiao Zi, who was shivering on his neck, and shook his head slightly. He knew that Xiao Zi could no longer be relied on, so it seemed that he could only ask his elder brother for help. Bai Xiaoxiao continued to flee, and at the same time, she sent a trace of her mind into her soul. Bai Xiaoxiao's snow-white and crystal-clear soul opened her eyes, and looked pitifully at Wu Wei's soul, who was meditating with his eyes closed. She grabbed Wu Wei's clothes with her two little hands and said, "Brother's life-saving? A wicked man is chasing us." Seeing that Wu Wei's soul was motionless and his eyes were still tightly closed, Bai Xiaoxiao jumped onto Wu Wei's thighs anxiously, pushed his chest and said loudly, "Brother, wake up! If you don't take action, Xiao Zi and I will die." Faced with Bai Xiaoxiao's rude behavior, Bai Donglin could no longer pretend. He opened his indifferent eyes and said slowly, "What enemies? I didn't feel anything?" Bai Xiaoxiao pouted, knowing that Bai Donglin was blaming it for blocking the Sea of Gods without permission. So it could only bow its head and admit its mistake. Brother. Xiao Xiao knows he was wrong. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, looked at Bai Xiao Xiao who was looking down with grievance, and said, I'm not blaming you for this little thing, but I hope you can remember this feeling. The despair of being hunted down, with no way out, and nothing to do but wait for death. If I hadn't been here, you and Xiaozi would have died today. Xiao Xiao. Do you understand the importance of strength? You can't live under the protection of Big Brother forever. One day you will go out and explore the world. Birds all yearn for freedom. Upon hearing this, a look of enlightenment flashed in Bai Shishu's eyes. It was not a fool, but rather very intelligent. If it were not for its lazy nature and playing around every day, it would have broken through the Dharma realm long ago. Its current level of cultivation is achieved by practicing 2 or 3 days a month, and it was only achieved under Bai Donglin's supervision. Brother. Xiao Xiao understands. I will definitely work hard to practice in the future. This young man is teachable. Outside, but in a short period of time, the poison has caught up with Bai Xiao Xiao. Under the oppression of horrible momentum, Bai Shixiao's body was frozen in place. Xiaozi shrank his body and muttered to himself. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Big brother. Help me. Death omen. Wake up. Take us into the origin world. At this moment, Xiaozi missed the boring original world so much. It was still a child with plenty of youth, and didn't want to die here. Humph. Why don't you run away? You two little brats. You don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. You actually dare to steal my things. You really don't know how to live or die. The huge, poisonous dragon head twisted slightly and snorted. The dark green smoke that came out of its nostrils corroded the void into 2 huge black holes. This broken world was too fragile, and could be shattered by just a gesture. It's boring. I'm so bored that I have to talk nonsense with 2 ants. Shidu shook his head, and raised his huge dragon claw, on which dark green liquid and green flames were surging. And he was about to press Bai Xiao Xiao and Xiaozi to death. At this moment, Bai Shixia's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The innocent look in her eyes became indifferent, and her whole body's temperament became completely different. Inaction, ruthlessness, and impartiality. Bai Xiao Xiao trembled his shoulders slightly, and the poisonous aura field shattered instantly. He took a step forward, and his figure flashed to avoid the fatal blow of the huge dragon claw. Boom! Wherever the dragon claws passed, the rocks and soil in the space turned into nothingness. The corrosion sound continued, and the rock layers stained by the dark green liquid and green flames quickly turned into nothingness and expanded outward. In just a moment, a huge underground hole was formed here. Chi Du was slightly stunned, looking at Bai Xiao Xiao whose aura had changed drastically, and who easily dodged his attack. He spoke with an idea. You are the owner of these 2 little guys? I wonder which is the same door. Can you report the name? Bai Xiao Xiao looked at the twisting and wriggling liquid poison dragon with indifferent eyes, and said slowly with a calm expression. These 2 little guys stole your law seeds. Yes, it was indeed me who ordered them to do so. But one thing is for sure. You shouldn't have hunted them down. For the sake of our fellow disciples, I will deprive you of the opportunity to explore the broken world this time as a punishment. Roar. Wrong logic. Arrogance. With a vicious roar, the dragon's huge eyes glared with green flames 3 feet high. This man is really shameless. He allows your pet to steal my things, but you don't allow me to chase and kill your pet? You are so arrogant. Since the holy sect does not allow fellow disciples to kill each other, I will kill these 2 little guys today. Let's see what you can do to me. He sneered and spoke in a cold tone, having completely lost his patience with Bai Donglin. What fellow disciple friendship? Damn it! This shameless guy would be beaten first. Roar! The liquid poison dragon raised its head and roared, then suddenly shrank and condensed, revealing its poisonous true form. The huge liquid poison dragon condensed into a set of dark green armor that covered its entire body, and its aura surged several times. The dark green armor is mighty and domineering, with a ferocious dragon head on each shoulder and layers of dragon pattern scales on both arms, extending to the palms to form a pair of sharp dragon claws. After all, for physical cultivation, the body is king, and the fancy liquid poison dragon is just a set of poisonous armor. You have good momentum, but it's a pity that my physical body is not here. Otherwise I could play with you. This little guy's body is very fragile. Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes remained indifferent. Ignoring the surging momentum of Chi Du, she raised her snow-white little hand and looked at it, shaking her head slightly. The body of a Chi cultivator was too poor. although Bai Shixiao's body was essentially not bad. Seeing that Qi Du could no longer hold back, and was about to attack, Bai Xiaoxiao raised the white jade sword finger, and lightly tapped the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram on his forehead. A small phantom of the Tai Chi diagram was twisted between his fingers, and black and white energy lingered around his fingertips. Qi Du's expression changed. He felt an inexplicable aura locking onto him. He immediately got angry, pretending to be a ghost. He was just using someone else's body to cast a spell. How could he defy the will of heaven? Qi Du did not retreat but advanced, took a step forward and shattered the void, appearing in front of Bai Xiaoxiao in an instant. Several dragon patterns of laws were entwined on the dark green arms, emitting bursts of sweet and fishy smells. They carried terrifying power, and tore through a large area of space, delivering a fatal blow. Yin-yang rotation trapped. Bai Xiaoxiao flicked her fingers, and the small phantom of the Tai Chi diagram on her fingertips disappeared instantly. Qi Du's face changed wildly, and his figure flashed and dodged several times, but was locked by the inexplicable aura. There was no way to avoid it, and he was hit in the chest by the Tai Chi diagram that crossed the space. The next moment, in the eyes of sneer and fear, the Tai Chi diagram instantly turned into a vast and boundless black and white world that covered the sky and the sun, white on top and black on the bottom, with no boundaries. What the H.L. is this place? How did I get here suddenly? Qi Du felt a strange world. He could not sense the laws of the world, nor the spiritual energy of the world. It was as if he was the only one left in this world except for day and night. Qi Du ran wildly across the black land, hoping to find an exit. But unfortunately, this world seemed boundless, and no matter how he ran and moved, it was like he was standing still. Bai Xiaoxiao spread out his palm, and a small round ball was suspended in the palm of his hand, with black and white colors rotating. This small black and white ball was an endless world in Qi Du's eyes. I will suppress you for a while. When you leave this broken world, you will naturally regain your freedom. Saying that, the palm of my heart was down, and a light shot. The black and white ball was instantly scored in the heart. Then the indifference in Bai Shixiao's eyes disappeared, and her innocence returned. Brother is awesome. Xiao Zi cheered loudly with excitement, and the purple jade vine twisted around Bai Shixiao's neck. Chapter 162, Unyielding Will to Fight. There were a total of 5,000 disciples of the holy sect who entered this broken world this time. They were divided into two groups, and each did their own thing. One group is 2,000 disciples who have been selected and qualified for exploration. They are now digging everywhere in the ground, looking for seeds of laws and various precious treasures. The other 3,000 disciples, who returned from the battlefields in various domains, did not go looking for any rare treasures. With their strength that had incorporated at least 200 laws, it was almost impossible for them to find the law seeds they needed in such a place. The only thing they were interested in was the legendary things, like the inheritance of military formations. They had been on the battlefield for many years, and had come into contact with some scattered and broken military formations, so they knew very well what they represented. This is the magic weapon that can turn the tide in the mid and low-end markets. The value of any law seeds or natural treasures cannot be compared with it. Battle formations are strategic weapons that can be used repeatedly and widely, and cannot be compared with ordinary consumable resources. Most of the 3,000 disciples were searching on the core continent, and a small number were wandering in the void of the universe. In just 1 month, they had visited almost every corner of the military world. During this process, even if they encountered disciples fighting for treasures, they would just take a glance and leave, without being distracted. Unfortunately, perhaps because this world is too fragmented and has been wandering in a dimensional space for too long, the military heritage imprinted between heaven and earth has never appeared. Whoosh! 2 streams of light, one red and one black, cut through the void, leaving behind 2 long cracks in space. The red and black light went against inertia, from extremely fast to extremely quiet in just a moment, and landed on a huge plain without raising a trace of dust. The scene was strange and abrupt. Yi Ming, do you feel it? It's the roar on the battlefield from countless years ago. A man in scarlet blood armor crouched on the ground, grabbed a handful of dark soil, closed his eyes and muttered. The soil of this vast plain is pitch black with a hint of red. Unlike other scorched earth that was burned black by heavenly fire, the blackness of this plain was watered with countless blood. After going through vicissitudes of life, it still has a slight smell of blood. Blood God. We have found more than a dozen similar battlefields on this continent. I'm afraid you will still be disappointed here. The blood god's son shook off the blood-stained dirt in his hands, stood up and looked into the distance. His scarlet eyes were extremely deep. He shook his head and said, "You don't understand. This dark blood contains an unyielding fighting spirit. It is very extraordinary. If we still haven't found anything here, then maybe our thinking is wrong. There's no need to waste time looking around. We can gather everyone and implement the final plan." "Well, I think so too. Since this military heritage loves the atmosphere of the battlefield, let's give it to it. Yi Ming, you are still so reckless. This broken world can't stand our tossing and turning. All right." The two figures, one red and one black, returned to silence and slowly walked towards the depths of the dark plain. "Hurry! Hurry up! Stop them! They run here! Damn you! If I catch you, I will destroy you both physically and spiritually." The roar spread in all directions, and violent figures flashed through the air. The aftermath shook the charred earth below, shattering it. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a pitch-black long sword shot out from the broken rock below. Suspended in the void, a red light flashed on the blade, and Bai Xiao and Xiao Zi appeared out of thin air. "Hey, boss, these guys are so stupid. We played them around." Bai Xiao had a smile on her face, and her eyes were calm, much calmer than before. In her small white jade hand, she held an empty crystal ball. There was a little gray light in the center of the crystal ball, flickering slightly. "Xiao Zi, this can only happen once. But we have already done it more than a dozen times, and it has already aroused public anger. These elite disciples are not fools. I'm afraid there will be a trap waiting for us next time. During this month, they have been plundering everywhere, and have become notorious. Every time he took action, there were dangers aplenty, and he was able to escape successfully every time thanks to Death Omen's extreme speed and ability to block his perception. After committing more than a dozen crimes, they stole a total of 9 law seeds and several precious treasures. A small half of these law seeds were duplicates. In addition to the plague law snatched from Chi Du, they also obtained a rare law seed. This one in Bai Shishia's hand is the law of fear among the laws of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As for the other law seeds, they are all ordinary rare level laws, and many of them are laws that Bai Donglin has already engraved. They are not valuable, so it is not worth mentioning. Bai Xiaopeng was put into the signs without crystal balls. Glanced at Xiao Zi said, "Xiao Zi, are you really capable of this? It's said that every time you sense the seeds of the law, the disciples of the holy sect are one step ahead of us. What was originally a good treasure hunt has directly turned into a treasure robbery. Can you give me some strength, little brother?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi's purple jade vines shrank into a ball. After a moment of silence, she retorted, "You can't blame me for this. I didn't want to do this either. The problem isn't with me. It's with those Saint Sect disciples. They must have special means to sense the seeds of laws. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to wait by the side every time a seed of law is born." Bai Xiao frowned slightly. They have been following Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin has not joined the main peak, so he doesn't know what methods these elite disciples have, let alone them. Okay, let's not do anything for now. Let's keep a low profile and wait for the right opportunity to act. Unless I really encounter a very precious law, it will not be too late to take action." Xiao Zi twisted the vines, shrank in an instant, and hung on Bai Shishi's neck. Of course, it had no objection and obeyed Bai Xiao in all its actions, because he was just a little brother. "Hey, boss, look, isn't that guy premature Whitehead? He's so sneaky. What is he doing?" Bai Shishia's expression moved, with a red light flashing in his eyes as he looked intently. In a huge underground crack in the distance, a figure was flickering and wandering around, as if looking for something. His long hair was extremely eye-catching, white on the left and black on the right. The premature gray head that Xiao Zi mentioned was none other than Shen Wuk, who had passed the comprehension contest and successfully obtained a place in the Broken World exploration. Among the many new disciples, besides Bai Donglin, only Shen Wuk got a place in the exploration. As for Tuya, who was ranked second on the Rising Star list, it was said that he has been in seclusion since he was defeated by Bai Donglin in the last duel. According to insiders, every midnight at the place where Tuya was in seclusion, his cruel screams could be heard, which made people shudder, and no one knew whether they were true or false. "Boss, do you want to follow him? I feel like there's something wrong with this kid. He seems to be looking for something with a purpose, which is very different from the others, who are wandering aimlessly." Bai Xiao said with a slightly hesitant look. This This doesn't seem right. Right? This Shinwuk has met us a few times before. And he seems to be Big Brother's friend. What if we mess with Big Brother's friend and upset him? Xiao Zi was so anxious that he circled around by Xiao Zhao's neck, obviously not wanting to give up. He had a hunch that what Shinwuke was looking for was not simple, and could not be measured by ordinary law seeds. So he advised, No. No. Boss. Think about it carefully. Did my elder brother ever say that we cannot steal our friend's treasures? No. I remember that my eldest brother only said a friend's wife should not be taken advantage of. We are not trying to steal his wife. And this does not go against my eldest brother's intentions. Bai Xiaoxi's eyes lit up when he heard this. And he remembered that his elder brother seemed to have said so. In this case, as long as friends don't steal each other's wives, they can do anything else. Well, good and good. I didn't expect you to open up. You can think of the potential meaning of your elder brother. Since so, we secretly follow up and wait for the situation to wait for the opportunity. Bai Xiaoxi's figure flashed, concealing her breath, and followed quietly. Chapter 163 Low-Dimensional World. Shinwuk's expression was still as cold as ever, but there was a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. He has been living a miserable life since he entered this broken world. It can be said that he is at the bottom of the society and his strength is among the weakest. He also watched the duel between Bai Donglin and Tuya last time, and he realized that he was overthinking. Even if Bai Donglin had been imprisoned in the Black Prison for 5 years, he was still stronger than him after he came out. At least, he could not defeat Tuya so easily. Bai Donglin and he are the only 2 new disciples who have entered this world. Bai Donglin is stronger than him. So isn't he the one at the bottom? He is now the weakest life in the world. Everyone can hang him up and fight. It is very miserable. He even regrets to participate in this Roshko exploration. During this month, he had come close to the law seeds and precious treasure several times. But each time, he could only hide in the distance and watch other elite disciples fighting for them. With his strength, he had no right to participate at all. And he had to worry all the time about being affected by the aftermath of the battle. But now it's different. Shinwuk clenched his fists. The excitement in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, a trace of his mind was immersed in the sea of consciousness. In front of his soul, there was a tattered and old piece of paper floating in the air. This page of paper was ordinary and tattered, but it emitted a faint golden light. The words on the paper were blurry, and only the first few words could be vaguely seen. These words were not any of the characters that Shinwuk knew, although he did not recognize this kind of strange text, since this page of torn paper was inexplicably activated. His thoughts touched the paper, and he naturally understood the meaning of the first few words. Soldiers who? Deception also. This piece of paper had previously been piled up in the pile of miscellaneous items in the space of his bracelet. He himself had no idea where it came from. Perhaps it was given to him by a monk who died at his hands. He had never paid any attention to such a tattered piece of paper before. Unexpectedly, when he passed through this land, the torn paper broke through the space of the bracelet, automatically flew into his sea of consciousness, and then guided him to this huge canyon. Combining the words on the paper with the world he lives in, he feels that this thing might be related to the military heritage. If you can really obtain the inheritance of the soldiers, even if you can't use it yourself, it is a great achievement to contribute to Zongmen. Where can I find hard to find the rule of the seeds and earth treasures? At that time, there will be everything in Zongmen. Shinwuk sensed the guidance of the paper and began to move away from the surface through the winding canyons, diving deep into the earth. The deeper he went, the stronger the golden light of the paper in his sea of consciousness became. Far behind Shinwuk, Bai Xiaoxiao was lurking in the rock formation, hanging tightly behind Shinwuk. Its escape technique is extremely concealed, as long as it is not exposed. The elite disciples of the holy sect will not be able to find it, let alone Shinwuk, who is at the bottom of the list. Boss, am I right? This premature graying has such a strong purpose. There must be a big secret. Xiao Zi, who was wrapped around by Xiaoxi's neck, spoke with a proud tone. He was so smart that he couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. If Big Brother knew about this, he would definitely praise him. Well, I'll give you credit for this. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped talking because Shinwuk in front of them slowly stopped. They followed Shinwuk and arrived tens of thousands of feet underground. The temperature around was extremely high, and they could already see the hot magma flowing freely around them. Under the witness of Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zi, Shinwuk came to a stone wall with a smooth surface. The stone wall was red all over and as smooth as a mirror, which did not look like a natural creation. The appearance of man-made objects in such a place seemed to indicate that Shinwuk had arrived at his destination. Bai Xiuxi's red crystal-like eyes turned slightly, and he restrained his breath and approached quickly. If the distance is too far, it might not be able to react in time if something happens. It is better to be closer. It has tried several times, but Shinwuk couldn't find him at all. Bai Xiaoxiao stopped when he came 1,000 feet away from Shinwuk. For a cultivator, this distance could be said to be face-to-face. If he got any closer, he might be exposed. It was better to stop while he was ahead. Little Z. Wait for the opportunity to move. Clear. Shinwuk looked solemn, and carefully scanned all directions with his divine sense. He was relieved when he found nothing unusual. He was about to obtain this unknown treasure, and it would be funny if someone else took advantage of it. He was now at the bottom of the list, and any disciple in this world could control him at will. With a thought, his spirit no longer suppressed the page of paper that was already shining with golden light, and let it float out of the sea of consciousness. After the torn paper flew out of Shinwuk's divine sea, it burst out with an even stronger golden light and flew directly to the red stone wall. Sticking tightly to it, the golden light converged and began to gather on several unfamiliar words. After absorbing the golden light, these texts seemed to be alive. They reached out and kicked their legs, jumped on the paper, changed from one dimension to two-dimensional, and then turned into three-dimensional. The red stone wall was like the surface of water, rippling with ripples. Several small characters jumped into it and disappeared. As the characters detached, the scraps of paper stuck on the stone wall instantly turned into nothingness. Shinwuk's eyes were full of surprise as he watched everything happen silently without doing anything rash. Before he knew the mechanism behind it, it would be better to wait and see. After a moment, the red stone wall that swallowed up several little people with fonts began to change. Layers of ripples appeared from the center. The ripples became more and more dense, and then the ripples began to rotate counterclockwise, faster and faster, and finally formed a blood-red vortex channel. The passage was filled with blood red, like a huge scarlet eye, staring at Shinwuk, as if examining him. Shinwuk's expression changed slightly. This blood-red passage looked too strange and very different from what he had experienced before. He couldn't help but feel doubtful and unsure whether he should step into this passage. When God was still hesitating, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was thousands of feet, was about to be unable to bear it. The opportunity was to make it. Since you don't take action, I won't be polite. Bai Xiaoxiao moved. His scalp pressed against the ground, and he used his escape technique to the limit. In an instant, he approached the red stone wall and jumped up. Who? Shinwuk was awakened instantly, and with his angry eyes, a long sword made of black and white energy shot out at an extremely fast speed, directly hitting Bai Xiaoxiao, who was jumping in the air. Clang! A huge sound of metal clashing was heard, and the death omen carried by Bai Xiaoxiao successfully blocked the attack of the black and white swords. A huge thrust made Bai Xiaoxiao plunge into the blood-red channel at a faster speed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Shinwuk's face turned ugly. Everything happened too fast. He released the ice sword as a conditioned reflex, and didn't even see the other party's appearance clearly. But how do you feel? A bit familiar? Shaking his head, he thought to himself that this was all nonsense. The 5,000 disciples who entered the broken world had met each other on the Sea of Boundary. How could their aura not be familiar? He didn't expect that, although he thought he was cautious enough. His whereabouts were still exposed. There was no need to hesitate now. Shinwuk's eyes focused, and he followed closely into the blood-red passage. If he was the only one here, it would be fine for him to think carefully. But now someone has got there first, and if he hesitates any longer, he will just give the treasure away. He, Shinwuk, still has the decisiveness to do this. Otherwise, what's the point of becoming an immortal? As Bai Xiaoxiao and God have entered the passage one after another, the vortex on the red stone wall began to reverse. After a while, the blood-red channel dissipated, and everything was restored. The red stone wall was still as smooth as the mirror. The moment Shinwuk stepped into the blood-red passage, he felt a strong red light flashing continuously before his eyes. Everything around him was spinning madly. He felt like he was falling down. Falling down? As if there was an endless abyss below him that would never reach the bottom. After a long time, Shinwuk finally felt the red light in front of his eyes begin to dissipate. The world stopped spinning, and the feeling of weightlessness and falling also disappeared. Is this boundary? Or is it mirror world? This blood-red passage is actually a cross-border passage. Shinwuk keenly felt that this place was completely different from the broken world. Whether it was the laws of heaven and earth, or the various energy auras, they all gave him a weird feeling. He could be sure that he had left the original broken world and arrived at another unknown world. He originally thought that crossing the blood-red passage would only mean arriving at a secret realm. And this secret realm was dependent on the existence of the military world. And its laws of heaven and earth would not change. No. You guessed it wrong. A clear, yet indifferent, and vicissitudes of life voice came from a distance. Shenwuk was stunned and looked back. Long time no see. Shenwuk. Bai Xiaoxiao walked a few steps to Shenwuk, with a very complicated look in her eyes, and said slowly, "Do you think what I said is weird?" Shenwuk nodded slightly. He didn't need any explanation. He recognized Bai Xiaoxiao at first sight, and also sensed Bai Donglin's spiritual aura. He understood everything in a moment. He was just wondering what Bai Donglin meant by long time no see. Bai Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, and continued, "This is not a world within a world, nor is it a mirror world. It took me a long time to figure out what this place is. This is a low-dimensional world. I just came in a moment earlier than you, but I have been waiting for you here for a long, long time. A full 100,000 years. Shenwuk. Chapter 164 Blood Red Altar. Brother Bai. You didn't scare me? It's not that he didn't believe Bai Donglin. This was really too outrageous. He followed Bai Xiaoxiao into the blood red passage. And it was only a moment. But 100,000 years had passed? Bai Donglin remained silent, still looking at Shenwuk expressionlessly with indifferent eyes. Shenwuk's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at. He had already believed what Bai Donglin said. His brother Bai looked very different from before. He always had an elegant and easygoing smile on his face before. But now, he was so indifferent. He looked 3 times colder than him. He must have been trapped here for too long, which caused his temperament to change drastically. Brother Bai, tell me what is going on and why it is like this. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, sat cross-legged on the ground, sorted out his thoughts for a moment, and then said, I had the same idea as you at first. I also thought that there was only a secret place behind the blood-red passage. So I didn't stop Bai Xiaoxiao from doing anything. But when I entered this place, I found that things were not that simple. We were reduced to a lower dimension. I have determined that this world is a low-dimensional world. Or more precisely, a 2-dimensional world. Our current reality is just like what exists in a book. A comic book. There is no space, no mass, and no time. At this point, Bai Donglin raised his right hand, and endless laws began to appear around his palm. Then all the laws condensed into a point, and suddenly exploded. A miniature infinite universe appeared in the palm of Bai Donglin, rotating slightly. The next moment, the speed of time in the palm of the hand universe was increased countless times, expanding wildly, and after the entropy increased to the limit, it returned to heat death. The entire universe fell into darkness and coldness, and finally dissipated like a bubble. All the laws in this 2-dimensional world are false. Here, as long as I want, I can create or destroy the world in a matter of thoughts. Unfortunately, all of this is just illusion. No matter how well the content in the comic book is drawn, can it really affect the real world? The dimensional barrier, the dimensional wall, is not so easy to break through. Shenwuk, who was standing by, was stunned. There was no time in the 2-dimensional world, so time was meaningless. In a moment in the outside world, it was possible that 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years had passed here. Everything here may be false, but their consciousness is real. I think, therefore I am. In this way, Brother Bai must have had a hard time in the past 100,000 years. Right? No wonder Brother Bai has become so indifferent. This is very reasonable. If it were him, he would have gone crazy. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, seeing through Shenwuk's thoughts. Of course, his temperament did not change drastically. Wu Wei's soul was originally so indifferent. It was only a mere 100,000 years. If it was a soul of the utmost evil or good here, it might have some impact on its consciousness. But the essential characteristic of his inaction soul is the Tao. And his heart is like the Tao. Inaction, ruthlessness, and impartiality. To the Tao, the passage of 100,000 years will not leave a trace. This 2-dimensional world is very strange. His consciousness can feel the passage of time, but it has no effect on him. His soul has not weakened at all. This is not the effect of immortality. But because the time here is false, the death omen was also reduced in dimension. Now it looked like a drawn black long sword. Ordinary. Its original world had completely lost its sensitivity. So Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiaozi could not be put in. Their consciousness could only be completely sealed. He could escape from this place very easily, as long as he destroyed his soul. Under the effect of immortality, his soul would naturally be resurrected in his body. But if he did this, by Xiao Zi and Death Omen would be lost here forever, which he could not accept. So he simply decided that this place could not affect Wu's soul. So he stayed in this two-dimensional world and searched for ways to escape from this place. There was nothing else he could do except exploring a way out. The laws of nature in this two-dimensional world were all false. And there was no way to practice cultivation. Not only that, he couldn't even comprehend or deduce the knowledge in his mind. Every time he thought about it, it was wrong. And every time he had an idea, it was a mistake. He had indeed been quite bored in the past 100,000 years, especially after he knew the way to leave. We can only wait here for the arrival of Shenwuk. Shenwuk is an indispensable link in order to leave this low-dimensional world. Looking at Shenwuk, who was still in shock, Bai Donglin continued, I have found a way to escape from this world. But I need you to execute it. Whether we can leave or not is entirely up to you. That's right. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he ignored the doubt in Shenwuk's eyes, put his hand on his shoulder, and with a thought, the scene around him began to change rapidly. It was not that they were moving. The two of them were still sitting cross-legged in the same place. But the entire two-dimensional world was moving with them as the core. After a moment, the surrounding scene stopped changing. Here it is. Shenwuk stood up in shock and looked into the distance. He saw an endless plain in front of him. Endless skeletons filled the entire plain. It was a sea of bones with no visible boundaries. These skeletons were all kneeling on the ground, facing the same direction, the center of the plain. From where they were standing, even from a great distance, they could see a huge altar standing in the center of the plain. The altar was the most common four-sided altar, and its entire body was blood red. I have traveled to every corner of this world over the years, and that altar is the only place I cannot explore. If I am right, the way to leave is right above the altar. As for this sea of bones, it must be the remnants of the military world. I don't know what kind of terrible enemy they encountered. Even if they hide in the low-dimensional world, they can't escape the fate of being wiped out. At this point, a solemn look appeared in Bai Donglin's indifferent eyes. This method was beyond his imagination. You know, even the eyes of the Saint Sect's ancestor were concealed in this two-dimensional world. However, he still knew too little information and could not jump to conclusions. There were innumerable methods in the cultivation world, and being able to achieve this level did not mean that the other party's strength exceeded the Hunyuan Wuji realm. The two entered the sea of bones and walked towards the central altar. As Shenwuk walked, he carefully looked at the skeletons around him and found that the quality of these skeletons was not low. And there were many strong ones among them. These strong men were just like ordinary people. They all knelt on the ground and died silently. There was no sign of struggle or resistance around them. This sea of bones was too vast. Even though the two of them were extremely fast, it still took them a long time to reach the blood-red altar. When I got closer, I found that the altar was covered by a layer of faint light film, with countless tiny characters flowing on the light film. These characters were in an unknown font, the same as the font on the torn page that Shenwuk accidentally obtained. It was this seemingly fragile light film that blocked Bai Donglin. It was so strong that it could be called indestructible. Bai Donglin tried every possible means, but could not hurt it at all. Shenwuk, the fragment of the page you sacrificed opened up this low-dimensional world. It guided you here, and has regarded you as the successor. Only you can open this layer of light film. Shenwuk sighed in his heart. As expected, 100,000 years of loneliness had changed Brother Bai's temperament greatly. In the past, he always addressed him as Brother Shen in a friendly manner, but now he called him by his full name. Under Bai Donglin's gaze, Shenwuk thought for a moment, and then walked forward. From the moment he entered here, he followed Bai Donglin's command from beginning to end. Of course, he had doubts, but it didn't mean that he didn't trust Bai Donglin. It was just the most basic caution of a cultivator. What if this Brother Bai was someone else pretending to be him? Or was it all an illusion? This ghost place is so weird that anything can happen. The reason why he easily believed the Brother Bai in front of him, whose authenticity he didn't know, was all in his sea of consciousness. The torn pieces of paper that had already turned into nothingness on the red stone wall suddenly appeared strangely in his sea of consciousness. This page of torn paper was connected to his soul, as if it had given him some kind of authority. The authority in this two-dimensional world. He used it to confirm that Bai Donglin in front of him was real, and what Bai Donglin said was true. The blood-red altar in front of him was indeed waiting for him. And only he could break through the barrier outside the altar. He did not tell Bai Donglin all this because he found that he could not see through Brother Bai. Why did his strength improve so much after 5 years in the Black Prison? Why did his spirit live in Bai Xiao? Wouldn't it be okay if his spirit left his body? And where did Bai Donglin's body go? All kinds of questions filled his mind. And he didn't dare to ask. Shenwuk just felt that Brother Bai was too mysterious. He had some inexplicable concerns about this. Under his instinctive reaction, he unknowingly kept some things to himself. God came to the barrier and slowly stretched out his palm and pasted it on the light film. The light film that was originally looming suddenly turned into substance, shining with golden light. And countless characters on it began to move and gathered toward Shenwuk's palm. After a while, no number of numbers condensed into a small soldier. And then the light film flickered, slowly opening a light door. Chapter 165, Golden Pointed Monument. Looking at all Bai Donglin, who looked at all, a little appreciation in his eyes. This god was a good seed. Naturally, he could not be concealed from the changes in Shenwuk's mentality. And the movements in his sea of consciousness were also visible in the eyes of his soul. In this situation, he could still remain sober and vigilant. He had talent and brains. Not to mention how much he could achieve in the future. At least it would be difficult for him to be killed by others. Among this batch of new disciples, Shenwuk's talent is one of the best. He is born with 2 peerless magical power origin laws. The law of Yang in the left eye, and the law of Yin in the right eye. It is a great magical power called Wanhua Yin and Yang. Being able to inherit such a top-grade bloodline. Shenwuk's origin is not simple. He is not like an ordinary mortal like him, who has no inherited bloodline, and can only rely on his own talent and hard work. Between Bai Donglin's thoughts, the mask barrier to open the light door changed again. The light shield covering the huge altar began to dim and lose its power. All the characters were gathered into the word soldier, which shrank into a small mysterious character and was engraved into the palm of Shenwuk. The light shield was broken, and the blood-red altar that had been sealed for a long time and worshipped by countless skeletons finally welcomed its inheritor again. Shenwuk walked slowly toward the altar with a solemn expression. Bai Donglin followed closely behind him, scanning the rune patterns engraved on the altar. He was very curious about this low-dimensional world and this wiped-out race. And he also wanted to know what kind of disaster they were facing. All intelligent beings like to carve and draw. They write books and biographies when they are alive. And after they are buried in the ground, they have to erect a tombstone in front of the grave to indicate that they once existed in this world. This is not only a way of recording inheritance, but also a way of leaving a mark of one's own existence. Therefore, Bai Donglin did not care whether he could understand the characters and patterns on the blood-red altar or not. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, he imprinted all of them into his soul. An identical 3-dimensional blood-red altar was recast in his soul. Just because he can't understand these characters and patterns now doesn't mean he won't be able to in the future. This is also a kind of accumulation of knowledge. And maybe it will play a special role someday. Bai Donglin looked around from behind. As Shenwuk, who was walking in front, got closer to the top of the altar, his expression became more and more solemn, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Golden light gradually emanated from his forehead and his entire body, and countless characters flowed in the golden light. The golden shining god is his Laka, just like the gods of the gods, walking step by step on the strange and mysterious blood-red altar. The picture is not abrupt, but it is extremely harmonious. At this time, the integration of sacred and evil is unified. This blood-red altar was very large, and Shenwuk walked very slowly, as if it was some kind of ritual. Bai Donglin followed behind with a calm gaze. Not in a hurry. He had already waited for 100,000 years, so he didn't care about this little bit of time. After a long time, the two appeared on the top of the flat altar, smooth like the mirror-like blood-red altar. Unlike the character patterns engraved on all sides of the altar, the ground here was smooth. The huge altar of the empty altar. Only a golden-tipped monument standing in the center. This monument is not tall, and there are not many. Just 3 feet. Buzz! The golden sharp-horn monument made a strange buzzing sound, and then began to flash golden light. The entire blood-red altar began to tremble slightly. Numerous golden lights shot from the sharp corner of the golden corner steel. The light shot into the top of the smooth altar. Bai Donglin and Shenwuk stood on the top of the altar, looking down through the red mirror, as if from a god's perspective. They could see the entire scene, as countless scenes appeared. The sounds of fighting and shouting from an unknown place reached their ears. Roar! War! War. Battle. Kill. Kill. The boundless battlefield extends from the endless continent to the depths of the universe, with surging troops and fierce fighting. Coming. In the name of the war family. Cut. 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 Countless black-armored soldiers looked crazy and roared. All of them were majestic and terrifying, with fanaticism in their eyes, and their hands were making mysterious magic spells. Strands of golden light gushed out from the soldiers' chests, connecting many soldiers together. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, trillions of black-armored soldiers were all connected by the golden light. In the boundless battlefield where brutal fighting was taking place, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared, composed of countless golden rays of light. Roar! The terrifying roar shattered the sky. And then a huge arm stretched out from the golden light. The golden light shrank and disappeared, and a huge body stood between heaven and earth, with an unknown height, stepping on the continent. 3 huge heads broke through the sky and were exposed in the void of the universe. This giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 huge eyes opened, and 6 extremely thick golden light beams shot out instantly, wherever they passed. Whether it was stars, continents, or the sun, they all turned into nothingness. The light beams disappeared completely after reaching hundreds of light years away. Hack! The 3-headed, 6-armed giant roared, and his 6 arms were clenched. A big knife formed by countless golden lights appeared out of thin air. The giant swung the knife, and the dazzling white light made by Donglin and the others squint their eyes. After the Baiguang dissipated, the 2 of them looked at the void of the universe to the giant again, and a dark break mark appeared in the bright universe void. The galaxy was cut off. Bai Donglin understood what this meant. The endless number of large suns and stars in the void of the universe were cut by the knife just now, and all of them were annihilated in the dark fracture. Coming! In the name of the war family. A majestic voice spread throughout the endless battlefield, and the same golden light troop just started to emerge one after another. 1, 10, hundreds. Countless light groups spread to the end of sight. Buzz! The golden tip of the golden corner was buzzing again, and countless light began to shrink back to the monument, and the picture inside the blood-red altar below dissipated at the same time. The shock in by Donglin and Shinwuk's eyes could not dissipate for a long time. What kind of race is this Zhang clan? How could it be so terrifying? Is that powerful battle formation a military battle formation? What is the relationship between the military and the Zhang clan? After seeing these scenes, Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with even more doubts. But this battle formation was indeed quite powerful. No wonder the holy sect valued it so much. This was more than just a low to mid-range battle. This sharp-cut monument should not be a complete inheritance of the war array. At least it is impossible to be the 3-headed and 6-armed giant battle array that I just saw. It doesn't make sense to be so easy to this world. Shinwuk's fate and destiny are not enough to bear such a thing. Look at Shinwuk. He looks like he is on a spring outing without losing a single hair. If he can obtain such a heaven-defying battle formation in this way, he would doubt whether there are some hidden dangers in this inheritance. At this time, Shinwuk also came back to his senses, staring at the golden pointed horn steel. A small character sprayed out from between his eyebrows and shot directly into the steel. The golden tip of the golden horn was shocked, and a golden light was shot, and there was no brow heart in the middle of the gods. There were countless mysterious characters flowing in the light column, all of which were poured into the sea of God. This starts? He advocates the ultimate combat power of an individual, and doesn't have much desire for battle formations. However, after watching the wonderful advertisement before the inheritance of the golden pointed monument, he now wants to see it for himself. As soon as the thought moved, Wui's soul suddenly burned fiercely. The pure soul origins, one black and one white, turned into 2 solid thin lines, which entwined and rotated with each other, and spurted out from Bai Shishiu's eyebrows. The black and white thin line is extremely subtle, extremely hard, and the speed is extremely fast. In an instant, the golden tip of the golden corner is hit. He frowned slightly. This golden pointed horn monument was extremely hard. You have to know that soul attacks have extremely strong penetrating power on matter, and some ordinary matter can even ignore them. This golden pointed horn monument faced his soul attack just like it was facing a physical attack. It's a bit counterintuitive, but it's reasonable that such a mysterious thing from long ago has such powerful properties. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and the burning speed of his soul increased again. The solid black and white soul threads began to emit a gray and hazy light. Ding ding ding. The 2 collided tens of thousands of times in an instant. But the pointed monument remained motionless. Not even a trace was left, let alone a breakthrough. Bai Donglin kept moving. His soul continued to burn. He was determined to fight against this thing. Anyway, there is an immortal to restore the soul. As long as he controls it. Don't burn himself. Otherwise he will return to his body after resurrection. He can always attack until he is old. Shinwuk still stood with his eyes closed. A golden beam of light connecting him to the pointed monument. The content of this inheritance seemed endless, and would take a very long time. Bai Donglin's eyes were still indifferent and calm. But his expression had become serious and stubborn. He really didn't believe it today. Wu Wei's soul took a step out from Bai Shishia's sea of consciousness. Came to sit cross-legged in front of the pointed angle monument. And pinched the mysterious spell with his hands. The origin of his soul, as deep as the sea, surged out and submerged the entire pointed angle monument in an instant. Just when he was about to use his ultimate move, the golden pointed monument suddenly changed. It trembled slightly, as if sensing something, and another golden beam of light spurted out, connecting directly with the center of Wu Wei's soul's eyebrows. Endless mysterious characters were immediately transmitted into the soul. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. This pointed monument didn't seem to be caused by fear. As his mind turned, a look of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. The reason why Shinwuk was chosen was not just because of the torn paper, but because of the original law of his yin-yang magical power. One of the characteristics of the inaction spirit he nurtured is the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, cutting off all distracting thoughts. Bai Donglin began to immerse himself in the inheritance. Chapter 166, The 8 Divisions. Bai Donglin's Wu Wei soul is extremely powerful, far beyond what Shinwuk can compare to. So he could accept the inheritance much faster. The endless characters and the golden pointed monument were like a tsunami. After several rounds of trials, the transmission speed became faster and faster. And in just a few breaths it surpassed the content passed down by Shinwuk. After a long time, the inheritance ended, and Wu Wei's soul slowly opened his eyes. Countless mysterious golden characters flowed in the depths of his eyes. The golden light gradually retracted, and his eyes regained calm. Bai Donglin stood up and took a step forward, returning to Bai Shishia's sea of consciousness. The content inherited from the golden pointed steel was too complicated and profound, and it was a field he had never touched before. It would take time to digest and absorb it before he could extract the things that were beneficial to him and use them for himself. The content of this inheritance was also within his expectations. It was not the supreme battle formation scene in the initial scene, but it was also not completely unrelated. Countless monks gathered together to transform into a three-headed, six-armed giant with terrifying combat power. This battle formation inheritance is divided into 8 parts. The second part of the 8 parts, defense, is inherited in this golden pointed horn monument. The combination of the 8 parts is the terrifying battle formation scene in the picture. Bai Donglin also understood a little about the basic function of defense. The content of this part is to control and integrate the forces. You should know that the number of cultivators forming the formation is as high as trillions, and the strength of each person is different, even if they are all practicing the same skills and engraving the same laws. There will be more or less some differences. This is because everyone's true spirit and original light are different. To form a powerful battle formation, the first thing to do is to control and integrate the power of the many people who form the formation. Otherwise, the battle formation will be like a sand sculpture that will collapse when hit by the seawater. Condensation, fusion, and unification are among the most basic requirements for a battle formation. If you want to unleash terrifying combat power, how can you do it without a unified and integrated core force? And this control is a powerful method that can command the power of trillions of cultivators. It is a very core content in the battle formation. No wonder this inheritance favored Shinwuk, who possessed the yin-yang law. And after sensing the characteristics of my yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, it also transmitted the inheritance to me. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he nodded in understanding. The way of yin and yang has the 2 characteristics of return to oneness and everything changes, which perfectly respond to the requirements of practicing control. It can be said that the prerequisite for practicing control is to understand the way of yin and yang. The inheritance content of this golden pointed horn monument is far more than just defense. One of the 8 parts. There are other complicated contents, including many cultivation concepts of battle formations, methods of using battle formations, and many ordinary battle formations of much lower grades. These ordinary battle formations are far less powerful than the 3-headed, 6-armed giant battle formation, but they can also play a big role when used on the battlefield. Bai Donglin estimated that the battle formations that the Holy Sect was looking for were these ordinary battle formations. The high-ranking officials of the Holy Sect should not be unaware of the existence of that terrifying battle formation. Otherwise they would definitely pay countless times more attention to it, and would not just leave it to their disciples to find. Bai Donglin's mind was immersed in the depths of his soul, and he saw that the inheritance content representing control was like a big golden sun, covered with complicated rune chains. This was a very terrifying restriction. Imposing restrictions in important inheritances is an old tradition with a long history. This defense technique has been restricted and cannot be passed on to outsiders. But many other ordinary level battle formations do not have this restriction. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The many contents transmitted to him by the Golden Horn Monument were all knowledge related to battle formations. And there was not a single bit of the information he wanted to know. There is no trace of the relationship and origin between the war clan and the military clan, nor of the enemies they faced, as if they had been erased by some force. He shook his head slightly and suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps all of this had been lost in the long river of time. The war clan, the military strategists, and the enemies they faced might all be dead. There is little point in exploring them. At least there is no need to actively waste time doing so. Looking up at Shenwuk, who was floating in the air with golden light all over his body, Bai Donglin estimated that his inheritance would take a long time to continue because Shenwuk's soul was too weak. Although he was still outstanding among the cultivators of the same level, he was far from being comparable to him. The Golden Horn Monument did not dare to transmit too fast. If he was like him, Shenwuk's soul would probably be stretched to the point of exploding in just a moment. At this time, the inheritance has not yet ended, and the key to leaving the low-dimensional world has not appeared. Bai Donglin cannot leave early, and can only wait here. Due to the special nature of this place, he cannot practice cultivation, and has to close his eyes to rest. Although Shenwuk has good talent, unfortunately his strength is still too weak, and he is just a burden now. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Donglin's Wu-Wei soul has been in the low-dimensional world for 100,003 years. Until today, Shenwuk's inheritance has finally come to an end. The golden light emitted by the golden pointed horn monument gradually retracted, and the column of light connected to the sea of consciousness between Shenwuk's eyebrows also slowly dissipated. However, Shenwuk still closed his eyes and floated in the air. Bai Donglin knew that this was because the amount of knowledge he had absorbed was too vast, and Shenwuk's soul had now reached its load limit, and he temporarily lost control of his body. He had experienced this situation before, and knew it very well. Bai Donglin shifted his gaze away from Shenwuk, and looked at the golden pointed cornered monument. At this time, new changes began to appear on the pointed cornered monument. I saw circles of golden ripples appearing on the monument, spreading all the way to the huge blood-red altar below. The altars on all 4 sides were swept by the golden ripples, and began to melt instantly. The hard altar seemed to have turned into liquid, and began to sway with the golden ripples. When the golden ripples enveloped the entire huge blood-red altar, the entire altar turned into rippling liquid, and began to shrink and pour into the golden pointed monument, along with the influx of massive blood-red liquid. The surface of the golden pointed angled steel, which was already engraved with intricate and mysterious rune patterns, began to show evil scarlet patterns, until the entire blood-red altar was filled with the pointed angled steel, and the scarlet patterns had covered the entire surface of the steel. The originally pure gold pointed corner monument now turned into gold and red, with the sacred and the evil merging into one again, making the monument even more mysterious. Buzz! The golden and red pointed horn monument hummed, soared into the sky, circled in the void for a few times, and then quickly spun around Shenwuk in the air. After a moment, as if it had made a decision, it abandoned Shenwuk and turned around to shoot towards Bai Donglin quickly. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned, but did not resist or dodge. He allowed the pointed cornered monument, which had shrunk to the size of a fingertip, to shoot into Bai Shixia's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows. After the pointed cornered monument entered the sea of consciousness, it circled around Wu Wei's soul and emitted a pleasant buzzing sound. After a moment, the golden and red pointed monument stopped moving, floated beside the ear of Wu Wei's soul, and wrapped around a strand of long hair, swinging in the air like an exquisite hair accessory. The golden and red pointed cornered monument took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Shenwuk, I said that this obelisk did it itself. Do you believe it? Shenwuk, whose body was still out of control, had no idea what was happening in the outside world, and naturally could not answer. There was a flash of joy in Bai Donglin's eyes. He had not thought of snatching away the opportunity from Shenwuk, and sharing the inheritance content in the pointed monument together. Because knowledge can be shared. There is only one of these pointed monuments. If it were not here, this pointed monument should have been perfect. But Bai Donglin had no intention of giving up the pointed monument. There was no reason for him to spit out what was in his pocket, especially the information conveyed to him by the pointed monument, which made him even less likely to give up. This pointed monument is not only the key to leaving this low-dimensional world, but also the carrier of the low-dimensional world. The low-dimensional world is in the pointed monument. Whoever controls the pointed monument controls this low-dimensional world. This is also the reason why Bai Donglin is so happy. Although this low-dimensional world seems to be of no use, the fact that it can hide from the eyes of the ancestor shows its value. But the function of this low-dimensional world is not limited to that. All kinds of fantastic ideas flow through Bai Donglin's mind. As long as he has a big imagination, he can play with this low-dimensional world in a variety of ways. He glanced at Shenwuk in the air. No matter what, the great benefits he could gain this time were all thanks to Shenwuk. Naturally, he felt no guilt in his heart. If he had to blame anyone, he could only blame himself for being too outstanding, which attracted the rare treasure to come to him. Also, let's give you some compensation. I don't like to owe others. After saying that, he raised his sword finger and tapped his forehead lightly, forming a small Tai Chi diagram, and then flicked his finger lightly, and it shot into the depths of Shenwuk's soul. This Tai Chi diagram contains the Yin-Yang Tao that he has comprehended. Perhaps to Shenwuk, the value of this thing is even greater than the pointed monument. After all, his bloodline inherited the original laws of Yin and Yang magical powers, making him extremely suitable for following the path of Yin and Yang. In addition to this, Bai Donglin decided to conceal the fact that he had also accepted the inheritance, and let Shenwuk go to the sect to claim the award, which originally belonged to him. In this way, it can be regarded as repaying the favor of the pointed monument. Chapter 167 Brother Bai is autistic. Buzz. As the golden and red pointed cornered monument was taken away by Bai Donglin, the endless skeletons kneeling on the plain all made a buzzing sound. It was as if some kind of obsession dissipated. A breeze blew by, and all the bones began to vanish. At this time, Shenwuk, who was floating in the air, also woke up and opened his eyes. Countless golden characters flashed in the depths of his eyes, and a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram could be vaguely seen. It was also thanks to the suppressing effect of Bai Donglin's Tai Chi diagram that helped him bear some of the pressure. Otherwise it would be unknown how long it would take for him to wake up. Brother Bai. What happened? Shenwuk looked at the huge blood-red altar that had disappeared, and the sea of bones that were drifting in the wind, and was slightly stunned. He had only accepted some inheritance. So how could there be such a big change? Shenwuk, you have already accepted the inheritance of this world. Now it should have triggered some mechanism. I think we should be able to get out soon. Bai Donglin's eyes were still indifferent, and he spoke in a calm tone, as if nothing had happened except Shenwuk accepting the inheritance. He felt that there was no need to point out some things, lest Shenwuk could not sleep at night. That's great. Shenwuk nodded, with joy hidden in the depths of his eyes. He already knew that the inheritance he had obtained was the military battle formation. As long as he handed over those ordinary battle formations to the sect, he would be rich. But the prerequisite for all this is to leave this strange low-dimensional world. Otherwise you will be driven crazy by the endless passage of time. Looking at Bai Donglin's indifferent expression, Shenwuk felt a little ashamed. The inheritance he obtained was too amazing. But he did not dare to tell Bai Donglin the content of the inheritance. After all, human nature cannot stand the test. Bai Donglin ignored the turbulent Shenwuk in his heart. With a thought, his soul communicated with the golden and red pointed horn monument. The pointed monument trembled slightly, and a strange wave rippled out, instantly covering Bai Donglin and the other person. The figures of the two suddenly twisted and stretched violently. After a moment, there was a flash of light, and the two disappeared instantly. Broken world. Deep in the underground cracks of the core continent, the red stone wall twisted for a moment, then shattered and disappeared into nothingness. Bai Donglin and Shenwuk passed through the dimensional barrier and instantly escaped from the low-dimensional world. The two of them immediately relaxed, and it was not until they returned to the normal world that they were truly relieved. They sensed the familiar laws of heaven and earth, and the complex auras of energy. At this moment, even though it was just a broken world, it made the two of them feel very at home. The low-dimensional world is such a weird place. There is no need for me to go there a second time. The golden and red pointed angle monument hanging on Bai Donglin's Wuwei soul emitted a faint light. This low-dimensional world was really strange and weird. When he accepted the inheritance before, the pointed angle monument was in the low-dimensional world, and the low-dimensional world also existed in the pointed angle monument at the same time. In other words, I am within myself. This is indeed quite contrary to common sense. I guess this is also one of the characteristics of the low-dimensional world. Bai Donglin thought to himself. Then he collected his thoughts, and with a thought, he lifted the restrictions deep in Bai Xiao and Xiao Zi's consciousness, awakening the two little guys who had been sleeping for 100,000 years. The control of the body was also returned to Bai Xiao. Wu Wei's soul sat cross-legged in the center of the sea of consciousness and began to comprehend the inheritance he had just obtained. As for Shen Wuke, he was left to Bai Xiao and the others to deal with, because he felt awkward getting along with Shen Wuke. It wasn't because he felt guilty, but because both he and Shen Wuke were indifferent. How could it not be awkward when they were getting along? Why did I fall asleep? It feels like I slept for a very long time. Bai Xiao stretched lazily, opened her hazy eyes, and her crystal-like eyeballs turned, and she saw Shen Wuke standing beside her with an indifferent expression. She was stunned for a moment, and then she woke up instantly. Xiao Zi, wake up! Don't sleep anymore. While shaking Xiao Zi around his neck with his little hand, he stepped back to distance himself from Shen Wuke. Looking alert, it remembered clearly that it and Xiao Zi had been following Shen Wuke, and then waited for an opportunity and took the lead in entering the blood-red passage. Then, they suddenly fell asleep for some reason, and when they woke up, they were back in the underground canyon. Bai Xiao guessed that they must have been hit by some kind of trick played by Shen Wuke, which was why they fell asleep for no apparent reason. Well, boss, stop making trouble. Let Xiao Zi sleep for a while. Just a little while. Sleep, you big head ghost. We have been caught by the premature gray head. Hurry up and think of a solution. It wasn't that it was worried about what Shen Wuke would do to them. After all, they were all old acquaintances. But it was precisely because they were old acquaintances that it felt so awkward. If they didn't know each other, it would have escaped with the omen of death long ago. It was just afraid of bringing shame to Bai Donglin. Shen Wuke sensed that Bai Donglin's spiritual aura was retreating and disappearing. And he also understood that Brother Bai didn't want to contact him now. It seems that the passage of 100,000 years has had a great impact on Brother Bai. Brother Bai used to be such a gentle, easygoing and cheerful person, but now he has become so autistic. Alas! Shen Wuke sighed inwardly. It was all because of him that this happened, and he had to conceal the inheritance. He felt extremely ashamed. He was too embarrassed to face Brother Bai again. So he said to Bai Xiao, thank your elder brother for me. Thank you for his guidance in the low-dimensional world. I will take my leave now. After saying this, Shen Wuke moved and disappeared into the canyon. The Wu Wei soul in the Sea of Gods understood what Shen Wuke was talking about, and it was not referring to the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram he left behind. The Tai Chi diagram is hidden deep in Shen Wuke's soul. Only when he comprehends and practices the way of yin and yang will the Tai Chi diagram secretly take effect and silently help him comprehend the way of yin and yang. Shen Wuke may not know about this until the Tai Chi diagram disappears. The guidance that Shen Wuke mentioned was that he should take him to the blood-red altar, the place of inheritance. That low-dimensional world was extremely huge, and was changing strangely and disorderly at any time. It took Bai Donglin thousands of years to find that sea of bones. If Shen Wuke were left to search aimlessly on his own, who knows how much time it would take? The passing of such a long time would have a negative impact on his consciousness. From this point of view, he should indeed thank Bai Donglin. Bai Xiao looked at Shen Wuke's disappearing figure with a confused look on her face. What was going on? What is a low-dimensional world? And what does this have to do with Big Brother? Why does it feel like it just slept? As if it missed a lot of things? However, it was relieved that Shen Wuke did not pursue their conspiracy. It didn't care about that. Since nothing happened, everyone was happy. Bai Xiao shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He pulled Xiao Zi off his neck and shouted while shaking him. Don't sleep. Get up and work quickly. And continue looking for the seeds of the law. Oh. Okay. I get it. In the deepest part of the Earth's core continent of the broken world, in a viscous platinum-colored magma, Bai Donglin, who was hiding in the law of fire and patiently fishing. His expression moved slightly. Just for a moment. He completely lost the sense of Wu Wei's soul. Although it was only for a moment, he was still able to sense it clearly. This was an incredible thing for him. After all, the soul of the Trinity was extremely special, and it was impossible for it to lose its sensitivity under normal circumstances. Did something unexpected happen? Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the memories of the three souls were instantly synchronized. Ignoring the spatial distance and the size of the memory, everything that Wu Wei's soul had experienced flashed by. In order to prevent the passage of 100,000 years from affecting the self-consciousness, Wu Wei's soul had already isolated and sealed away all traces of the passage of time before leaving the low-dimensional world. He knew his own character very well. The moment he left the low-dimensional world, his ego consciousness would definitely synchronize his memories at the first moment. All this was expected. Therefore, Bai Donglin only knew that Wu Wei's soul had spent 100,000 years in the low-dimensional world. But his specific feelings were blank, as it had been isolated and sealed. Naturally, Bai Donglin accepted everything that happened in the land of inheritance thoroughly. Even the Yu that was full of restrictions. The three souls were originally one, so the restrictions of Yu would naturally not be triggered. Yes, I didn't expect that there is such a treasure in this broken world. Just for the low-dimensional world thing. This trip is worth it. Bai Donglin collected his thoughts and continued to concentrate on fishing. He caught the big fish and would not let go of the small fish either. The fish is hooked. Chapter 168, Purple Air. The boundless sea of magma is on the verge of drying up due to the destruction of the world. The earth fire spirit, which possessed infinite power and coexisted with the center of the earth, has also been weakened to the limit, with only a 10,000th of its power remaining. The weakening of its strength has made the already cunning little guys even more alert. The piece of red fire blood crystal that was floating in the magma had been discovered by them for more than 10 days. However, the vigilance of their spiritual consciousness prevented them from acting rashly. Even though they were extremely hungry and thirsty, and could not help but want to swallow the red fire blood crystal in one gulp. The most direct manifestation of the weakening of the earth flame spirits is that their sizes have become extremely small. Now they are only about 10 feet long, and their bodies are made up of burning transparent flames, with a wisp of purple mist at their core. They were like swimming fish, swimming around the red fire blood crystal in circles from a long distance. Their transparent bodies were barely visible in the sticky platinum-colored magma. Sometimes they melted into the law of fire and disappeared, and sometimes they broke away from the law and flashed in the magma as if teleporting. These cunning little guys always focused their attention on the red fire blood crystal. After more than 10 days of vigilant observation, two greedy earth vein flame spirits finally couldn't help themselves. It was extremely fast, and followed the omnipresent law of fire to instantly approach the red fire blood crystal. It opened its big mouth made of transparent flames and bit down. Another one followed closely behind, trying to snatch it away. Hee hee. Little guy. You finally can't hold it anymore? Bai Donglin chuckled secretly. The fish were in the net, and it was time to pull it in. Although there were only two, it was obviously unrealistic to catch them all at once. These little creatures were very cunning. When the earth vein flame spirit was about to bite the red fire blood crystal, Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the deeply hidden formation was instantly activated. Scarlet chains shot out from the red blood crystal and instantly hit the two earth vein flame spirits that were nearby. A strange wave emanated from the chains, and the body of the earth vein flame spirit suddenly stagnated. The surrounding fire laws were expelled, cutting off the earth vein flame spirit's escape route into the laws. This formation could only control the earth vein flame spirit for a moment, and the earth vein flame spirit instantly broke free from the restraints and began to struggle violently. Chains between reality and illusion spread wildly and wrapped it tightly. Although the strength of this earth vein fire spirit is only 1/10,000th of what it was, its essence is still extremely high. The transparent flame is extremely hot, and a wisp of purple mist in its body contains terrifying energy. As the earth fire spirit struggled hard, the chains that Bai Donglin had specially made for its characteristics began to melt, and the complicated inscriptions on them were burned into nothingness by the flames. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm. Through the vast amount of knowledge in Shushan, he knew the characteristics of the earth vein fire spirit very well, and the means of arrangement were certainly not limited to this. With a pinch of his hands, dense rune chains emerged from the golden magma, covering a huge spherical area. The rune chain shone brightly and suddenly shrank. The two earth vein fire spirits were tightly trapped in a solid rune ball condensed by the rune chain. Hold head high. The earth fire spirit found that the rune sphere was shrinking tighter, and he couldn't break free. He realized that this was a life and death crisis. So he stopped saving energy and roared angrily. The purple air in his body surged violently, and streams of transparent flames like real objects were gushing out crazily. Sizzle! The rune sphere began to burn into nothingness from the inside out. At the same time, countless runes were generated. Chains spread out from the sphere, twisting and squirming like countless tentacles, madly devouring the Earth's core energy to strengthen the formation. Wow! You are indeed an Earth Flame Spirit, a collection of endless Earth core energy. Even when weakened to this extent, you can still burst out with such powerful energy. Unfortunately, things are different now. Stop struggling. You are consuming my energy. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and an extremely huge skeletal hand stretched out from the depths of the golden magma. Countless chains of laws were wrapped around the palm, and the magma was repelled wherever it passed. The void is shattered, and the laws are rolling. The huge rune sphere was pinched by two thick skeletal fingers. With a twist, a terrifying force burst out, and the rune sphere was flattened in an instant. The trapped earth vein fire spirit was like gel. Even though it was deformed by being squeezed, it was still struggling. Bai Donglin was not in a hurry. As long as the movement of the earth vein fire spirit was restrained, and it was not allowed to escape into the laws, it would lose the chance of turning the situation around. The huge skeleton fingers twisted the rune sphere, and dark chains of laws spread out from the fingertips, enveloping the rune sphere. Black light flashed, and the sphere began to shrink rapidly. This is a skill that Bai Donglin learned from the magical power of swallowing heaven and earth, which has the ability to shrink objects. The skeleton's palm also shrank at the same time. Bai Donglin held the marble-sized ball in front of him, and carefully observed the earth vein fire spirit inside it. Sensing the terrifying energy contained in that wisp of purple mist, he nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his patience in waiting for so long was not in vain. Although this earth vein fire spirit was trapped by him, it is not safe yet. If it senses the danger of death, it will self-destruct the energy core in its body and emit purple gas. Although he was not afraid of being blown to death, the earth flame spirit exploded, and all its energy was drained away. So all his efforts would be in vain. Hey, let me take care of these two little guys. She-Evil laughed softly, and two extremely fine black soul threads shot out from the sea of consciousness between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, instantly breaking through the sphere and inserting into the bodies of the two earth vein fire spirits. With the naked eye, one could see traces of black lines spreading wildly in the body of the earth flame spirit. After a moment, the two little guys stopped struggling, and floated motionlessly in the rune sphere, becoming quiet. The soul manipulator made a move with extreme evil, and in an instant, he controlled the consciousness of the earth flame spirit, because the purple energy in its body still needs its spiritual consciousness to maintain. It cannot be roughly wiped out, and can only be controlled. With a thought, the rune sphere opened. Bai Donglin opened his skeleton mouth, and the black hole formed by the devouring spirit orifice rotated slightly, and the two earth vein fire spirits were swallowed into the black hole in an instant. The spiritual orifice, where the black hole was located, flickered for a while, and gradually stabilized. The energy contained in this earth vein fire spirit was too terrifying. With the current heaven-devouring and earth-swallowing power, it has reached its load limit. The magical power of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth is of a very high grade. And the law of devouring is also a powerful law of peerless level. Without the seed of the law, Bai Donglin's comprehension progresses very slowly, and it is still a long way to go before he can incorporate it into the original light and turn it into his innate magical power. Therefore, at present, this magical power can only be activated by blood essence, and its power is limited. The two earth vein fire spirits were swallowed up and are only temporarily stored in the black hole space. Digestion can only be done slowly, bit by bit. Moreover, if too much is digested at one time, the energy gushing out will be too huge. Bai Donglin cannot absorb it all, which will cause great waste. Now it is just right. After doing all this, Bai Donglin held up the rune sphere in his skeletal hand, and with a thought, pieces of materials were taken out, and he began to repair the damaged parts of the formation. The most important thing in capturing the earth fire spirit is to lure it out and cut off the possibility of it escaping into the law. Otherwise, with the flexibility and cunning of the earth vein fire spirit, as long as it can escape into the laws, Bai Donglin will be helpless. It was also because the core of this broken world was dry, and the fire spirits in the earth veins were extremely hungry and thirsty. Otherwise it would be impossible to catch these cunning creatures with just a piece of red fire blood crystal. Bai Donglin has a very high level of attainment in formations, and now he is even more skilled. It only took him a little time to repair the formation. He took a look at the red fire blood crystal, shook his head and put it away. The same bait cannot be used twice. Otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Then he took out a gray sky flame stone from the bracelet. This is also a top-grade fire attribute material, and one of the favorite foods of the earth vein flame spirit. The figure moved, integrated into the law of fire, and quickly moved away from this place. This area has been regarded as a dangerous area by the several earth vein fire spirits that have just been scared away. With their cunningness, they will never set foot here again. Bai Donglin found a satisfactory place, threw out the gray sky flame stone, set up the formation, hid his figure, and continued fishing. This kind of opportunity is rare, and just 2 earth vein fire spirits cannot satisfy his appetite. He has to capture as many as possible before leaving the broken world again. He is in desperate need of various cultivation resources and energy. It is estimated that no other cultivator's consumption can match his. His many infinite spiritual orifices are crying out for nourishment. Damage reversal is also a terrifying money-eating beast. It is hard work, but the strength is improved quickly. Bai Donglin is happy to do it. Cut off all distracting thoughts in your mind and immerse yourself in cultivation. Chapter 169, Explosive Force. In a broken world, beneath the decaying sky and void, the endless dark plains, and the ruins of a battlefield passed down from countless years ago. 2 figures, one red and one black, walked slowly on the dark ground, stopping from time to concentrate and sense. After a long time, Yiming crossed his arms and said impatiently, "Blood Godson, how is it? Am I right? We have searched this broken place inch by inch, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the military heritage. I even doubt whether the mark imprinted between heaven and earth has been completely worn away." When the blood god heard this, a hint of regret flashed in his scarlet eyes. He had high expectations for this battlefield. He could even be certain that, countless years ago, someone must have used a military formation on this battlefield. Perhaps too much time had passed, and the mark of the formation imprinted between heaven and earth had disappeared. Or perhaps the 2 of them did not meet the conditions to activate the mark. The mark refused to appear, and the blood god had no other choice. He had not received any information yet. It seemed that everyone was just like them, and gained nothing. It's not that they don't have time to waste. The battlefields of various parties do not lack their people. It doesn't matter whether they return to the battlefield early or not. But there is really no point in searching like this without any hope. No matter sooner or later, there must always be hope of getting results. The current situation is that they can't see any hope after searching the entire continent. It seems that the only option left is to use the last one. Blood God's eyes condensed, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He turned around and said to Yiming, "Yiming, gather everyone. The location is on this plain. I still believe in my intuition. There must be a mark of a battle formation here." Yiming, who was looking impatient at the back, suddenly became happy when he heard this. This stubborn blood god finally figured it out. As for where to implement the plan, he didn't care. He just wanted to get this done quickly and leave this boring, broken world. Okay, finally I can do something big. I feel like my bones are rusting. After Yiming finished speaking, he raised his left arm, and the Jidao bracelet on his left wrist shook slightly, and a dazzling light began to shine. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. It instantly broke through the sky and reached the void of the universe. The light column exploded violently and turned into countless tiny rays of light, most of which shot towards the core continent, and a small part shot into the void of the universe. TSK. Places without the coverage of the Mind World Terminal are troublesome. It's inconvenient to pass on a message. Just wait. Those guys are more anxious than me. They will be here soon. The blood god nodded slightly in response, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in deep thought. Seeing this, Yiming shrugged helplessly. The blood god's son was extremely confident in his talent, and he really had the ability. This time, he didn't rely on his own strength to draw out the battle formation mark. So he must be very dissatisfied in his heart. Yiming could naturally feel this. Here he comes. This butcher is coming so fast. Could he be near us? He had just sent the message for a moment, when a large mass of dark clouds quickly approached from the distant horizon. These dark clouds were formed by the condensation of evil spirits. Only the bloodthirsty butcher could have such a strong evil spirit. The dark clouds were moving at an extremely fast speed, tearing apart large areas of space wherever they passed, and appeared above the 2 people's heads in a flash. Ha! Blood godson. It looks like we're tied again this time. Wild laughter came from the dark clouds. Before the sound ended, A tall figure appeared in front of Blood God's son and the other man. Hey, Blood God. When did you make a bet with this butcher? No wonder you are so serious. It turns out there is this reason behind it. Yi Ming on the side looked a little surprised, but not too shocked. After all, betting was a common thing on the battlefield. But each time it was about who killed more enemies. The Blood God frowned, looking a little unhappy. This time, it was not just him and the butcher who were betting. There were many people, and the stakes were huge. There were even a few treasures that could be of great benefit to him. This is also one of the reasons why he does not want to give up the search for the mark easily. As for the butcher, he is not the opponent he values this time. Butcher, we may be equally good at killing, but when it comes to talent and perception, you are not as good as me. I see you didn't seriously look for the battle mark at all? What do you want to do by wandering around me? Upon hearing this, the butcher threw his head back and laughed out loud. His voice was so loud that it shattered the clouds in the sky. Ha ha ha. Blood God's son. You are asking this question even though you already know the answer. Of course, I am going to cripple you and take the opportunity to seize the battle mark. The Blood God's son had a calm expression. He looked up and met the butcher's gaze. An invisible fighting spirit stirred up ripples in the surrounding void. Oh, that's a shame. I haven't been beaten up in a long time. I really miss it. Yi Ming, who was standing by, shook his head slightly after hearing this. Given the personalities of these two lunatics, he had no doubt about the truthfulness of their words. Buzz! The void above the dark plane suddenly began to emit a violent buzzing sound. A wail of being overwhelmed. Figures cut through the void, crushing large areas of space. Bang bang bang. Some figures fell to the ground silently without raising a trace of dust, while others were extremely violent, smashing straight onto the dark earth and creating huge pits. Everyone was silent. As more and more people arrived here, a terrifying sense of war began to spread. When people far outside the void of the universe also rushed back, the 3,000 disciples summoned by the holy sect from many battlefields all gathered on this dark plane. Blood Godson. Do we still want to continue our bet? Looking at the silver-haired three-eyed man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Blood Godson's expression condensed slightly. He stood up and said, Nature, Gu Ming, let's see if there are really any battle formation marks in this broken world. Once the marks are revealed, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities. Ha ha ha. Let's start the war. As the silver-haired man Gu Ming finished speaking, the sound of war drums came from the void. The two sides had only 3,000 soldiers, but at this moment, it was like hundreds of millions of troops. The terrifying fighting spirit condensed in the void, crushing the entire sky. There was a scarlet light flashing in the Blood God's eyes, and a strong smell of blood filled the air with every breath. The Blood God who entered combat mode was completely different from the previous one. As he took a step forward, the dark plane suddenly began to wriggle. The blood that had been soaked in the soil for countless years was peeled off and instantly gathered into a huge sea of blood with a terrible fishy smell. Mystical power, sea of blood, endless blood god. Boo boo boo! Countless sticky blood bubbles burst in the sea of blood, and in each broken blood bubble stood a humanoid monster covered with sharp blood thorns. The whole body was covered with thorns, like a killing weapon. These monsters, covered in red blood, were spread all over the sea of blood. Endless. Ha ha ha. Just in time. Magic power, turning beings into soldiers. Gu Ming laughed wildly and raised his hand to touch his silver hair. Countless silver hairs spread throughout the void, and each strand began to shine with dazzling light. Soldiers covered in shining silver armor walked out from the light one after another. The silver armor was covered with runes, shining with silver light and extremely gorgeous. The reason why Blood God's son and Gu Ming can become the leaders of the two groups is not because of their strong strength. There are many people who are as strong as them. The special thing is that both of them have the ability to form an army by themselves, which is an indispensable step in their final plan. On the battlefield, if there are generals but no soldiers, how can it be called a battlefield? Now it is just right. Generals against generals. Soldiers against soldiers. A war is about to break out. Chapter 170, Fighting. The Blood God stood on the surging sea of blood, rising and falling, his eyes shining with scarlet blood, staring at the numerous silver-armored soldiers in the void. His blood sea magical power was only at the minor success stage, and there was too little blood on the ruins of the battlefield, causing the power of the magical power to be slightly weak. But it condensed a million blood gods. He is far from being able to achieve the great perfection of the blood sea supernatural power. Although Gu Ming's magic of casting beans to create soldiers only produced 100,000 silver-armored soldiers, every single silver hair of theirs had been carefully refined by him. That set of silver armor covered with runes has many amplifying effects such as gathering spirits, strengthening the body, sharpness, and battle cry. Its individual strength far exceeds that of his blood god. However, who is stronger and who is weaker can only be known after the battle. As soon as the blood god had a thought, the sea of blood under his body suddenly rolled violently and spread up along his legs. In just a moment, it condensed into a scarlet giant that was 100 feet tall, covered with blood thorns, with prickly muscles and an imposing manner. My blood sea magic is not much weaker than yours. As long as the blood sea is not dry, the blood god will not die. Kill! Kill! Following an order from the blood god's son, millions of blood gods rode the sea of blood and rushed towards the silver-armored soldiers in the void, with overwhelming momentum and murderous intent. Silver armor. Form of formation. The runes on the silver armor of the 100,000 silver-armored soldiers shone, and strands of silver light shot out. They were connected in groups of 10, and it turned out to be a simple battle formation. With the simple intelligence of this magical creature, it is already very good to be able to form such a simple battle formation. And this is also with the help of the silver armor runes that Gu Ming had refined in advance. Although it is just the simplest battle formation, it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the silver-armored soldiers. Human horse. Charge. Gu Ming thought about it, and the energy of every silver-armored soldier was surging, condensing a prestigious war horse. It turned out to be an energy horse. So terrifying. Roar! Roar! The war cry was sounded. People roared and horses neighed. The silver-armored soldiers charged down from top to bottom with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The two armies intersect, and the horrible roar of horror was made. The silver armor in the front row was annihilated with the blood god at the same time. Ha ha ha. Here I come. Mystical power, the laws of heaven and earth. The big man named the Butcher laughed wildly, bloodthirsty and killing in both eyes, and the body of Wei Yan grew crazy. But it turned into a 100-band giant for a moment. The naked upper body muscles are full of muscles, full of scars. Wild, bloodthirsty atmosphere sweeping the entire battlefield. Little bastards. Let me have a taste of you. The Butcher's expression was crazy. Opened the blood basin and sucked it fiercely. Suddenly, the big stalks of the large stalks were wrapped in many blood gods and were swallowed into the mouth. Chewing carefully and enjoying the face. Humph. Blood explosion. The blood god in the distance snorted coldly. And with a thought, the blood god and the smelly blood in the Butcher's mouth exploded violently in an instant, and red beams of light spurted out from the Butcher's 7 orifices. Hug. The Butcher burped, spewing out a cloud of red smoke. The violent explosion did not hurt him at all, but instead aroused the Butcher's ferocity, and the madness in his eyes became more intense. Blood god. I've wanted to hack you for a long time. The Butcher's thick thigh moved forward, and the land of Fang Yuan was instantly turned into powder, and his huge body rushed towards the blood god at a very fast speed. The blood god's complexion was indifferent, and the huge blood god bodies burned the bare blood flames. The thick arm was wrapped tightly by the chain of the scarlet, and the body was fierce, and the huge fist bombed forward. The Butcher had a ferocious smile on his face, and threw out a punch as well. The two fists collided in silence. The space disappeared silently, leaving a big black hole in its place. Dense space cracks spread wildly in all directions. The aftermath was surging. The earth was shaking, and countless bottomless cracks covered the ground beneath the feet of the two people. Red magma gushed out, and after a moment a huge magma lake was formed. Bang, bang, bang. The Butcher stepped back 3 steps, and each step fell into the void. The muscles all over the body creaked like waves, and the terrible power was removed. The blood god was also feeling uncomfortable. Large chunks of blood covering his body were being evaporated. At the same time, the sea of blood under his feet continued to spread upwards to replenish the loss. The evaporated blood turned into thick blood mist, lingering around the blood god's huge body. Ha ha! Great! It feels so good. Blood godson. Come again! When the blood god's scarlet eyes were cold, he would come forward again to fight. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood god. Leave this madman to me. Your old rival Gu Ming is still waiting for you. The blood god paused slightly, nodded his huge head, took a step forward and rushed towards Gu Ming in the void. Yi Ming's strength was not weaker than him, so he would not be at a disadvantage when dealing with the butcher. Butcher, let me be your opponent. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming. Blood gods follow-ups. Let Lao Tzu call you the amount of you. TSK. What a rude guy. Looking at the butcher with a majestic aura and rising momentum, Yi Ming's eyes condensed slightly. He did not dare to be careless at all. The spiritual orifice in his body flashed, and the laws in his body rolled violently. The night is coming. The light in the range of hundreds of miles behind Yi Ming disappeared, and it was dark. This abrupt night was connected to the dark armor of the night. Like a huge dark night cloak, Yi Ming closed his eyes and whispered softly. The moon is born in the dark night. The moon rises and sets. New moon. Up to the string. Full moon. Downstring. Remnant moon. Outside of the sky. In the void of the universe. The ancient and criminal stars of the huge moon, as Yi Ming's whisper gently groaned, began to slowly recover. The white moon's light began to gather, and after a moment, it turned into a large Yuan lights and sprayed down, instantly across the distant distance, and injected into the dark night behind the night. A huge, dazzling moon slowly rose from behind Yi Ming. With the appearance of the bright moon, a moon-shaped mark appeared in the heart of Yi Ming's forehead. This mark rotates rapidly between the new moon, full moon, and remnant moon. Every time the rotation is completed, the momentum of Yi Ming climb. Yeah. Burning! On the dark armor of Yi Ming, a little starlight began to emerge, carrying a huge bright moon. And the appalling momentum locked the butcher. Ha ha ha. Shou Tian Xing Chen Ju. The way of the sun. Moon and stars. Not bad. You are qualified to be an opponent of Lao Tzu. Come and fight. Extremely implicitly endless. Roar. War. War. The elite disciples of the 3,000 battlefields are all the demon who carved 200 rules. No one dares to say that they can easily crush others. They are powerful, and have the foundation of the god of magic. Such powerful physical cultivators are fighting against each other in this dilapidated world. And the fighting is getting more and more intense. They are people who have been mingling on the battlefield. And they are full of murderous intent. Once the fight starts, they immediately become crazy and kill blindly. The mere black plane could no longer satisfy everyone. The battlefield spread wider and wider, and flames of war broke out in all directions of the core continent. From the void of the universe to the depths of the earth, there were fierce fighting everywhere. The corrupt void became more and more broken. The dark earth was covered with cracks, and the red magma was gushing out like purgatory. And the entire broken world was wailing again. The will to fight, the intent to kill. The laws were boiling. The energy was roaring. And all kinds of terrifying auras filled the world. The other 2,000 good disciples of the holy sect who were searching for treasures were all shocked by the aura that permeated the void. The face changes madly. What exactly do these lunatic people who came back from the battlefield want to do? The fierce battle throughout the mainland. The horrible Yubo will affect them at any time. Let alone the treasure hunt of peace of mind. It may be small and linger. These lunatics who kill red eyes will not take care of them. There were many disciples who were cautious by nature. Seeing that things were getting bad, they silently communicated with their bracelets and left this world early. Although the treasures are good, the small life is tight. Since there is a gain, you don't have to take risks. It has been 2 or 3 months since they entered this broken world. They have searched this continent, and even the ancient stars in the void of the universe. All the treasures that could be easily dug out have been taken by everyone. It is not worth it to stay and take risks for some leftovers. The god who accidentally obtained the inheritance of the battle array retreated early. His strength was the lowest, and he couldn't carry any more than a random. He thought he had gained the most, so he had no reason to stay. As a result, only a small half of the 2,000 disciples were left. Chapter 171 Hard Fist Hard. The death omen quickly shuttled through the rocky soil underground, turning left and right, shaking off its pursuers one by one. After a moment, the death of the dead stem stopped, and the red light flashed. Bai Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zi appeared in the rock layer. Strange. How did these guys be so patient this time? Only after chasing for a while. I gave up. Shouldn't. Who knows? Maybe they've been fooled by us too many times, and have realized that it's impossible to catch us. The little purple hanging on by Shisha's neck, shaking the brass bell on her body, muttering. Since the low-dimensional world is out of the low-dimensional world, after being separated from God, they have refiled the old karma, grabbed the laws, grabbed the rules, seized treasures, and mixed up Although they encountered several ambushes, they were able to escape safely every time thanks to their powerful death omen. But this time the hunting seemed to be too hasty. Not like the style of the Xingzong disciple. Did something big happen? Bai Xishi's red crystal-like eyes moved slightly. In the past 2 or 3 months, it had experienced more things than in the past combined, which made it grow a lot, and its brain was much more flexible than before. Xiaozi, these Saint Sect disciples are too abnormal. They hate us to the core, and there is no way they will let us go like this. Something big must have happened to force them to retreat. Let's go up and see what happened. After saying that, Bai Xiaoxiao moved, and instantly passed through the thick rock layer and came to the surface. Bai Xiaoxiao just showed up, and his heart was born in his heart. Boom! A thick, scorching black flame beam surrounded by the laws swept past, instantly burning the huge mountain where the death sign was located into nothingness, and also burned a huge ravine in the ground below, which was bottomless and had magma erupting faintly. The deadly dead stems were slightly loud, and they spun into the distance, and left here. I go! Bai Xiaoxiao just came out of the doom, and couldn't help but swear. He was almost killed instantly for no apparent reason. Looking at the huge gully in the distance, look up and condense, and the heavens and the earth are full of violent atmosphere. The attack just now had no killing intent and was not aimed at us, but was an aftermath. What's wrong with these Saint Sect disciples? Why are they fighting each other? And the fight is so fierce. Damn it. Even the dog's brains were beaten out. Xiaozi, who was wrapped around by Xiaxi's neck, was even more sensitive. The countless violent fluctuations of the laws caused her body to tighten, and she almost strangled Bai Xiaoxiao to death. Ahem. Boss, these Saint Sect disciples are fighting among themselves. It must be because the treasures are not distributed evenly. So they started fighting. It must be a treasure that is extremely valuable to make them fight like this. Boss, should we go take a look? Then wait for the right opportunity to act. Bai Xiaoxiao was speechless. She reached out and tapped Xiaozi. What a money grubber. The aura in the sky was much more terrifying than that of those disciples before. Even with the protection of the death omen, it cannot guarantee that it will be safe and sound. After all, they cannot completely activate the death omen and can only use it to escape. Xiaozi, didn't you sense it? This world is wailing. This war should be more terrifying than what we sensed. These crazy people should be the disciples they mentioned who were summoned back from the battlefield. Their strength is much stronger. The Saint Sect disciples are so scared just talking about it that we can't snatch the treasure from them unless Big Brother does it himself. Bai Xishi's eyes were full of wisdom, and her words made Xiaozi feel ashamed. As the pet baby of the eldest brother, why are you so outstanding? Bai Xiaoxiao has changed. What about the naive and innocent together? Okay, so what should we do next? Boss? Bai Xiaoxiao stroked her chin with her white jade hand, and after thinking for a moment, she said, we hide in the death omen, and then lurk in the periphery of the core battlefield. There is a hidden aura of death omen. As long as we don't take the initiative to go out, we should be fine. Then we can wait and see the situation and act when the opportunity arises. Cut! Xiaozi rolled its eyes secretly. It seemed that it had wronged Bai Xiaoxiao. Deep in the heart, in the sea of golden magma, Bai Dong was sitting on his knees, hiding the law of fire, and his expression was pleasant. During this time, he shot many times. Shot a shot to change a place, and captured the 3 veins. These little guys were starving, and he was a little surprised that they were so easily baited. But this was for the best. The more the better. And he never had too much energy. Look what I found. A lone earth spirit. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously restrained his breath. He saw a vein of fire spirit flashing in the golden magma, approaching the bait set by Bai Donglin with extreme vigilance. Suddenly, Bai Donglin's pupil shrank, and 2 more earth vein fire spirits followed closely behind him and shot towards the bait at a rapid speed. Oh my god! His luck exploded. Except for the first time when he caught 2 at a time. The other 3 were accumulated over time, which took him a lot of effort. Wow! 3 birds with 1 stone. Bai Donglin concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, making hand gestures, ready to activate the formation at any time. Looking at the 3 earth vein fire spirits, 1 in front and 2 behind, about to enter the formation. Bai Donglin's eyes fixed. Buzz! At this moment, an extremely huge double-edged trident pierced through the earth in an instant with extremely terrifying speed and tremendous power, and inserted straight into the golden magma sea. The Viard erupted, and the magma Hennis was boiling. Where can the alarm abnormal ground vein inflammation be able to withstand such scaredness? The law of the fire instantly disappearing without a trace. Bai Donglin's face was reduced to a skeleton of muscles, and no expression could be seen changing. However, his fists were hardened and his fixed eyes were enough to show the turbulent waves in his heart. What about Lao Tzu's pulse? Buzz buzz buzz. The huge double-edged trident was burned slightly red by the golden magma, and with a buzzing vibration, it was about to withdraw from the center of the earth and return to the hands of its owner. Humph! You want to run away after provoking me? Bai Donglin's eyes were cold, and his skeleton body grew wildly, instantly transforming into a behemoth 300 feet tall. Glittering chains of the law of force spread along the skeleton and wrapped around his entire body. The terrifying aura repelled the surrounding hot magma. The huge skeleton moved its palm, and 2 fingers instantly pinched the double-edged trident that was about to fly away. The halberd was silver in color, engraved with mysterious patterns, and was 100 feet long. But it looked exceptionally small in Bai Donglin's hand. The 2 skeletal fingers were like pillars supporting the sky. With infinite power, they tightly bound the double-edged trident that was still struggling fiercely. Seeing that it could not break free from Bai Donglin's control, the trident was covered with shining patterns, and a rich silver light burst out violently. It's a pretty little thing, and it's shiny and silver, but I don't know how it tastes. The sound was like rolling thunder, and the sound waves were surging, causing ripples in the surrounding golden magma. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he pinched the double-edged trident and put it into the huge mouth. Teeth are the sharpest and hardest part of Bai Donglin's body. With a thought, the laws of destruction, force, gold, fire, thunder, light, and other destructive chains all condensed on the sharp teeth. Ignoring the double-edged trident's fierce struggle, he placed it on the gums that were blessed by many laws. The only remaining muscles on his cheeks bulged, with the laws of force lingering in them, and he bit down hard. Clang! A harsh sound of metal friction was heard and sparks flew. Bai Donglin was surprised that it did not break into pieces. It seemed that the quality of this double-edged trident was not low. If it doesn't work once, try a few more times. Bai Donglin wrapped the trident in his mouth and chewed it hard, and a sharp metal friction sound that made his teeth ache continued to be heard. The teeth were hard enough, but seemed to lack a bit of strength. With a thought, many substances in the body, including the spiritual orifice, began to burn violently. The terrifying force multiplied upwards, and the mouth kept opening and closing. Finally, the friction sound was no longer heard, but the wailing sound of the double-edged trident. Snap! The huge halberd head of the double-edged trident finally couldn't hold on, and was bitten to pieces by Bai Donglin's terrifying bite force. The halberd head shattered into countless tiny metal pieces, but before it could splash out of Bai Donglin's mouth, he gently sucked it in and swallowed it into the black hole in his stomach. Devouring these high-grade materials can also extract pure energy, which naturally cannot be wasted. Looking at the only halberd left in his hand, his eyes turned cold. Although you only caused the damage unintentionally, it is a fact that you scared away my earth vein fire spirit. Just one magic weapon is not enough. Ha! Ha! Bai Donglin's huge skeletal hand tightly grasped the halberd, took a step forward, and his body burned with blazing golden flames. Reaching the highest level, all the terrifying power in the body instantly gathered in the right arm, and the clenched fist burst out with dazzling light like the sun. The hard silver halberd was left with fingerprints that were clearly visible. Bai Donglin's eyes focused and instantly locked onto a breath from a distant distance. Take a hit. If you die, then clear it. Chapter 172. A crack in the sky. Gu Ming, why are you distracted? This is not like you. Before the blood god finished his words, his huge body flashed and approached Gu Ming again, bombarding him wildly with his huge fists. At the same time, countless scarlet, sharp tentacles spread out from behind, shining with a metallic luster, covering a large area around Gu Ming, and stabbing wildly. The void space was shattered bit by bit, and huge dark holes were poked out by the sharp tentacles. Gu Ming frowned slightly. His body was covered with silver light, and like a phantom, he moved in and out of the dense attacks and avoided all attacks. Gu Ming was indeed distracted. In order to target the huge body of the blood god's son, he summoned his magic weapon, the double-edged trident, which was just blasted into the depths of the earth by the fierce battle between the two. Just now, his contact with the magic weapon was cut off, which made him feel incredible. For physical cultivators, Only when they reached the divine source realm will they begin to practice their innate magic weapon for life and death cultivation, which is called the source instrument. It is an instrument that is not included in the conventional classification of magic instruments. Its power is linked to the physical cultivator's strength, and it possesses all kinds of strange powers. Double blade and 3 forks are naturally not so important. It is just a conventional magic weapon. If you lose it, it will not damage his own point. But no matter how you say, it is a spiritual tool for the quality of the quality. The inexplicable losing contact makes Gu Ming feel a little strange. Is there something hidden in the core of this broken world? Gu Ming, are you looking down on me? A bloody red light flashed in the blood god's eyes, and Gu Ming kept dodging and not fighting back. In his opinion, this was a silent mockery and provocation. Gu Ming shook his head slightly, and was about to explain when his expression suddenly froze. A terrifying aura locked onto him. His head of silver hair subconsciously stood up, and he suddenly lowered his head to look downward. The vertical eye between his eyebrows shone with silver light, and he could see through all the rocks and soil. He saw that in the center of the earth there was a huge golden sun, burning brightly and emitting endless light outwards. Not good. Gu Ming looked horrified. The vertical eye between his eyebrows was burned by the scorching light, and a trace of silver blood flowed out. The blood god also changed his face, and a horrible breath also shrouded him at the same time. The massive blood attached to the body began to solidify and dispersed. The space around him became stagnant. Blood godson. We can't hide anymore. Join forces. Good. By Donglin at the center of the earth at cold eyes. It was so difficult to catch an earth vein fire spirit. Now 3 of them were scared away for no reason, which really made him furious. Under the rage, he exploded with all his strength. This attack included almost everything in him. His body, mind, and soul were all burned. Hit me. With a roar, the silver halberd held tightly in the skeleton's giant palm was thrown out violently. The moment a huge golden beam of light condensed into substance flew out of his hand. Bai Donglin was almost hollowed out. His huge skeleton body became illusory, and he almost burned himself to death. Countless golden fire dragons were entwined on the huge golden light column, and many chains of laws filled with destructive aura were tightly wrapped around the light column. Wherever the golden light column passed, whether it was magma, soil, rock layers, or hard or veins, they all turned into nothingness. The space was obliterated bit by bit, and the light column leaped into space. With a speed infinitely close to the speed of light, it instantly crossed the long distance and appeared below Gu Ming and Blood God's son. The pupils of the 2 men suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The moment they were locked into this terrifying aura, they knew they could not escape, unless they activate the bracelet and immediately leave this broken world. They haven't got the battle mark yet, so it's impossible for them to withdraw. Well, as long as we are still in this world, we can only withstand this horrific attack. Gu Ming, don't hold back. The Netherworld Blood Sea. The Blood Sea is boundless. The boundless Moko. Moko Ashura. The Blood God's son had a ferocious look on his face, and his huge body suddenly shrank to a size of 3 meters. His body was covered with evil and mysterious scarlet patterns, and his long scarlet hair was dancing like a mad snake. Millions of blood gods instantly collapsed and returned to the sea of blood. A huge sea of blood emerged behind the blood god's son. The next moment, it turned into 9 huge scarlet blood rings, floating behind the blood god's son's head, overlapping each other and slowly rotating. 89 titanium golden body. Silver radiance. Ultimate glory. Gu Ming looked solemn, and his body instantly turned into pure silver. A silver light began to shine from his chest, and expanded to the limit in an instant. Gu Ming turned into a huge silver sun, hanging in the void, shining brightly. The 2 of them burst out with madness, and the moment the huge golden beam of light approached their bodies, they simultaneously launched their strongest attack. Ong! Groan! A silver sun. A blood moon. The fierce light shines in all directions, firmly resisting the huge golden light column below. The moment the 3 met, the whole world seemed to be silent for a moment. Many disciples who were fighting fiercely stopped their actions at the same time and cast their gazes over with shocked expressions. Immediately afterwards, countless golden, silver and red light beams spread out. Wherever the endless light beams passed, the void was annihilated. The earth turned into powder, and countless magma spurted out. Call out! The silver sun and the blood moon only lasted for a few moments before they were pierced through by the golden beam of light. The golden beam of light continued to move forward, crossing the void, breaking through the sky, shooting into the void of the universe, and hitting the ancient star that was already in ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shattered. Plates shifted, and the light column reached the core of the star before its power was exhausted. The silver halberd wrapped in the core of the golden light column had been burned into nothingness by friction. All this happened so quickly that within a split second, shock only just appeared on the faces of many disciples. Visible to the naked eye, a huge space crack thousands of feet wide rises from the center of the core continent, piercing through everything along the way, including the silver sun and blood moon transformed by Gu Ming and the blood god sun, as well as the ancient stars far away in the void of the universe. A pitch-black crack connects all of this together. The broken world is no longer able to heal such a huge space crack. So this space crack is permanently solidified in the void. Click. Click. The butcher's huge body moved, shattering the extremely cold black ice on his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a few pieces of ice, and said loudly, "Hack. What the hell are these two doing?" They actually got really angry. Damn it. That's too serious. He's even crazier than me. Yu Ming, standing in the void, ignored the butcher, frowned and looked into the distance, with a hint of worry on his face. In the golden magma sea at the center of the earth, Bai Donglin's illusory body returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Sensing the two powerful auras that still existed above the earth, his eyes were a little surprised, as expected of an elite disciple of the holy sect. It's okay that he didn't die from this blow, and the injuries he suffered are not serious. Bai Donglin's attack just now was originally aimed at Gu Ming, but he didn't expect to involve the blood god sun as well. With the combined efforts of the two, they were able to barely withstand the attack. Although he suffered serious injuries, it was nothing for a cultivator, and he could recover by taking some medicine. After unleashing an angry blow, Bai Donglin felt a little better, but he was still furious when he thought of the 3 earth vein fire spirits that were scared away. Bai Donglin, who was about to do something to relieve his sexual desire, was suddenly stunned. As if he sensed something, his body returned to its original size, and his figure moved, moving quickly in the magma. The originally huge magma sea in the Earth's core has become less than 1/10 of its original size due to the destruction of the world. So Bai Donglin quickly arrived at the edge of the magma sea. Looking up, I saw that the originally extremely hot golden magma was changing rapidly. The terrifying heat dissipated uncontrollably and inexplicably. The magma cooled and solidified, slowly spreading to the core of the magma sea. This is the speed of the shattered world's disintegration accelerating? Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and figured out what was going on. He already knew what the holy sect disciples on the ground had done. The fierce battles all over the place would naturally speed up the collapse of the broken world. Especially after the core of the original law of this broken world was stripped away. It has completely lost its self-healing ability. The blow he just delivered was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The speed of the collapse of this world has been irreversibly accelerated. Looking at the edge of the slowly solidifying magma sea, Bai Donglin's mind moved, and he suddenly remembered a method that was easier to catch the earth vein flame spirit than fishing. That's draining the pond to catch all the fish. Chapter 173, Battle Formation Mark Revealed. Wu Wei, do it when you think of it, and synchronize your thoughts with your inaction soul as soon as you have the intention. The Trinity Soul can synchronize thoughts at any time. However, in order not to affect the characteristics of their respective characteristics, Bai Donglin generally disconnected the synchronization of thinking. When necessary, the memory was done without delay and no impact. Leaving the matter to Wu Wei's soul, Bai Donglin excitedly rushed to the core of the golden magma sea. This time he planned to set up a dragnet to catch all the earth vein fire spirits in one fell swoop. As for the 2 disciples on the surface, he was too lazy to pay attention to them now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He had already memorized their breath. After all, his current strength is not strong enough. And the other party is also strong. And he has a group of comrades. If a real fight breaks out, he will not die. But he will not gain any benefits either. It is still more important to catch the earth vein flame spirit. It will not be too late to ask for compensation when there is a chance in the future. You can also increase the interest during this period. The huge dark plane was the starting point of the battle. The most brutal battle. And the place with the largest number of holy sect disciples. On the outskirts of this dark plane, deep underground, there is a black long sword lurking there, without a trace of breath fluctuation. It perfectly avoids the perception of the holy sect disciples above. In the center of Bai Shixia's sea of consciousness, Wu Wei's soul, after the memories were synchronized, opened his eyes instantly, and controlled by Shixiao's body with a thought. Bai Shixiao's alien life is extremely suitable for refining into an external incarnation, especially Qi repair, which emphasizes this kind of alien. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoxiao met Bai Donglin, who possessed the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon, and had no interest in any incarnation. Wu Wei's soul instantly took over Bai Shixiao's body. He took a step forward, killing himself, and appeared on the surface of the ground with another step. With his powerful soul, these disciples of the holy sect would naturally not be able to discover him, as long as he didn't want to. A divine thought as deep as the ocean poured out, sweeping silently across the entire dark plane. And all the many disciples of the holy sect who were still fighting were imprinted in his mind. Many disciples who were already furious were awakened by the horrific fight between Bai Donglin and Gu Ming. In addition, the mark of the battle formation had not yet appeared. So everyone was a little discouraged, and did not fight as fiercely and desperately as at the beginning. It's not possible to go on like this. The progress is too slow. Let me order another fire. Bai Xiaoxiao looked indifferent, and said 2 words in a low voice. Then he moved his mind, and the golden and red pointed cornered monument wrapped around his soul, and hair automatically flew out of the sea of consciousness, suspended in the void, faintly emitting golden and red light. The disciples of the holy sect used war to activate the battle formation mark imprinted between heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, this was feasible. But they overlooked one thing. That is the golden pointed monument located in the low-dimensional world. This pointed angle monument is the source of the battle formation inheritance. All the battle formation marks in this world never had the chance to be imprinted between heaven and earth, and they were already absorbed and recycled by the pointed angle monument. If it weren't for Bai Donglin's next plan, the efforts made by the 3,000 disciples summoned back from the battlefield would be doomed to be in vain. Wu Wei's soul stretched out his finger, and lightly flicked the golden red pointed corner monument floating in the air. The pointed corner monument suddenly trembled, and a solid scarlet light spot suddenly flew out. With a slight flash, it shot into the void at the core of the battlefield. The scarlet light spot was hidden in the depths of the void. As Wu Wei's soul manipulated it, the light spot began to shine violently, and a strange wave spread out from the depths of space. Scarlet lines condensed from countless runes began to emerge in the void. These dense red lines extended and spread along mysterious rules, and the strange fluctuations they emitted became increasingly stronger. This obscure wave swept across the dark battlefield in an instant. Hundreds of disciples who were fighting fiercely there paused at the same time, turned their heads and looked. Their eyes suddenly became extremely hot. The mark of the battle formation has manifested. It works. Our method is right. Gather everyone. Come quickly to comprehend the inheritance of the battle formation. The speed of the crowd surged to the limit, and they instantly shot towards the scarlet battle formation that appeared in the void. At the same time, messages were transmitted throughout the broken world through the bracelets. What? The battle mark has manifested? Gu Ming and Blood Godson, who had just crawled out of the underground ruins, were stunned when they received the message from the bracelet. Then their faces were filled with ecstasy. They gave up the idea of going to the center of the earth to seek revenge, and rushed towards the dark plane without hesitation. At this moment, the 3,000 disciples stopped at the same time, and gathered together as quickly as possible, fearing that they would be a step slower and miss out on a good position. These disciples, who have experienced countless battlefields, have a special feeling for military strategies and battle formations. This temptation cannot be compared with any magical powers or secret techniques. This time, everyone's speed was several times faster than the first time they were summoned. Before long, the void where the scarlet battle formation appeared was filled with people. Many people were already sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating their minds and carefully sensing the scarlet rune lines and mysterious trajectory patterns in the void. All of a sudden, the ruins of the ancient battlefield returned to silence again, and all the disciples were concentrating on gaining insights. They did not expect to comprehend a complete military formation, but even a little bit of insight would be a great gain for those who had been on the battlefield for many years. After all, not everyone has the talent to practice battle formations, which is more difficult than refining weapons and elixirs. No! This is not enough. Gu Ming opened his eyes, silver light flashing in them. Deep in his eyes, there were scarlet runes that tried to condense by force, but they ended up disintegrating. The blood god's son next to him also opened his eyes, with the same helpless look. Although the mark of the battle formation had already appeared, the principles and theories it contained were still too obscure and not clear enough. Even the 2 disciples with the most talent in the battle array were found, and the rest of the disciples were unbearable, and they didn't even see anything at all. The eyes of Wu Wei Shenhan, who was hiding in the distance and observing secretly, fluctuated slightly. Of course, all this was his work. If he wanted these disciples to start another world-destroying war, he naturally couldn't let them easily comprehend the battle formation. Let me make the fire burn a little more vigorously. As his mind turned, Wu Wei's soul once again continuously flicked the golden and red pointed corner monument. The pointed corner monument trembled slightly, and 9 solid light spots of different colors emerged and flew silently into the depths of the void. Different colors represent battle formations with different functions. There is no distinction between high and low. They are all ordinary level military formations. 9 spots of light shot into the void, and under the control of Wu Wei's soul, they began to manifest in the void like scarlet spots of light, still slightly visible and obscure and inexplicable. 10 battle formations of different colors appeared in the void. This sudden change made everyone stand up in shock. Many people couldn't even control their breath, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. Patted slightly, Gu Ming's eye shone in silver, hot and abnormal. Happiness came too suddenly. Gu Ming's careful induction found that these just emerging marks are the same as scarlet battle array. It is equally obscure, and it is impossible to feel. He turned around and looked at the blood god's son, and they both nodded heavily. Their figures moved, and they instantly appeared in the void, with a strong fighting spirit bursting out of their bodies. Gu Ming's silver hair danced wildly, and every word he spoke was filled with fierce fighting intent. His voice spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone, I believe everyone is very clear about the current situation. There is no other way. Let's fight. The blood gods appeared in the eyes of the blood. Step forward, and the void was broken. And the sound was also full of war. Even if we have to fight until this world is destroyed, we must make these battle formation marks fully manifest. Fight! 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 Now that the mark of the battle formation is right before their eyes, everyone's emotions are unprecedentedly high. An endless fighting spirit rises up. Dark clouds roll back in the void, and the fighting spirit turns into a huge ferocious beast, roaring towards the sky. Long, long, long. The war drums beat. Gu Ming and Blood God's son once again unleashed their magical powers to explode their troops. And silver-armored soldiers and millions of blood gods descended on the battlefield at the same time. 3,000 disciples fought against each other. And this time, they did not hold back. As long as they could not kill the opponent, they would beat him hard. The battle caused the sky to collapse, and the earth to crack, the stars to fall, and the fierce battlefield spread in all directions. The sky collapsed. The rules were broken. The entire continent began to crack. Countless red magma spit out, and many stars were cracking into pieces. Star fragments fell, dragged the long flame tail, crossed the void, and reflected the sky. Meteorites fell like raindrops. Star fragments smashed huge holes on the ground. The shock wave was rampant, and the mushroom cloud rose to a height of 10,000 meters. The entire broken world was red, like purgatory. The Wu Wei soul that controlled all this silently sensed the degree of collapse of the shattered world, and from time to time activated the golden and red pointed cornered monument to make the 10 battle formations in the void more clearly visible. The changes in the marks of the battle formation in the sky were seen clearly by the disciples, who had been locking onto it with their minds. Seeing that it was so effective, they fought even more vigorously, using all kinds of magical powers, secret techniques, and killing moves on the battlefield. Anyway, everyone's strength is roughly the same, so there's no need to worry about accidentally killing the other person. Deep in the center of the earth, Bai Donglin sensed the rapidly solidifying golden magma sea, and a slight smile appeared in his eyes. Chapter 174: A Big Catch. 1,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a single ant hole. The same was true of this broken world. In the end, it could not withstand the brutal bombardment of these barbarians, and the speed of collapse soared hundreds or thousands of times. Bai Donglin sat at the core of the magma sea, hidden in the laws. Even though he was almost certain to succeed, he was still very cautious, lest the earth vein fire spirit become desperate and perish with him. The outpouring divine consciousness clearly sensed that this huge golden magma sea was drying up at an extremely fast rate. From time to time, one could sense that the earth vein fire spirits were flashing around in panic, and their range of activities was getting smaller and smaller. It's almost, my fish, come to my net. As time passed, Bai Donglin saw the figures of the earth fire spirits more and more frequently, and many of them even swam past him. But he did not take action immediately. At this time, the earth vein fire spirit is very nervous. He only has one chance to take action. The other earth vein fire spirits, who think they are forced into a desperate situation, will 99% of themselves explode based on their temperament. Since there is only one chance, we naturally have to catch as many as possible. 3 days later, under the instigation of Wu's soul, the 3,000 disciples of the holy sect had fought to the point of madness, and everything they saw was shattered. At this time, the scope of the ground-hearted magma has been exhausted, and there are only thousands of square meters. The only 6 ground vein inflammatory spirit swims around in this narrow range. After 3 days of patience, Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly lit up. The time had come. If we wait any longer, who knows what stupid things these little guys might do. This range is enough to control them at the same time. Bai Donglin focused his eyes and moved his mind. A complicated formation instantly emerged from the hidden laws. A strange wave instantly enveloped the 6 earth vein fire spirits at the same time. And the transparent bodies of the earth vein fire spirits and their spiritual consciousness were solidified. However, the core of his body, the misty purple energy, was still surging. This terrifying energy core was something that Bai Donglin could not control even with the formation. Because of the dense purple air, Bai Donglin could only control the earth vein flame spirit for 3 moments. But this was enough. The ultimate evil that was ready to erupt within his soul was burning with raging black flames. At the same time as the formation appeared, he took a step out of the sea of consciousness, carrying the burning of the golden magma. Countless soul threads spurted out and instantly pierced into the bodies of the 6 earth vein fire spirits. At the same time, the control effect of the formation just dissipated. Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. The overall situation was settled, and a look of pride appeared in his eyes. The only 11 remaining earth vein fire spirits in this broken world were all taken into his possession. With a thought, the 6 earth vein fire spirits, whose spiritual consciousness was controlled, swam obediently to his side. Bai Donglin took out a red jade bottle from his bracelet, opened the jade stopper, and the 6 earth vein fire spirits shrank and were instantly taken in. Hold the transparent scarlet jade bottle in front of you and admire it carefully. There are 9 transparent earth vein fire spirits in it, with purple air lingering in their bodies, swimming around in the bottle. It is so beautiful and dreamy. His devouring black hole is still too weak now. Even if it does not digest, it can only hold 2 earth vein fire spirits at the same time. The remaining 9 can only be stored in this fire-attributed jade bottle magic weapon. This earth vein fire spirit is not a real life. It has no soul, let alone true spirit. It's a bit like the spiritual consciousness of a high-level magic weapon, and also a bit like the spiritual consciousness born from a corpse of the old, which I had seen in the ancient world's burial area. That is, the subordinate of Madame White Bone. Things like this that are not considered living things can naturally be put into the space of the bracelet. After admiring his catch, Bai Donglin put it into the bracelet with satisfaction. This trip to the broken world was a complete success. His original plan was just to get some seeds of laws, but he did not expect the unexpected harvest to surprise him. The most valuable one is naturally the golden red pointed cornered monument that carries a low-dimensional world, followed by the battle formation inheritance contained in it. Other ordinary battle formations are fine, but the defense one of the 8 parts is of very high value. After a period of contemplation, he discovered that this method could not only be used to form peerless battle formations, but could also be used to control various energies and even laws in his body. In particular, the subsequent Xinyuan realm will involve the integration of the law. The meaning of this royal is extraordinary. He has a premonition and will greatly help his future cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zi were also very helpful, and they found 9 law seeds that he didn't have. There are also 3 rare-level laws among them: plague, fear, and healing. This healing law is a bit useless to him. Is there any room for improvement in his recovery ability? It has already reached its peak. However, it can still be used to make up the number. And the law of healing is a subordinate branch of the peerless level law of life. It can be used to assist in comprehending the law of life in the future, so it is still somewhat useful. After talking about what Bai Xiaoxiao and his group had gained, his main body had been staying in the center of the earth, and had also gained a lot. Bai Donglin had no idea how much energy the earth vein fire spirit contained, because the strength of the earth vein fire spirits in different worlds vary, and there was no unified standard at all. But he estimated that the combined value of these 11 earth vein fire spirits far exceeded what he had gained in the ancient world. This is the benefit of having the support of the holy sect. If it were other small forces, or even independent cultivators, even if they had the strength, They would have no chance of coming into contact with such things. Not everyone can enter the broken world. The saint sect's ancestors, and the powerful gods and demons look down upon things like the earth vein flame spirit. Others are envious of it, but they do not have the strength to subdue it. Even though the earth vein flame spirit's strength has been reduced to 1/10 of what it was due to the destruction of the world, the essence of its spiritual consciousness has not changed. If one wants to subdue the earth vein flame spirit, one must tamper with and control its consciousness. Other methods, even using absolute strength to suppress it, will only result in the earth vein flame spirit self-destructing. Bai Donglin's current soul realm is probably at the 7th level of the divine source realm. But he is only a soul manipulator who can achieve this level. It has nothing to do with strength. It has to do with the characteristics of the soul. Zai was born with a talent for the soul. And perhaps there were only a few people with this kind of incredible ability even in the divine source realm. Therefore, for various reasons, this precious vein inflammation spirit allows Bai Donglin to enjoy it alone. In addition to the earth vein fire spirit, the center of the earth also contains many precious and top-grade materials. These are things that the golden magma cannot melt, and the earth vein fire spirit does not like to eat. The hardness of these materials alone makes them extremely useful whether for making magical instruments or setting up formations. Bai Donglin can be said to be the biggest winner in this exploration of the broken world. He really made a lot of money, and can practice in peace for a period of time. But Bai Donglin was not the only one who was satisfied at this time. On the surface, the brutal battle has stopped. Just now, after Bai Donglin subdued all the earth vein fire spirits, he signaled Wu Wei to fully manifest the inheritance of the 10 battle formations. The goal has been achieved, and there is no need for these free thugs to continue causing destruction. This will allow this broken world to last for a while longer. As for releasing the inheritance of 10 battle formations, it is nothing. Anyway, the holy sect will obtain these things through Shenwuk sooner or later. For Bai Donglin, knowledge is a very strange thing. And he has two extreme attitudes towards knowledge. In his eyes, if it is knowledge that he does not have or something he does not understand, then this knowledge is extremely precious. It is the nourishment that can enable him to grow. And he is willing to pay some price to obtain it. And the knowledge he possesses is cheap in his eyes, and is something that can be shared selflessly. In this regard, Xingzong was very much to his liking. Whether it was the mountain of books or the world of steels, they all reflected Xingzong's broad mind, which was something that no other force could do. Therefore, whether it was passing the yin-yang tai chi diagram to Shenwuk or releasing 10 complete battle formations, it was a trivial matter in his eyes. He is just like a scumbag. He doesn't cherish what he has. And because of the Blue Star ideology, he doesn't have the pedantic idea of cherishing what he has. Knowledge is meant to be shared. Only when more people have knowledge and wisdom, and different ideas are touched upon, can the progress of civilization be promoted. If he could find another immortal person, he would even be willing to teach him the true scripture of conceiving gods and forging demons. With more people practicing together, it would naturally be easier for them to comprehend the mysteries of the scripture. Unfortunately, he is probably the only one who is immortal. This scripture seems to be tailor-made for him. Others cannot even survive the stage of opening up the spiritual orifice. Now that things here are done, it's time to leave this world that is about to be broken. Bai Donglin stood up and stepped out of the golden magma sea. The flesh and skin on his body instantly returned to normal. A red light flashed, and a black robe covered his whole body. He took a few steps forward and rushed towards the core battlefield. Chapter 175, Leaving the Military World. Bai Donglin took a few steps and came to Bai Shishu's side, glancing at the core battlefield. In the void, 10 mysterious battle formations of different colors shone with dazzling light. The lines condensed by countless complex runes slowly moved along different trajectories. This huge area has been isolated from the outside world by many formations set up by the disciples of the holy sect. This was not to guard against other disciples, but because they had just fought too hard. And now star fragments were falling, and the earth was collapsing from time to time. Setting up the formation was also to prevent the harsh environment from affecting their progress and perception. All disciples are on the dark plane. And there are even many disciples who enter the broken world through comparison. As long as they are from the holy sect, ancient dark blood god's son, and others will not drive them away. How much of the inheritance one can comprehend depends entirely on one's personal ability. And this has no effect on them. If you feel more people, you can bring more inheritance back to the Xingzong. For them, the interests of Zongmen are higher than everything. Buzz, the death omen behind Bai Xiaoxiao's sense by Donglin's breath, made a joyful buzzing sound, flew into the sky, spun around him rapidly, and then flew into the sea of blood on its own initiative. Wu Wei's soul returned the control of the body to Bai Xiao, stepped out of the sea of consciousness, and stood beside Bai Donglin with a calm expression. The golden and red pointed cornered monument wrapped around his long hair beside his ears swayed slightly, emitting golden and red light. Brother, Xiao Zi misses you so much. It's safer to stay with you. Let's see who dares to chase us now. Bai Donglin's eyes showed a smile. He looked at these two little guys during this time. Your performance is very good this time. When you come out of the broken world, you will stay in the outside world for the time being. Yeah. Great. Bai Xiao and Xiao Zi heard that they cheered immediately. They worked hard for so long. And finally moved the elder brother. Bai Donglin moved his mind, and put the two little guys into the death omen. He was not sure whether the bracelet could carry living pets, so it would be best to put them into the death omen origin world. Wu Wei's soul nodded, took a step forward, and returned to the Sea of Gods. He sat cross-legged on the huge black stone tablet, and formed the three talents formation again, with the ultimate evil and ultimate good. Bai Donglin's expression suddenly froze, and the three souls in his sea of consciousness cast their gazes towards the golden and red pointed monument wrapped around Wu Wei's hair. The pointed monument, that was fine just now, suddenly began to tremble violently. The mysterious patterns on the monument rotated slightly, and a dazzling golden red light shone on it. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the golden and red pointed horn monument automatically broke away from the hair that was wrapped around its body and flew into the void, emanating a powerful aura and power. Bai Donglin's thoughts turned. He looked down at the pitch-black stone tablet under his feet, and instantly understood. Is this golden and red pointed cornered tablet trying to compete with the pitch-black stone tablet for its position in the Sea of Gods? After thinking about this, Bai Donglin's eyes also flashed curious. The origin of these two monuments was extremely mysterious. He also wanted to see who was strong and weak between the two. The three divine souls flashed at the same time, and instantly moved away from the huge black stone tablet standing in the center of the divine sea. At the same time, the golden and red pointed cornered tablet suspended in the air began to emit strong light, and the pointed cornered tablet grew rapidly in the light. But in just a moment, the pointed horn monument became as huge as the pitch-black stone monument, and an inexplicable aura vibrated, expelling all the gray fog in the Sea of Gods. Clang! The golden red pointed cornered steel took the first action, and at an extremely fast speed, it struck the pitch-black steel head-on, making a loud sound of metal clashing. The pitch-black stone tablet emitted a faint black light, and withstood the attack from the pointed horn monument without moving at all. Instead, the pointed horn monument itself was blown away. The golden and red pointed cornered monument was at a disadvantage, and was obviously very unwilling to accept the defeat. The monument was shaking. The light was shining, and all kinds of means were used with all its strength. Countless powerful golden and red light beams sprayed madly towards the pitch-black stone tablet. A huge blood-red altar was summoned by the pointed horn tablet, and fiercely suppressed the pitch-black stone tablet. The golden pointed horn monument revealed its true form, trembled, and split into countless small pointed horn monuments, which automatically combined into various battle formations, surrounding the black stone monument in the center. Bai Donglin, who was watching the battle from a distance, was amazed. He didn't expect that this pointed horn monument had so many tricks. He wondered how this black stone monument would respond. Ever since he inexplicably obtained this pitch-black stone tablet in the steel realm, it has always occupied the center of the divine sea. All he knows is that this pitch-black stone tablet, in addition to helping him comprehend the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons, also possesses tremendous soul defense capabilities. As for whether it has other abilities, he doesn't know either, because Bai Donglin has no way to activate this black stone tablet. So he is very curious about the details of this mysterious stone tablet. Despite countless attacks, the black stone tablet remained motionless, and the black body of the tablet was faintly glowing with black light. All the attacks from the pointed horn tablet would instantly turn into nothingness and disappear as soon as they came into contact with the black light. Not to mention damaging the black stone tablet. Even getting close to its body is impossible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden and red pointed corner monument was buzzing with anger. There cannot be two tigers in one mountain, unless they are one male and one female. The pointed monument recalled the blood-red altar and its many clones, and turned into a huge golden red pointed monument again. The golden light was restrained, and the entire pointed angle monument turned scarlet. A terrifying evil aura spread out, causing Bai Donglin, who was watching the battle from a distance, to frown slightly. This pointed angle monument had such a strong murderous aura. The hard body of the scarlet pointed monument began to soften, instantly turning into scarlet liquid, and then into scarlet blood mist. The pointed monument transformed from solid to gaseous state and floated around for a while, covering the entire huge black stone monument in blood mist. Sizzle! There was a constant sound of corrosion coming from the blood mist. The blood mist was terribly corrosive, and was actually trying to melt the black stone tablet. The scarlet blood mist that was rolling and wriggling violently suddenly stopped, and strange bulges began to appear in the sticky mist, which became longer and sharper, until the blood mist shattered. Countless black rays of light spurted out, and the blood mist transformed by the pointed horned monument suddenly turned into a hedgehog, pierced by countless rays of light. It seemed that the black monument was angry. The blood mist dissipated, then gathered together, and turned into a golden and red pointed cornered monument. Just as the pointed cornered monument was about to move away from the black stone monument, it found that it could not move for some reason. Boom! The pitch black stone tablet finally moved, disappeared from its original position in an instant, flew straight into the sky, and then smashed down heavily on the pointed cornered tablet that was trapped in place and unable to move. The black stone tablet is going to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Clang! The terrifying roar spread throughout the sea of gods, and the invisible shock wave caused the gray fog to roll violently. Oh! Oh! After being hit by the pitch black stone tablet, the golden red pointed corner monument turned back into the size of a finger, limping in the air and whimpering like a wounded puppy. It flew into the long hair behind Wui's soul and hid. Amazing! This pitch black stone tablet is indeed not simple. The pointed stone tablet can't even withstand a single blow from it. The golden red pointed cornered monument not only swallowed up the evil blood red altar, but also contained many battle formation inheritances, including you, one of the 8 divisions, and even carried a low-dimensional world. It can be said that it has a profound heritage. But such a golden and red pointed cornered steel is no match for the black stone steel. As far as he knew, this pitch black stone tablet only carried the inheritance of a martial arts technique, which was the 12,9600 spiritual apertures to conceive the god and forge the demon sutra that he had been practicing. Based on this one true scripture alone, is the significance of this pitch black stone tablet far superior to that of the golden and red pointed corner tablet? Sure enough, the technique he practiced was really awesome, very invincible. The 3 divine souls flashed and returned to the black stone tablet that had been restored to its original state. They formed a 3 talents formation and closed their eyes to comprehend and practice. In the outside world, Bai Donglin opened his eyes. The great battle in the Sea of Gods did not affect the outside world in the slightest. Finally, he glanced at the many disciples who were comprehending the battle formation, as well as the broken world called the military realm that was about to collapse. With a thought, he communicated with the small golden word soldier on the bracelet. Then, golden light appeared around him, and the space twisted. In an instant, he was moved out of the broken world and returned to the black jade continent above the boundary sea. Looking around, he found that many disciples who had returned early were sitting cross-legged in the square, with an idea in his mind. Bai Donglin immersed his mind into the bracelet and found that the teleportation-like gate was restricted. It seemed that he was not allowed to leave here now, sitting cross-legged casually on the ground. He took a quick glance and did not see Shenwuk among the crowd. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Shenwuk to be so anxious. It seemed that being suppressed everywhere this time was a big stimulation to him. Chapter 176, Kind-Hearted. 1 month later, light gates appeared out of thin air above the Black Jade continent, and all the Saint Sect disciples who had entered the military world were teleported out. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he could clearly sense the joy in the hearts of these disciples. The strong battlefield aura on his body was dissipated a lot. It seems that they have obtained the inheritance of all 10 battle formations. It is just an ordinary level battle formation, and it is fully manifested nakedly. These battlefield elites can naturally comprehend it without any hindrance. Moreover, with Shenwuk's cultivation level, it is not easy to engrave all those ordinary battle formations in a short period of time. So there will not be an embarrassing situation where all 10 battle formations are repeated. This involves one of the iron laws of the Holy Sect, that no one is allowed to spy on the soul memory of the Holy Sect's disciples for any reason. Back then in the Endless Arena, Zijio of the Holy Blood Sect just subconsciously said that he wanted to read Bai Donglin's memory, which angered Min Kong on the spot, and he was almost beaten to death. The The sole memories of the disciples of the holy sect are protected by the holy sect's supreme rules, and no one dares to cross them. Bai Donglin naturally knew the rules of the holy sect by heart. He had played with red-haired Xuanya's soul because he had been possessed by the people of the black underworld. In principle, he was no longer a disciple of the holy sect, so he had the righteousness to kill him. At this time, the colorful clouds in the sky suddenly began to gather, and in a moment a huge cloud face was formed. It was the Lord of the Sea Boundary. The huge face spoke with a voice like thunder. This exploration of the broken world has ended. You have done a great job. All the disciples who have comprehended the inheritance of the battle formation should go to the prayer hall. The rest of the disciples may disperse. Also, the matters concerning the inheritance of the military formations must not be disclosed to outsiders. Violators will be punished according to the sect rules. They were made to wait here for a month just to be warned of this last sentence. No one was dissatisfied. The spiritual energy above this sea was rich, and the laws were active. It was considered a treasure land for cultivation. If possible, they would like to stay here forever. Things that are free are still very delicious. Disciple obeys your command? Everyone bowed their hands slightly in greeting, then began to open the light gate and return to their homes. This was an important place in the Sea of Worlds, and one could stay there as long as one had nothing to do. Bai Donglin stepped through the light gate and returned to Zuzuju, where he immediately saw Shenwuk waiting outside the courtyard. He immediately guessed why Shenwuk came to see him. He must have come to give him a gift. He put on a gentle and easygoing smile on his face and enthusiastically led Shenwuk into the courtyard. Brother Wuk, I was just allowed to leave the sea boundary. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I wonder why you're looking for me. Shenwuk was stunned by Bai Donglin's enthusiastic attitude. For a moment, he forgot what he was doing here. He asked in a surprised tone, Brother Donglin, are you okay? Have you erased the traces of time from your consciousness? In his perception, Bai Donglin's aura was rising like the morning sun, completely different from the cold and vicissitudes of life he had in the military world before. How did he do it in just such a short period of time? Ha! Brother Wuk, don't mention these trivial matters. I don't know what happened. Maybe this is one of the characteristics of the low-dimensional world. After returning to the normal world, the time-distorted consciousness was forcibly corrected. Bai Donglin hit the topic of haha. How can these secret things tell others? Or obediently take the benefits and tighten the benefits? After hearing this explanation, Shenwuk's frown relaxed. He didn't know much about the low-dimensional world. If it was really as Brother Donglin said, he would be happy that he could return to normal. Then he stopped dwelling on the matter and continued. Brother Donglin, I am waiting here to thank you in person. I am ashamed to say that I did not tell you this in advance. In fact, the inheritance I obtained in the low-dimensional world is the battle formation inheritance of the military strategist. Shenwuk looked a little embarrassed when he said this. It was really that Bai Donglin's condition at the time was a little weird, which made him feel very unfamiliar, and he always remained alert in his heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and smiled without saying anything. Brother Wuk, I'm ashamed to say that your golden pointed horn monument is still in my sea of consciousness. Seeing that Bai Donglin looked normal and had no intention of blaming him, Shenwuk felt slightly relieved. He couldn't help but think of his experiences in the military world. Although he could only look up to those elite disciples who crushed him in every way, he was unwilling to accept the defeat in his heart. He was confident that if he was given the same amount of time, he would not be inferior to anyone. Bai Donglin was also a new disciple like him. He was impressed by Bai Donglin's strength, talent and character. He was the only opponent he recognized. He didn't want a rift between them because of this incident. Shenwuk raised his left hand and took out the Jidao bracelet, which touched the bracelet that Bai Donglin had shown when he saw him coming. A red light flashed, and 100,000 points were transferred. Bai Donglin froze for a moment, pretending to be surprised and saying, Brother Wuk, what are you doing? You can't do this. You can't do this. Shenwuk raised his hand to interrupt Bai Donglin and said in a generous tone, because of the Saint Sect's rules, military formations cannot be taught to you, Brother Donglin, privately, and I exchanged most of my merits for a quota. So the points I got were not many. Giving Brother Donglin 100,000 points is just a token of my appreciation. At this point, a trace of fear flashed in Shenwuk's eyes. It was not until he communicated with the top leaders of the Holy Sect that he realized how dangerous his situation was in the low-dimensional world. The token of inheritance that had originally turned into nothingness and dissipated. The torn pieces of paper in the Sea of Gods reappeared after coming into contact with the place of inheritance. In other words, searching for the place of inheritance in the low-dimensional world is a test of him by the military inheritance. It's not that there is no inheritance test, but this fatal test was solved by Donlin first. If we cannot find the place of inheritance, and face the erosion of consciousness by the traces of time, our consciousness will most likely collapse. It's no exaggeration to say that Donlin saved his life. A mere 100,000 points is really just a token of his appreciation. I came to see you this time, Brother Donlin. But actually I came to say goodbye. I will leave Qianyuan realm soon, and I don't know when I will return to Xingzong next time. Donlin's heart moved slightly. The quota that Shenwuk mentioned, plus the battle formation inheritance he had just obtained. The place he was heading to after leaving Qianyuan realm should be related to the many battlefields. If it is related to the battlefield, then it is a secret. Shenwuk cannot tell it, and Donlin cannot ask about it either. He is no longer the newbie who had just entered the world of cultivation, having absorbed a large amount of knowledge from mountains of books. He has a basic understanding of this vast world. I also understood the state of mind that Taishang City Lord Yudawi had when he said that, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is not just empty talk. Among the many battlefields spread across the one true world, if even one battlefield is lost, it will be the end of countless sentient beings. Most of the information related to the battlefield is confidential, and there is not much relevant information even in the mountain of books. But through some clues, he still knows that the situation faced by the human race is not optimistic. He shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. There was no point in thinking too much. These things were not his turn to worry about. He just needed to keep practicing and becoming stronger. Strength was everything. The two of them avoided taboo topics and talked about many things about cultivation, especially the theory of yin and yang. It was Donlin who did most of the talking, and Shenwuk listened carefully like a good child. It was not until the moon was at its zenith that Shenwuk reluctantly stood up to say goodbye, and said with admiration, Brother Donglin's insights on the principles of yin and yang are truly admirable. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Donglin. I have benefited a lot today. Brother Wuk, you are too kind. As far as I know, there are many people in the holy sect who are better than me in the study of yin and yang. Donglin smiled and waved his hand. He gave some pointers to Shenwuk only because he liked him. Although Shenwuk looked cold on the outside, he was actually a warm-hearted person. He gave Shenwuk treasures and points as a gift, so he was a good person. Oh, someone who can be admired by Brother Donglin must be extraordinary. But I wonder who it is. Shenwuk's eyes lit up. He majored in yin and yang, so he was naturally very interested in this. When he had the chance, he would definitely pay a visit and discuss it with him. Donglin was speechless. He was just being polite. This Shenwuk was really a stubborn person. His emotional intelligence was probably negative. Ahem. That person is senior sister Qiu Jinjin from Tianwei Peak. From what I know, she has quite a lot of insights into the wonders of yin and yang. Shenwuk took note of it secretly, stood up and bowed slightly, thanked Donglin again, and left. Battlefield. Battlefield. But I don't know why we are fighting. Donglin stood up and looked up at the starry sky, as if he saw the war spreading throughout the infinite universe. He whispered a few words softly, then shook his head and returned to the bedroom. Instead of being unable to sleep due to overthinking, it is better to just practice diligently. Chapter 177, Surname Bai. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Donglin's mind sank into his body. The numerous infinite spiritual orifices that shine like stars are clearly imprinted in the mind. The 365 main spiritual orifices at the core of the sea of stars shine exceptionally brightly, standing in a fixed position motionless. The hidden spiritual orifices that have been opened up to more than 8,000 have a slightly dim light, and are constantly running along a mysterious and inexplicable trajectory. In the main spiritual orifice, there is a part that emits light of different colors, with a strong aura and faint laws lingering around. These are the spiritual orifices of laws that have been incorporated into the light of origin. Power, soul, space, pain, light, destruction, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, ice. Among them, wood, earth, rain, thunder, lightning and ice are the 6 seeds of laws that were planted not long ago. Except for wood and earth, which have made obvious progress with the assistance of the other 5 elements. The other 4 are just beginning, and still need time to slowly nurture. As for the hint of the devouring law obtained through the magical power of swallowing the sky and the earth, It is not even as good as the seed of the law. The devouring law is a law of peerless level. The magical power learned by accumulating 100,000 points is cheap. But it is too difficult to integrate the devouring law into the spiritual orifice. However, he has also made plans for this. The devouring law still has to rely on Shaozi, its seventh magical power origin law. If I'm not mistaken, there should be two laws, space and devouring. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Each step requires a lot of time to endure, especially to comprehend the laws. His two incredible talents are of no help at all. He could only indirectly improve his perception ability by strengthening his spiritual orifices and soul. The most crucial thing was the seed of law. Only with the seed of law could he be sure to incorporate these 6 new spiritual orifices of law into the light of origin within 2 years. He still couldn't stop searching for the seeds of laws. Even though it seemed easy now, it seemed that his cultivation speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which he obtained new seeds of laws. This was just an illusion. It was because he had just started, and there were only a few types of laws to be engraved. So any law seeds he could find could be used. But later on, as the types increased, it became difficult to obtain different law seeds. Think about Shanhai, who almost died of old age. He spent 1/3 of his life searching for the last 2 seeds of laws. Sometimes it's not just talent that matters. Luck is also important. With a thought, 9 empty crystal balls were taken out. These were the seeds of laws that Bai Xiao and the others had snatched from the military world. They were all laws that he did not have, except for the 3 rare-level laws of plague, fear and healing. The other 6 are very common, and it is better not to mention them. Bai Dongling calmed his thoughts, cut off all distracting ideas, carefully wrapped the plague law seed in the empty crystal ball with his mind, and slowly guided it into his body. The spiritual orifice that was most compatible with it suddenly shone with light, and a strange suction force appeared. The seed of the law fell into it obediently, occupying the center of the spiritual orifice, flickering slightly, and an inexplicable wave swept across the entire spiritual orifice space. Bai Dong'an suddenly and clearly sensed the plague law that existed between heaven and earth. This instant of enhancement increased his perception of the plague law by more than 100 times. He nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to guide the other 8 laws. This was something that required full concentration and focus. Any mistake may result in all previous efforts being wasted, and the seed of the law may even escape. This is also the reason why Chi Du and others in the military world did not absorb the law seeds on the spot, but used empty crystal balls to carry them. Planting law seeds requires a safe and quiet environment. Thinking of Chi Du, this guy who plays with drugs has suffered a lot in his yin-yang rotation of black and white world. Now he should be asking around about Bai Xixiu's identity. The bad reputation of Bai Xiao and Xiaozi has spread in a small circle, and he has promised the 2 little guys to let them live outside, so there shouldn't be any trouble coming to them. Right? Not really. Not really. The disciples of the holy sect are not so stingy. It's just some seeds of laws. Bai Dong'an shook his head and cursed himself for not concentrating on his cultivation. He just wanted to let these 2 little guys suffer. Then he continued to concentrate on guiding the seed of the law, and the powerful spiritual orifices in his body suddenly shone. The next morning, Bai Dong'an finished a night of practice, and with a thought, a summary of his practice automatically emerged. There are a total of 10 spiritual orifices that incorporate the laws of the light of origin. There are 14 spiritual orifices that have planted the seeds of laws, and are waiting to be cultivated and comprehended, and a hint of the law of devouring. The devouring black hole was constantly rotating, slowly consuming a vein of fire spirit. The pure energy transformed was divided into 2, with one part used directly to nourish the many spiritual orifices. A portion of it is used to activate the Wani Poison Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl, launching continuous attacks to maintain the maximum efficiency of damage reversal. And all the enhanced energy that is drawn out is infused into the soul, before entering the divine source realm and being able to strengthen the light of origin. All enhanced energy is enjoyed exclusively by the soul. A stronger soul can increase the speed of comprehending and engraving the laws. This is the most reasonable arrangement derived through deduction. The souls that formed the 3 talents formation in the Sea of Gods were constantly comprehending the engraved laws, and deducing and comprehending various kinds of knowledge. Everything is arranged clearly, except for absorbing the law seeds. Bai Dong'an needs to calm down and operate for a while. The rest of the time, the cultivation in his body runs automatically, and he gets stronger every moment. His current state is that the me in the last second can never beat the me in the next second. He stood up and walked to the yard, communicated with the death omen with his mind, released by Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zi, and said, "Come on. I'll get you an identity, and you can move freely in the holy sect from now on." "Yeah. Long live Big Brother." "Bah!" by Xiao Xiao. "Are you cursing Big Brother? Big Brother is immortal. Even if the world perishes, Big Brother will not perish." By Donglin nodded slightly. "Well, Xiao Zi is the best at flattering. It has nothing to do with IQ. It's just talent. But it can be considered a blessing in disguise. He is indeed immortal." He walked out of the light gate, and brought the two little ones across the light gate to the outside of a palace. He looked up and glanced at the plaque, Combat Pet Department. In the Holy Sect, all the spiritual pets raised by disciples, whether they are combat partners, cute and adorable, or have some special functions, are classified as combat pets. As long as you register your identity here and wear the corresponding nameplate, you can move freely in the public areas of the Holy Sect. Although they do not have many privileges and rights like disciples, they are also private property registered as disciples of the Holy Sect and protected by the rules of the Holy Sect. As you step into the palace, the scene suddenly turns into a bright hall. According to the custom of the Holy Sect, although this place is not an important place, it still uses space expansion, and the space appears very huge. People come and go in the hall. This place is not just for registering the identities of battle pets. This is only a small part of its business. It also has everything related to combat pets, such as treatment, training and cultivation, bloodline identification and breeding, pairing and breeding, combat pet equipment customization, etc. As Jidao Xingzong is a holy place for physical cultivation, it naturally focuses on physical cultivation. This is not a waste of time, but because the size of the Holy Sect is too huge, so other departments naturally extend out. For example, the Danding Peak and Dan Palace for alchemy, the Duobao Peak for refining weapons, and so on. Not to mention how great their achievements can be. But these appendages can at least to some extent allow the Holy Sect to be self-sufficient. Bai Donglin had no interest in trying other functions. And Bai Xiao Xiao and Shuzi, these two alien creatures, might never use the breeding and reproduction service in their lifetime. TSK. It's pitiful just to think about it. He walked straight to an empty window, where a beautiful young lady was sitting. Bai Donglin smiled gently, and said in an elegant and easygoing manner, "Hello. I want to register my battle pet. How do I do that?" The pretty young lady's face turned red when Bai Donglin looked at her. Although these Holy Sect service staff were also monks, they could only be considered as the outer circle of the outer circle. There is a huge gap between him and the official disciple with the Jidao bracelet. After working here for so long, it is still difficult to meet an official disciple with such a good attitude as Bai Donglin. He covered his hot little face and said quickly, "Hello, sir. You just need to use the Jidao bracelet to activate this special identification magic weapon. And then point this magic weapon at the battle pet you want to register. Disciples who join the main peak can register one combat pet for free. But the second pet will require 1,000 contribution points. And the third pet will be doubled. If you are a disciple who has not yet joined the main peak, there will be no free quota. The rest is the same." Bai Donglin nodded after listening to this. For him who had hundreds of thousands of points, this was nothing. But for other disciples, it is a considerable expense. This also prevents disciples from randomly registering war pets. If there is no restriction, the Holy Sect will sooner or later become a zoo. Raising his hand to take a bronze-level object, Bai Donglin probed into it with his mind, and discovered that it was only the sub-end of a certain magical weapon. As one of the core elements of the Battle Pet Division, its main body should be of high quality. The bracelet touched the bronze realm, and the realm flashed with white light, and a hazy light enveloped Bai Xiao Xiao. Essence, alien soul-devouring jade essence. Talent, 9 aperture exquisite mind. Soul control. Age, cultivation. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. This magic weapon was quite powerful. In its eyes, Bai Xiao Xiao had no secrets at all. With a thought, he filled in Bai Shishou's name. 1,000 points were crossed off, and the magic weapon was successfully registered. At the same time, a small bronze nameplate fell out from the bronze surface. The nameplate is covered with mysterious patterns, with a small word white on the front, and the seal of the Battle Pet Department on the back. The bronze realm turned and aimed at Xiao Zi on the ground again. A hazy light enveloped her, and pieces of information emerged in Bai Donglin's mind. Essence, a different species of purple jade gourd vine. Talent, affinity with the laws. The law that breathes the origin of magical powers. Age, cultivation. With a thought, He filled in the 3 words by Shuzi. Chapter 178, Dance on the Grave. The information identified by the Bronze Realm of the Battle Pet Department, which is quite powerful, will only appear in the mind of the Battle Pet's owner, except for archiving it. The archived combat pet information requires extremely high authority to view. So Bai Donglin is not worried that Bai Xiao Xiao and the others' details will be leaked. Both of these little guys are extremely rare species and are extremely valuable. The Holy Sect has nothing to worry about. But they are afraid that some disciples will have bad intentions after knowing about it. After deducting 3,000 points and completing the simple registration, the Bronze Realm automatically flew back to the counter. The 2 bronze nameplates suspended in the air turned into a beam of light and shot directly into the bodies of the 2 little ones. This bronze nameplate has been bound to their souls. It contains their basic information and serves as a form of identity authentication. From now on, you can move freely in the public areas of the Holy Sect without worrying about being treated as an alien creature and eliminated by the sect's formations. Looking at the 2 little ones jumping up and down excitedly, Bai Donglin smiled. Fearing that they might get too carried away, he quickly said, "You too. Remember, this bronze plaque indicates the authority you have and the rules you need to abide by. Keep them in mind. The rules of the Holy Sect are very strict. If you break the taboos, you will be in trouble." Bai Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zi stood up quickly after hearing this, and listened obediently. Then said in unison, "Don't worry, big brother. We will be good and won't cause any trouble." Bai Donglin nodded. Their bronze nameplates did not have the ability to open the light gate. The only place they could go was the public area, and they would not cause any irreparable trouble. Well, that's best. Let's go. I have nothing to do. I'll take you around. The public area of the Jidao Holy Sect is extremely large, and the public trading area that Bai Donglin has visited several times is only a small part of it. Bai Donglin had been in the Holy Sect for such a long time, and he had always used the light gate to travel whenever he went out. This was his first time to come out for a stroll, so he could better appreciate how vast the Holy Sect's territory was. The 1,008 huge valleys where the new disciples live, the numerous public areas interconnected with them, the huge medicinal fields, the many virgin forests, the uninhabited mountains, etc. All of these belong to the public areas. Places that require permission to enter are isolated by formations and restrictions on the outside. So there is no need to worry about Bai Xiao Xiao and the others accidentally entering. The areas where they can move freely are actually marked in detail on the bronze nameplates. Bai Donglin just took them to a few places and then stopped and said, "Go and have fun on your own. Remember, you must return to Zuzuju at night. The bronze nameplate can be connected to my bracelet. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, please contact me. Do not act on your own." With Bai Donglin around, Bai Xiao Xiao and the others were very well behaved. They looked around eager to try, but did not dare to release their nature. When he heard Bai Donglin's words, his eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. Then his figure moved, turned into 2 rays of light, and rushed into the primeval forest beside him, and disappeared. The entire sect is covered by a formation, and there are bronze nameplates to locate them. So we are not worried about them getting lost. But in order to avoid some trouble, I have to take another step to protect myself. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. It just so happens that I haven't been to the Tower of Babel for a long time. Bai Donglin's mind moved. He raised his hand to open the light door, took a step forward and arrived under the Tower of Babel, entering the 0-floor hall. It was still the same as before. In the huge bright space, people were coming and going, and a fierce fight was going on in the light curtain suspended in the void. The mind communicated with the Tower of Babel, and the figure disappeared instantly. The last time Bai Donglin entered the tower, which was also his first time, he collapsed on the 37th floor of the Tower of Babel. This time, I entered the Tower of Babel on the 37th floor. Looking around, I saw the same mass grave as last time, with a strange blood moon hanging in the dark night sky. There were densely packed graves and dilapidated tombstones in the mass grave. The powerful zombie, without a soul, that defeated him was hiding in one of the large tombs. Looking at this familiar scene, Bai Donglin couldn't help but smile, and whispered, "Last time, I said I would dance on your grave. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I will definitely keep my word." With a thought, all the aura in his body was blocked. With the strength of the green-faced zombie, it was naturally impossible for it to sense him. Of course, he couldn't possibly go clubbing in person. He couldn't do such a shameful thing, even if no one saw them. The spiritual laws in his body fluctuated slightly, and the metal veins under the mass grave automatically melted into liquid metal, drilled out of the soil, and slowly condensed into metal men according to Bai Donglin's will. These metal people are lifelike, both men and women, and except for the metallic luster on their bodies, they look no different from living people. Bai Donglin showed a hint of evil smile on his face, and he pinched his hands to perform some magic spells. The eyes of these metal puppets suddenly glowed, and they jumped onto the grave of the green-faced zombie. More lights. More music. The law of light surged. Countless lights of different colors appeared in the void. Thoughts shook the void, and a passionate piece of music from the Blue Star Midnight Disco sounded in this strange mass grave. The metal doll on the grave jumped passionately to the music. Colorful lights shone on the metal surface, reflecting psychedelic colors, dancing on the grave. It really looks like that. Roar! Roar! Such a loud noise on his grave naturally woke up the green-faced zombie. With a roar, the grave exploded, and a zombie with a green face, fangs, and a pitch-black body jumped out, looking at the dancing metal puppets, the dazzling lights, and the passionate music. The green-faced zombie was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. For some reason, he felt a malicious insult. Roar! The green-faced zombie pounced into the group of metal puppets, tearing and slashing them with its sharp hands. These were just toys made of ordinary metal by Bai Donglin. They had no actual combat capabilities, and naturally could not withstand the violent storm. However, for a moment, metal dolls were torn into metal fragments. The green-faced zombies yelled at the sky, clamped their chests with both hands, announcing victory. Bai Donglin smiled and shook his head. And he was really boring. The light in the eyes flashed slightly, and a thick light of the hair shot from the right eye and instantly hit the blue noodle zombie. The zombie's body froze. The roaring sound stopped abruptly, and then a dazzling white flame burst out, and the majestic black body instantly turned to ashes. When he fought with the green-faced zombie, Bai Donglin had just entered the divine awareness realm and was just a newbie laying the foundation. His strength now is a world apart from what it was before. The zombies that were slightly stronger than him back then were burned to ashes by just a trace of light condensed by the law of light. Whether or not one can use the power of laws are two completely different concepts, and they are powers of different dimensions. The surrounding space rippled slightly, and Bai Donglin was teleported to the next level. He hadn't challenged the tower in a long time, and the result was that the previous levels of the tower couldn't even break his skin defense. He couldn't skip the Tower of Babel, so he could only rush all the way. Tower of Babel. 0th floor lobby. Bai Donglin's name reappeared on the rising star list, and climbed up at an extremely fast speed, almost jumping up a lot every few breaths. These few breaths were also the transmission interval of the Tower of Babel. Huh? Look! Someone is trying to get on the list. Really? Bai Donglin. It's actually him. No wonder he's rising so fast. The drastic changes in the rankings on the rising star list naturally quickly attracted everyone's attention, especially the name Bai Donglin. They were very familiar with it. The scene of the last beating of the second on the list, Tuya, was still vivid in their minds, especially for those gamblers who suffered heavy losses. They couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. TSK. 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 This is really amazing. If he doesn't make a sound, he will be amazing. He has already rushed to the 60th floor. Judging from his speed, he should have killed all the tower defenders in seconds. His strength is far from being fully utilized. It seems that Shinwuk's top spot is no longer secure today. Shinwuk is currently on the 69th floor, and Tuya is right behind him on the 67th floor. The rising star list only counts new disciples. Even if Shinwuk and others have already joined the main peak, they are still considered new disciples before the Holy Sect recruits the next batch of disciples within 20 years. These spectators don't know that Bai Donglin's goal this time is not just to be the top of the list. He didn't know when he would come to the Tower of Babel again, so he might as well do something big this time. At least people would hear his name and dare not bully Bai Xiao and the others easily. To intimidate those old disciples, being at the top of the list is not enough. Chapter 179, Unpredictable Strength. The 69th floor of the Tower of Babel. Bai Donglin looked at the four winged angels hanging above the void in front of him, and his eyes were curious. This was the first time he had seen this legendary creature, the Holy Angel of Light, who was well known on Blue Star. The angel in front of me was just like the one in the legend, with white wings that glowed slightly, and bits of starlight falling on its feathers. A set of deep facial features, blue pupils, long curly hair shining with golden light, slightly raised chest, a set of white armor covered with gorgeous patterns. The whole body is shrouded in golden light, full of sacred aura. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically speaking, creatures like angels should belong to the camp of light. But he didn't expect that they would be placed in the Tower of Babel. This meant that the camp where Qianyuan realm was located was opposed to it. Interesting. It looks like the demons and angels have joined forces. What kind of war is this that can bring two naturally opposing creatures together? He shook his head to clear his mind, looked at the angel who had condensed a sacred lightsaber, and continued. It's just like the legend says. Every angel is extremely handsome. It's said that angels have no gender. But I don't know if it's true. Let me dissect it and see. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and fierce. He was extremely curious about this creature that he had heard about since he was a child. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the void. He stretched out his hand, which swelled in the wind. Countless chains of laws were wrapped around his huge palm. Wherever it passed, the space was crushed inch by the terrifying force. The four-winged angel's eyes flashed with white light, and his white wings flapped slightly, trying to avoid this horrific attack. As soon as the figure moved, a horrible momentum was shrouded in, and the four-winged angels were directly imprisoned in place, and they couldn't move. The next moment, he was grasped tightly by a huge palm, and the chains of laws tightly wrapped around him. All the energy fluctuations in his body were frozen, and he couldn't even self-destruct. Be good and don't move. Let me see your essence and what it is made of. With a thought, the law of destruction transformed into countless scarlet blades as thin as cicada wings. They were extremely sharp, and the faint light of the blades cut through the space. The scarlet blade rotates quickly around the four-winged angels, and from a distance, it wraps it like countless red light. The next moment, the white armor covering the four-winged angel's body turned into light and dissipated, and the naked white body was exposed in the air. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm as he glanced up and down. The scarlet blade continued to rotate, peeling off the skin, flesh, energy system, and bones layer by layer. Bai Donglin's divine consciousness, as deep as the ocean, poured out, covering the broken angel after it was decomposed. His extremely powerful soul carefully observed the angel at the cellular particle level. After a long time, God's thoughts returned, and Bai Donglin's eyes flashed clear. Sure enough, there is no gender distinction. Or rather, these low-level angels have no gender distinction. Not only that, they don't even have souls. This four-winged angel seems to be some kind of special creation. Its energy operation system can explain everything. Its strength has been fixed since the moment it was created. In other words, this is just mass-produced cannon fodder. He shook his head slightly, feeling a little disappointed. This was not a real angel, and had no research value. With a thought, red light burst out, and the decomposed four-winged angel instantly turned into nothingness and dissipated. The space rippled slightly, and Bai Donglin was teleported to the 70th floor, retopping the top of the rising star list. Shinwok was surpassed by him again. Unfortunately, only for the first time in the list, and maintained the opportunity to choose a free selection of magical powers for a month. He has enjoyed this benefit. On the 70th floor of the Tontian Tower, the strength of the tower guards is almost the same as the conventional god Tontong monk, who is incorporated into the 20 laws. According to estimates, the strength of each layer below will increase with the strength of the 5 spiritual tricks. However, these tower guards cannot be compared with the holy sect disciples of the same level. After all, it is not about who has absorbed more spiritual orifices into the origin. Whoever is stronger is not the one. The holy sect disciples are all geniuses picked from billions, and are much stronger than ordinary cultivators. And Bai Donglin is even more alien. The later a cultivator reaches, the more complicated it becomes to judge his strength, and the more factors he needs to consider. The 5 most important reference factors are the physical body, spiritual orifices, laws, soul, and the use of magical powers. Whether the physical body is strong or not, excluding some special physiques, mainly considers the development and nourishment of the spiritual orifice, as well as the grade and type of the laws engraved on the spiritual orifice. Bai Donglin is now only incorporated into the light of 10 spiritual tips, and the rules are quite high, and there are several peerless branches. The laws of power, soul, destruction, and space are all important branches of the peerless laws. These laws have just begun to be nurtured, and there is still a lot of room for growth. For example, forces just involving physical strength, Space is only involved in transition. And it is still far away to grow into a peerless level destruction. Later, you just need to continue to comprehend and integrate the laws of the same system. And they will naturally turn into peerless laws. Or even unparalleled laws. However, the step of fusion of laws will not be involved until the divine source realm. For example, gold, wood, water, fire and earth. These seemingly ordinary laws can be fused into the powerful 5 elements law in the divine source realm. Therefore, when you are in the realm of magical powers, you should memorize as many different kinds of laws as possible. This is not only related to whether you can break through to the realm of gods and demons. It also has something to do with whether you have more laws to serve as materials for fusion when you reach the divine source realm. Many cultivators, when they were in the divine power realm, had already begun to consider the divine source realm. For example, Chi-Du was following the path of poison, so he had already begun to consciously collect the laws related to poison. Once you reach the divine source realm and integrate the laws of many similar systems into one, your strength will skyrocket. These are common sense in cultivation, and Bai Donglin naturally knows them well. However, he has engraved too few laws now. He will have to wait until he has engraved at least 100 of them before he can have a general direction. It will not be too late to start thinking about it then. From this we can know that the reason why Bai Donglin's current strength is so powerful has little to do with the laws engraved in his spiritual orifice. Bai Donglin is strong in 2 aspects. The first is his soul, which is comparable to the 7th level of divine source due to the massive reinforcement of energy. In addition, he is armed with the magical trinity method in the true scripture of conceiving God and forging demons, as well as a lot of knowledge. The second is the physical body. The strength of the physical body can also be said to be the strength of the spiritual orifice. After all, the essence of the physical body is the fusion and superposition of the spiritual orifice and the light of origin. Bai Donglin's hidden spiritual orifices have been opened up to more than 8,000, and all of them are infinite space. Coupled with the nourishment of countless cultivation resources, the power bestowed on his physical body is already terrifying. The supernatural powers of the innate laws are all driven by the physical body. That is, by the source of life. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the power of the supernatural laws will naturally be. Therefore, Bai Donglin's strength lies fundamentally in his body and soul. Magical powers, laws, and various secret techniques can only be regarded as auxiliary means. The power of the law may have to wait until it breaks through to the divine source realm before it can catch up with the status of the soul and body. Of course, everything mentioned here is just conventional combat power and normal means, without taking into account the many moves developed based on immortality. For example, ultimate sublimation and the ultimate killer move original sequence. These are already things of the outer level, and it would be even more difficult to estimate his strength if they were mixed together. Bai Donglin silently estimated his own strength in his heart. Without using his soul and those external moves, he should be on par with the 3,000 elite disciples who returned from the battlefield. And this time, in order to establish his authority, he does not need to go to that extent. It is enough to expose his strength to be similar to that of Chi-Du's disciples. For a new disciple, who has not yet joined the main peak, to be able to achieve this level is enough to shock everyone. Bai Donglin looked up at the tower keeper in front of him. A green fat man who was 2 meters tall, with this-size bumps all over his body. He had seen many such strange creatures on his way up, and there was no ripple in his eyes. The figure moved, and instantly approached and slapped down with a palm. Under the pressure of his momentum, the green-skinned toad monster could not move at all, and was directly beaten into meat pulp by his palm, which was entangled with the laws. He didn't even have the desire to study this disgusting-looking creature. The Tower of Babel communicated with his consciousness and distributed rewards normally. The 70th floor was a multiple of 10. So according to convention, contribution points should be rewarded. A reward of 1 seed of the Law of Light? Can I exchange it for points if I don't need it? Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he would be rewarded with law seeds after the 70th level. He had no shortage of points. So if he could get different types of law seeds, it would be an unexpected gain. I chose 15,000 points. And with a thought, I continued to move to the next level. At this time, the hall on the 0th floor was already noisy. Although they were a little surprised that Bai Donglin surpassed Shenwuk, they were not shocked. They were still mentally prepared. But Bai Donglin immediately reached the 70th level, and at a much faster speed than the 69th level. It could almost be said to be an instant kill, although it's strange why the 69th floor took longer than the 70th floor. Many people in the crowd spread the news through bracelets. Chapter 180 Tontion 99. It's the 75th floor. 79. 79. Too fast. It's really too fast. Is he still human? He is so terrifying. At this time, everyone in the hall on the 0th floor of the Tower of Babel was staring at the rising star list. Every time Bai Dongling climbed a level, it would cause a huge commotion. Even many elite disciples turned their eyes over. They had all heard of Bai Dongling before, but he was only a new disciple who had been in the sect for a few years. They were all shocked by his sudden burst of strength. Golden light appeared in the hall from time to time, and many people who had been secretly paying attention to Bai Dongling rushed over after receiving the news. Miss Nine? The girl in the blue skirt and holding a sword looked at the shining name at the top of the rising star list. She could no longer maintain the indifference on her face and looked shocked. At this moment, Bai Dongling had already climbed to the 81st floor. Well, we have all greatly underestimated this person. This is not just a monstrous genius. This is already a monster that breaks the rules. We must change our attitude towards this person from now on. We can no longer regard him as a new disciple. He is equal to us. The bright eyes of the 9th Miss of Duobao Peak were filled with great solemnity, and she had given up the idea of conquering Bai Dongling. This kind of monster is not something she can control. If she forces it, she will probably be swallowed up without leaving even a bone. The shock of the people in the hall did not affect Bai Dongling's pace of climbing the Tower of Babel at all. He climbed up one floor after another, breaking the psychological bottom line of the disciples again and again. The 99th floor of the Tower of Babel. Roar! Roar! Filled with black smoke. Hot magma flows on the broken earth, and the breath of sin and chaos permeates the entire space. This is a small world of purgatory. Along with a manic roar, a thick arm pierced the magma, and a rough body hundreds of feet tall crawled out of the magma sea. On the ferocious huge head, there are 4 curved devil horns. The body is made of obsidian and is covered with scarlet cracks. The red and hot breath is madly pressing on the surrounding space. It has wings on its back. Its body is covered in blazing flames, and it holds a flaming whip in its hand, looking terrifying. Flame demon? Bai Dongling stood in the void, his arms folded across his chest, his long black hair dancing wildly in the wind. The strength of the tower guards at this level is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the supernatural realm with 165 spiritual orifices. An ordinary disciple of the holy sect can cross the gap of 10 spiritual orifices. An excellent one can cross the gap of 20. And an elusive genius can cross the gap of 30. Bai Dongling secretly estimated that disciples like Qi Du were about this level of strength, and it was enough for him to achieve this level as a new disciple. From today on, no one in the holy sect will probably ignore his existence. This is a potential deterrent, as long as Bai Xiao and the others do not violate the sect rules. No one will make things difficult for these 2 little guys for his sake. This is not a question of whether you dare or not, but whether it is worth it. Anyone with a little bit of brains would know what to do if they provoke a promising disciple of the holy sect for a trivial matter. Anyone who could enter the holy sect had some brains to a certain extent. At least for such a long time. He hadn't encountered any bloody troubles that left him no chance to show off and get slapped in the face. Buzz! Seeing Bai Dongling standing motionless in the void, the huge fire demon took the lead and waved his arm. The long flaming whip tore through the space and instantly covered Bai Dongling's entire body. Bang! The space exploded. Bai Dongling took the attack head-on, and his body was instantly pulled into the void and slammed heavily into the depths of the magma sea. Waves of blood-red flames gushed out from the flaming whip, and Bai Dongling's black robe turned into ashes in an instant. It stuck to his skin and burned like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and kept drilling into his body. His flesh and blood kept turning into charcoal, and waves of strengthened energy surged out crazily. At this time, the 2 spiritual beads in Bai Dongling's body had already stopped working. Although the energy of the earth vein flame spirit was extremely huge, he still had to save it if possible. Isn't it great to get energy for free? Roar! Seeing that his attack was successful, the fire demon roared to the sky, muttering in demon language, his voice full of pride. Big guy. The attack is good, but it's a pity that too much energy is lost. Let me help you. Bai Dongling stepped out of the lava sea, stood in the void, and spoke the devil language. Having absorbed a lot of knowledge from the mountain of books, he mastered hundreds of languages, and could communicate with the devil naturally. Sensing that the scarlet flames in his body were gradually dissipating, he moved his mind and used his magical powers to instantly soar to a height of 100 feet, becoming on par with the flame demon. Come on, big guy. This way your attacks won't be wasted. Ha ha ha. Whip me hard. Bai Donglin roared towards the sky, and the huge sound waves caused the magma sea under his feet to surge violently. His voice was full of sarcasm. Roar! Human. You're looking for death. The fire demon's huge eyes glared angrily. Scarlet flames spewed from his nostrils, and his arms tightly grasped a flaming whip. The scarlet flames on the whip rolled violently, and condensed into solid scarlet barbs. Tear! The space was torn into pieces, and countless scarlet whip shadows enveloped Bai Donglin's huge body, who did not dodge or evade. Bai Donglin suddenly turned into a red human-shaped torch, with terrifying blood flames inside and outside his body, and streams of enhanced energy madly rushed into his soul. Ha ha ha! Great! Comfortable! The fire demon's attack was extremely violent. In addition to the terrifying blood flames, the enormous force carried by the flaming whip was also extremely strong. Bai Donglin, bearing all the weight without any effort, could not stop retreating. Every step he took left a huge hole in the sea of magma. Come on! Big guy! You can do it! You almost beat me to death! Roar! The fire demon's eyes were bloodshot, and the devil horns on his head lit up gradually, as if they were being charged. His aura became more violent, and his attack power became even stronger. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had gathered in the lobby on the 0th floor of the Tower of Babel, all staring at the rising star list, seeing that Bai Donglin's crazy climbing speed was getting slower and slower. And finally, he suddenly stopped at the 99th floor, and did not move anymore. Everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Donglin's performance really shocked them. As a new disciple, he had already reached the level of an elite disciple. You should know that the strength of an elite disciple is at least the strength of 100 lost spiritual orifices. And the strength Bai Donglin is showing now is not that of an ordinary elite disciple, but is above average. He is just a new disciple. It's only been 7 or 8 years since I got started. If this wasn't the Tower of Babel that never made mistakes, and was absolutely fair and just, they would have thought that there was something wrong with the rising star list. Bai Donglin climbed all the way to the 99th floor, which was already a bit too much for their little hearts to bear. Subconsciously, they still hoped that Bai Donglin would stop here. If he continued, their confidence would probably be completely destroyed. Miss Nine pursed her lips tightly under her white veil, her eyes showing a thoughtful look. Bai Donglin's strength was really too abnormal, and it went against common sense. It is true that cultivation requires talent, and everyone is different. She naturally understands this principle, and she herself is also a favored child of heaven. But what Bai Donglin did is too outrageous. It is easy for a monk in the early stages, as there are various ways to make rapid progress. Age is not a criterion for measuring low-level monks. Even in some powerful races, their children are born with all their spiritual meridians open, and their spiritual acupoints contain the laws themselves. They are born with the cultivation level of supernatural powers. This is not uncommon. However, when one reaches the realm of supernatural powers, one needs to engrave numerous laws. There is no shortcut, and one needs to spend a lot of time and energy to comprehend and engrave the laws. After all, the number of magical powers and origin laws that come with the bloodline would not be too many. As far as she knew, the most powerful ones would not exceed 10, and the other laws needed to be comprehended and engraved by oneself. How did Bai Donglin do it when he is so young? Miss Nine's heart suddenly moved, and she thought of a legendary possibility. Could this Bai Donglin be the reincarnation of some great and powerful being? Miss Nine's eyes were filled with doubt, and the more she thought about it, the more she believed this was possible. If one is truly an unrivaled great being who can maintain his true spirit in the Mother River and pick up his cultivation from his previous life again, it will naturally be much faster than practicing step by step. Miss Joe's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she felt that she had guessed the truth. Then a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. If he was really a reincarnated great power, shouldn't he be careful to hide his identity? Why would he make such an abrupt and ostentatious move? After all, it is the time when the powerful are at their weakest after rebuilding their life. Every powerful person has lived for a long time, so it is impossible for him not to have enemies. If his identity is exposed, it will naturally be very dangerous. Miss Nine couldn't figure out the twists and turns for a moment. She just felt that Bai Donglin was full of mystery.